Chapter 1. The One Who Occupies My Thoughts. Upon returning from abroad, Shi, still grappling with the effects of jet lag, hurried straight to the Lin residence's eagerness to reunite with the one who lingered in his thoughts was palpable given the amicable relationship between their families. The servants of the Lin household did not impede his progress. Shi ascended the stairs without hesitation, pushing open the door to Lin Jiejia's room there. He found her slumbering, a book still clutched in her hands, having succumbed to sleep. In the sweltering heat in her dreams, she unconsciously tugged at her clothing, revealing more than intended, including glimpses of her white undergarments. Sure, he was taken aback by the alluring form concealed beneath her loose t-shirt. His gaze faltered momentarily, then shifted to her long legs, causing him to blush uncontrollably. He approached the bedside slowly, his hand instinctively tracing the contours of her face, moving from the delicate curve of her brow to the bridge of her nose, and finally resting on her gently parted, rosy lips. In her slumber, Jiejie felt an itch and turned her head in mild annoyance. Sure, he smirked, placing his hands on either side of her, leaning closer to her ear, and called out, "Little Baozi, it's time to wake up." Jiejie awoke abruptly, her first instinct to bolt upright upon realizing someone was at her bedside with a resounding thud. Her forehead collided with Shi's chin, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from him. "I'm so sorry," Jiejie exclaimed, her sleepiness dissipating as she became fully alert, wincing at the sound of the impact that echoed in her ears. Upon regaining her senses, she noticed her shirt had hiked up considerably, and, mortified by her unintended exposure, her cheeks flushed crimson, she cautiously glanced at the visitor, her eyes widening in surprise when Hadigo returned. Shuri winced, still feeling the sting of the collision, and remarked, "Little Baozi, you've really mastered the art of sleeping. It's already past noon. Have you had lunch yet?" "Iga, you're back?" Jiejie shook her head in disbelief, scrambling to her feet, then pouted as she corrected him. "You mustn't call me Little Baozi." Jiejie couldn't recall when it started, but Shuri had taken to calling her by that nickname, and no amount of correction seemed to change that. "Go wash up," Shuri instructed nonchalantly. The endearment a cherished moniker only he used. He gently tousled her messy hair before placing a hand on her shoulder, guiding her towards the bathroom. After washing her face, Jiejie emerged to find sure he had already left the room. Descending the stairs, she spotted him seated on the sofa, waiting for her. Upon noticing her arrival, he stood and said, "Let's go. Lin Mama just called. We're having lunch out today." Jiejie nodded, and as she reached the hall, Shuri approached her, and together they stepped outside. Having obtained his driver's license at 18, Shuri's father had gifted him a car. The vehicle was parked in the lot of Yongla Plaza. Once they exited the parking facility, Jiejie was struck by the bustling crowd, and as they walked, she felt her hand suddenly grasped. Shuri took her hand. Expertly maneuvering through the throng, Jiejie felt a wave of nostalgia as a child. He had always held her hand in crowded places despite the 3-year gap. His instinctive gesture remained unchanged, as if they had never been apart. She collided with Shuri's back, and he frowned. "What if you trip because you weren't watching where you're going?" Rubbing her sore nose, Jiejie shrank back, her gaze falling on their joined hands, which felt inexplicably warm, igniting a blush that crept across her cheeks. Stealing a glance at Ego, she found his expression entirely composed, prompting her to inwardly chuckle at her own overreactions. Chapter 2. You truly have returned. Sure, he shook his head in amusement, continuing to guide her forward. As they entered an upscale restaurant, he chose a window seat and summoned a waiter to place their order without needing to ask. Shuri selected a variety of dishes that Jiejie adored, while she remained blissfully unaware of any underlying motives, sipping on the plain water before her as her eyes remained fixed on him. Once the waiter departed, Shuri met Jiejie's wide-eyed gaze. "What's the matter?" he inquired. With a beaming smile, Jiejie replied, "Iga, you're really back. It feels so surreal." "I am indeed back if you don't believe me. Pinch my face, it's as real as it gets," Shuri said, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he leaned closer, presenting his cheek for her to touch. Just as Jiejie was about to comply, a familiar voice interrupted, causing her to instinctively withdraw her hand. She looked up to see a figure she recognized, and her smile faltered. Senior Chen. Chen Wenjue observed how Jiejie's expression dimmed upon seeing him, a pang of discomfort settling in his chest, while Shuri's demeanor grew noticeably colder. "Is this your boyfriend?" Chen Wenjue asked stiffly, having witnessed their affectionate behavior from afar, which compelled him to approach. Yes, this is my boyfriend. Sure, Jejia responded smoothly, continuing, this is Senior Chenwenjua. Shuri narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold glint flashing beneath the surface as he replied in a neutral tone, hello. Chun Wenzuo's expression soured. Yet he was obliged to reciprocate hello. The atmosphere grew tense, but soon a sweet-faced girl approached, linking her arm with Chun Wenzuo's, feigning surprise upon seeing Jejia. Jejia, what a coincidence to see you here. I'm here for lunch, what else would I be doing? Jejia answered, casting a glance at Chui Jiani. They lived in the same neighborhood. Having moved there during their freshman year and attended the same school, they should have gotten along well. Yet Jejia sensed an underlying hostility from Chui Jiani, which had become increasingly apparent. Had she not overheard Chui Jiani insulting her in the restroom, Jejia would have remained oblivious to the animosity directed at her despite harboring disdain. Chui Jiani always addressed her with a false familiarity that grated on Jejia's nerves. Jejia felt her patience wearing thin. What were they doing? Displaying affection in front of her? She had no connection to them whatsoever. Yet Chui Jiani seemed oblivious to Jejia's irritation, her gaze fixated on Shi, whose handsome features made her smile even more radiant. Though a flicker of resentment crossed her eyes, since we've run into each other, why not have a meal together? The more, the merrier. Jejia frowned, feeling too polite to refuse, but it was Shi who interjected with a hint of annoyance. I'm sorry, but I'm not accustomed to dining with strangers. Chui Jiani's smile faltered abruptly. She had not anticipated Shi's rejection with her sweet appearance and gentle demeanor. She was accustomed to being favored by boys and had never faced refusal before. Chen Wenjua, who had harbored feelings for Jejia, was aware of Chui Jiani's intentions to get close to him, hoping to sway his affections towards her. Regardless of whether the boys liked Jejia or the girls sought her friendship, Chui Jiani aimed to undermine her in every way, unable to tolerate the beauty of Jejia's smile that seemed to shine too brightly for her liking. Chapter 3. Playing your boyfriend. Chun Wenjua hastily stepped in to mediate the situation. I apologize for our abruptness. We won't disturb your meal any longer. With that, Chun Wenjua turned away first, while Chui Jiani bit her lip, striving to maintain a smile on her face, only to find it an impossible task. She had intended to take a seat at the table next to theirs, but to her dismay, it was already filled to capacity in mere moments. Consequently, she settled for a distant table instead. Once they departed, Shuri cast a smirk at Lin Jejia, his gaze imbued with a teasing curiosity. Boyfriend? Lin Jejia scratched her head, feeling exceedingly awkward, her eyes darting away from Shuri's penetrating gaze. She had truly been flustered and had blurted out a lie without considering the consequences. Just then, the waiter arrived with their dishes, providing a much-needed respite from Lin Jejia's embarrassment. Gee, here's the ribs you adore. Do indulge, Lin Jejia said, using her chopsticks to serve him a generous portion of ribs. Trying to please him, she suddenly realized that calling him sounded melodious. Shuri picked up his chopsticks, savoring the ribs while a playful smirk danced on his lips, his smile tinged with a hint of mischief. Lin Jejia's cheeks flushed crimson. E.g., please spare me. Shuri's lips curled into a deeper smile, his slanted eyes narrowing with amusement. Aren't you afraid of being found out? They attend the same school as you, right? Lin Jejia's eyes widened, her complexion stiffening. She had not thought that far ahead. Observing her distressed expression, Shuri felt a twinge of exasperation. Like a deflated balloon, Lin Jejia drooped her head, beseeching Shuri. E.g., should we not clarify things with them? This feels so embarrassing. But a lie is still a lie. It cannot become reality. Besides, once this lie is told, I'll have to continue fabricating stories in the future, which feels terribly wrong. Shuri's smile deepened. I can pretend to be your boyfriend. Da-da. Is that really a good idea? Wouldn't that mean constantly weaving lies? Lin Jejia was in utter distress, regretting her momentary lapse in judgment. Shuri narrowed his eyes, the laughter in them concealed by his lowered lids. We can date for a while, and then break up. Lin Jejia's eyes brightened, and she nodded, her spirits lifting. All right, let us eat quickly. The dishes will get cold, Shuri urged, and Lin Jejia's smile returned as she began to eat. After finishing their meal, Shuri cheerfully suggested, accompany me to the mall for some shopping. With her mouth full, Lin Jejia nodded in agreement with his plans. Lost in her culinary delights, Lin Jejia forgot herself, soup spilling from the corners of her mouth. Shuri handed her a napkin, saying, take your time, Don't choke. Lin Jiejia grinned foolishly. In Shuri's presence, she felt no need to play the demure lady and experienced no embarrassment. Being with him was utterly relaxing. Perhaps it was due to their shared upbringing. But even after 3 years apart, her trust in him remained unwavering. This scene unfolded before Cui Jiani, who had excused herself to the restroom, and her previously radiant smile faded, replaced by envy as she watched Lin Jiejia. Although her family seemed more affluent than Lin Jiejia's, she felt deprived of the happiness that came from being cherished. Lin Jiejia's parents and brother doted on her, enveloping her in their affection, while Cui Jiani sensed a perpetual wariness from Lin Jiejia's family towards her, as if she were a miscreant. Initially, Cui Jiani had tried to win Lin Jiejia's favor, but despite her efforts, she could never gain the approval of Lin Jiejia's family. Clenching her fists tightly, she turned and strode away towards the restroom. Chapter 4. My girlfriend is directionally challenged her. He noticed the fleeting glimmer of malice in Cui Jiani's eyes, causing his expression to darken. After finishing their meal, Shuri naturally took Lin Jiejia's hand to leave. As they strolled, Lin Jiejia felt utterly bewildered. Hadn't they agreed to shop for him? Why were nearly all the bags in his hands filled with her items? The realization that he had chosen clothes, skirts, and even matching lingerie for her made her cheeks flush with heat. She was exceedingly bashful, the salesgirl's praises of Shuri's thoughtfulness only adding to her embarrassment. Feeling out of sorts, Lin Jiejia attempted to explain, but Shuri leaned in close, whispering in her ear. We re-dating. Lin Jiejia was taken aback. Yes, they were dating, but this was not the same kind of relationship he implied. Gee, weren't we supposed to buy things you need? Shouldn't we check out the men's section? She suggested bashfully, glancing at the bags that were all for her. Realizing they had nearly finished shopping, Shuri shifted directions towards the men's section, where he promptly selected some clothes, with his hands filled with bags. Shuri headed back, and when Lin Jiejia offered to help, he deftly evaded her, insisting, It's not heavy, I can manage. Just stay close to me, that I'm not a child. Lin Jiejia retorted, feeling her face heat up as onlookers smiled at the playful exchange. Well, what can I say? My girlfriend is directionally challenged, Shuri added with a teasing grin, causing Lin Jiejia's composure to crumble. Gee, she exclaimed, as Shuri dashed ahead, prompting her to chase after him. Drawing curious gazes from passers-by at this charming young couple. Seated in the passenger seat, Lin Jiejia sulked, her annoyance apparent. Are you upset? Shuri asked, placing the bags in the back seat before sliding into the driver's side. He caught a glimpse of Lin Jiejia's pouting face turned toward the window, and he couldn't suppress his amusement. Leaning over, he teased her, I'm just trying to fasten your seatbelt. His breath brushed against her cheek, igniting a blush that rendered her momentarily speechless, unable to meet his striking gaze. Noticing her reaction, Shuri's eyes glinted with mischief, recognizing her shyness as a positive sign. He returned to his seat as the car rolled forward. Lin Jiejia took a deep breath, attempting to calm her racing heart. It was utterly abnormal. The car stopped at her house, and Lin Jiejia waited for Shuri to hand her the items they had purchased. E.g., drive safely, she called out before rushing inside without waiting for his reply. Watching her retreat in haste, Shuri's smile widened. What was meant to be a gradual progression had unexpectedly accelerated due to today's amusing turn of events, leaving him feeling buoyant. Inside her room, Lin Jiejia inadvertently stepped to the window, peering down just as Shuri looked up, causing her heart to race anew. Shuri waved in her direction before returning to his car. And as Lin Jiejia watched the vehicle drive away, she turned back, rushing to the bathroom. Gazing at her reflection, she noted her flushed cheeks, resembling a girl in love. Suddenly feeling warm, she took a deep breath, holding it in her chest before exhaling heavily, attempting to calm her wildly beating heart, but tranquility eluded her. Chapter 5. How embarrassing, how could she be feeling this way? He was her ever-reliable e.g. Lin Jiejia felt lost, overwhelmed by her unease. She shouldn't be reacting like this. The following day, Shuri noticed Lin Jiejia intentionally avoiding him. When he called her, she hastily replied that she had plans for the day. After enduring a morning of restraint, she could no longer contain herself and ran to the Lin family home, where she overheard Lin Mama mention that the girl had spent the entire morning holed up in her room. Her behavior was a clear indication she was avoiding him, and a wave of unease washed over Shuri. Had his feelings been discerned? Lin Mama observed Shi sitting silently in the living room and discreetly glanced upstairs before standing up. Xiao Yi, I have plans with a friend, so I must leave. Please call Jia down for lunch later. Shi nodded, his demeanor somewhat aloof, but Lin Mama paid no mind, happily retreating to change her clothes before heading out. Shi sat in silence for a moment, glancing at the steaming dishes on the dining table before ascending the stairs, that in the midst of washing her hair. Lin Jia heard a knock at the door. She quickly rinsed the suds from her hair and wrapped a towel around herself, rushing to answer. Upon opening the door, she was met with the sight of Shi standing there, her eyes widening in disbelief. Shi was momentarily taken aback. He expected to find Lin Jia in such an alluring state, dressed in a white silk camisole, droplets of water glistening at the tips of her hair. Clinging to her skin and accentuating her beauty to his utter shock, he noticed she wasn't wearing a bra. Quickly averting his gaze, he felt his cheeks heat up just as Lin Jia slammed the door shut. Inside, Lin Jia was mortified, her face burning with embarrassment. She realized it was EG at the door. She was accustomed to changing into her sleepwear in her room, and having decided to wash her hair. She brought a change of clothes, thinking she would shower and wash her hair together. With her mother the only one at home, she had never imagined encountering Shi. How humiliating. He had seen her. Shi lingered outside, equally embarrassed, his handsome face tinged with a rare flush. Lin Jia, now utterly disheartened, could not bring herself to continue drying her hair. She felt utterly mortified. She knocked on the door. And upon hearing the sound, Lin Jia felt increasingly bashful. Little Baozi, I'm waiting for you in the living room, she called out, unwilling to let little Baozi hide away in her room indefinitely. She must eventually face him. Hearing Shi's footsteps retreating, Lin Jia hurriedly picked up the hairdryer to dry her hair. Once half dry, she let it cascade over her shoulders. Biting her lip, she ultimately changed her clothes and descended from her room. As Lin Jia spotted Shi seated on the sofa, she gently bit her lip, her gaze refusing to meet his that moment. She felt so awkward that she wished to vanish. Shi, displaying a somewhat unnatural expression, suggested, let us eat first, and we can talk afterwards. Lin Jia nodded vigorously, hastening to take a seat at the dining table. She cast a deep look at the blushing Lin Jia, who seemed at a loss. Before sitting down across from her at the dining table, the two bore starkly different expressions, and the atmosphere was decidedly peculiar. They tacitly chose silence, with only the sounds of chewing breaking the oppressive quiet. Lin Jia's appetite vanished entirely. She lowered her head, mindlessly eating the plain rice in her bowl, somewhat lost in thought. Chapter 6. Embarrassment. Little Baozi, Shi sighed, setting down his chopsticks. Lin Jia instinctively raised her head, only to meet Shi's profound gaze, causing her to panic and quickly look away. Her ears flushing in light of such an unexpected incident. She genuinely felt uncertain about how to interact with Shi. Little Baozi, Shi called her again. Lin Jia looked at him in confusion. That was merely an accident. I apologize, Shi candidly stated, not wishing to obscure the matter, that if left unaddressed, the awkwardness would linger, and he was unwilling to let her evade her feelings because of this incident. You can't let such a trivial matter drive you away from me, can you? It was indeed an accident, Lin Jia thought, surprised that Shi would apologize. This only made her feel overly concerned. No one had anticipated such a situation, but that's good to hear. Now eat up, the food is getting cold. She felt a slight relief within. Lin Jia murmured as she ate, stealing glances at Shi. Noticing his expression remained unaffected. She secretly exhaled a sigh of relief, continuously persuading herself that nothing had transpired, nothing at all, that as the awkwardness dissipated, Lin Jia found her appetite returning, watching her finish her meal with a satisfied squint. She observed her pure smile, feeling as though his tranquil heart had been disrupted by a pebble tossed into a still lake, sending ripples of emotion throughout. Jia, are you home? Cui Jianni's voice suddenly rang from outside the door. The Lin residence was situated in a small villa area, a standalone duplex, where the gate to the yard was typically unlocked. Upon hearing Cui Jianni's voice, both occupants within the house furrowed their brows instinctively. Jia, have you just had lunch? As Cui Jianni stepped inside and spotted Shi, she momentarily froze. Initially intending to invite Lin Jia out under the pretense of seeking Shi's company, she hadn't expected him to already be there. Hello, handsome, Cui Jianni greeted Shi casually, though he responded with little more than a curt nod. She was unfazed. Jianni, have you eaten? Lin Jejia inquired politely. Did I have? You two take your time. How about going out to play this afternoon? Staying home during the holidays is quite dull, Cui Jiani suggested, her gaze flitting toward Shi as she settled onto the sofa. Lin Jejia felt a pang of reluctance. She was not particularly keen on going out with Cui Jiani and glanced toward Shi for help. Shi raised an eyebrow and, under Lin Jejia's expectant gaze, gently declined. Sorry, we've already purchased movie tickets and are heading to the cinema. Cui Jiani's previously radiant smile faltered, and realizing her oversight, she awkwardly replied, I didn't think that through. Let us reschedule for another day. My apologies, Lin Jejia said softly, her tone infused with regret, though her eyes sparkled with suppressed amusement. Infuriated, Cui Jiani felt uncomfortable enough to rise abruptly. Just then, her phone rang, providing a timely escape from her awkward position. She raised her phone, stating, Let us schedule for next time. I'm off to shop with my boyfriend. Without waiting for Lin Jejia's response, Cui Jiani exited the Lin household, casting a resentful glance back before turning away in frustration. Lin Jejia was puzzled, wondering why Cui Jiani had resumed her incessant pursuit after several months of quietude. What's wrong? Do you dislike this girl? She inquired, frowning slightly. It's not that I dislike her. It's just that she clearly has no feelings for me, yet continues to seek me out. Lin Jejia pouted, gathering the empty dishes and retreating to the kitchen, feeling somewhat vexed. Chapter 7. From now on, I am here for you. Unbeknownst to Lin Jejia, she spoke to Shi with complete transparency, sharing thoughts she had not even confided to her brother. Shi's gaze deepened as he spoke softly. From now on, I will be here for you. Upon hearing Shi's words, Lin Jejia felt a wave of frustration dissipate. She would not refuse. With Shi by her side, they could even attend school together. Her demeanor lightened as she washed the dishes. Emerging from the kitchen, she found Shi lounging against the sofa, engrossed in the television. She approached and sat beside him as he casually handed her the remote. Lin Jejia took it, flipping through channels incessantly. Shi observed her in silence. Don't you want to watch anything? There's nothing worth watching. Lin Jejia replied, settling on a movie channel, only to be greeted by an excruciatingly awkward scene. Of all things, why must it be a bed scene? She exclaimed, hastily switching off the television, leaving the room enveloped in a profound silence that left Lin Jejia feeling unsettled. Not watching television? Shall we go out? She asked, suppressing a smile. Lin Jejia was momentarily taken aback, struggling to keep pace with Shi's train of thought. Aren't we going to the movies? His playful demeanor tugged at her heartstrings, prompting him to pinch her cheek, the familiar sensation evoking fond memories, though he noted her cheeks lacked the plumpness they once had. Quickly go upstairs and grab your bag. We're going out. Lin Jejia exclaimed, covering her face and retreating, indignantly proclaiming, you're not allowed to pinch my cheeks. She watched her flustered reaction and smirked, recalling, you used to beg me to do just that when we were younger. Lin Jejia's cheeks flushed crimson as she recalled how, at the tender age of 8, she found herself inexplicably addicted to the way Shi would pinch her cheeks. That was different, she retorted weakly before dashing upstairs to retrieve her bag. Remembering that she hadn't seen her friends during the long holiday, she decided to call one of them, only to find out that her friend had gone to H-City. It dawned on her that her brother was also on a business trip there. Faced with her friend's insistence, Lin Jejia could only shake her head in resignation. Upon arriving at the cinema, they unexpectedly encountered Cui Jiani and Chen Wenju. If Lin Jejia were to claim it was a coincidence, she would never believe it. Cui Jiani was relentless. Just then, Shi's hand clasped hers, dispelling the agitation that had begun to build within her. What a coincidence. We just arrived as well. What movie are you watching? Cui Jiani asked with a bright smile as she linked her arm through Chen Wenju's. Lin Jejia glanced at Shi, genuinely unsure of the answer. Sorry, but we have to go. Our movie is starting soon. Shi replied coolly, leading Lin Jejia away to collect their tickets. After retrieving the tickets, Shi took Lin Jejia's hand and guided her inside to find their seats. However, he underestimated the tenacity of Cui Jiani. Despite having purchased all the remaining tickets, they still found the two uninvited guests slipping into the theater just as the film began. Lin Jejia exchanged a knowing glance with Shi, both feeling exasperated. Only Shi was fully aware that he was incensed by Cui Jiani's audacity. Their time alone was being intrusively disrupted by these two shameless individuals, igniting a simmering annoyance within him as he memorized their names for future reference. Chapter 8. How did you become so bad? She had chosen seats towards the back, and midway through the film, he pulled Lin Jieja's hand, signaling her to rise with him. They exited through the back, leaving the cinema behind. Once outside, they made their escape. The presence of the other two had soured the mood entirely. Did I end the car? Lin Jieja looked at Shi with a pitiful expression and asked. Where are we headed next? I'm taking you somewhere special, Shi replied, raising an eyebrow and affectionately ruffling her hair. Lin Jieja quickly shielded her head, exclaiming, Shi, why have you become so mischievous? Mischievous? Whatever do you mean? Shi's eyes sparkled with amusement, his lips curving into an alluring smile. You are indeed mischievous. Lin Jieja pouted, feeling as though his gaze lingered on her, despite his focus on driving. She couldn't help but notice the pink hue creeping up Lin Jieja's ears. But I have always treated my little Baozi well. During my 3 years abroad, I was sure to send gifts for every holiday and your birthday. Yet you, my dear Baozi, have failed to return even a single one. He glanced sideways at Lin Jieja, his voice tinged with mock grievance. How do you know I didn't send anything? I had gifts ready, but no way to send them. Who was it that never gave me an address to send to? Lin Jieja retorted, her irritation bubbling to the surface. While she understood Shi's decision to study abroad, she resented that he had never allowed his parents to share his address, leaving her without a single phone call over the 3 years they were apart. In the beginning, she had cried herself to sleep over their separation. However, she would never divulge it to Shi. Where are the gifts? Shi's eyes sparkled. Lin Jieja let out a heavy huff. They're overdue. Then let us make up for it this year. Shi blinked at Lin Jieja, his gaze imbued with deeper meaning. Lin Jieja widened her eyes in disbelief. Can one actually request a gift in advance? I've given you so many. Is it too much to ask for just one in return? I specifically want something. Shi looked at her with a face of astonished innocence, his tone laced with a hint of grievance. Lin Jieja couldn't help but twitch her lips. And you're being so demanding. All right then, since my little bun is unwilling to give, perhaps I should just forego it. Shi's expressions grew increasingly pitiful, making Lin Jieja feel as if she had cruelly bullied him. She held back for a moment, but ultimately broke. I never said I wouldn't give. But you seem rather reluctant. Shi feigned injury. Lin Jieja hesitated, then beamed brightly. Brother, what is the gift you desire? I will prepare it well for your birthday this year. Her expression was undeniably sincere, as if she wished to present it immediately. She stifled his laughter, resolutely maintaining a serious facade. I'll tell you on that day. Lin Jieja felt like she might explode from frustration. It was intolerable how he toyed with her. All right, don't be upset, then I'll take you to the amusement park. She ceased his teasing and focused on driving. I want to ride the roller coaster. Lin Jieja's spirits soared instantly. She had only been to an amusement park once on the day Shi went abroad. She had cried and felt despondent, and her brother had comforted her by taking her out to play. They had tried everything except for the roller coaster. Shi, knowing this, wished to take her there, that as soon as they arrived at the amusement park, Lin Jieja dashed towards the roller coaster. The aftermath of the ride left her legs weak and her throat sore from screaming. The thrill made her heart feel as if it had soared away, and now, whenever Lin Jieja spotted a roller coaster, her heart trembled, and she never wished to ride it again. Chapter 9. I'll carry you. Lin Jieja's face paled, prompting Shi to feel deep regret, but he turned his back to her and squatted down. Come on, I'll carry you. Lin Jieja leaned weakly against the railing, gazing at Shi's broad back, her face inexplicably flushing. No, Lin Jieja blushed, her voice soft in refusal. Get on, or I'll princess carry you. You choose, Shi insisted firmly. Lin Jieja shyly bit her lip, hesitating before finally climbing onto his back. Shi stood up, supporting her beneath her legs, causing her heart to race as she felt his warmth. Her face turned crimson, and her heart raced uncontrollably, drowning out all other sounds, leaving only Shi's presence in her consciousness when she regained her senses. Shi placed a hand on her forehead. How are you? Still unwell? Lin Jieja shook her head, retreating to avoid his outstretched hand. His palm was too hot, sending ripples of warmth through her heart, leaving her flustered and anxious. Little bun. She noticed her evasive movements, his eyes narrowing slightly, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Lin Jieja looked up, her clear eyes meeting his. That I'm going to buy some water. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated confessing. But he swallowed the words, After guarding her for so many years, he decided to take his time, not wanting to frighten her into fleeing. All right. Lin Jejia observed Shi's retreating figure, feeling somewhat dazed. She had sensed that he was about to say something, yet he ultimately held back. Touching her still warm cheeks, Lin Jejia pondered what was happening to her. Distracted, she instinctively avoided his reaching hand when he attempted to take hers. Realizing the awkwardness of the atmosphere, she felt uncomfortable. Watching Shi walk beside her, her gaze fell on his hand, and she couldn't resist reaching out to hold it. Shi paused momentarily, then tightened his grip around her hand. Regardless of what they engaged in afterward, he did not let go, while Lin Jejia found herself unable to call him Brother Yi again. Even upon being returned home, she remained silent, uncertain of how to address him. The next morning, Lin's mother called up to Lin Jejia to come down for breakfast. Upon descending, she encountered Cui Jiani, halting her steps. "Good morning. Let us go to the beach together today," Cui Jiani, seated on the sofa, turned to invite Lin Jejia. "Sure. Who else are you inviting?" Lin Jejia stretched and walked toward the dining table. "Jiani, have you had breakfast? Want to join me?" Lin's mother warmly greeted Cui Jiani. "Annie, I've already eaten." Cui Jiani smiled and waved her hand, then turned back to Lin Jejia. "I've invited a few girls from class, and a couple of boys who are good friends with Chen Wenju." "All right, I'll have breakfast first. You can watch some TV." Lin Jejia nodded. Cui Jiani turned back to watch television. Only Lin's mother and Lin Jejia remained at the dining table, due to the holiday. They had both been lazy, as Lin's father had already gone to work. Lin's mother's schedule aligned with Lin Jejia's, that Lin Jejia finish her meal quickly, putting down her chopsticks. "Mom, I'm done. I'm going upstairs to change. To go ahead." Lin's mother replied with a gentle smile, her eyes darkening slightly as she glanced at Cui Jiani on the sofa. Chapter 10. Stay away from her. This child is too contemplative. But in her world, she won't interfere that as long as it doesn't hurt her daughter. She won't intervene that if Cui Jiani harms her daughter, she will certainly have to alert her husband to cease all cooperation with the Cui family. Lin Jejia rushed back to her room to change, packing her swimsuit into a small bag. Just as she was about to leave, she reconsidered and returned to sit on her bed to call Shi. The call connected quickly, but she couldn't bring herself to say the two words, "Brother Yi." The soft call echoed in Shi's ears, causing his heart to flutter. Shi responded, a little distracted. "Today, Jiani and the others are going to the beach." "Are you coming?" Lin Jejia asked softly, a hint of nervousness in her voice, worried he might decline. "Sure, I'll drive over to pick you up shortly." Shi was in a good mood, and the change in her address made his smile broader. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Jejia and Cui Jiani headed out, spotting Shi driving a flashy white Lamborghini. Cui Jiani's heart raced at the sight of the limited edition sports car, something her father could not afford even if he wanted to. Shi, however, casually flaunted it as if it were nothing, that he was handsome and came from a well-off family, perfectly fitting the image of the Prince Charming that Cui Jiani had dreamed of, recalling how she had probed her father for information about Shi yesterday. She discovered he was the heir of the Hongyao Group, the very conglomerate her father aspired to connect with but failed to do so, a true aristocratic family, that if she could secure Shi, marrying into the Shi family would elevate the Cui family's status in the capital, and she herself would become a grand lady of nobility, basking in glory wherever she went. When Cui Jiani snapped back to reality, she noticed Lin Jejia had already climbed into Shi's car, leaving no room for her. Shi squinted at Cui Jiani, his lips curling slightly. "We're leaving now. We'll head straight there." "Okay, bye." Cui Jiani smiled and nodded, secretly wishing to pull Lin Jejia down and take her place. But she couldn't eat at watching the car drive away. Cui Jiani clenched her fists tightly. She would not concede to Lin Jejia from now on. "Stay away from her." Shi's brow furrowed as he spoke coldly. Lin Jejia momentarily didn't understand and took a moment to realize he was referring to her. "She hasn't spoken to me for half a year. And she doesn't like me. I don't like her either. We're just in this sort of relationship, having never breached it, that I don't know why she is suddenly trying to approach me again. What can I do about it?" Lin Jejia replied, spilling out her thoughts. Cui Jiani was attractive, gentle-natured, and had quickly won over the entire class upon her recent transfer, including Lin Jejia. However, Lin Jejia never anticipated that she would overhear Cui Jiani's reason for breaking up with a boy being because of her, merely because he favored Lin Jejia. Cui Jiani had deliberately drawn close to tease him, only to discard him later and shift all the blame onto Lin Jejia. Learning of this ugly side of Cui Jiani left Lin Jejia feeling deeply hurt. Lin Jejia couldn't bring herself to confront Cui Jiani, so she gradually distanced herself. Although Cui Jiani sensed the growing distance, she seemed indifferent, and they coexisted peacefully for half a year. Recently, however, things had begun to change, and the feeling was unsettling. Lin Jejia instinctively wished to reject Cui Jiani's advances, but being in the same class and neighborhood made it nearly impossible to avoid each other. Chapter 11. Everyone wants to fall in love, leave it to me to handle. Shi chuckled coldly to himself. If she wanted to stir trouble, he wouldn't hesitate to intervene. How will you handle it? Lin Jejia asked, bewildered. Guess, Shi replied playfully. Lin Jejia's lips twitched. How could she possibly guess? Aren't we going to the beach? Why are we here? Lin Jejia noticed the car had stopped at a mall parking lot. Puzzled, I didn't know we were going to the beach. I didn't buy a swimsuit. She opened the door and stepped out, walking around to open the door for Lin Jejia. Am I going to? Lin Jejia blinked her eyes, still under the impression that merely waiting in the car would suffice for her to accompany him. You need to buy something too, she remarked at that moment. Shuri reached out, gently pulling Lin Jejia out of the car, while his other hand swung the door shut, guiding her inside as they entered the swimwear store. Lin Jejia soon realized that Shuri was seriously helping her select a swimsuit, with the salesgirl gazing at him with heart-shaped eyes, her enthusiasm bubbling over like pink champagne. Lin Jejia felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She couldn't bring herself to call him brother. Why was that? When Shuri turned to look at her blushing face, his heart raced. Quickly averting his gaze, he held up a swimsuit in front of her. What do you think of this one? Do you like it? It was a purple, skirt-style bikini set, 3 pieces that wouldn't appear too revealing. Lin Jejia longed to mention that she had prepared one already, but upon witnessing the eager desire in Shuri's eyes to purchase it for her, she found it impossible to refuse. Nodding under his expectant gaze, she responded affirmatively. Wrap it up, Shuri instructed the salesgirl, handing over the swimsuit before leading Lin Jejia towards the men's section. Little Baozi, he teased, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Lin Jejia looked at him in confusion. That I picked out a swimsuit for you. Now it's your turn to help me choose mine. Shuri's gaze was so intense, so bright, it nearly blinded her, prompting her to exclaim, No! Lin Jejia's fair complexion turned crimson as her heart raced uncontrollably, feeling utterly flustered. Shuri feigned hurt, clutching his heart dramatically. Lin Jejia, noticing the pleading expressions on the salesgirls' faces, realized the handsome guy effect was in full swing. How could she be expected to help a boy choose swimsuits and swim trunks? Suddenly, Shuri leaned closer. Whispering in her ear, Little Baozi, are you refusing to help me because you want to see me come out in just my underwear? His voice was so low that only Lin Jejia could hear it, and her face turned beet red, her mind conjuring an image of him in nothing but his underwear. In a daze. She felt her thoughts spiraling, and when she finally managed to look up, she shyly pointed at a set of men's swim trunks hanging nearby. The ensemble consisted of a short-sleeved top and mid-length swim trunks, and Shuri's amusement deepened as he selected a dark purple color. Relaying the size to the salesgirl, after paying, he quickly led the flustered Lin Jejia, who wished to shrink into the gaps between shelves, out of the store. The salesgirls were left feeling as though they had just witnessed a romance blossom before their eyes. Back in the car, Lin Jejia sat quietly, the flush on her cheeks still lingering, too bashful to glance at Shuri, her head bowed, unsure of where to place her hands. Shuri leaned over to fasten her seatbelt. But she instinctively wanted to escape, only to remember that there was no way out in the confined space of the car. Shuri suddenly felt a surge of impatience. The sight of her like this made him yearn to pull her into his embrace. He turned his hands, cupping her face and forcing her to look at him. Lin Jejia, caught in his gaze, averted her eyes, her heart racing at the intimacy of the moment. Little Baozi, Shuri's voice was like fire to her ears, igniting a tremor in her heart, her pulse quickening dangerously. Buckle up. We're about to head out. With that, he released her, returning to his seat and slowly driving away. Lin Jejia felt an indescribable sensation wash over her, an inexplicable sense of loss. Though she couldn't quite articulate what she was anticipating, a wave of frustration simmered within her, refusing to dissipate. Shuri tightened his grip on the steering wheel, still apprehensive, fearful of her rejection, upon reaching the seaside. As Lin Jejia emerged from the changing room in her swimsuit, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her at the sight of Shuri. His gaze darkened as he took in her figure. The swimsuit accentuating her curves beautifully, even the tankini failing to conceal her long, graceful legs. Suddenly, she was enveloped by a towel, her vision obscured. Flushed with embarrassment, Lin Jejia tugged the towel down to cover herself, only to feel Shi Yi's warm hand take hers, guiding her forward. Her eyes were drawn uncontrollably to his sculpted physique, the perfect proportions making her heart race. Perhaps the intensity of her gaze was too much. Shi turned to meet her eyes, and in that moment, time seemed to stand still, her breath hitching as her heart threatened to leap from her chest. Cui Jiani watched the couple holding hands in matching swimsuits, jealousy boiling within her. Meanwhile, Chen Wenjue, who was with her, recognized Shi Yi from the high society circle, recalling how the president of the Hongyao Group announced last night that the company would be under Shi Yi's management, an immense corporation, now resting in Shi Yi's capable hands. Shi Xiao, the respectful address from the boys, shifted the atmosphere to one of gravity. "Yes, let us have a chat sometime," Shi Yi replied, recognizing Su Li from the Su family, who was currently learning company management, as instructed by his father. Shi Yi surveyed the scene like a king, his icy demeanor causing the girls who had been starry-eyed over him to instantly feel the chill of his gaze. Meanwhile, Su Li's heart raced with excitement. Shi Yi's invitation hinted at potential collaboration between their company and the Hongyao Group. Understanding Shi Yi's desire for privacy with Lin Jejia, Su Li nodded and withdrew to allow them their space. And naturally, the other boys followed suit. Chen Wenjue hesitated, glancing at Cui Jiani, but ultimately decided to join Su Li, wary of jeopardizing his father's business interests for a mere girl. Cui Jiani felt little impact from Chen Wenjue's departure. Her sights were set firmly on Shi. "Jejia, let us play in the water together." She approached Lin Jejia, only to be swiftly intercepted by Shi. "Jejia is with me," he stated coolly, removing the towel from Lin Jejia and leading her toward the sea. Cui Jiani felt a pang of resentment. Despite her own merits, Shi seemed oblivious to her presence. "Let us all go together," she insisted, but her repeated rejections only fueled her anger, though she maintained a strained smile. Beckoning the other girls to join her in the water, as the water fight ensued, Cui Jiani slipped and stumbled backward, aiming for Shi Yi's embrace, but he instinctively sidestepped, avoiding her and instead shielding Lin Jejia. Consequently, Cui Jiani fell directly into the in that moment. As she plunged into the water, disbelief clouded her mind. She had not expected Shi Yi to evade her. The humiliation washed over her as she realized her intentions had been so transparent. Feeling a sense of despair, she was suddenly caught off guard by a wave, forcing her to swallow salty water that made her gag. Struggling to rise, she was pulled down by a powerful current, her eyes widening in terror as she sank beneath the surface. The girls playing nearby assumed Cui Jiani was merely trying to alleviate her embarrassment, so they paid little attention to her plight. It wasn't until she resurfaced, gasping for air, coughing violently, tears streaming down her face, that they realized something was amiss. Cui Jiani's eyes were bloodshot, her hair clinging to her face, and in her disoriented state. The strap of her swimsuit snapped, leaving her utterly exposed. It wasn't until the other girls rushed to her side that she realized the gravity of her situation. She screamed, a mix of fear and panic in her voice. No one aware that in those harrowing moments, she had truly feared for her life. The terror of near drowning overwhelmed her, and she broke down in tears. Chen Wenjue hurried over, scooping her up and taking her away, leaving the remaining group in stunned silence. Lin Jejia watched their retreating figures, concern etched on her face. Though she held no fondness for Cui Jiani, she certainly did not wish to see her come to harm. "Don't worry, perhaps she just got a cramp. With her boyfriend there, she'll be fine," Shi said, a cold smile playing on his lips as he observed the couple's departure, then turned to Lin Jejia, whose worried expression he disliked. "Don't furrow your brows," he gently reassured her, and she nodded, her features softening. "Let us play for an hour, then head for dinner. How about karaoke tonight?" Shi inquired, glancing at the group as they returned. "Sounds good," they all agreed in unison, with no one attempting to disrupt them. Lin Jejia and Shi frolicked in the water, enjoying their time, while the other students, understanding the unspoken rule, kept their distance. Shi had everything arranged. By the time they reached the restaurant, the dishes were already prepared and served promptly. After a satisfying meal, they headed straight to the karaoke venue, where Shi had already reserved a private room. Everyone was having a great time, and they quickly realized that as long as they maintained their distance from Lin Jiejie, Shiyi's icy demeanor would remain at bay. Thus, they enjoyed their own activities, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon returning from a phone call, Shuri noticed Lin Jiejie had been drinking, her cheeks flushed with the telltale signs of inebriation. Frowning, he mused, how did she get drunk in just half an hour? He turned to Su Li, who shrugged, indicating he hadn't been paying attention, that we should head back now. You take them home, Shuri instructed. Shuri went to support Lin Jiejie, who felt a bit dizzy. And as she looked at him, it seemed as though there were 3 or 4 heads before her eyes, making her feel disoriented. Lin Jiejie shook her head and, with a sudden clap, struck Shiyi's face. Mumbling, now you won't move. Chapter 14. Helping you remember the private room fell into a brief silence at the sound of the slap, yet no one dared to look their way. Shiyi's expression stiffened. He didn't want her to perform any more astonishing actions. He swiftly picked her up and strode out, leaving the others in the room exchanging glances. In the next moment, chaos erupted. The girls expressed a desire for boyfriends like him, feeling like they were being tormented by love, yearning for romance. Lin Jiejie gazed at Shiyi's chin, her hands instinctively wrapping around his neck, her little head nuzzling against his chest like a cat. Shuri felt a stirring in his heart from her affection, yet he had to endure it, not wanting her beauty to be seen by others. Upon reaching the car, he set Lin Jiejie down, opened the door with one hand, and helped her into the vehicle. He climbed in and fastened her seatbelt. Lin Jiejie suddenly seized his collar, leaning towards him, her hands propped on either side of the seat, a playful smirk gracing her lips as she wickedly asked, "Little bun, what do you want to do?" The warm breath brushed against her face, causing Lin Jiejie to feel a tickle on her skin. Her heart fluttering, she gazed at his lips, which moved enticingly, and instinctively licked her own, inching closer until their lips met. The moment her lips touched his, Shuri felt as though his mind were exploding. He shifted to the passenger seat, cradling Lin Jiejie in his arms, making her face him. His large hand pressed against the back of her head, eyes closed. He tenderly kissed her delicate lips, savoring her sweetness. The kiss deepened, and Lin Jiejie felt as if her mind were muddled. Instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck in response, one kiss led to another, becoming addictive, and sure, he had no intention of ending this sweet entanglement. After what felt like an eternity, he finally released her lips, which were now slightly swollen. Lin Jiejie felt dazed, the effects of the alcohol weighing her down. She wanted to open her eyes to look at Shuri, but they felt too heavy. Amused, Shuri realized that this little girl had fallen asleep after their kiss, and he couldn't bear to send her home. That he called Lin's mother to inform her that he was taking Jiejie out for the night and wouldn't be returning. Lin's mother, trusting him completely, agreed without hesitation. The car pulled into the community parking lot, and as the vehicle stopped, the night breeze brushed against them. Shuri's gentle call. Lin Jiejie slowly awakened. "Where is this?" She mumbled, still groggy, as Shuri guided her out of the CRDNY apartment. He replied, leading her to the elevator. As they entered the cozy single-room apartment, Lin Jiejie noticed it was tidy and furnished with brand-new items. Blinking in confusion, she asked, "Why did you bring me here instead of taking me home?" Shuri raised an eyebrow and, lifting her into his arms, countered playfully, "Have you forgotten what you did to me?" Lin Jiejie's cheeks flushed crimson. She was still under the influence of alcohol, feeling both embarrassed and alluring. Tilting her head, she tried to recall but couldn't remember doing anything to Shuri at all. "Don't try to trick me," she retorted, unwilling to fall for his teasing. "Since you can't remember, let me help you," he said, leaning down to kiss her soft lips once more. Lin Jiejie's eyes widened in shock, and a fragment of memory surged forth. Chapter 15. Embracing sleep, the heat radiating from his lips made Lin Jiejie's heart tremble. Lightheaded, she felt as if she might fall, instinctively clutching at his shirt. After what felt like an eternity, Shuri finally released her lips, his voice husky as he asked, "Little bun, do you remember now?" Lin Jiejie, blushing and flustered, wished to escape. "You kissed me, and now you must take responsibility." Shuri teased, gazing fondly at the shy girl in his arms, his heart melting at her adorableness. Lin Jiejie stammered, her face a deep shade of crimson as she realized she had indeed kissed Shuri while intoxicated. "You can't deny it. I'm already yours." Shuri's face lit up with a mischievous grin that he couldn't conceal. Lin Jiejie's bashful gaze met his, and her silence was an unspoken acknowledgement, resisting the urge to tease her further. He led her into the room, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Opening the wardrobe, he retrieved his sleepwear and handed it to her. "Tonight, you'll have to make do with my pajamas." Lin Jiajia's face burned as she accepted the clothing, and he gently pushed her into the bathroom. Inside, Lin Jiajia turned on the faucet, splashing water on her face. As she gazed into the mirror at her flushed cheeks and felt the rapid beating of her heart. She couldn't help but wonder if she and Shi had confirmed their relationship as lovers. Trying to calm herself, she finished her shower, changing into the oversized sleepwear that hung loosely on her petite frame. Realizing she wore nothing underneath, Lin Jiajia peeked out to find Shi absent from the room. With a sigh of relief, she hurried to the bed, pulling the blanket around her and recalling the kiss they had shared. Her heart racing with excitement. The soft, cool fabric felt like a sweet caress against her skin, and she couldn't help but blush at the thought of how much she enjoyed his kisses. Shi emerged from the bathroom, his hair still damp, and as he entered the room, he spotted Lin Jiajia hiding beneath the blankets that he couldn't help but chuckle as he climbed onto the bed. Pulling the covers aside. "Little bun?" Lin Jiajia looked up, her cheeks flushed, unsure whether she was shy or simply embarrassed, her large eyes glistening with emotion as they met Shi's deep gaze. They were close enough to feel each other's warm breaths. The atmosphere in the room turning delicate and intimate. Shi inched closer, and Lin Jiajia's heart raced, almost unable to bear the tension. When his cool lips brushed against hers, she instinctively closed her eyes, savoring the gentle kiss that turned into a deeper embrace, repeating the cycle of kisses, lost in the moment. When they finally fell asleep, neither could recall the exact moment. The next morning, Shi awoke to find Lin Jiajia peacefully nestled against him. A wave of warmth swelling in his chest as he glanced at the clock. It was already past 10. Little bun, he said, reluctantly waking her. Lin Jiajia mumbled sleepily, nuzzling against his chest and drifting back into slumber. Watching her unconscious actions, Shi felt a stir of affection. Chapter 16. Sweet yet sour, Shi brushed aside the strands of hair on her face and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek, resting his hand on her waist as he prepared to resume his sleep. However, the sensation of her top inching up caused him to freeze, realizing she had been wearing his oversized sleepwear all night. A rush of heat flooded his cheeks as he recalled how he had lost himself in kissing her, oblivious to the implications. His hand, now warm, withdrew as his mind filled with tantalizing thoughts. Men are often more impulsive in the morning, and at that moment, Shi found it exceptionally challenging to control himself. With her soft form beside him, yet unable to indulge, he bit his lip and slowly retracted his hand. Only to see Lin Jiajia frown in discontent, he quickly shoved a pillow into her arms. Rising early, he splashed cold water on his face, feeling the sharp contrast of the morning chill. Emerging from the bathroom, he saw the source of his distraction still in a deep slumber and shook his head helplessly as he headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He called his assistant to request a set of women's clothes be delivered. Lin Jiajia awoke naturally, rubbing her sleepy eyes, only to realize the bathroom was in the opposite direction of her room. The memory of last night flooded back, and her cheeks flushed as she recalled that she had fallen asleep in Shi's arms. Quickly, she made her way to the bathroom, noticing 2 cups and toothbrushes on the sink. With a pink toothbrush in hand, she brushed her teeth while catching a glimpse of her rosy reflection in the mirror. Momentarily lost in thought, once she finished, she stepped out to find Shi busy in the kitchen. Unable to resist, she walked over, captivated by the sight of him cooking, an image that could easily win any woman's heart. Upon hearing her approach, Shi turned and found Lin Jiajia's eyes sparkling with admiration. His gaze traveled down to her long, delicate legs, and he felt a tightening in his chest. Noticing his gaze, Lin Jiajia instinctively crossed her legs, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. She wanted to change her clothes, but there was nothing here for her to wear. Seeing her blush deepen, Shi quickly averted his eyes. His voice slightly hoarse as he said, "There's some clothing on the sofa in the living room. You should go change." Upon hearing her name, Lin Jiajia swiftly dashed to the sofa, seized her intimate apparel, and rushed into the room, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. As she held the delicate garments in her hands, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she bit her pink lips in haste to change. The size of the fitting clothes was just right, and the thought that they were prepared by Shi made her face heat up once more. The white off-the-shoulder, short-sleeve floral dress fit her perfectly, even better than if she had purchased it herself, leaving Lin Jiajia with an indescribable sweetness that if one were not genuinely fond, How could they possibly notice such details? Once Lin Jiejia emerged from her room, she seated herself at the dining table, her fair hands cradling her chin as she blinked her large eyes at Shi, who was bustling about in the kitchen, 2 bowls of noodles, each topped with a poached egg, beckoned her. Tentatively, she picked up her chopsticks and took a bite, discovering it to be extraordinarily delicious. Lowering her head, she began to indulge heartily. Shuri watched her with a look of astonishment. Witnessing her fearless eagerness to eat, which brought a smile to his face, that he had prepared such a heartfelt breakfast for her, yet it was not met with trust that in a playful fit of frustration. He flicked her forehead and exclaimed, "You little ungrateful one." Lin Jiejia blinked innocently, genuinely unaware of his culinary skills. Chapter 17. In love, Shuri observed Lin Jiejia relishing her meal, her expression one of sheer satisfaction. And his smile widened. After they finished eating, he tidied up the bowls and returned to the kitchen, while Lin Jiejia lounged comfortably on the sofa, watching television. Once Shuri had cleaned up, he poured himself a glass of water and took a seat beside her. Handing the cup to Lin Jiejia, she sat up to drink, then nestled back into the sofa, but as she slid down, Shuri caught her upper body, allowing her to rest on his lap. With a slight blush gracing her cheeks, Lin Jiejia shifted to find a comfortable position. "When will you take me back?" she asked, breaking the sudden silence that had enveloped them, feeling inexplicably nervous. She had not returned home the previous night, and her mother had not even called her. Pouting, she inquired of Shuri, "Did you call my mom to say I wasn't coming back? Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. She would never fail to check on me." "Call me E or Shuri," he replied, nodding with a slight smile, gently stroking her long hair. Lin Jiejia said shyly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, but her heart swelled with sweetness. "Have we really just begun a relationship?" She pondered, still feeling as if it were all a dream. Shuri was enchanted by her soft voice, which sent a shiver through him, making it hard to resist the urge to kiss her deeply. However, before he could act, his phone rang on the table. He picked it up, and upon hearing the report from the other end, his expression darkened. His father had abandoned the company to take his mother on a trip. Shuri rubbed his aching forehead, recalling how he had unilaterally announced he would take over the company just the night before. Now, barely a day later, they had left him to handle everything alone. "What happened?" Lin Jiejia asked, sensing his distress as she sat up and blinked her eyes in confusion. "Why Dad left the company to take my mom on vacation." Shuri gritted his teeth in frustration. Lin Jiejia was taken aback. How reckless. "What do we do now?" She was concerned, realizing the company was left unattended. Having studied abroad for 3 years to protect Lin Jiejia, Shuri had just returned to win her heart, only to find his father hindering his plans. "Will you accompany me to the company?" he asked, ruffling Lin Jiejia's hair. Noticing her worried expression, he added, "Don't fret. Managing the company is inevitable. This is merely an opportunity for some practical experience." Lin Jiejia considered this, remembering that her brother had begun learning to manage the company alongside their father. "Let us go," Shuri said, standing and extending his hand to her. Lin Jiejia blinked in surprise for a moment before realizing what was happening. Blushing, she placed her hand in his, allowing him to pull her up. Suddenly, Shuri drew her into his embrace, and Lin Jiejia collided with his chest. Still recovering, she found herself being held by Shuri, who gently lifted her chin and leaned down to kiss her soft lips. Lin Jiejia's eyes widened in astonishment, completely unprepared for such an advance. Shuri closed his eyes as he softly kissed her, not delving deeper, but Lin Jiejia felt a delightful tingle and wished to pull away. Yet, Shuri wouldn't let her retreat, his hand gripping the back of her head, deepening the kiss. Lin Jiejia felt as if her mind was clouded, unable to think straight. She could only helplessly clutch his shirt, closing her eyes and surrendering to his kiss. Chapter 18. A tingle of desire after what felt like an eternity, Shuri finally withdrew from her lips, holding her tightly in his embrace. Resting his chin on her forehead, in a husky, alluring voice, he said, "Jiejia, I know our relationship is progressing rapidly, which may leave you feeling unsettled, but my feelings for you are genuine. I ask you to try to accept the love I offer and to respond to my affections, if you would." Shuri understood that Lin Jiejia's lack of resistance stemmed from their shared upbringing. She was familiar with him and had always relied on him, which made her acceptance easier. She harbored feelings for him, but they were merely fondness, not love. That he yearned for her to love him as deeply as he loved her, a love that would bind them for life. Nestled in his embrace, Lin Jejia softly replied, all right. Upon hearing her response, Shi Yi's smile broadened, his handsome face radiating with joy. Taking her hand, he led her out the door and to the company. In the president's office, Shuri sat at his desk, diligently handling urgent paperwork. Lin Jejia quietly occupied the sofa, flipping through a magazine to pass the time. After finishing one issue in mere minutes, she found it rather dull and, not wanting to disturb Shi Yi's work, slipped off her shoes and lay on the sofa, engrossed in a novel on her phone. An hour passed, and Shi Yi remained focused on his tasks. Lin Jejia stifled a yawn, locking her phone and curling up on the sofa to nap. Once Shi Yi completed the urgent paperwork, he forwarded everything that remained to his mother's email and sent her a text message, including a photo of Lin Jejia sleeping soundly that morning with a note saying, "Dear Mother, if I don't work hard, my future wife might run away. Please ensure father stays diligent." Seeing his mother's prompt reply, Shi Yi couldn't help but grin mischievously. He shut down his computer, stood, and lifted Lin Jejia, who was peacefully slumbering on the sofa. She furrowed her brow slightly, prompting him to pause. However, Lin Jejia instinctively nestled closer into his embrace, seeking a comfortable position before settling back into sleep. Shi Yi gazed down at the serene figure in his arms, unable to suppress his smile as he carried her toward the break room. The entire office had been restructured to align with Shi Yi's style, and he was quite pleased with the assistant who had previously worked with his father. Gently, he laid Lin Jejia on the bed and climbed in beside her, wrapping his arms around her as they drifted off to sleep. When Lin Jejia awoke, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Blinking her drowsy eyes, she took in the unfamiliar surroundings and was jolted awake. Awake? Shi Yi reached out, pulling her back onto the bed. "Where are we?" Lin Jejia asked, looking at him beside the bed, feeling a wave of comfort wash over her. Yet, she was puzzled about how they ended up sharing a bed. At that moment, she also realized she seemed to have grown accustomed to his embrace, causing her cheeks to flush. "This is the office's break room. You're slacking off during work hours," Lin Jejia exclaimed, sitting up abruptly as the reality of their situation sank. "It's past working hours now. It's over 1 o'clock. You must be hungry. Shall we go eat?" Shi Yi said with a smile, admiring her flustered and shy demeanor. With her presence, he found it difficult to focus on work, wanting nothing more than to cherish every moment with her. Chapter 19. Flirting with you as Lin Jejia prepared to rise. She noticed her shoes were missing. Just as she was about to get up, Shi Yi called out, "Don't move. I'll get your shoes." He quickly got out of bed, opened the door, and returned with her shoes, kneeling before her to help put them on. Lin Jejia blushed at his intentions, instinctively pulling her feet away. "Stay still," Shi Yi insisted, firmly holding her ankle as he continued to assist her in putting on her shoes. The warmth from his touch lingered on her skin, and her heart raced uncontrollably. "What are you daydreaming about?" "Let us go," Shi Yi said, stepping outside. When he noticed Lin Jejia lagging behind, he turned to see her lost in thought, his gaze narrowing as he reached out to pull her along. Lin Jejia stared at his hand as he grasped hers, momentarily lost in reverie. Surely, she didn't feel nothing for him as he claimed. Did she? Once in the car, Shi Yi turned on the engine and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Lin Jejia turned her head in confusion. What are you thinking about?" Shi Yi asked, furrowing his brow. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Lin Jejia leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "I was thinking about you." Playfully, she stuck out her delicate tongue and playfully licked his ear, leaving Shi Yi stunned. As if struck by a bolt of electricity, Shi Yi's hand slipped. He nearly collided with a parked car in the lot, the jarring screech of brakes echoing through the air. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Lin Jejia's face turned a ghastly white. Heart still racing, Shi Yi instinctively pulled Lin Jejia into his embrace. As the tension subsided, a flicker of annoyance crossed Shi Yi's eyes. "Do you realize I was driving?" He admonished. Lin Jejia, fully aware of her mistake, clung tightly to Shi Yi, genuinely shaken by the close call. She hadn't anticipated that her little prank could have led to such a mishap. Feeling the tremors of her petite frame against him, Shi Yi's heart sank. He chastised himself for lacking self-control. Otherwise, this incident could have been avoided. Just then, an untimely grumble from Lin Jejia's stomach shattered the heavy atmosphere, leaving Shi Yi momentarily speechless. His comforting words evaporating, he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. Lin Jejia, her previously pale complexion now tinged with a faint blush, looked up at him with an innocent expression. Shuri playfully pinched her nose and said sternly, "You must refrain from teasing me while I am driving. Do you understand?" "I didn't mean to," Lin Jiejie protested softly, her cheeks reddening further. "HM?" Shuri raised an eyebrow. His tone teasing that I realize my mistake. Lin Jiejie stammered, feeling the heat rise to her face. "Repeat what you just said." Shuri leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear and cheek, his deep, magnetic voice laced with allure. Lin Jiejie felt a thrill run through her, attempting to evade the question. "Huh? What?" "If you choose not to speak," then Shuri's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "You shall kiss me instead." "Ah!" Lin Jiejie gasped, her eyes widening in surprise. She felt her cheeks flush crimson, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Shuri observed her shy demeanor, her eyes darting away. Unable to meet his gaze, his smile deepened as he leaned forward, his lips grazing her earlobe, causing her to shiver and instinctively retreat. But he followed her, his warm breath igniting a flurry of emotions within her. "Why are you hesitant now? Weren't you quite eager last night?" Shuri teased, noticing her flushed ears. Lin Jiejie's body tensed, her cheeks aflame as she pushed against him, but her hands were firmly pressed against his chest. Feeling the steady thrum of his heartbeat, "Did I?" she stammered, flustered. Shuri pressed a gentle kiss to her ear. "Have you decided to kiss me yet?" In a sudden burst of courage, Lin Jiejie turned her face towards him, planting a quick kiss on his cheek before shoving him back into his seat, playfully exclaiming, "Drive, I'm starving." Shuri returned to his seat, amused by Lin Jiejie's flushed face, her awkwardness bringing him joy. He pinched her nose again and cheerfully announced, "As a reward, we shall feast on your favorite seafood today." "Really?" Lin Jiejie exclaimed, covering her nose, her previous intent to scold him forgotten as her excitement took over. Despite her delicate constitution, which often reacted poorly to seafood, she couldn't resist indulging, especially since her mother rarely prepared it. Shuri drove her to an exquisite restaurant, where a table laden with tantalizing dishes awaited them. Although the portions were modest, Lin Jiejie's appetite was insatiable. Throughout the meal, she noticed that Shuri persistently claimed the crabs, leaving her frustrated. Switching tactics, she attempted to seize the grilled prawns, only to find him quicker still. By the end of the meal, the plates lay empty. Sated, Lin Jiejie leaned back in her chair, her eyes blissfully shut. Shuri watched her with a satisfied smile, feeling an overwhelming sense of contentment. Unbeknownst to her, most of the seafood had ended up in Shuri's own stomach, with him often coaxing her to eat vegetables, which she usually avoided. Surprisingly, she had consumed an entire plate of greens without even noticing. "Did you enjoy your meal?" Shuri asked, his gaze softening as he admired her contented expression. It's been ages since I last had seafood. That my mother never lets me have it," Lin Jiejie replied, patting her full belly with a smile. "I can cook it for you every day," Shuri suggested, casting her a playful look. "Really? Don't tease me," Lin Jiejie replied, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "That of course it's true." "When have I ever lied to you?" Shuri said, his eyes narrowing with a smirk. "That I'm picky. Are you sure you can handle it?" she asked, excitement coursing through her, though a hint of skepticism lingered. "If it's not to your liking, you can reprimand me. But I doubt you'll have that chance," Shuri grinned, knowing full well her love for food. "Deal?" Lin Jiejie beamed, unaware of how easily she had been lured by the promise of delicious meals. At that moment, Lin Jiejie's phone rang. It was her mother, informing her that she and her father had planned a trip and would not be home for a while, advising her to take care of herself and Shuri. After the call, Lin Jiejie sat in a daze, while Shuri's phone rang as well. Another call from her mother, reiterating the same message. "Shall we stay together for the time being?" Shuri proposed. Exchanging glances with Lin Jiejie, "It seems we have no other choice," she replied, furrowing her brow. Her brother was away on business, leaving her home empty, and she had no desire to return. Shuri drove her back to her house to collect her belongings. But he noticed her troubled expression. "What's wrong? Don't you want to stay with me?" he asked gently, gazing into her eyes, understanding that Lin Jiejie's mother was intentionally trying to bring them closer. Shuri was more than willing to comply. Since recognizing his feelings, he had resolved to keep her by his side, gradually winning her heart through the details of daily life, ensuring she saw only him in her world. "Of course not." Lin Jiejie's face flushed at the thought of living with him. Shuri's intense gaze made her shy away, feeling overwhelmed by his presence that he found her adorable, her cheeks rosy. biting her lip in a way that made his heart flutter. Grasping her hand, he led her away from the house. "Where are we going?" "I haven't packed yet," she questioned, confused at no need to pack. "We'll shop for what we need together and set up our home," he replied, his radiant smile dazzling her. As they sat in the car, Lin Jejia finally processed his words. Our home. She couldn't shake the feeling that they were already married. Startled by her own thoughts, she widened her eyes, her cheeks burning as she stole a glance at the focused Shuri, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. "What is the matter?" Shuri asked, noticing her earnest gaze. Lin Jejia shook her head, a silly smile spreading across her face as she felt a wave of happiness. They arrived at the supermarket, purchasing everyday items like towels, shoes, and cups, opting for matching sets. Every piece of clothing Lin Jejia chose was paired with a corresponding outfit for him, and all the bedding was selected according to her preferences. Exhausted from the shopping spree, Lin Jejia collapsed onto the couch, watching as Shuri busily organized their purchases. After a refreshing shower, Shuri returned to find Lin Jejia dozing on the couch, but he poured her a glass of water and sat beside her. Glancing at the couple mugs in their hands, Lin Jejia grinned, feeling a sweetness in the plain water. "What is for dinner tonight?" she asked, her tone casual. With the ingredients already bought, the cooking duties naturally fell to Shuri. As Lin Jejia admitted her lack of culinary skills, "Take a shower first. I'll prepare dinner that I promise you'll love it," he replied, his voice laced with cheerfulness that I'm looking forward to it. Lin Jejia smiled radiantly as she set down her cup and cheerfully entered the room. After a day of shopping, she realized she felt uncomfortable due to the sweat that had accumulated on her body. A soothing bath had alleviated that discomfort, and upon emerging, she noticed Shuri bustling about in the kitchen, the rich aroma of food wafting through the air, awakening her appetite that a sweet smile blossomed on Lin Jejia's face. Her lips curving upwards, fresh from her bath, her cheeks were rosy and particularly alluring. The moment Shuri turned around and beheld her sweet visage, his heart stirred, captivated by her beauty. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Jejia asked, her face flushing with shyness, feeling the intensity of his gaze. "That I was just thinking that my little bun has grown up and become quite beautiful," Shuri replied, a playful smile gracing his lips as he stepped closer and enveloped her in his embrace. Gazing into her innocent, sparkling eyes, his smile took on a deeper, more teasing tone. Lin Jejia's cheeks flushed with a sweet smile, and she pouted. "Are you implying I wasn't beautiful before?" Shuri raised an eyebrow, his smile widening as he admitted, "Well, you have always been lovely, but you are even more so now." Noticing his gaze lingering on her chest, Lin Jejia, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed, poked his chest with her finger. Exclaiming, You mustn't look." She was taken aback by Shuri's boldness, her face burning with a heated blush. She attempted to push him away, but he only held her tighter, his breath tickling her cheeks. Shuri held her securely, admiring her bashful face, his eyes glimmering with mischief. Lin Jejia's gaze flickered, unable to meet his eyes that as Shuri gazed at her. He tilted her chin and captured her lips in a kiss, his cool lips pressing against her soft ones. Lin Jejia's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't anticipated such a kiss. Realizing she was distracted, Shuri gently reminded her, "Close your eyes." Her mind was in a whirl. But at his urging, she instinctively complied, her eyelids fluttering. She soon discovered that closing her eyes only quickened her heartbeat, her thoughts filled with the thrill he evoked, nearly overwhelming her. Following his lead, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Drawing closer, she lost track of time, lost in the kiss, her mind clouded, consumed by him. Clutching his shirt tightly, she was blissfully unaware of how enticing she appeared at that moment. Shuri, unable to resist, deepened the kiss. Lin Jejia felt a wave of discomfort and attempted to push him away, but her strength faltered, creating a tantalizing tension of reluctance. Her legs weakened, and she leaned against him, silently inviting him in a sweet and innocent manner that tugged at his heartstrings. Finally, when Shuri was satiated, he released her lips, leaning close to her ear and murmuring, "You are entirely mine. What is there that I cannot behold?" Chapter 23. It's my fault for neglecting you. Lin Jejia leaned against him, breathless. Upon hearing his words, she momentarily found herself confused, her eyes clouded with mist as she gazed up at him. After a moment, she realized he was responding to her earlier remark, indicating that this kiss was his way of affirming this undeniable truth. She felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, Yet she couldn't deny that she enjoyed the sensation of his kiss, feeling as though the world revolved solely around him, and he belonged to her alone. He tightened his embrace, playfully pinching her nose. "You little bun, you've tempted me so much that I almost forgot to prepare dinner." Flustered, Lin Jejia hastily escaped his hold, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she dashed out of the kitchen and into the living room to turn on the television. Seeking to mask her embarrassment, after a while of watching TV, she gradually calmed down and realized he had spoken inaccurately. How had she become the one who was tempting? Frustrated, she pondered why she felt so utterly ensnared by him. Shuri set the dishes on the table and, upon seeing her sulking, asked with a gentle smile, "Who has upset my little bun?" "Umph." Given that they were alone, who else could it be? Lin Jejia turned her head away, dissatisfied with his nickname for her. He was merely 2 years her senior. Why did he insist on calling her little? Shuri approached her, taking her hand and pulling her up, his voice filled with genuine curiosity. "What have I done to make you unhappy?" As he held her waist, his sincerity made Lin Jejia feel bashful. She couldn't very well admit that her emotions had been swayed by him, causing her displeasure to no, not at all, she stammered, feeling shy as she tried to distance herself from his embrace, his breath brushing against her face, making her cheeks flush even more. He squinted at her rosy complexion, a playful grin forming. "Is it my fault for neglecting you?" "Absolutely not." Lin Jejia flared up, wriggling in an attempt to escape, but she found herself unable to break free. Shuri ceased his teasing and pressed a kiss to her cheek before taking her hand and leading her towards the dining table. "Come, taste my culinary skills and see if it pleases your palate." "But there's so much," Lin Jejia exclaimed, seated at the table, gazing at the feast laid out before her, stunned. She knew he had procured a plethora of ingredients and had tasted his cooking before, but she had not realized he was such a talented chef. Shuri placed a shrimp tail in her bowl, assuring her that seafood was not to be skimped on, though there was only a modest serving. The rest of the dishes were primarily vegetables, yet the meal left Lin Jejia thoroughly satisfied, her stomach pleasantly full. Reclining on the sofa, she watched her eat clean up, her eyes narrowing in contentment. After a long day of shopping, she felt drowsy after her meal. When Shuri finally emerged from the kitchen, he found Lin Jejia peacefully asleep on the sofa. Her serene expression softened his heart, and he bent down to lift her into his arms, carrying her to the bedroom. Lin Jejia, still in a daze, rolled over and continued sleeping as soon as she hit the bed. The next morning, Shuri awoke to find the charming figure nestled in his arms, that a wave of warmth surged through him as he pressed a kiss to her forehead, wishing he could linger in bed. But he had a morning meeting and had no choice but to rise. Carefully extracting his arm, he got up to wash up and prepare breakfast. Chapter 24. How could you steal a kiss from me? Once the porridge and side dishes were ready, he returned to the bedroom and saw her, still nestled under the covers, hugging the blanket, but he couldn't help but smile and chose not to wake her just yet. Sitting at the edge of the bed and watching her contented expression, which was utterly adorable, leaning down slightly, he pressed his lips against her soft, pink ones, kissing her gently, in her dreams. Lin Jejia felt a tickle on her lips. Instinctively wanting to pull away, but unable to, she subconsciously opened her mouth to bite down, but he seized the opportunity to deepen the kiss, transforming it from a tender peck into something far more passionate. Lin Jejia, feeling a bit breathless, finally opened her eyes to see his handsome face looming over her. Her face flushed a deep crimson. "How could you steal a kiss from me?" She pulled the blanket over her face, her muffled voice betraying her embarrassment. "But I was just waking you up," Shuri replied nonchalantly, unfazed by his actions as he pulled the blanket away. "Time to get up for breakfast." Lin Jejia glanced at the window. Dawn had barely broken. Propping herself up, she grabbed her phone from the bedside and was shocked to see it was only 7 o'clock. With a groan, she flopped back onto the bed, snatching the blanket from him and covering herself with it. "Why get up so early? I want to sleep." "There's no class today." "Why get up so early?" Shuri chuckled, amused by her determination to sleep. He lifted the blanket, intending to scoop her up, but Lin Jejia rolled away from him. Shuri's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing. "Little bun, are you going to get up or not?" In response, she simply pulled the blanket over her head. "Get up. Come with me to the office. We have a meeting this morning, and we can't be late." Shuri once again pulled the blanket away, patiently explaining. Lin Jejia shifted slightly towards the edge of the bed, refusing. "You go ahead. I want to sleep." After a bit of back and forth, Lin Jiajia's nightgown slid up her thigh, exposing her long, fair legs. Shi Yi's gaze darkened, his throat tightening as his heartbeat quickened. That it was far too early for such temptations, and yet he couldn't indulge himself now. Feeling agitated, he knelt on the bed and forcefully lifted her into his arms. Lin Jiajia instinctively struggled, pushing him away, but Shi lost his balance, and they both tumbled back onto the bed, with Lin Jiajia landing atop him. Shi couldn't help but let out a groan as Lin Jiajia tried to get up, but he held her waist firmly, rendering her unable to move. "Shi, you're being too much. You have to go to work. Not me. Don't move," he commanded. Shi Yi's voice was husky and tinged with repression as he inhaled deeply, attempting to suppress the wretched fluttering within him. He had severely underestimated the influence that Xiao Baozi had over him. She needed not to perform any action at all to sway his emotions. Lin Jiajia paused, her gaze colliding with his fervent eyes. The instant she halted, her face flushed crimson, a hint of panic setting in as her words stumbled out. "Why you? Let go of me." In an unexpected movement, Shi turned, and before she could react, his cool lips descended upon hers. Lin Jiajia felt his actions resonate within her, a jolt of anxiety striking her heart. She pushed against him, only to have her wrists seized. Irritation bubbled within Lin Jiajia, and she attempted to kick him. Yet the next moment, she found herself immobilized. Despite having shared a bed, his affectionate gestures had thus far been limited to merely holding her while they slept. The most intimate act had merely been the exchange of kisses. Chapter 25. An unstoppable momentum. Lin Jiajia turned her head away, rejecting his advances. Her cheeks flushed with anger as she bit down on her teeth. "Shi, let me go." His current demeanor filled her with trepidation. Yet he appeared oblivious, his hands continuing their relentless pursuit, leaving her body in a state of confusion. His hands slid downward, and as Lin Jiajia sought to flee, he held her firmly in place. Gripping her chin, his kisses falling upon her in relentless succession. After a prolonged moment, Shi released her lips, but he was unable to control his fervor, burying his face in her neck. Lin Jiajia felt as though her body might explode. A blend of fear and apprehension coursing through her as she pushed back against him. Her entire being was suffused with a rosy hue, which only served to drive Shi further into a frenzy. As she attempted to retreat, she realized escape was futile. The overwhelming sensations left her disoriented. Lin Jiajia's body trembled uncontrollably. Hearing her ragged breaths, Shi Yi's eyes darkened, a hint of red creeping into their depths. He reached to remove her nightgown, and a chill enveloped Lin Jiajia, causing her to widen her eyes in fear, her hands instinctively wrapping around herself, unsure whether her panic was genuine or merely a reaction to the situation. This unfamiliar version of Shi instilled a deep-seated fear within her, and as her nose tinged with the threat of tears, they began to cascade down her cheeks, upon hearing Lin Jiajia's soft weeping. Shi snapped back to reality, in a flurry of movement. He hurriedly dressed her in her nightgown, pulling the covers over her, enveloping her in his arms while wiping away her tears. "Little Baozi, I am sorry that I acted impulsively." Lin Jiajia's eyes were red, tears flowing unabated. She was genuinely frightened by the out-of-control Shi. Sniffling, Lin Jiajia cautiously glanced at Shi, noting his expression of regret, which eased her heart. What would she have done had something truly occurred? Now that the initial shock had subsided, genuine fear began to settle in. The two fell into silence until their emotions steadied. Shi finally sat up, lifting Lin Jiajia as he exited the room, taking her for breakfast. After their meal, Lin Jiajia reluctantly followed Shi to his company, only to be abandoned in the office while he attended a meeting. Bored and drowsy, her phone rang, revealing her brother's exclusive number. Furrowing her brows in confusion, this number was rarely used. She quickly answered, "Brother, what's going on? Is there a problem?" Hearing his sister's concerned voice eased Lin Hongjuan's tension. He had only been away on business for a few days, yet their mother had conspired with Shi to whisk his sister away. If not for their father's discreet message, he would have remained oblivious. His little sister was far too young to be so eagerly pushed away. This was undoubtedly their mother's doing. Even worse, she had preemptively tampered with Lin Jiajia's phone, blocking his number. "I'm at the company entrance." "Hurry down." "Huh? Which entrance?" Lin Jiajia, momentarily bewildered, inquired. "The entrance of Hongyao Group." Lin Hongjun replied patiently that he understood that his sister's swift acceptance of Shi stemmed from their childhood bond. She had always relied on him. And now, with Shi's intentions to entice her, she was defenseless. While Shi genuinely cared for his sister, he could not permit her to be so easily handed over. Chapter 26. Evading him, worried that her brother might have urgent matters to discuss. Lin Jejia hung up and hurried to the entrance, where she found him standing by the car, wearing a broad smile. Lin Jejia grinned, rushing to embrace his arm. "Brother, you're back," recalling her brother's promise to take her out during her vacation. She added, her voice tinged with indignation. "You promised to take me out when I was on break. You've been gone so many days without me. I've been busy with work. If I had taken you along, I wouldn't have had time to spend with you. But now that I'm back, let us get in the car." Lin Hongjun ruffled her hair and opened the car door. As Lin Jejia settled into the car, she noticed they were heading in the opposite direction of home. "Brother, where are we going?" she questioned, puzzled. "To the airport. Didn't I promise to take you on a vacation during your break? We're going abroad for a month of fun." Their father had insisted that Lin Jejia be taken out of Shi's reach, delegating all company matters to him. This plan would both allow for some relaxation and please his sister. Two birds with one stone. Abroad. Now, Lin Jejia's eyes widened in surprise. "Didn't you always want to travel abroad?" Lin Hongjun raised an eyebrow, teasingly questioning, "Don't you want to go anymore?" "Of course I want to go," whether it was her brother's scrutinizing gaze or some other reason. She felt an urge to evade. She was taken aback by the suddenness of the trip, but she couldn't deny her desire to explore the world beyond. "Little girl, you're not in love, are you?" Lin Hongjun probed with an enigmatic tone. "No." Lin Jejia hastily denied, but the denial only deepened her sense of guilt. After all, she had just solidified her relationship with Shi. Lin Hongjun's eyes glinted as he said, "Hand me your phone." Only then did Lin Jejia remember that she had left the office without notifying Shi. As she was about to send him a message, she hesitated when her brother requested her phone, but ultimately handed it over. Unbeknownst to her, her brother used her phone to contact his assistant regarding business matters, only returning it to her after boarding the plane. By then, she had intended to call Shi, but chose to wait until they reached their destination, reasoning it wouldn't matter. In stark contrast to Lin Jejia's nonchalance, Shi returned to an empty office after the meeting, fury boiling within him upon realizing Lin Jejia was nowhere to be found. His attempts to call her were met with failure. He felt an inexplicable unease. After calling Lin's mother and learning Lin Jejia had not returned home, Shi hung up without elaboration. Throughout the day, he struggled to focus on work, sending his assistant to track Lin Jejia's whereabouts, only to discover she had silently departed abroad. Shi furrowed his brow, a heavy weight settling in his chest. A sense of panic creeping in. Was she evading him? Had his impulsiveness this morning frightened her away? He chastised himself for his lack of self-control, nearly crossing a line with her, but felt heartbroken that she kept her thoughts bottled up. Refusing to communicate directly with him, that moment, he felt utterly helpless, terrified that Lin Jejia might be intentionally avoiding him. In that instant, Shi felt an overwhelming urge to chase after her and find her abroad. But he restrained himself, unwilling to push too hard. After all, cementing their relationship had already felt like a luxury. The rapid progression had left him somewhat disoriented, leading him to nearly harm her. Chapter 27. A misunderstanding after what felt like an eternity. Lin Jejia finally disembarked the plane and checked her phone, discovering it devoid of missed calls or messages. That a wave of inexplicable anger surged within her. She had been gone for so long. Yet Shi hadn't bothered to reach out even once. Fuming, she pouted and tossed her phone into her bag, linking arms with her brother as they headed to the prepared hotel. Having eaten plenty on the plane, she was not hungry but was grappling with jet lag. So upon reaching the hotel room, she decided to rest. Despite her underlying frustration, sleep soon overtook her due to the time difference. Shi waited all night, yet her call never came, amplifying his unease. Unable to bear the anticipation any longer, he dialed her number, only to find it unreachable. Realization dawned upon him. His number had been blocked. A heavy sense of unease and turmoil weighed upon her chest, yet she found herself unable to release it. Shi restrained the impulse to pursue her return, left to endure the agonizing wait for her to calm down and return. Lin Jejia awoke to find it was already nightfall. Here it was evening, while back home it was still daytime. The first thing she did upon waking was check her phone, only to discover it devoid of any messages or notifications. An indescribable feeling washed over her, leaving her heart feeling hollowed. That moment, a knock echoed through the room, stealing her emotions. She went to answer the door, since she was there to enjoy herself. She certainly could not allow her feelings to dampen her spirits. She resolved to inquire about his intentions later. If it wasn't suitable, they could simply part ways. With this thought, her heart felt lighter, and she cheerfully accompanied her brother to dinner. Having never experienced nightlife before, she found herself thoroughly enjoying the atmosphere of the bar her brother led her to, even though he forbade her from drinking. The two siblings truly reveled in their time together. Meanwhile, Sher-yi, who had been anxiously waiting back home, began to lose his composure. Despite having someone shadow Lin Jiejie abroad, providing constant updates on her situation, it was the knowledge that she was having fun that frayed his patience. That girl had clearly not thought of him at all. A week had passed without a single message or call, and his number remained firmly in her blacklist. That a sudden knock interrupted his thoughts as his assistant entered. Sher-yi's piercing gaze fixated on the assistant, his lips curling slightly as he inquired brusquely. "What is it?" His tone was rigid, and his expression frosty, making it abundantly clear that the CO was in a foul mood. The assistant hurried to report, aware that despite his youth, Sher-yi exuded an air of authority that was palpable, even overwhelming for this seasoned assistant. "The bidding this afternoon requires your presence." "Bidding?" Sher-yi's eyes brightened, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he cryptically replied, "Let that piece of land go to Lin's." The assistant's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend at first. He stammered, "What did you say, sir?" With a heavy gaze, Sher-yi shot a glance at the assistant and coldly reiterated, "You heard me correctly. Do as I say." Lin's referred to Lin Jiejie's family business, and since the money was not coming from outsiders, he could indirectly endear himself to his future father and law. It seemed the two men of the Lin family were reluctant to relinquish her too soon. The assistant was genuinely astonished. This bidding was a critical opportunity worth billions, and yet it was being relinquished so casually. However, given that the CEO had made this decision, he had no authority to intervene. The subsequent projects were similarly handed over to Lin's, leaving the assistant in a state of confusion, questioning Sher-yi's true intentions. Chapter 28. Does he really think of himself as her brother? Not only was the assistant perplexed, but the upper echelons of the company were also restless, bombarding Sher Haohui, the former president, with calls. However, Sher Linkai fully supported his son's decision and sternly informed the restless individuals that the one in charge now was his son, not him. In the presidential office of the Lin Group, Lin Xiaobo was overwhelmed with responsibilities, astonished that Sher-yi dared to engage in such tactics. Major projects were being handed to Lin's as if they were worthless. And knowing Sher-yi's motives were to entice his daughter back home, Lin Xiaobo clenched his teeth, determined not to lose to a young upstart. Yet when Lin Xiaobo received a call from his friend Sher Linkai, the tone of smugness nearly sent him into a rage that he had scarcely returned home to spend quality time with his beloved wife in days. The thought of his friend entrusting the company to Sher-yi sparked an idea. Why should he cling to the company when his own son was equally capable? Meanwhile, far away on a sun-soaked beach, Lin Hongjun suddenly shivered. On the other side, Lin Jiejie was engaged in a WeChat conversation with her friend Yuan Yushan. Upon seeing the photos Yuan Yushan posted, Lin Jiejie gasped, "Could she be in a relationship?" "Are you in a relationship?" Lin Jiejie exclaimed. Yuan Yushan quickly replied, "TBD." Lin Jiejie sat upright, startling Lin Hongjun beside her. "What is wrong?" he queried. "Shanshan might be in love." Lin Jiejie shouted, only to realize she had let her excitement get the better of her. Embarrassed, she quickly brushed her hair back and murmured, "It's nothing." She cautiously observed her brother's expression, only to feel slightly disappointed when she discerned nothing of his feelings. Once Lin Jiejie shifted her gaze, Lin Hongjun's handsome features darkened as he glanced at the photos she had been scrolling through, gritting his teeth in frustration. That if he recalled correctly, that boy was Han Yicheng, a friend of Sher-yi's. Sher-yi was indeed impressive. He had unearthed hidden feelings, and it was fortunate he was not a rival. Had he been, Sher-yi would be a formidable opponent. He truly had no choice but to return, lest that foolish girl be lured away, which would be a regrettable loss. Is your brother nearby?" Yuan Yushan inquired. Lin Jiejie looked at her friend's message and then at her brother's retreating figure. Replying no, Yuan Yushan's sense of disappointment was palpable, and Lin Jiejie felt a twinge of sympathy for her friend. Her earlier comment had been intentional for her brother's ears. yet he had reacted so indifferently. Why did you leave Yuri Gu behind to travel abroad? Yuan Yushan swiftly changed the subject, her curiosity piqued. Where did you hear that? I consider him a brother, Lin Jejia responded, somewhat defensively. Yet simultaneously, she felt a surge of anger. It had been days since Shi had reached out. Yuan Yushan, lying on her bed, chuckled as she read Lin Jejia's messages, promptly taking a screenshot of their conversation to send to Shi. She had his WeChat because he had approached her, claiming he could coax out Lin Jejia's feelings for someone else. So she had complied with his plan, though the results seemed negligible. Shi, upon reading the messages, felt his temper flare. A brother sleeping in the same bed. A brother who had almost kissed her. Lin Jejia, you truly are something else. Send me the password. The abrupt request left Yuan Yushan bewildered. Yet she complied, sending both the WeChat username and password. This was not betrayal. She genuinely hoped her friend would end up with Shi, who treated Lin Jejia well. Moreover, their families were well matched, and it was only a matter of time before Lin Jejia was swept off her feet by Shi. Chapter 29. Speaking with a forked tongue, Lin Jejia was at a loss upon reading the message, realizing her friend truly understood her well. Who told him he could leave me without a call, or even a text? Is this how a boyfriend behaves? I feel so wronged. She lamented to her friend, genuinely upset. Did you not block him? Yuan Yushan pointed out. Lin Jejia fumed. How could she have blocked him? She swiftly checked her phone's blacklist. And her expression darkened upon seeing the number. When had she done that? It must have been in a sleepy haze when she checked her phone for his call, only to find none, leading her to angrily block him. The truth, unearthed by her friend, left her feeling like crying. No wonder he hadn't called. But what about messages? Upon further inspection, she discovered they had been intercepted. Lin Jejia sighed, feeling slightly exasperated. She had unjustly blamed Shi and had been angry at herself for so long. She had resolved to break up with this thoughtless boyfriend upon returning home. Yet, that didn't make sense. Given his capabilities, how could he not know where she was staying? Surely, he could have obtained the hotel phone number. With that thought, she felt somewhat relieved, as it wasn't entirely her fault. Little did Lin Jejia know that Lin Hongjun had explicitly instructed the hotel to ensure his privacy, forbidding any incoming calls that no sooner had Lin Jejia removed Shi from her blacklist than his call came through. Startled, she almost dropped her phone. She had been angry when he hadn't called, yet now that he was calling, she hesitated to answer. When no one picked up, Shi felt a twinge of helplessness and sent her a text. You leave me to travel. And now you dare not answer your phone. Lin Jejia's heart raced as she read the message, sensing his anger even through the screen. Biting her lip, she pondered her response when another text arrived. My dear wife. Are you upset with me? Faced with his sudden softening, Lin Jejia felt guilty for her own behavior. Without a second thought, she quickly replied, no, she did not understand the implication behind his words. Why should she be upset? Shouldn't it be him who was angry? After all, she had silently traveled abroad and even blocked him. When are you coming back? I miss you. Lin Jejia's gaze fixated on the phrase, I miss you. Unable to tear her eyes away, her heart raced, and a rosy hue crept onto her cheeks, making her utterly adorable. Yet she felt too shy to know how to respond. Clutching the koala she had just bought, she rolled around on her bed, biting her lip before finally texting back, I miss you too. She pressed send and then dared not look at her phone, burying her face in her blanket. After a long wait with no notification, she dozed off. When Lin Jejia was awakened by the ringing of her phone, it was already dark outside. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up to search for her phone. Hello, she answered, her voice muffled from sleep. Open the door. Huh. Lin Jejia was momentarily dazed, glancing at the number displayed on her screen. That IT was indeed Shi's. What did he mean by asking her to open a door? I'm at your hotel room door. Shi's voice was laced with amusement, and Lin Jejia thought she was imagining things. What did you say? I'm at your door, he repeated, chuckling softly. Lin Jejia's eyes widened in realization, and she jumped up, racing to the door. Upon opening it, she was greeted by the sight of Shi's tall figure, and in that moment, she understood just how much she had missed him. Chapter 30. A terrible trap. How did you get here? Lin Jejia's face radiated a sugary smile as she clung to him, unwilling to let go. I am so happy you came. Before she could utter a word, Lin Jejia joyfully continued. Her words sent a tremor through Shi's heart, compelling him to lift her into his arms and carry her into the room. With a swift motion, he closed the door behind them, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he affectionately ruffled her hair, lamenting, "If I hadn't come, my girlfriend would have decided to abandon me, planning a trip abroad without informing me, and to top it off, she even blocked my number." "That's not true," Lin Jejia replied hastily, her tone laced with urgency. "I was going to call you as soon as I got off the plane, but when I saw that you hadn't called, I got upset and decided not to reach out. That it was only when I was chatting with Shan that she reminded me, and I realized I had inadvertently blocked your number at some point. I felt so wrong too, you know. I sulked for several days all by myself." With a pout, Lin Jejia appeared even more aggrieved. She gazed intently at the girl in his arms, his smile broadening as he observed her pouting lips. Leaning down, he captured her mouth in a kiss. The warmth of his breath enveloped Lin Jejia, who eagerly wrapped her arms around his neck in response. When she finally took Lin Jejia out for dinner, her pink lips had transformed into a deeper shade of red, slightly swollen from their earlier kiss. Shy and bashful, she dared not lift her gaze, allowing him to guide her to the dining table. Observing her fidgety demeanor, Shi's mischievous eyes narrowed slightly as he leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "If you don't eat properly, I shall have to punish you." His warm breath brushed against her earlobe, causing an involuntary shiver to run through her. The mention of punishment instantly dampened her spirits, and she puffed her cheeks in protest. "How could I not be eating properly? It's clearly your fault for getting too close." "I can hardly move." Lin Jejia pouted, disdainfully pushing him away as she munched on her food. Suddenly reminded of her brother, she quickly retrieved her phone to call him, only to discover that he had already returned to the country. "Brother, how could you leave me behind and return?" Lin Jejia exclaimed, her voice tinged with indignation. "That it's so unfair. You didn't even say goodbye." I'm sorry, it was my fault," Lin Hongjun replied apologetically over the phone. "There were urgent matters at the company that needed my immediate attention that I had already called Shi. He should have arrived by now." "Have you seen him?" Before departing, he had knocked on his sister's door. But when she didn't answer, he assumed she was asleep and left in haste to catch his flight. The mere mention of Shi made Lin Hongjun grumble in frustration, recalling the chaos that ensued due to several projects he had taken over from Shi. The company was in disarray, with insufficient funds and personnel for the projects they had taken on. Shi, always so calculating, had breezily declared that he would provide the funds and resources, leaving all planning and execution to the Lin family, while he simply awaited the profits. Not to mention that Shi had the audacity to encourage his rowdy friends to get Yushan drunk for a night of debauchery. Had he not returned in time, who knows what could have happened to that girl? Lin Hongjun felt an overwhelming surge of resentment. "Brother, is everything all right at the company?" Lin Jejia inquired, her earlier anger dissipating into concern for her brother. Everything is fine. The company is in good hands with me and Dad. You don't need to worry. Just have fun and enjoy yourself until you return," Lin Hongjun said, his voice weary as he sat in his office. Surrounded by mountains of paperwork, he lamented that he had barely spent any quality time with his little sister before being swept back into work. Chapter 31. A touch of sweetness. Was it just a trip abroad with my sister? Yet she had to resort to such underhanded tactics against me. It feels so unfair. Lin Jejia hung up the call, her mood slightly deflated. She pushed a plate of perfectly sliced steak toward her, encouraging her to eat. Noticing her smile had dimmed, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy that I'm here with you?" Lin Jejia speared a piece of steak with her fork and stuffed it into her mouth, cheeks bulging. "That I'm not unhappy. I just feel that my brother is so busy, yet he still took the time to bring me out, that I feel a bit selfish." While she enjoyed her outing with her brother, being with Shi infused her experience with an added layer of sweetness. "I think he was just too idle, which is why he kept it a secret from me," Shi teased, lightly tapping her nose with his finger. Lin Jejia swatted his hand away, insisting, "Don't touch my nose." In response, Shi playfully pinched her cheeks, a grin spreading across his face as he remarked, "Your little temper has certainly grown," with a sharp sound. Lin Jejia playfully slapped his hands away. "You deserve it for teasing me. You shouldn't have touched my nose and pinched my face." She raised her chin defiantly, embodying a proud demeanor that made Shi's heart flutter. At that moment, Lin Jejia reflected on her previous interactions with Shi and the newfound confidence she felt in their relationship. She realized she was no longer the timid girl who followed him around, but rather someone who could stand her ground. She could see through her thoughts and felt a sense of gratification at her newfound assertiveness. After all, She was his girlfriend. He wanted to spoil her to the point of indulgence. And he was more than willing to do so. Having completed his work prior to arriving, she had not taken a moment to rest before boarding the plane. He was genuinely exhausted, and noticing the fatigue etched on his face. Lin Jiejie refrained from suggesting they go out again. Instead, they playfully returned to their room to rest. Lin Jiejie awoke nestled in Shi's embrace, her gaze landing on his captivating face for a moment. She felt a rush of emotions, her heart swelling as she considered her feelings for him. She had known Shi for so long, and her dependency on him felt genuine. His return from abroad had filled her with joy. Their relationship had progressed swiftly to that of a couple, and it all felt surreal, yet fulfilling. Watching Shi sleep soundly, with long, dark eyelashes brushing against his cheeks, she couldn't resist the urge to reach out and playfully disturb them. As Shi stirred, he caught her hand, flipping her beneath him with a swift motion. Lin Jiejie's breath hitched in her throat, her heart racing. She felt a sudden wave of anxiety, unlike their previous encounters where he would shower her with kisses until she drifted off to sleep. Last night, he had only held her close without any kisses. Chapter 32. Captured by the little bun with that thought, Lin Jiejie's cheeks flushed crimson. Why did his lack of affection make her feel a flicker of resentment? She found herself feeling a mix of shyness and indignation. Shi, could you not pin me down? You're so heavy, Lin Jiejie murmured, her voice slightly hoarse from sleep, the softness of her tone sending a jolt of warmth through Shi. As she wriggled beneath him, he let out a low groan, the sound reverberating in her ears and causing her heart to race. That it was a familiar sound, one that had almost led to something more the last time. Little bun, how about we get engaged when we return to the country? Shi proposed, propping himself up with his hands on either side of her head, his piercing gaze locked onto hers. Waking up next to the one she adored filled Shi with an unprecedented sense of contentment. And he longed for every day to be like this, falling asleep with her in his arms and waking to find her still there. His warm breath brushed against Lin Jiejie's face, tantalizingly light yet unmistakable, causing her heart to flutter. However, his words startled her. Engagement? Thump, thump. Lin Jiejie felt her heart racing out of control. Was he serious? If you remain silent, I shall take it as your tacit agreement. Shi declared, his expression turning serious as he decisively made the decision for her. How can you be so domineering? Lin Jiejie's eyes widened in protest at, oh, so you disagree. Shi's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing dangerously as he regarded her, as if daring her to refuse. But I'm not even 17 yet. How can we get engaged so soon? We've only just started dating. Lin Jiejie protested, shrinking back slightly. That an engagement is not the same as a marriage. What does age have to do with it? Our relationship may be new, but we have known each other since childhood. We even shared beds as kids. How could we be strangers? Shi countered, flipping her on her back and enveloping her tightly in his embrace. Lin Jiejie felt his warmth against her back, and as she became aware of his arousal, her cheeks flamed. She instinctively tried to distance herself, but it was in vain. His breath against her neck sent tingles down her spine, stirring a mix of excitement and confusion within her. Come on now. Lin Jiejie nudged him with her elbow. You still haven't answered me. Will you agree or not? She pressed, clearly displeased with her obvious attempts to evade the question. Given their closeness, wasn't an engagement a natural progression? Lin Jiejie felt a twinge of hesitation. She was uncertain whether her heart had indeed reached the point of absolute dependence on him for this lifetime. After all, their families had been close friends for generations, and if she were to announce an engagement to her family, it would inevitably imply a future marriage. Shi abruptly released her, turning over with sudden vigor, and stormed into the bathroom, slamming the door behind him. Lin Jiejie felt an inexplicable shiver run through her, realizing he was angry. That a sense of grievance welled up within her, and her eyes quickly reddened. When Shi emerged from the bathroom, he found her buried under the covers, her head hidden. He approached and pulled back the blanket, and she instinctively raised her gaze, only to meet his eyes filled with concern. His heart tightened at the sight of her tear-streaked face, and a sense of resignation washed over him. He had truly fallen for this little dumpling. Chapter 33. You must not pressure me. He sat on the edge of the bed, lifting her into his embrace, his voice softening. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pressured you, but I genuinely intend to propose to you. Please think it over. Lin Jiejie's voice trembled as she replied, You must not pressure me. She also tried to explain herself. You suddenly want to get engaged, and I am not prepared for it at all. It's my fault. I was too eager. Shuri sighed inwardly. Her acknowledgement of his feelings was a good sign. Lin Jejia quickly composed herself, calming the tears and settling quietly in his arms. From now on, you mustn't be harsh with me. Lin Jejia seized the opportunity to negotiate. As you wish, my lady, Shuri replied. Watching her eyes glimmer with mischief, his tone teasing, Lin Jejia felt her cheeks flush at the endearment, and she retreated from his embrace, dashing into the bathroom to freshen up. Shuri observed the closed door with a smirk. He understood that this little dumpling needed to be gently coaxed, for if he rushed her, she would surely resist, and that would lead to a greater distance between them. The couple indulged in a week of fun abroad before returning home. Finally back. I thought I might burst from anticipation, Lin Jejia exclaimed after disembarking the plane, stretching her sore back, her face scrunching up in discomfort. I asked this a bit more comfortable, Shuri asked, one hand hauling the luggage while the other massaged her shoulders. Seeing her eyes close in bliss, filled with affection, made his heart swell. As they walked through the bustling airport, onlookers were captivated by the charming couple. Handsome boy, beautiful girl. Their chemistry was undeniable. Many envious glances fell upon Lin Jejia, who felt fortunate to have such a caring and handsome boyfriend. Upon reaching the waiting area, she spotted her brother, Lin Hongjun, eagerly scanning the exit. The moment he saw her, he sprinted over, taking her suitcase from Shuri's grasp. Jejia, are you tired from the long flight? Exhausted, brother. Why did you come alone to pick me up? Lin Jejia asked, smiling at her brother. What? Are you unhappy that I came for you? Lin Hongjun teased, pinching her nose. Lin Jejia wrapped her arms around her brother's arm, shaking it playfully. Of course not. Behind them, Shuri smirked coldly. He understood Lin Hongjun's intentions, but it was too late to prevent their relationship now that Lin Jejia was already his girlfriend. Lin Hongjun narrowed his eyes as he met Shuri's gaze, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Shuri, I just spotted the Shur family's car waiting over there. Jejia, and I will head home now. You should get some rest too. Shuri averted his gaze, focusing intently on Lin Jejia. You needn't trouble yourself, brother. Jejia, come here. I have something to discuss with you, oblivious to the tension between the two men. Lin Jejia turned and walked toward Shur wide-eyed. Do you remember He Zhijuan, who used to play with us when we were little? Shuri asked, wrapping his fingers around her hair, his deep voice soothing. Lin Jejia glanced at his hand playing with her hair, pouting slightly as she pushed his hand away, only to have him grasp her small hand tightly. Their fingers entwined, that a mix of discomfort and sweetness washed over her. Chapter 34. I miss you already. Suddenly, hearing him mention Zhijuan, Lin Jejia looked at him, puzzled, blinking as she asked, I remember him. Why? He Zhijuan's birthday is the day after tomorrow. Are you coming to his birthday party? Shuri asked, absently playing with her delicate fingers, which felt smooth and addictive. Of course I'll go. Lin Jejia replied, feeling a flutter in her heart as she tried to pull her hand away. But he held it firmly, his thumb caressing her hand's back, causing her cheeks to flush. Let go of my hand, she exclaimed, half embarrassed that I won tea. Shuri said, suddenly pulling her close, his handsome face descending, their lips brushing against each other. Lin Jejia's face turned scarlet. Oh my gosh. What if my brother sees this? Shuri, satisfied, released Lin Jejia. Let us head back. Remember you promised to attend the birthday party, that I'll come to pick you up. Lin Jejia nodded, her face still flushed, and hurried back to her brother's side. Lin Hongjun caught Shuri's challenging glance, feeling a surge of anger bubble within him as he watched his sister's shy demeanor. Realizing his sister was already deeply infatuated, Lin Hongjun stifled his frustration, determined to maintain his image as the good brother. Let us go home. Our parents are waiting for us, he said, pulling Lin Jejia into the car. As they drove, the scenery outside whizzed past, and Lin Jejia reflected on her time abroad with Shuri, feeling as if it had all been a beautiful dream, a dream that felt almost unreal. Soon, they arrived at the Lin family home. Lin Jejia dashed out of the car before it had even come to a complete stop, bouncing on her toes as she ran inside. Behind her, Lin Hongjun called out, urging her to be careful. Lin Jejia stuck her tongue out playfully. Inside, she found her parents waiting for her on the sofa. She leapt into her mother's embrace, enjoying their warmth for a moment before being sent back to her room to rest. Her bedroom remained just as she had left it, adorned in soft pinks, with her large plush bear still occupying the center of the bed, gazing at her with a smile. The feeling of being home brought her immense relief. Lin Jia flopped on her bed, hugging the bear and preparing to rest when her phone buzzed. "Are you home?" It was a text from Shuri. "Just arrived." "What about you?" She replied. "Not yet, that I started missing you the moment we parted." Lin Jia's heart fluttered at his confession, a sweet smile spreading across her face. Shuri's house was quite far from the airport, so he was likely still on the road. Thinking for a moment, Lin Jia sent back a message. "Don't use your phone in the car. It's bad for your eyes." Shuri smiled at her text, the corners of his lips curling up tenderly. "Okay, I'll listen to you." After waiting a while for her response, and feeling a hint of disappointment when no reply came, he sighed and leaned back, closing his eyes for a brief nap. His mind was filled with thoughts of Lin Jia. Even after just parting, he found himself longing for her, imagining her at home, likely bustling with excitement on her bed. The driver, noticing the atmosphere, turned on the air conditioning, and as the car drove steadily, they finally arrived at the Shur family home. Chapter 35. The birthday party. Upon returning to the country, Shuri was preoccupied with company matters and did not take Lin Jia out for leisure. She, on the other hand, was content to rest at home. The night of Yijuan's birthday party arrived, and Lin Jia was buzzing with anticipation. "Why is Yijuan's birthday any of your concern?" Lin Hongjun grumbled, feeling a bit overwhelmed by her enthusiasm. Since morning, she had been chattering about attending Yijuan's birthday celebration. The Shur and Yi families have been close for generations, and despite Lin Jia and Yijuan not having seen each other for years, she was clearly excited that her brother, Lin Hongjun, understood her feelings well. After years of protecting his sister, he found himself helpless as Shuri swooped in and captured her heart. "Yijuan was always so kind to me when he was around. It's his birthday today. Of course, I want to go." Lin Jia pouted, her tone pleading. After staying home for 2 days, she felt restless, and with Shuri finally free from work, she longed to spend time with him. Having grown accustomed to his presence, she found the sudden separation difficult to bear, secretly yearning for the evening when she could be alone with him. "Well, if you must go, you'd better behave and not run around." Lin Hongjun relented, seeing her determination. Lin Jia eagerly agreed, thinking she wouldn't heed her brother's warnings about running around. "Thank you, big brother, I'm off," she exclaimed, taking Shuri's hand, her joy evident as they rushed outside. Shuri half embraced her, extending his arm so she could rest her head more comfortably against him. In a teasing tone, he asked, "Little dumpling, have you missed me these past 2 days?" Lin Jia's delicate face flushed with a hint of crimson, a touch of bashfulness evident in her demeanor. Her voice, as soft as a whisper, was still audible to Shuri, whose eyes sparkled with delight that he tenderly placed a gentle kiss at her temple. The two shared a tender moment in the car, lost in each other's affection, before soon arriving at their destination. The driver cleared his throat softly, signaling that they had reached their venue. Shuri took Lin Jia's hand and led her into the gathering, instantly drawing the attention of those present to their intertwined fingers. Shuri was a familiar figure to all, having recently been entrusted with the management of the Hanyao Consortium by the elder Shur. Despite being only 19 years old, his youth was overshadowed by his remarkable capabilities, and with his impeccable looks, countless girls harbored secret or open affections for him. Yet, Shuri maintained an air of aloofness, warding off any girl who dared approach him. Now, however, he was openly holding the hand of a girl at a birthday celebration, his expression radiating affection, leaving the other girls feeling as if they had been slapped in the face. The girl beside him, while undeniably charming, appeared somewhat naive and easily intimidated. What right did she have to stand by Shuri's side? Lin Jia felt the piercing gazes of the other women upon her, causing a wave of discomfort to wash over her, making her shiver involuntarily. "Why do I feel a bit cold?" she murmured timidly. Shuri glanced at her bare shoulders, his eyes lingering for a fleeting moment before raising an eyebrow in discontent. "Dressed like this, of course, you'll feel cold," he then, in front of everyone's gaze, removed his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders. "No, it's fine." Lin Jia's cheeks flushed a deeper shade, overwhelmed by the attention of the crowd. It felt awkward to wear a man's jacket over her delicate dress. "Put it on. I don't like you exposing your shoulders to others." "You can wear whatever you want at home," Shuri insisted, his tone leaving no room for argument. His possessiveness made her cheeks warm, and she reluctantly released her grip, allowing him to cover her. Was this to mean she would have to forego wearing revealing outfits in the summer? Shi Yi's jealous nature was palpable, that he led Lin Jejia directly to He Zhijuan, smiling as he announced, "Look who I've brought along." He Zhijuan blinked in surprise, a hint of hesitation crossing his features. Lin family's little sister, Lin Jejia nodded vigorously, and He Zhijuan smiled warmly, "That you've grown so much. I haven't seen you since you moved. It's hard to recognize you now, that you're even more beautiful. And now you're Yi's girlfriend?" "Indeed," Shi Yi answered firmly, his warm hand clasping Lin Jejia's, causing a stir among the onlookers that He Zhijuan discreetly fell silent, casting a glance at his sister He Rome, well aware of her long-standing infatuation with Shi Yi. Now that Shi Yi had publicly declared Lin Jejia as his girlfriend, he hoped she would keep her composure and not create a scene at the birthday celebration. "That I'll take Jejia to get something to eat. You handle your business," Shi Yi casually remarked before pulling Lin Jejia away. Her gaze had lingered on the array of delicious food for quite some time, and upon hearing his words, she eagerly followed him. He Zhijuan made a brief announcement, stating that the gathering was a birthday celebration, though it felt more like a social event for the elite than as a youthful newcomer with the powerful Shi family backing him. Many approached him to strike up conversations. Lin Jejia, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the crowd, found the unfamiliar faces tiring. Despite their smiles, she could only muster a polite grin in response, her face growing stiff from the effort. She tugged at Shi Yi's hand, her displeasure evident. "That what's wrong?" Shi Yi noticed her glum demeanor and guessed correctly that she found the crowd tedious and that it had dampened her spirits. "Why don't you head over to the food area for a bit? Take whatever you like. I'll come find you shortly. Just be good," he suggested, bending down to gently stroke her nose with his fingertip, a tender smile gracing his lips. Lin Jejia rubbed her nose and nodded. Not entirely at ease, Shi Yi summoned a waiter to accompany her, before he felt comfortable leaving her side. As Lin Jejia caught a glimpse of Shi Yi's retreating figure. Her heart ached for him. Standing idly by was already tiresome, and he was merely 2 years her senior, yet had to navigate socializing with these people. Yet in the next moment, her attention shifted to the delectable food before her. After much coaxing from her brother, she was finally allowed to indulge, and having hardly eaten at lunch due to her earlier displeasure, she eagerly picked up a dessert and began to savor it. "I thought she was some refined young lady. How does she even deserve Shi Yi?" He Rome had been watching Lin Jejia's every move, and upon seeing her eating at the banquet, she couldn't help but scoff. The surrounding girls quickly chimed in, eager to flatter. "Look at her rustic appearance. She can't compare to our Rome. I wonder if Shi Yi is blind to choose such a woman over our Rome." "Mind your own business." He Rome shot a glare at one of the girls, irritated that her brother was being judged by anyone. The girl fell silent, joining the others in watching Lin Jejia, who continued to enjoy her food, blissfully unaware of the hostility directed at her. With each passing moment, He Rome's indignation grew, prompting her to finally stride over. Lin Jejia was happily indulging when a shadow suddenly loomed over her. Looking up, she recognized a beautifully made-up girl with familiar features, coldly scrutinizing the food in her hands. Instinctively, Lin Jejia took a step back, swallowing her bite, puzzled by the girl's presence. However, in the next instant, the girl raised her hand and slapped her across the face. The sound echoed sharply, leaving Lin Jejia momentarily stunned, as did her friends who had come to watch the spectacle. "Are you all right?" Lin Jejia stared at the girl in disbelief, utterly bewildered. This stranger had approached her and struck her without explanation. Why did you hit me?" In an instant, He Rome transformed her expression into one of shock and grievance. Covering half her face with her hand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, presenting a pitiful image, Lin Jejia stood frozen, while her friends began to comprehend He Rome's intent, exchanging knowing glances and smirks. "It was you who hit yourself?" He Rome's earlier raised voice had drawn the attention of many, and now they were all pointing fingers at Lin Jejia, who was holding the remains of her dessert, her face burning with embarrassment. She had no quarrel with this girl. Why was she being targeted so unjustly? "What do you mean? How can you just hit someone?" One of He Rome's companions swiftly positioned herself beside her, echoing her sentiments and even pushing Lin Jejia, who stumbled back, her dessert falling to the ground. "Rome just wanted to greet you. If you look down on her, that's one thing, but how dare you hit her?" Another girl chimed in, pressing the attack that I didn't. Lin Jejia protested, her voice drowned in a chorus of gossip and indignation, her face flushed with anger. She appeared so innocent and gentle, yet she was unexpectedly arrogant. Did she think she was something special just because Shi had taken a liking to her? She thought she could transform from a common hen into a phoenix. This was Yi Zijuan's birthday celebration. And here she was publicly striking his sister. Lin Zhejia's face burned red. It dawned on her just who this familiar girl was, Hirome, Zijuan's sister, who had never liked her since childhood. Fortunately, they had moved away not long after, allowing her to forget about her entirely. Now, being wrongfully accused by Hirome left Lin Zhejia feeling furious and aggrieved. She bit her lip tightly, fighting back tears, determined not to embarrass herself in front of so many onlookers. Though it was Hirome who had struck her, everyone insisted it was Lin Zhejia who had initiated the conflict, leaving her at a loss for how to defend herself. "Hey, what's going on over there?" A young man, toasting with Shi, noticed the commotion and casually remarked. Shi instinctively turned his head, recognizing several of the women gathered there, particularly annoyed by Hirome's constant presence that he had hoped to avoid any lasting impressions. But it seemed impossible. What scheme was this woman concocting? Shi furrowed his brow, initially unwilling to intervene, but then he saw one of the girls push Lin Zhejia, causing her petite figure, dressed in oversized men's attire, to topple to the ground. His pupils dilated in shock. Being perpetually surrounded by bothersome flies is already tiresome enough. It is only out of consideration for He Jia that I refrain from tearing off the mask of civility. Yet here she is daring to provoke him. Unbeknownst to the triumphant Hirome, who strides with confidence, Shi approaches with purpose to this moment. Her lips curl into a smile, relishing the sight of Lin Zhejia being bullied on the ground. Her heart swelling with satisfaction. How dare she compete for Shi's attention? She intends to teach this woman a lesson so profound that Lin Zhejia will tremble at the mere sight of Shi in the future. What is she really? Does she even deserve to vie for my place? Hirome's foot never touched the ground before she found herself screaming in agony. Shi's polished shoe had mercilessly kicked away the foot that Hirome had extended. Off balance, she toppled to the side, only to be caught by a friend standing nearby, preventing a most embarrassing fall. Mistaking the situation for Lin Zhejia's retaliation, her companion stepped forward, raising her hand to strike, only to have it seized by a powerful grip. The chilling sound of dislocated bones echoed through the venue, followed by the heart-wrenching cry of the girl, piercing the air. Silence. Shi's face darkened as he coldly reprimanded, disdainfully shaking off her hand. Lin Zhejia gazed at the figure standing protectively before her, unable to comprehend the sight of Shi's back turned to her, radiating an icy aura that rendered her speechless with an overwhelming sense of pressure. "You dare to harm my woman?" Shi's voice was chilling, scanning the group of women before him. His eyes alight with suppressed fury, Hirome gasped in pain, clutching her throbbing calf, too frightened to even voice her discomfort. Her complexion paled, clearly intimidated by Shi's menacing gaze, fear creeping into her heart. Did he truly kick her for the sake of this woman? The girl whose wrist had been twisted now crouched on the floor, clutching her arm, trembling in pain but too terrified to cry out. This version of Shi was utterly terrifying that Hirome glared at the prostrate Lin Zhejia, while Shi maintained his stoic demeanor. Attempting to help Lin Zhejia rise, she evaded his hand and stood up on her own, brushing off the dust from her dress. Who had troubled her just moments ago? Shi let out a cold laugh, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell, causing everyone around to shudder. The other girls exchanged glances, too afraid to speak that I was the one who troubled her. So what? Hirome gritted her teeth. I only came to greet her out of kindness, yet she dared to strike me. As Shi raised his hand, Hirome instinctively shut her eyes in fear. The anticipated pain never came. Hesitantly, she opened her eyes to find Lin Zhejia gripping his hand, a wave of anger surging within her. It was all Lin Zhejia's fault that he treated her this way. Hirome had harbored feelings for Shi since childhood, and now he was acting so favorably towards this plain woman. How could she have ever thought Shi had any interest in her? He had always been cold and indifferent, yet she had never found that troubling. It was merely his true nature, one she had always understood. Witnessing the tenderness in Shi's gaze directed at Lin Zhejia tonight had pierced her deeply. She realized he could be so gentle, that he could smile so beautifully, yet all of it was for Lin Zhejia, not for her. Watching it unfold had ignited a jealousy within her that threatened to consume her. Did I hurt you anywhere? Shi, caught off guard by Lin Zhejia's grip, abruptly reined in his out-of-control emotions, anxiously scanning her for injuries. Lin Jejia stared at the furious Shi before her, feeling an unfamiliar distance between them. Instinctively shaking her head and releasing his hand, stepping back in alarm. Shi had always been gentle in her eyes, his lips perpetually curved in a smile, speaking to her in soft tones, filling each day they spent together with sweetness. This was the first time she had witnessed him in such a rage, and it genuinely frightened her. Observing Lin Jejia's reluctance, Shi hesitated, forcing a smile. "What's wrong, little dumpling?" Lin Jejia shook her head, stepping even further away from him, her gaze filled with wariness. "Shi, you lied to me." Pouting, she turned away and left the banquet, concerned she might encounter trouble. Shi hurried after her, but Lin Jejia, with tear-filled eyes, rushed out of the venue. "Don't follow me. I want to go home." Shi had intended to urge her not to act out, but upon seeing her reddened eyes, the words caught in his throat, and he finally managed to say, "All right, call your brother. I'll stay here and watch you get into your car before I leave." Lin Jejia nodded, pulling out her phone to call her brother. Upon hearing her strained voice, Lin Hongjun immediately grew anxious. "Did Shi bully you?" "No, brother. He didn't bully me. I just want to go home," Lin Jejia replied, casting a glance at Shi, who stood there, flustered and unsure. Yet deep down, she resisted any approach from him. Although his anger was in her defense, his violent demeanor instilled genuine fear in her. Lin Hongjun soon arrived and took Lin Jejia away. Shi felt a heavy weight in his chest as he got into the waiting car. The driver, surprised by his gloomy expression, wisely refrained from commenting. "Where to, young master?" "Home." Shi ran his fingers through his hair, feeling increasingly agitated, but he partially understood Lin Jejia's sudden aversion. His earlier loss of control must have frightened her. Damn it, had it not been for those women bullying her, he wouldn't have lost control. Making a public display of his claim over her was also a subtle warning to them to back off, yet some still failed to grasp the hint. "Forget it, I'll go to the office." He didn't know what to do at home anyway, so he opted to handle work matters and think about how to apologize to Lin Jejia. Just as Shi planned to lean back and rest. His phone rang. Frowning, he picked it up to see it was Lin Hongjun calling. "Shi, what did you do to Jejia? She's at home crying. Do you know that?" Lin Hongjun's voice dripped with anger. Seeing how much his sister adored Shi, he actually supported their relationship. He just didn't want her to be so young and be taken advantage of by him, which is why he had tried to intervene. But now, Shi had made her cry. It seemed he needed to reconsider whether it was appropriate to entrust his sister to Shi. Shi was taken aback, gripping the phone tightly. "She's crying?" Although he had noticed Lin Jejia's red eyes when she left, Lin Hongjun's tone indicated that she was genuinely upset, that a wave of guilt washed over him. Before he could say anything further, Lin Hongjun hung up. With a resigned sigh, he gazed at the closed door, softening his tone. "Jejia, let me in, please." "What's wrong?" "Don't come in. Leave me alone." Lin Jejia felt furious at the memory of Shi's earlier demeanor. The gentle image she had of him was merely a facade, a deception. Heaven knows how much she detested the feeling of being deceived, which involuntarily led her to associate Shi with He Xueqing. He Xueqing was an unmitigated scoundrel, and recalling her past relationship with him made Lin Jejia seethe with anger. How could Shi now be embroiled in such matters? No one knew that Lin Jejia had once dated a boy named He Xueqing. He Xueqing was indeed, as his name suggested, academically gifted and presentable, yet a true cad. He had pursued Lin Jejia for 3 long months, showering her with sweet nothings and showing concern for her well-being. He even bribed her desk mate to ensure that during her menstrual cycle, she would receive cups of warm brown sugar water from him. Such tender care and meticulous attention. What girl wouldn't appreciate that? She was no exception. Lin Jejia eventually acquiesced to his pursuit. However, when He Xueqing received her affirmation, the delight she had anticipated was replaced by a smirk of triumph on his face. Once she agreed, he ceased his previous attentiveness. Lin Jejia, lacking experience in relationships, was oblivious to the shift, continuing her daily routine as if nothing had changed. To her, boyfriend was merely a term. Had it not been for that fateful afternoon when she left something in the classroom, she might have never uncovered He Xueqing's true nature. While still a distance away from the classroom, she overheard He Xueqing speaking loudly that he had claimed he was unwell and would leave early. Yet here he was in the classroom. Lin Jejia furrowed her brows, hastening to the door, but stopping just short, listening intently. Lin Jejia is not as pure as you all think, that I merely showed her some kindness. And before long, she was the one who clung to me, that he Xueqing boasted to two other boys, bragging about how fervently Lin Jejia pursued him while he treated her with disdain. Lin Jejia was stunned. Hadn't he Xueqing been the one chasing her, showering her with sweet words? Initially puzzled by his sudden lack of attentiveness, she rationalized that they were now in a relationship, and since she wasn't overly concerned with such things, she never fathomed that he Xueqing had viewed his affection as a mere game. Clinging to him. How shameless. Lin Jejia was nearly beside herself with rage, longing to push the door before her open and hurl her backpack at Xueqing's face. Yet, due to her character, she could not bring herself to act in such a manner. Instead, she bit her lip, her eyes reddening with indignation as she stormed away. Neither of them uttered the word breakup. For this had never been a genuine romance. Lin Jejia deliberately distanced herself, and Xueqing felt no particular concern. They treated each other as if they were strangers, despite being classmates, each refraining from disturbing the other. This interlude was buried deep within Lin Jejia's heart, a testament to her distaste for Xueqing's duplicity. She found it particularly irksome, having come to understand what a boyfriend should embody through Shi's tenderness. Could it be that all of Shi's kindness was merely a facade? The possibility left her feeling suffocated. Shuri had taught her the essence of what it meant to have a boyfriend, and he had awakened within her the fluttering sensation of a first crush, gifting her countless delightful firsts. Unlike her feelings for Xueqing, which she could dismiss with ease, her emotions for Shuri were far too significant to let go. She pondered whether Shuri's feelings for her were sincere, whether he had deceived her with a veneer of gentleness, and which version of him was the true one. Chapter 41. Reconciliation. Lin Jejia felt a heavy ache in her chest, burying her face in her pillow as silent tears flowed. Outside the door, Lin Hongjun anxiously scratched at it. Utterly powerless to help upon returning home, Lin Jejia had burst into tears, rushing into her bedroom and locking the door before he could react, refusing to come out no matter how he called. Lin Hongjun was both alarmed and angry. His sister had always been a cheerful little son. When had she ever felt such injustice? He instructed the household staff to keep a close eye on her and promptly left to seek out Shuri. Furious at him for upsetting his sister, and he could only vent his frustration on Shuri, unaware of what had caused Lin Jejia to return in such a sorrowful state, exhausted from crying. Lin Jejia wiped her tears and climbed out of bed, biting her lip as she glanced at her phone, filled with messages from Shuri. After perusing a few, the floodgates of her emotions opened once more, leaving her at a loss for words regarding her current feelings. For several days, Lin Jejia remained holed up at home, refusing to go outside. Each day, her phone buzzed with messages from Shuri, which she resisted replying to, yet she could not help but open and read each one. That his messages had transitioned from lengthy missives to simple greetings of good morning and good night. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Lin Jejia mused that perhaps Shuri was growing weary as well. Wait for me at the pavilion in the park today. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Jejia bit her lip as she read Shuri's new message. What to do? Should she go or not? Ultimately, she steeled herself to delete the message, contemplating that even if she went, she would be unsure of how to face him, still haunted by the memory of his frightening demeanor at that time. If you don't come, I'll keep waiting until I see you. After giving her several days to cool off, Shuri could no longer endure the wait and insisted on a meeting. His domineering tone firmly secured Lin Jejia's decision. Pouting, Lin Jejia sighed, ultimately deciding against deletion. That I'll go. Why should I be afraid of him? With a determined huff, she encouraged herself and began to prepare before stepping out. Not far from the pavilion, Lin Jejia hesitated for a moment, but eventually quickened her pace towards it. Shuri appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing her approach, a bright smile illuminated his face. You here. Lin Jejia ignored him, sulking as she took a seat on the opposite side. Shuri offered a wry smile, recognizing that she was still miffed, and resorted to gentle coaxing, which finally softened her expression. Everyone has two sides. I lost my composure because I saw them bullying you. Did I promise it won't happen again, all right? Lin Jejia had long since been won over by Shuri's soothing words. Reflecting on her own overreaction during her self-reflection over the past few days, she felt her heart thaw. Facing Shuri's gentle entreaties, she had already forgiven him, albeit with a tinge of reluctance as she glanced at him. Is that a promise? Shuri chuckled softly, finding Lin Jiejia's cuteness endearing that, of course, I would never deceive you to at last. Lin Jiejia flashed a sweet smile and stepped forward to extend her arms, prompting Shi Yi to rise and envelop her in an embrace, burying his face in her neck. After a long moment, he finally spoke. You scared me. I thought you would never speak to me again. Lin Jiejia was amused by his tone, and just then, Shi Yi lifted her chin, capturing her lips with his own. Chapter 42. A stolen kiss as fragrant and sweet as the memories, the two bodies in the pavilion pressed closely together. Lin Jiejia surprisingly compliant, closing her eyes to accept Shi Yi's advances. After a few minutes, Shi Yi finally released her, gazing at her bashful and slightly flushed face, her lips glistening and slightly swollen. He playfully pinched her cheek. That I'll escort you home. I'll come pick you up tonight to go out. Spotting others watching them, Lin Jiejia felt her cheeks warm and nodded shyly, obediently allowing Shi Yi to lead her aside. Shi Yi, captivated by her bashfulness, could not resist placing a kiss on her forehead. Lin Hongjun, seeing Lin Jiejia dressed beautifully as she left, felt a pang of concern that he had been waiting at the door and was taken aback when he saw the two of them holding hands. His expression darkening. Shi Yi, what are you doing here? Lin Hongjun said tersely to Shi Yi, only to be met with Shi Yi's unyielding reply. Brother, why can't I be here? You. Lin Hongjun was momentarily at a loss for words as he reached for Lin Jiejia, attempting to pull his sister away, only to have Shi Yi swat his hand away. Don't touch her. I'll hold her hand. Shi Yi's voice was cold. Not even as her brother. Can a brother just casually hold hands? Regarding Shi Yi's domineering nature, Lin Jiejia playfully swatted his hand, admonishing, How can you talk like that? That is my brother. She tugged Shi Yi's hand towards the exit. I am home now. You can head back. With a quiet warning, she added, Be nice to my brother. Shi Yi pinched her nose and stole a kiss on her cheek, happily departing as he heard the grumbling voice behind him. During dinner, only Lin's mother, brother, Lin Jiejia, and her father, away on a business trip, sat at the table. Jiejia, do you have anything you want recently? Lin Hongjun asked, glancing at his sister, who was engrossed in her meal. Feeling a bit conflicted that in a few days, it would be his sister's birthday, and the Lin family had even planned a grand celebration in previous years. Lin Jiejia's birthdays had never been so extravagant. Usually, it was just a small family gathering. This was the first time it would be a large affair. This idea had been championed by their mother, and Lin Hongjun was unsure of her intentions. However, witnessing his sister's growth brought him genuine joy. Lin Jiejia rolled her eyes at her brother. Brother, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. How can the gift giver let the recipient choose? As she reached for another spring roll, Lin Mother's voice rang out from the living room. Jiejia, Shi Yi is here to see you. Coming. Lin Jiejia immediately dropped her chopsticks, grabbed a napkin to wipe her mouth, and dashed outside. Shi Yi, dressed casually in a white shirt that accentuated his sunlit demeanor, caught Lin Jiejia's eye as he opened his arms to embrace her. Lin Mother observed the scene, her gaze shifting, a smile spreading across her lips. Having watched Shi Yi grow up, she recognized his excellence, and she had long nurtured the idea of having Lin Jiejia marry him. With the two now together, she was supportive of their relationship. Thus, the sudden grand birthday celebration for Lin Jiejia was also a reflection of Lin Mother's own thoughts. Lin Mother, I'm taking little Jiejia out to have some fun, Shi Yi said promptly, politely waving to Lin Mother. Lin Mother smiled broadly as she watched them leave hand in hand. Chapter 43. Every moment is sweet, Mom. My sister is still so young. Shouldn't she focus on her studies? Lin Hongjun emerged from the dining room, casting a disapproving glance at his mother as he observed Shi Yi smiling while leading his sister away. Focus on studies? Jiejia's grades are perfectly fine. Lin Mother chided her son. Jiejia is simply too innocent. What harm is there in having someone to protect her? I've watched Shi Yi grow up. He is exceptional in every way and knows how to care for others that I trust him to look after Jiejia. And let me tell you, you're not allowed to cause trouble. I'm just worried my sister might get hurt. How old is she? Why are you so eager to push her out into the world? Are you worried she won't find someone to cherish her for a lifetime? What is the rush? Look at me, I'm already this old and still haven't found a girlfriend. Lin Hongjun felt a headache coming on, having been trying to pull his sister back while his mother served as an unexpected ally. He didn't dare argue with her. If their father found out about his dispute with her, he would likely face severe repercussions. That is not true. Don't say such nonsense. Just because you're single doesn't mean your sister can't date. Go on, don't be a hindrance. Lin Mama, feeling displeased, waved her hand to dismiss Lin Hongjun. With a hint of resignation, he had no choice but to depart that, of course, he was certain that he would not concede so easily. Lin Hongjun returned to his room to change into a different outfit, and then nonchalantly stepped out. Once he left, Lin Mama set aside the vegetables she was chopping, glanced around the house, and then took out her phone to make a call. Hello? I have nearly everything prepared on my end that I haven't informed the children, but I presume they will not object that I just saw them leave together. Looking quite sweet, Lin Mama began to chat animatedly with Shi Mama on the other end of the line. I want to eat that, Lin Jiejia exclaimed, her hand firmly clasped in Shi Yi's. He was apprehensive about her running off, but this did not diminish her excitement at the sight of the numerous trinkets. Observing the perpetual smile gracing her lips, Shi Yi concluded that taking Lin Jiejia to the night market was indeed a splendid choice. Following the direction of Lin Jiejia's pointing finger, he spotted a stall selling cotton candy shaped like colorful spheres, light blue and pink, dreamlike and fluffy. Holding Lin Jiejia's hand, he proceeded cautiously, ensuring she wouldn't trip as they walked. Excuse me, how much for this cotton candy? Shi Yi inquired at the stall, glancing at Lin Jiejia, whose eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the sugary treat. 3 for 1 stick, the vendor replied. I'll take a stick. Before Shi Yi could speak, Lin Jiejia eagerly piped up, causing both of them to burst into laughter. The vendor handed the plastic-wrapped cotton candy to Lin Jiejia, saying, "This is for you, little girl." "Thank you, sir," Lin Jiejia replied sweetly. "Do you want to get that blue one? It would match perfectly with my pink one," she suggested, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. Shi Yi's gaze shifted between the cotton candy in her hand and her lips. A playful smile gracing his face. "That no need. I will enjoy yours," he replied. Lin Jiejia instinctively tried to hide her cotton candy behind her back, but Shi Yi swiftly seized her arm, pulling her into his embrace. A few strands of cotton candy clung to her lips, and Shi Yi's eyes narrowed as he slowly leaned down. Chapter 44. Heart flutter. His lips brushed against hers, and he gently licked away the sweetness, soon transitioning to her delicate petals, which were indeed sweeter than candy. "You scoundrel!" Lin Jiejia exclaimed, finally released from his grasp. Her face flushed as she caught sight of the vendor, who was smiling at them. Since returning home, Lin Jiejia had noticed that Shi Yi had become less restrained with her, often enveloping her in affection. That it was one thing to kiss her in front of others, but doing so in public was quite another. The implication behind his words, that he wanted to taste her sweetness, made her heart swell with joy. "Shall we go? What else do you wish to eat?" Shi Yi asked, observing Lin Jiejia's bashful demeanor, a warmth filling his heart as he gently tugged at her small hand. Lin Jiejia's attention shifted immediately, and she began to nibble on her cotton candy as they walked. Lin Hongjun had been following them for a while and was nearly furious upon witnessing Shi Yi sneak a kiss on his sister. How could his sister be so carelessly affectionate? Yet seeing the happiness radiating from her, he couldn't help but smile as well. Stopping in front of a small accessory stall, Lin Jiejia's eyes lit up. "What's wrong? Did you find something you like?" Shi Yi inquired, following her gaze to a white bracelet. The stall owner, noticing her interest, eagerly began to describe it. However, once Lin Jiejia heard the price, she frowned. "Never mind, let's not get it. Let us go," she said. "Wait, the price is negotiable. How about I reduce it by 3? The vendor attempted to persuade them, but Lin Jiejia showed no inclination to stay, pulling Shi Yi away. "What's wrong? Weren't you just fond of that bracelet? It's lovely and would suit you perfectly." He noted that it's too expensive, Lin Jiejia replied, and Shi Yi couldn't help but laugh. With a family background like the Lin family, only Lin Jiejia could utter such a phrase. Although the Lin family was affluent, Lin Jiejia had not been raised to be extravagant. She was just like any ordinary girl, understanding the value of money and being frugal, which added to her charm. "That I came out today just to see you happy." Shi Yi attempted to pull her back, reasoning that it was merely an ordinary bracelet and not worth the fuss. "No way. If you buy it for me, I will be unhappy," Lin Jiejia insisted stubbornly. "The vendor is just trying to rip us off. I don't want to buy anything from there. Let us just stroll around." Shi Yi nodded. "Have you ever been to the amusement park at night?" Lin Jiejia shook her head, and Shi Yi continued. "Do you remember when we first arrived abroad? There was a construction site next to the school, and now it has been transformed into an amusement park with some attractions open at night." Lin Jiejia's eyes widened as she nodded eagerly. "I want to go. Shuri hailed a taxi, and they settled into the back seat. The lights outside danced across Lin Jiajia's face. Sensing Shuri's gaze upon her, she instinctively turned, their eyes meeting, causing her to shyly look down. Just as she thought to escape, Shuri grasped her hand. Lin Jiajia felt a slight shiver run through her body. As he held her hand in his palm, in the dim light, it became evident how much larger his hand was compared to hers. Chapter 45. Ferris Will Being a Girl. Lin Jiajia's fingers were slender, yet shorter than Shuri's, her palm much smaller, nestled cutely within his grasp, but he gently kissed her hand, lifting his eyes to meet hers. Filled with an indescribable affection, Shuri turned his palm over, intertwining their fingers once more. This familiar gesture made Lin Jiajia's heart race, the air thick with a hint of intimacy. Embarrassed, she turned her gaze to the window, only to feel an embrace around her waist from behind. She whispered softly, aware that they were in a taxi with a surveillance camera in front of them. She didn't wish to be affectionate in such an environment. Her plea was tender, reminiscent of a kitten's gentle nuzzle. Shuri felt a heat rise in his abdomen, swallowing hard to steady himself that we've arrived, he announced, paying the fare and leading Lin Jiajia out of the car. As they stepped outside, the sky, once a soft yellow, had now completely surrendered to the night. Shuri checked the time on his wristwatch. It was still early. "Are you hungry? Should we grab a bite first?" he asked, casting a worried glance at the little bun, who had been bouncing around cheerfully throughout their outing. "I'm not hungry. Let us hurry inside." Lin Jiajia shook her head, eager to explore the amusement park at night. Shuri nodded, guiding her inside. The attendant at the entrance smiled at the pair, and Lin Jiajia returned the smile. Upon entering, they found themselves on a concrete path adorned with colorful lanterns of various shapes and animated figures painted in vibrant hues. Lin Jiajia's eyes sparkled with delight at the playful decorations, awakening her inner child. Shuri, rarely inclined to take photos, snapped numerous pictures of her. Lin Jiajia rushed over, covering her face. "Ah, this looks terrible. Delete it." Shuri chuckled, refusing. "No one else can see it but me. So what are you worried about? Please don't show it to anyone." Lin Jiajia pouted. Upon seeing Shuri nod in agreement, she timidly leaned into his embrace. Together, they strolled along the path, the crowd relatively sparse, with only a few couples walking hand in hand, some stealing kisses in the shadows of the trees. Lin Jiajia caught a glimpse and hastily averted her gaze. Suddenly feeling the warmth of Shuri's embrace, she wanted to escape, but he wouldn't allow it. Shuri's heated breath brushed against her neck, sending a tingling sensation through her, prompting her to gently push against his head. "Stop it, I still want to continue playing." Shuri released her, his eyes bright with excitement. "Let us ride the Ferris wheel." "Okay," Lin Jiajia replied obediently, and hand in hand, they walked to the ticket booth. A vendor selling ice cream approached, and Shuri bought Lin Jiajia a strawberry cocoa flavor, which she enjoyed immensely. "Don't eat too much cold stuff. It's not good for girls," he admonished affectionately. Lin Jiajia paid little heed to his warning, casually nodding as she licked the cream from her lips, an action that ignited a fire within Shuri. He quickly turned away, hastening to lead her onward. The Ferris wheel was exclusive to just the two of them, but as Lin Jiajia gazed down at the ground growing distant, a wave of panic washed over her, causing her to grip Shuri's hand tightly. Shuri relished the feeling of being relied upon by Lin Jiajia, wrapping his arms around her and whispering softly, "Are you scared?" Chapter 46. "I am here," Lin Jiajia nodded, and Shuri's lips curled into a gentle smile. "Don't worry. I'm here." He stood up, pulling Lin Jiajia to her feet. "Look over there." Lin Jiajia followed Shuri's finger with her gaze, and before her lay a dazzling array of lights, golden and white luminescence interspersed with a few other colorful bulbs. Resembling a resplendent starry sky, the vehicles appeared as diminutive moving points of light, akin to shooting stars. Enchanted, Lin Jiajia lost herself in the moment, as Shuri cradled her face and leaned in, bestowing a gentle kiss upon her lips. With her hands wrapped around Shuri's waist, their lips danced together, breaths intertwining, the air thick with each other's essence. Intensely flirtatious, yet sweetly tender, as the Ferris wheel completed a revolution. Shuri released her, chuckling softly, his voice melodious. "We just shared a kiss at the highest point." He extended his thumb, lightly brushing against Lin Jiajia's lips, sending a slight tingling sensation coursing through her. She turned her head away, evading his touch. She was well aware of the notion that kissing at the apex of the Ferris wheel meant they would be together forever, but she was taken aback that Shi would subscribe to such a whimsical belief, assuming it was a sentiment reserved for girls. Even if I know it's a myth, I prefer to believe it. Besides, we are destined to be together regardless. Shi furrowed his brow, displeased with Lin Jiajia's retort, and playfully pulled her closer for another kiss. Stop. Just a moment. We have the whole night ahead. I want to enjoy some other attractions too. Lin Jiajia blushed and hastily pushed Shi away. His fervor seemed endless, and they had already shared countless kisses that evening. Despite being rebuffed, Shi's spirits remained buoyant. Lin Jiajia observed the mischievous expression on his face, her cheeks flushed, lips pressed tightly together. As she allowed him to guide her away, once the Ferris wheel came to a halt, they meandered through the surrounding attractions, but Shi, with a playful glint in his eyes, attempted to drag Lin Jiajia into the haunted house. Upon seeing the eerie decorations at the entrance, Lin Jiajia clung to Shi, resolutely refusing to enter, undeterred by his coaxing. She shook her head vigorously, her small face scrunching up, her big eyes gazing at him with an almost pitiful expression. Realizing she was too frightened to proceed, Shi relented and took her hand to continue their evening elsewhere. As the hour grew late, Shi hailed a taxi to escort Lin Jiajia home. Perhaps from the excitement of the night, she now felt fatigued. The subtle vibrations of the car were quite soothing, and it wasn't too long before she succumbed to slumber. Shi felt a gentle weight on his shoulder and turned to find Lin Jiajia peacefully asleep. Her youthful face pale yet adorned with a delicate blush, her lips as full and red as ripe cherries, accompanied by a faint, alluring fragrance. "Hello, Lin Mama." This assured he smiled, pulling out his phone to call her. "We stayed out too late, and Jiajia has fallen asleep, that we want to be returning tonight. All right, just be safe out there." Lin Mama, aware of the true reason behind their decision to stay out, entrusted Lin Jiajia to Shi. "Thank you, Lin Mama, that I'll ensure Jiajia gets home safely tomorrow," he responded politely, knowing she would not refuse. "Take your time. It's a holiday, and you both should enjoy it. Return whenever you like," Lin Mama agreed, instructing them to have fun. Shi courteously bid her farewell, allowing her to hang up first, his courteous demeanor earning him her approval. Chapter 47. Not returning home tonight, Lin Mama shot a disapproving glance at her son. "Look at you. And then look at how polite Shi is." Lin Hongjun, bewildered, observed his mother's disdainful expression. "Fine, I accept your criticism, but Mom, what time is it? Why hasn't Shi brought my sister home yet? It's rather late for the two of them to be out. What is wrong with that? They're grown-ups. Stop making a fuss." Lin Mama waved her hand, exasperated with her eldest son's interference. "You know it's late? Hurry and get to bed, and stop bothering me." "Mom," Lin Hongjun protested, still unwilling to concede, but was interrupted by her to prevent him from causing further trouble. Lin Mama decided to call his father, requesting him to come home to keep her company, so that Shi wouldn't take advantage of the situation and delay returning Lin Jiajia. "They aren't coming back tonight. You should mind your own business." Lin Mama placed her hands on her hips, glaring at her son, "that if you say one more word, I'll tell your father you're arguing with me." Lin Papa was indeed a reliable solution for Lin Hongjun, who found himself at a loss for words, his cheeks flushed with frustration as he retreated to his room, slamming the door behind him. Lin Mama, in a good mood, paid no heed to the details. Meanwhile, Shi's taxi finally arrived at their destination. He carefully cradled Lin Jiajia in his arms, being gentle not to wake her. She slept soundly, her breath steady and calm, nestled against him like a tiny kitten, evoking a sense of tenderness within him. After settling the fare, he carried Lin Jiajia upstairs to their modestly decorated apartment. Shi felt reassured bringing her to their shared space, especially since both their parents approved of their relationship. Gently laying Lin Jiajia on the bed, he gazed at her serene face, shaking his head in exasperation. This girl wouldn't even notice if she were abducted. He playfully pinched her nose, eliciting a disgruntled, muffled sound from her, before he retreated to the bathroom to shower. "Where is this?" Lin Jiajia blinked awake, the sound of rushing water drawing her attention. Realizing she was not in her own home, she scanned the surroundings, her heart racing until she recognized it as the space she shared with Shi. Feeling a flush of embarrassment at her earlier assumption, Lin Jiajia shyly patted her cheeks. How had she so readily accepted this place as their little nest? She glanced toward the illuminated bathroom, where the frosted glass door faintly revealed Shi's silhouette. Overcome with fatigue, she rolled up one side of the blanket and drifted back to sleep. The sound of water continued to resonate, growing clearer in her ears. After lying there for a while, instead of falling back asleep, she grew increasingly alert. Just as she turned over in annoyance, the bathroom door suddenly swung open with a click, startling her. She promptly shut her eyes and feigned sleep. Shuri glanced at the little figure on the bed, a playful smile tugging at his lips. This little dumpling had so obviously pulled the blanket away from herself, yet was still pretending to be asleep, fueling his desire to tease her. Without haste, he chose not to dress, instead strolling around the bed in his bare skin. The sound of his bare feet on the carpet drew Lin Jiejia's curiosity, compelling her to finally open her eyes. Chapter 48. Only teasing you instantly rendered speechless by the sight before her. Lin Jiejia was flustered. Shiyi's sun-kissed skin glistened with droplets of water. His muscular form, an exquisite piece of art before her. Whether by design or coincidence, he wore no clothes-fitting attire, and as Lin Jiejia caught sight of something she ought not to, her face erupted in a fiery blush. She quickly shut her eyes, her eyelashes trembling uncontrollably. Shi had been secretly watching her, a mischievous grin gracing his features as he leaned closer. Lin Jiejia remained unaware that she had been discovered, grappling with the internal conflict of whether to steal another glance. After all, she had already seen, so what harm was there in looking a bit longer? He likely thought she was still asleep. Lin Jiejia cautiously opened her eyes, but instead of encountering Shiyi's body, she found his smiling gaze. Perhaps it was the aftermath of a shower, but his slightly damp hair clung to his forehead, and his smirk held a hint of mischief. "Little dumpling, how do you like my physique, He elongated the final word, laden with implication. Lin Jiejia's mind exploded in a flurry of thoughts, realizing she had been caught peeping. "Where am I? I just woke up," she feigned confusion, rubbing her eyes in a comical manner. Had her crimson cheeks not betrayed her, Shuri might have been convinced by her act. "This is our bedroom," he teased. "You just spied on me, and now you want to deny responsibility?" "I didn't I just woke up." "What are you talking about?" Lin Jiejia retorted, mortified yet stubbornly defiant. Caught in the act of peeping, she felt utterly embarrassed, her mind flashing back to Shuri's athletic frame. "Fine, if you want to admit it. Let us have another look, shall we?" Shuri straightened up, exposing his entire form to her gaze. Lin Jiejia immediately turned her head away, exclaiming, "Shuri, you rogue." "Only a rogue towards you," he replied lazily, wrapping his arms around her from behind, playfully teasing her. "You better hurry and get dressed. You won't be sleeping if you don't." Lin Jiejia's angry expression is quite endearing. Her cheeks are puffed up, and a rosy hue graces her face due to embarrassment, making her irresistibly tempting, almost as if one would want to take a bite. Shuri swallowed hard, reminding himself that now was not the time for such indulgences, and turned away to obediently get dressed. Observing that Shuri had finally complied, Lin Jiejia huffed and rolled over to continue her slumber, only to be surprised when Shuri swiftly pressed against her from behind, enveloping her in his warm embrace. Shuri's warm breath brushed against her sensitive earlobe, igniting a heat within Lin Jiejia. She pushed back against him in dissatisfaction, saying, "Go sleep on the sofa. Don't crowd me. I'm not crowding you. You must believe you are quite slender." Shuri's retort left Lin Jiejia momentarily speechless, her eyes widening in indignation. After a few minutes, unable to contain herself any longer, Lin Jiejia threw off the covers, extricated herself from Shuri's grasp, and stood up, declaring, "Then I will sleep on the sofa. Come back." Shuri's expression darkened, his tone somewhat stern, with a flicker of irritation in his gaze. Lin Jiejia was momentarily taken aback. In that moment, Shuri seemed entirely different from the gentle figure she was accustomed to. The memory of his menacing demeanor at the banquet resurfaced in her mind, and an inexplicable fear washed over her. "Stay here and rest. You are not to go anywhere," Shuri commanded, his voice cold and his attitude unyielding. Lin Jiejia felt a pang of grievance in her heart. Constrained by his authority, she complied and returned to bed. This version of Shuri instinctively evoked a sense of trepidation within her, making her hesitant to defy his words. Shuri wrapped his arms around Lin Jiejia once more, cradling her comfortably against his chest. Lin Jiejia trembled slightly as she listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Noticing his lack of further movement brought her a sense of security, yet also a profound disappointment. He had promised not to be harsh with her, but had seemingly forgotten. Tightening her lips, she buried her feelings. eventually succumbing to sleep despite her furrowed brow. The following day, as Lin Jiejia awoke, her eyes met Shi Yi's deep, captivating gaze. Stunned, she watched as he gently pressed his lips to her forehead. His voice, still laced with sleep, was husky and enchanting. "Good morning." "Good morning," Lin Jiejia replied, quickly extricating herself from his embrace to wash her face and brush her teeth, her lips slightly pouting as thoughts of his sternness from the previous night lingered in her mind. Shi Yi embraced her from behind, causing Lin Jiejia to stiffen, her heart racing uncontrollably. Internally, Lin Jiejia scolded herself. She should be angry, yet she found it impossible to muster any resentment. Gazing into the mirror, she caught sight of his reflection, captivated by the depths of his eyes. "What is wrong?" Shi inquired, noticing her daze as he playfully pinched her cheek. Lin Jiejia snapped back to reality. How could she confess that she was entranced by his gaze? Hastily shaking her head, she noted his slightly disheveled hair and reached out to smooth it down, using her towel to wipe his face as he closed his eyes, showing no resistance. After tidying her clothes in the mirror, Lin Jiejia hurriedly exited the room, only to stop in her tracks at the sight of breakfast laid out on the table, a smile spreading across her face. Clearly, Shi Yi had awakened early, prepared breakfast, and then returned to cuddle with her. "I'll take you home after breakfast," Shi Yi said, following her out of the room. Lin Jiejia felt an inexplicable sense of reluctance as she sipped her creamy corn soup, while Shi Yi sat opposite her, his eyes filled with affectionate amusement. "Eat slowly." It seemed Shi Yi's appetite was not particularly robust. His gaze often wandered to Lin Jiejia, yet his lips retained a gentle smile. After waking up that morning and reading a text from Lin's mother, Shi Yi found himself unable to return to sleep. Whether it was excitement or another emotion, he could not quite decipher as he observed Lin Jiejia, who likely remained unaware of her mother's intentions. Returning home, Lin Jiejia refrained from going out again. When Shi Yi sought her out, she intentionally rejected him, feeling somewhat sensitive about his earlier harshness. Despite her refusal, Shi Yi exhibited no signs of displeasure, even abstaining from visiting her for a few days. Lin Jiejia felt a hint of disappointment. Unable to articulate her own turmoil, she missed him yet resisted the urge to seek him out. Time swiftly passed, leading to Lin Jiejia's birthday. The household bustled with activity, leaving her with little to do. Eventually, she lay down and dozed off, only to awaken in the afternoon. The Lin residence was enveloped in a gentle air of joy as Shi Yi drove to the Lin household to escort her to the hotel for her birthday celebration. "Happy birthday, little bun," Shi Yi beamed. Lin Jiejia, noticing that Shi Yi's affection remained unwavering, felt the weight of any lingering gloom dissipate, her spirits lifting as she tilted her head and extended her hand toward him. Requesting, "Birthday gift, please." Shi Yi hesitated for a moment before responding with a smile. "I'll give it to you tonight. There's no rush that you'll surely receive a plethora of gifts today." Lin Jiejia cast a sideways glance at Shi Yi, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction as she leaned back against the rear seat, pouting, "Their gifts and yours are not the same." Though she spoke softly, Shi Yi caught her words, his eyes glinting with surprise. "I hope you will love the outcome today, little bun." During their time together, he had grown confident in her affections for him, believing she would not refuse him. Nonetheless, a hint of anxiety lingered in his heart. As Shi Yi exited the car and took Lin Jiejia's hand to walk into the living room, they were greeted by both their mothers waiting at the entrance. Lin Jiejia instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand, but Shi Yi held it tighter, leaving her no choice but to greet them with a blush. "Hello, Annie." "Silly child, you should drop the formalities and just call me Mom." Jiejia is still unaware, Shi Yi's mother interjected, her tone filled with surprise as she cut in. "Mom, why are you here? Didn't Dad take you abroad?" Lin Jiejia asked in confusion. "Look at you." Shi Yi's mother shot a glare at her son. "How could I not return for such a significant event? Although it's only for a day. Once your birthday is over, we'll be heading back abroad." Shi Yi felt a sense of helplessness, understanding that he had a slow-to-warm-up Lin Jiejia by his side, while also grasping his father's indulgence towards his mother. However, this did not justify tossing the company responsibilities onto him at just 19. All right, you two head inside. Feel free to grab a snack if you're hungry," Lin's mother gestured, trying to alleviate the tension. "What are you discussing?" Lin Jiejia asked, her voice soft and curious. "What is it that I don't know?" "Shi Yi, what are you hiding from me?" "How could I dare?" Shi Yi quickly reassured her. "You'll find out tonight." Lin Jiejia furrowed her brows, casting a doubtful glance at Shuri, reluctant to follow him inside. Shuri's mother swiftly intervened. "It's a surprise we've prepared for you. Revealing it now would spoil the excitement." "Thank you, Annie," Lin Jiajia replied with a sweet smile, harboring no suspicions, especially since it was her birthday. Furthermore, the fact that Shuri's parents had flown back from their vacation abroad specifically for her birthday deeply touched her heart. "Shall we head in?" Shuri suggested, pulling Lin Jiajia along with him. As they stepped inside, Lin Jiajia turned to Shuri, ready to voice her thoughts, but he preemptively spoke, "We'll discuss it tonight. I won't leak any information to you." "How did you know I was going to ask something?" Lin Jiajia felt disheartened, for Shuri always seemed to effortlessly discern her thoughts. Yet, her curiosity about the surprise they had prepared for her was overwhelming. It felt as though everyone was in on the secret but her, which was quite maddening to as the banquet was about to commence. Lin's mother took to the stage to speak, declaring, "Today marks the birthday celebration of our dear Jiajia, who turned 17, and it also serves as the engagement banquet for her and Shuri. Thank you all for being here. This." Lin Jiajia was left utterly stunned, her mind blank as she processed the words. How had she become engaged? Why was she the last to know? Lin Jiajia glanced up at Shuri, who was holding her closely, noticing the affectionate gaze he cast upon her. "You knew we were getting engaged today?" A whirlwind of complex emotions churned within her. She indeed harbored feelings for Shuri. Yet of late, his demeanor had instilled a sense of fear within her. His moments of coldness and hostility made her instinctively want to flee. During his indifferent spells, she had assumed he was indifferent to her feelings. Thus, Lin Jiajia felt an intrinsic resistance toward this engagement. "Ultimately, we are destined to be together. There is nothing wrong with getting engaged now," Shuri remarked, not denying the truth, gently caressing her hair. "So you knew all along." Lin Jiajia felt a surge of anger. He had promised not to pressure her, yet he had conspired with their families to hasten this engagement. Not far off, Lin Hongjun observed the scene, biting down on a piece of cantaloupe in frustration. The announcement of his sister's engagement to Shuri was indeed a shock. He suspected their mother had deliberately concealed it from him, anticipating his opposition. Given their father's bewildered expression, he too appeared to be unaware. His mother was far too authoritative, and yet his father indulged her whims. Lin Hongjun seethed internally. How could his younger sister be engaged at such a tender age? What was this madness? How could their mother so readily entrust her to Shuri? "Do you not wish to be engaged to me?" Shuri discerned Lin Jiajia's simmering anger, his expression shifting to one of solemnity as he earnestly inquired, "It's not that. I simply feel that this is all happening too swiftly." Lin Jiajia's face betrayed her discomfort, and though words hovered on the tip of her tongue, she ultimately swallowed them, opting instead for a more gentle phrasing. She had entered this engagement without any inkling of what it would entail. Utterly unprepared and unwilling. To her, engagement was merely a formality, one that did not warrant excessive concern. Shuri sought to comfort Lin Jiajia, lifting his gaze to Lin Mama on the stage, who was beaming with delight and beckoning them to join her. "Let us ascend. Mother is calling for us," he said. Lin Jiajia pressed her lips together tightly, allowing Shuri to take her hand as they approached the stage, and he stepped back, creating some distance between them. And before the envious gazes of the crowd, he knelt on one knee. From his pocket, he produced the ring he had meticulously prepared, opening the box to reveal a resplendent diamond that sparkled brilliantly under the lights. Its weight unmistakable. "Happy birthday, my princess." Despite the haste with which this ring was arranged, Shuri had dedicated 3 days to personally design and craft it, ensuring that it was one of a kind for his beloved Baozi. He took Lin Jiajia's slender, pale finger and adorned it with the diamond ring, the silver band accentuating her beauty. However, the smile that graced Lin Jiajia's face appeared somewhat forced. Shuri rose and embraced her, leaning down in front of the onlookers. Lin Jiajia, caught off guard, passively accepted his affection. Yet, just as their lips were about to meet, she suddenly pushed him away, turning her head slightly. Shuri was momentarily taken aback. But a gentle smile soon graced his features. Though the warmth in his eyes dimmed, he silently released Lin Jiajia's hand and guided her off the stage. Lin Jiajia struggled against his firm grip. But her attempts were in vain, only resulting in his hold tightening further, leaving a faint red mark on her delicate wrist. "You're hurting me," Lin Jiajia softly protested. Shuri, unperturbed, led her to a secluded corner of the hall, his face now shadowed with displeasure. Lin Jiejia, are you unwilling? A shiver coursed through Lin Jiejia at the directness of his address, the familiarity mingling with an unsettling fear that enveloped her heart once more. She bit her lip. I do not wish to be engaged so soon. Is it merely the timing that troubles you, or do you truly not desire to be engaged to me? Shi Yi's expression turned icy, his tone growing confrontational. Why have you been avoiding me lately? I haven't, Lin Jiejia replied weakly, fully aware that she had indeed been evading him due to his recent peculiar behavior, his busy schedule leaving little room for their communication. She felt wronged. How could he not see his own faults? Had he truly sought her out, she would not have been able to hide. Is that so? Lin Jiejia, be honest. Do you not wish to marry me? If you had known today was the engagement ceremony, would you have even come? His gaze bore into her icy and pained, compelling Lin Jiejia to lower her head, finally whispering, yes. Had she known, she would indeed have steered clear. Very well, I understand, Shi said after a prolonged silence. Lin Jiejia felt the space between them grow as he turned away, revealing only his retreating figure, leaving her feeling desolate. Hesitating, she considered reaching out to him, but ultimately remained still. Glancing at the ring on her finger, she hesitated again, but did not remove it. Alone in the corner of the hall, she sat, her heart heavy and aching with a sense of discomfort. Shi Yi's earlier scowl weighed on her mind, and she wondered what punishment awaited her upon their return. Given the nature of the day, Lin Jiejia kicked at a small stone by the roadside. She was oblivious to the malicious gazes that had begun to fixate on her. Hey, that girl is quite a looker, a blonde-haired ruffian observed, his voice dripping with admiration. The leader of the group cast a sidelong glance at Lin Jiejia, his eyes widening in astonishment. Their recent heist had nearly depleted their funds, and now they could hardly afford even the red light district. They had unexpectedly stumbled upon such a striking beauty, alone and youthful. Lin Jiejia was particularly vulnerable. The younger the girl, the easier she was to manipulate. That a sly grin crept across the ruffian's face as he suggested, let us wait for her around the corner, where it's less crowded. Once we pull her into a secluded alley, we can do as we please. Unaware of the approaching danger, Lin Jiejia continued to kick at the stones as she passed by an alleyway. Hands suddenly shot out, blocking her path. Instinctively, she gasped and leaped aside. Damn it. The ruffian leader slapped another thug, admonishing him for his lack of caution. With the streets seemingly devoid of pedestrians, the pair stepped out brazenly. Hey, pretty girl, out here all alone. Not recognizing them, Lin Jiejia sensed their ill intentions from their cocky grins, recalling her mother's warnings about the dangers girls faced. Panic surged within her. She dared not entertain the thought of what could happen next. Sure, her eyes lit up with hope, and she called out to the horizon, her excitement palpable. The two thugs instinctively glanced back, but found only emptiness. Without hesitation, Lin Jiejia turned and fled, gaining some distance before they realized what had transpired. Damn it, so many tricks in such a vast area. Let us see how far you can run. They immediately pursued her. Lin Jiejia had never run so fast, terrified of what would happen if they caught her. If only she had stayed put. How had her birthday turned into this nightmare? Tears threatened to spill as she ran. The two soon caught up with her, unexpectedly grabbing her hair. She stumbled, pulled backwards, and fell to the ground. Thought you could escape? Why aren't you running now? They loomed over her, and Lin Jiejia, gasping for breath, stared up at them, her eyes filled with despair as she screamed for help. The ruffians exchanged glances, startled by her cries, but the street remained deserted, save for a taxi that whizzed past, showing no sign of stopping. With a piercing screech of brakes, the laughter of the thugs was abruptly interrupted. They turned towards the sound, only to see the taxi reversing. That a figure emerged from the vehicle, which sped away, clearly eager to avoid trouble. The departing taxi caused the thugs to shrug in disbelief, and one of them coldly questioned, "What are you doing?" Lin Jiejia shivered at the familiar voice, turning to see Chen Wenjue standing behind the thugs. "Chen, it's you, Jiejia." Chen Wenjue's gaze fell upon the fallen Lin Jiejia, her lashes glistening with unshed tears as she fought to keep her composure, evoking his protective instincts. Understanding the situation, Chen Wenjue's demeanor shifted. The ruffian leader brandished a knife, but upon realizing Chen Wenjue was merely a boy, he became emboldened. I advise you to mind your own business, or you'll regret it. Yes, you better scram if you know what's good for you. The blonde thug chimed in. Are you looking to get locked up, or just to make some quick cash? Chun Wenjua's gaze hardened as he assessed Lin Jiejia's terror. The wave of indignation surged within him. Should they refuse to back down, he would not hesitate to use his connections to deal with them. The ruffian leader, taken aback by Chun Wenjua's fearless demeanor, scrutinized his designer attire, realizing he was not someone to be trifled with. However, the fact that he had arrived in a taxi caused some hesitation. The blonde thug, quick-witted, noticed the leader's uncertainty and boldly declared, 1,000. Chun Wenjua smirked, tossing a card their way. Here, take this. The password is 68, but we need to verify. At first point, two delinquents exchanged glances, seemingly skeptical of the situation. The one with the yellow hair hurried to a nearby ATM to verify the card before returning to his companion and making a cross gesture. The gang leader's eyes widened as he glanced at the beautiful young lady, then at the bank card in his hand, contemplating the wealth it promised. They shared a knowing look before turning their gaze to Chun Wenjua, deciding not to pursue the matter any further. Anyone capable of dishing out 100,000 yuan was undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. They felt a retreating instinct, while they were accustomed to causing trouble in the vicinity and facing minor repercussions. Inciting the wrath of someone influential was a different matter altogether. Observing the two men freeze in their tracks, Chun Wenjua let out a cold snort and stepped forward to extend his hand toward Lin Jiejia. After a moment's hesitation, she grasped his hand and stood up, brushing off the dust that had settled on her skirt, still somewhat shaken. Only then did Chun Wenjua take a moment to genuinely appreciate Lin Jiejia's appearance. The elegantly tailored dress accentuated her graceful figure, revealing her fair, elongated neck and exquisitely defined collarbone. Her slender legs peeked out from beneath the hem of her skirt, and today, being her birthday, she had meticulously applied makeup, enhancing her enchanting beauty. For a fleeting moment, Chun Wenjua found himself captivated. Lin Jiejia noticed her hand trembling, relieved that Chun Wenjua had appeared. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. With him by her side, her anxious heart finally found solace. She shot an indignant glare at the two ruffians, who now appeared awkwardly caught in the moment. What are you still doing here? Hurry and scram. Chun Wenjua's anger flared at the thought of the vile individuals before him. The two thugs, as if granted a reprieve, hastily retreated. Once they were gone, Chun Wenjua's irritation subsided, and he turned his attention to Lin Jiejia with a gentle inquiry. Are you all right? I'm fine, thank you, Lin Jiejia replied, lifting her gaze to offer him a smile. Chun Wenjua found himself momentarily entranced by her radiant smile. Despite being in a relationship with Cui Jiani, he couldn't suppress the fluttering in his heart when Lin Jiejia smiled at him. Having fallen earlier and dirted the back of her dress, she felt a bit embarrassed and turned in a circle. Could you take me home? She asked, her voice tinged with shyness. Their relationship was not particularly close, but she worried that something similar to what had just happened might occur again. With Chun Wenjua around, she felt a measure of comfort. Why are you dressed so formally out here? Chun Wenjua coughed lightly, casually walking alongside Lin Jiejia. She understood that he had agreed to her request and felt reassured that I had some family issues and wasn't in a good mood, so I just ran out like this. Lin Jiejia explained, offering a sheepish smile, that I'm glad you showed up. I wouldn't have known what to do if something bad had really happened. Now that you're safe, there's no need to dwell on it. Chun Wenjua reassured her. Let me take you somewhere to change. I imagine you don't want to go home just yet that I have no plans, so why not stroll around together? Initially, he had intended to attend the engagement party of the heir to the Hongyao Consortium. But he arrived too late. The event had already concluded. After being reprimanded by his father for his tardiness, he impulsively left the venue and hailed a taxi, only to stumble upon this incident and fortuitously rescue Lin Jiejia. Chapter 55. Regrets. Lin Jiejia hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. I appreciate your help. She truly didn't want to return home. If Shuri discovered she had sneaked out to be with Chun Wenjua, he would undoubtedly explode with anger, potentially dragging Chun Wenjua into the fray. The mere thought of Shuri Yi's dark expression made her reluctant to return. Let's go to this store. Chun Wenjua casually pointed to a nearby brand shop, leading Lin Jiejia inside to try on clothes. With her striking appearance, Lin Jiejia looked good in whatever she wore. She quickly chose a simple shirt and jeans, swapping her high heels for more comfortable footwear. Standing side by side with Chun Wenjua like an ordinary couple. Thank you, Lin Jiejia said, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, pleasantly surprised by her appearance. She felt just right in this outfit. The formal dress had drawn too much attention. Would her family notice her absence from the venue and start searching for her? She shook her head, dismissing those thoughts. Today was her birthday, and she wanted to enjoy herself. Surely, her mother wouldn't be too harsh on her. She could always apologize and explain later. Her mother cared for her deeply, and a little charm would surely smooth things over. With those reassuring thoughts, Lin Jejia felt considerably more at ease, eager to indulge in this moment of rebellion. After changing into her new clothes and packing away her gown at the counter, she turned to Chen Wenjue to say something, only to have her stomach audibly protest at the most inopportune moment. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly averted her gaze, hoping Chen Wenjue hadn't noticed that it's getting late. A late-night snack sounds perfect right now, Chen Wenjue remarked, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he observed Lin Jejia's rosy complexion. Lin Jejia eagerly nodded. Having dashed out from the birthday party, she had not eaten anything and was now famished after running for so long. I'll borrow some money from you and pay you back when I get home. Also, the amount I just gave them, I'll transfer that to your card as well, she said, biting her lip, realizing she had come in her gown and brought nothing with her. You don't need to pay me back. It's no trouble at all, Chen Wenjue replied with a smile. Lin Jejia didn't object, and he instinctively reached to take her hand. However, she subtly evaded him. Let's go, she urged. Chen Wenjue was momentarily taken aback, but quickly masked his disappointment as they walked side by side. Upon arriving at the food stall, they chose a spot on the edge, and Lin Jejia ordered stir-fried rice noodles. She devoured her meal with relish, unbothered by the smudging of her lipstick, which only added to her playful charm. Chen Wenjue rested his chin on his hand, quietly observing her eat that he wasn't hungry. He simply wanted to spend more time with Lin Jejia. Suddenly, Lin Jejia caught Chen Wenjue's gaze and smiled at him before returning to her meal. Although she was hungry, her upbringing ensured she ate delicately, taking small bites. Chen Wenjue couldn't help but compare her to Cui Jiani, finding the latter lacking in every way. Why had he ever given up on pursuing Lin Jejia in favor of being with Cui Jiani? Chapter 56. Why Run Away? Chen Wenjue felt a pang of regret as a flicker of hope ignited within him. Lin Jejia was willing to spend time with him, something that had never happened before. Did this signify that she was beginning to accept him? After all, he had just saved her. Surely, she must feel some gratitude. Jejia, before he could finish, Shi Yi's voice interrupted him. What are you two doing here? Shi Yi approached with a stern expression, causing Lin Jejia's heart to race. She awkwardly set her chopsticks down, unable to meet his gaze. Lin Jejia, did you run away from home just to be with him? Shi Yi's tone was calm, but laced with suppressed anger, making Lin Jejia tremble involuntarily. Chen Wenjue fell silent, recognizing Shi Yi as Lin Jejia's boyfriend, but he took a furtive glance at Lin Jejia, sensing tension between them. Had they quarreled? The thought brought him a hint of satisfaction, and he secretly hoped they had indeed broken up. Without a word, Shi Yi pulled Lin Jejia up from her seat and led her away. She turned back to wave goodbye, her smile strained. Before Lin Jejia could say anything more, Shi Yi yanked her away, prompting her to turn around. Chen Wenjue stood there, momentarily stunned, his brow furrowed as he watched them leave. He couldn't decipher what had transpired between them. Had they truly parted ways? Judging by Shi Yi's expression, that seemed unlikely. Watching Lin Jejia's half-eaten noodles left behind, Chen Wenjue let out a bitter smile before settling the bill and departing. Shi Yi was in a foul mood that he had stepped away for just a moment, and upon returning, Lin Jejia had vanished. After searching fruitlessly, he finally found her happily dining with another guy while his own family was frantically looking for her. Just earlier, she had confided in him about not wanting to go through with the engagement, and now she was off enjoying herself with Chen Wenjue. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Shi Yi's steps faltered, his anger surging. What is wrong? Shi Yi's footsteps were swift, prompting Lin Jejia to break into a light jog behind him. She wished to urge Shi Yi to slow down. Yet the fearsome expression on his face rendered her speechless. Breathing heavily, she had no choice but to follow him. After a considerable struggle, they finally came to a halt, and Lin Jejia exerted herself to take deep breaths. Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment. Shi Yi's handsome visage was mere inches away, the warmth of his lips a tangible reality, starkly contrasting with the previous tender caresses. This time, Shi Yi's kiss was somewhat rough and aggressive, forcefully prying open her lips. Lin Jejia, already short of breath, felt a surge of pain in her chest from the lack of oxygen, which only intensified her discomfort. She struggled violently to push him away. Yet she remained ensnared in his grasp. Her resistance only fueled Shi Yi's dissatisfaction, his long arms tightening around her, forbidding her from escaping, until finally, just as Lin Jiejie was on the verge of losing consciousness. He released her. Exhausted, Lin Jiejie collapsed against Shi Yi's chest, gasping for air, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. This version of Shi Yi was undeniably terrifying. She realized she truly did not understand him. Despite having grown up together, she had never witnessed such a fearsome side of him. The aspects of him that had long been concealed were now laid bare before her, invoking an instinctive aversion. Why did he approach her with a gentle facade, only to shatter her beautiful dreams in such a brutal manner? Following that kiss, Shi had regained some composure, lightly twirling a strand of Lin Jiejie's hair around his finger, and softly inquired, "Why did you run away?" Chapter 57. Hurt in the heart, Shi Yi's emotions were tumultuous. He even turned the question back on her. Lin Jiejie felt a surge of anger, but dared not express it. Speaking the truth might provoke him further, which would only bring her more trouble. She lowered her eyelashes, torn and hesitant, ultimately confessing, "Because I am afraid of you." Afraid? Shi Yi furrowed his brow. Recalling the uncontrollable incident at the friend's banquet, feeling somewhat helpless, he had thought enough time had passed for the little dumpling to forget about it. He had overlooked the fact that his earlier aggression might have made her resist him. Did this mean the little dumpling had feelings for him? Shi Yi cautiously posed this question. Lin Jiejie hesitated for a long while before shyly admitting, "I like the gentle you, but I do not appreciate the domineering version of you who disregards my feelings." She did not deny her affection for him, yet his overbearing behavior had wounded her heart. Shi Yi suddenly understood, a sense of regret washing over him. He recognized how frightening he had appeared during that outburst. Having dislocated the woman's wrist in a fit of rage, it was all too brutal. However, he had been infuriated at the sight of Lin Jiejie being harmed by several women. Had he not arrived in time? Who knew what might have happened? Each time he reflected on this, a dark fury surged within him. Shi did not believe he had done anything wrong, yet he was aware that his ferocity had indeed frightened the little dumpling. He felt a wave of remorse, knowing that the damage was already done and could not be undone, that it was my fault. I failed to control my emotions, that I promise it won't happen again. He relented. Lin Jiejie bit her lip in silence. His promises felt weak, especially after the forceful kiss he had just given her, yet she could not articulate a better solution. "Why don't you stay at our house tonight?" Shi Yi's fingertip brushed against the corner of Lin Jiejie's lips, gently caressing the spot where he had hurt her. Lin Jiejie instinctively recoiled from his touch, but nodded in compliance, though her eyes betrayed her unhappiness. With a sigh, Shi Yi opened the car door, allowing Lin Jiejie to enter. During the drive, he called Lin's mother to inform her that he had found Jiejie and that she would not be returning home that night. In the car, they exchanged no words, maintaining a heavy silence until they reached the small apartment. "I'll sleep on the sofa," Shi Yi stated casually, glancing at the documents before him. Lin Jiejie's expression turned to one of surprise, and she finally managed a small smile. "All right." Shi Yi felt a pang in his heart at her smile. It was a consequence of his own actions, and he could not blame anyone else. He yearned for the little dumpling to accept him soon, as her current resistance was truly distressing. "That if you are unwilling, I will no longer be forceful. I promise," Shi Yi earnestly assured her, locking his gaze on Lin Jiejie's eyes. Yet she merely averted her gaze, clearing her throat. "Okay. Sleep early, Dio. You want a good night kiss?" Shi Yi opened his arms in a gesture for a hug. Lin Jiejie felt a wave of pressure at his invitation. Biting her lip and refraining from approaching him, "That I will go take a shower. Don't stay up too late with the documents." With that, she entered her room, leaving Shi Yi staring at the closed door, feeling a sense of disappointment. Chapter 58. Disappointment. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze. "Take it slow. I've already waited for so many years, so there's no need to rush," Shi Yi quietly reassured himself. Without Lin Jiejie by his side, Shi Yi found it difficult to sleep, waking multiple times throughout the night, only to rise in the morning with dark circles under his eyes. Since he could not sleep, he decided to prepare breakfast, and once the porridge was ready, he went to awaken Lin Jiejie. Gently opening the bedroom door, he tiptoed inside. As he gazed at Lin Jiejie's sweet sleeping face, his heart softened. He initially intended to wake her, but now found himself wishing she could sleep a little longer, allowing him to admire her a bit more. Lin Jiejie seemed to dream of something unpleasant, mumbling and calling out a name. Shi Yi leaned closer to listen, his expression darkening. "That he's Xueqing." Shi Yi's face fell instantly. It was the scoundrel who pursued her only to turn cold the moment he had her. Shi had always kept an eye on everything related to Lin Jejia, so he was somewhat familiar with He Xueqing. Hearing that name now was enough to sour his mood. What kind of deep feelings did Lin Jejia harbor for He Xueqing that she would call his name even in her sleep? Sure, he felt an overwhelming urge to wake her up on the spot. The fact that she was dreaming of another man instead of him was infuriating. He placed his hand on her shoulder, but withdrew it. Realizing that his previous emotional outbursts and his display of dominance had already frightened Lin Jejia into rejecting him, that if he acted rashly now, she would likely be even more terrified of him. Sure, he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him as he rested his chin on Lin Jejia's pillow, gazing at her with a sense of melancholy. Lin Jejia's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly awoke. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Shi Yi's face so close, she gasped in surprise, pouting slightly. "What are you doing? Do you not know that scaring someone can lead to serious consequences?" Shi Yi reached out to stroke Lin Jejia's hair. But she dodged away, leaving his hand awkwardly suspended in the air. "Since you are awake, get up, wash up, and have breakfast, but school hasn't started yet. Let me sleep a little longer." Lin Jejia clutched her blanket and continued to doze off. Her tone soft. Shi Yi smiled. "All right, then sleep a little longer." Leaning closer to her, Lin Jejia quickly pushed him away. "No, you said last night that if I didn't want it, you wouldn't force me." Lin Jejia's sudden wariness caused her to retreat. Shi Yi, unable to contain his frustration, playfully pinched her nose. "Why are you so on guard? When have I ever gone back on my word?" Lin Jejia's face flushed. She realized she had overreacted. After all, who could blame her for being cautious when he was so domineering? "I will go fry a little dish. You can get up soon." Watching as Shi Yi left the room and closed the door, she felt an inexplicable disappointment. Was she feeling let down simply because Shi Yi had not forcefully kissed her? He was now respecting her wishes and considering her feelings, yet she found herself struggling to adapt. Lin Jejia shook her head vigorously, chastising herself for such irrational thoughts. Did she have a tendency to seek out pain? Perhaps it was best for her to step outside for a moment and calm down. She was nearing a breaking point. With that thought, she picked up her phone from the bedside. "Shan Shan," Lin Jejia sweetly called out, and Yuan Yushan's voice rang cheerfully on the other end. "Jejia, are you calling to report on your brother's situation again?" Lin Jejia's expression darkened, feeling wronged. "Why is it always about my brother? Can't you think of me a little more? You forgot my birthday yesterday and didn't come. I haven't even scolded you for that." Chapter 59, Sweet and blissful. I was wrong, truly wrong. Yuan Yushan quickly admitted her fault, feeling the need to vent her frustrations to Lin Jejia, that "I'll explain everything when we meet later. I didn't forget and I wasn't avoiding you." She then swiftly changed the subject. "So, what is up? Why did you suddenly think of calling me? Has something happened?" Lin Jejia had a multitude of things she wished to share with Shan Shan. But the phone conversation would not suffice, that it would take too long to explain everything. So she decided it was best to let it go to, "I haven't seen you since the holiday began. When can I come to visit you?" "Any time is fine. I've been free lately." Yuan Yushan laughed heartily. "Can you bring your brother along when you come? It doesn't matter how long you stay." "Yuan Yushan, you are hopeless." Lin Jejia sighed in frustration as her best friend, Yuan Yushan, had developed feelings for her brother. Her brother remained cold and unresponsive, yet whenever Yuan Yushan showed any sign of interest, he would suddenly treat her with kindness, keeping Yuan Yushan on her toes. In Lin Jejia's words, Yuan Yushan was utterly spineless, a sentiment that Yuan Yushan herself readily acknowledged as she pursued Lin Hongjun with a bittersweet yearning. "All right, enough joking. Are you coming over to play today? I'll have my mother prepare your favorite sweet taro," Yuan Yushan eagerly suggested, hoping that if Lin Hongjun accompanied Jejia, she might catch a glimpse of her crush. "Sure, I'll come by shortly and give you a call when I arrive," Lin Jejia replied, hastily getting out of bed to rummage through her wardrobe for clothes, quickly washing up and dashing out of her room. "What is the rush?" Shi Yi, clad in a dark apron at the stove, turned curiously at the sound of her hurried movements. Lin Jejia smiled brightly at him. Could you take me to Yuan Yushan's house later?" Ivy made plans to hang out with her. She added with a hint of feigned innocence, "We haven't seen each other in ages." Given Shi Yi's fondness for her, he could hardly say no. Besides, he knew Yuan Yushan was a good friend of his little dumpling and had played a role in bringing Lin Hongjun back to the country. "All right, but you must finish your breakfast first," he stipulated. Upon hearing his acquiescence, Lin Jejia beamed and promptly seated herself at the dining table. Shi served her porridge along with a platter of side dishes, but in her eagerness to visit Yuan Yushan, she barely sipped a few mouthfuls before setting the bowl aside. Is something wrong? Shi Yi's gaze drifted over her, and Lin Jejia quickly raised her bowl to finish it in one go. Satisfied, Shi Yi finished his share, tidied the table, and drove her to Yuan Yushan's home. Lin Jejia held Yuan Yushan's hand, waving goodbye to him. Shi Yi suddenly sensed an odd undertone and frowned slightly. Shi Yi waved to Lin Jejia, who approached him with a puzzled expression. "What is it?" he asked. Drawing her closer, he placed a gentle kiss on her cheek, prompting Lin Jejia to blush as she heard Yuan Yushan's soft laughter. She turned to shoot her a glare, only to find Yuan Yushan playfully turning her back, feigning innocence. Lin Jejia shot Shi Yi an exasperated look. "I'll pick you up tonight," he said cheerfully as he bid her farewell and drove off. Frustrated, Lin Jejia stomped her foot, while Yuan Yushan, wrapping her arm around Jejia's shoulder, mischievously remarked, "You two are so sweet together. Oh, how lovely it would be if I could also have such a romance with your brother." "Then why not find an opportunity to tackle my brother?" Lin Jejia retorted, both amused and annoyed. Yuan Yushan's expression shifted to one of exaggerated despair. "I wish I could, but opportunities are scarce." Lin Jejia couldn't contain her laughter. "Don't laugh at me. All right, let's hurry inside." Yuan Yushan tugged her toward the house. Upon seeing her daughter's clumsy antics, Yuan's mother couldn't help but scold her lightly, but her demeanor softened as she looked at Lin Jejia. Ignoring her mother's comments, Yuan Yushan led Lin Jejia directly to her room. "I'm going to call Shi Yi and tell him I'll be staying at your house for a few days. If he protests, just play along with me," Lin Jejia suggested, pulling out her phone to discuss with Yuan Yushan. Yuan Yushan nodded in agreement. As soon as Shi Yi arrived at the office, he received a call from Lin Jejia. "Yuan's mom is keeping me at their house to play, so I want to be coming back tonight. But it's still morning. Playing until the afternoon is enough. I'll take you back tomorrow." Shi Yi replied, unwilling to concede. Anticipating his refusal, Lin Jejia cheerfully continued, "Then I'll just let Yuan's mom talk to you." "Fine," Shi Yi sighed, realizing that if she wants to be coming back, at least Lin Jejia would be safe at Yuan Yushan's. It was better to give her some time and space to calm down. After all, he had finally won her over, and it was frustrating that one misstep had sent her running away. On Lin Jejia's end, the call had ended, and Yuan Yushan looked at her with curiosity. "All right, I know you're curious, but now isn't the time. I'll tell you when I'm ready." Lin Jejia plopped down on Yuan Yushan's bed, catching sight of a familiar photo on the nightstand. She picked it up and examined it. Yuan Yushan tried to stop her, but it was too late. She could only blush as Lin Jejia lifted her gaze from the photo. The picture featured Lin Hongjun, freshly finished with a basketball game, beads of sweat glistening on his skin as he lifted his shirt slightly. Yuan Yushan had thought he was about to undress, prompting her to nervously snap a photo. Upon noticing her hiding nearby, Lin Hongjun lowered his shirt and beckoned her over with a finger. Yuan Yushan, caught in the act, approached him with a flushed face, and he merely tapped her forehead, requesting her to fetch him a bottle of water while reminding her not to show the photo to anyone. After hearing Yuan Yushan's story, Lin Jejia couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You two have such an amusing history. I never would have guessed that your brother could be so charming." "Charming? He merely uses me as a cheap laborer." Yuan Yushan defended herself, although her words made her pause in realization. It seemed that Lin Hongjun had always treated her as someone to command, offering her little morsels of sweetness just to keep her coming back. Due to his looks and excellence, numerous girls pursued him, and while he was slightly warmer toward her than others, he had never shown any genuine affection. Perhaps he was only maintaining a semblance of kindness due to her friendship with his sister, but he always remained politely distant. Otherwise, after all this time pursuing him, why had he shown no sign of reciprocation? It was clear to both Lin Jejia and Yuan Yushan that Lin Hongjun harbored no feelings for her. It was merely a case of self-deception. Lin Jejia, observing the shifting emotions on Yuan Yushan's face, gently tapped her forehead. "Stop overthinking it. It's pointless to dwell on these matters. You know the truth, yet you cannot let go." Yuan Yushan nodded, still downcast. His behavior is simply unacceptable. How can he treat a girl this way? Lin Jejia looked at Yuan Yushan with sympathy. Although she had never experienced the pangs of unrequited love, seeing the usually cheerful Yuan Yushan display such sorrow made her empathize with her feelings. When she returned home, she would have to give her brother a piece of her mind. If he wasn't interested, he shouldn't toy with Yuan Yushan's emotions. How foolish she had been to try to matchmake them. It seemed she had misjudged the situation entirely. Please don't discuss this with your brother. I've already made my choice and can't give up on him so easily, Yuan Yushan confessed, determined not to let her feelings affect Lin Jiajia's relationship with her brother. Understanding that Yuan Yushan wished to change the subject, Lin Jiajia swiftly transitioned, questioning her friend about her absence the previous day. It was all because of my cousin, Yuan Yushan exclaimed in frustration, lowering her voice as she recounted, that scoundrel got a girl pregnant and made me accompany her to the hospital for an abortion. Why did he need you to go? Lin Jiajia recalled her cousin's seemingly honest demeanor, surprised he would find himself in such a predicament that Myn is quite materialistic and sharp-tongued. My cousin wouldn't dare ask anyone else. If the news leaked and my aunt found out, that girl would have a hard time ahead if she were a rich heiress like you. My aunt would surely welcome you with open arms. Yuan Yushan flopped on her bed, playfully teasing Lin Jiajia. I have no interest in your cousin, Lin Jiajia replied with a grimace. Yuan Yushan, reflecting on the girl entering the cold operating room alone, felt her mood plummet. Being a girl is such a burden. Never give yourself away too easily. Lin Jiajia nodded, affirming that she wouldn't be so careless without marriage. As Lin Jiajia began to express her own troubles. Yuan Yushan's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing that Jiajia was engaged to Shi, yet she wasn't shocked. After all, Shi's intentions had always been clear. It was only a matter of time. Hearing her friend's concerns about Shi's unpredictable temper, Yuan Yushan rolled her eyes, mischievously suggesting that Lin Jiajia should let him experience some hardship. The two friends chatted endlessly until Yuan's mother entered with a platter of fruits and juice. Have some fruit and take a break, she smiled warmly, appreciating how polite and refined Lin Jiajia was. Yuan's mother hoped her daughter could learn from her, often feeling that her own daughter was too fiery and lacked the serene grace that Lin Jiajia possessed. Thank you, Aunt Yuan. Lin Jiajia quickly rose to accept the fruit platter from Yuan's mother. Look how polite Jiajia is, and then look at you, Yuan's mother remarked, casting a light-hearted comparison between her daughter and Lin Jiajia. Yuan Mama turned her head and reproached her daughter, Yuan Yushan, who was unceremoniously munching on an apple. Yuan Yushan rolled her eyes in an unrefined manner and continued to gnaw at the apple, leaving behind a prominent bite mark. Chapter 62. What have I done wrong again? Yuan Mama, at a loss for words, engaged in a few trivial conversations with Lin Jiajia about recent studies and family matters before stepping out. Lin Jiajia, observing Yuan Yushan making faces, giggled when suddenly her phone rang. Could it be Shi? A flicker of excitement surged within Lin Jiajia as she urged Yuan Yushan to fetch her phone. Upon seeing her brother's name on the screen, her spirits plummeted. Clearly, it was her own choice to stay at Yuan Yushan's house, yet she had been having fun for nearly the entire afternoon, and sure, he had not bothered to call her once. Was he upset? Or did he simply not care for her? Lin Jiajia felt a weight in her chest as she answered the call with a dejected tone. Hello? Brother. What is wrong? Why do you sound so unhappy? Lin Hongjun's voice was laced with amusement. I was wondering why you're still not home so late. I just called Shi, and he said you're at Yushan's place? Yeah, we haven't seen each other in a while, so I thought I'd hang out at Yushan's for a few days before heading back. Lin Jiajia nodded, and Yuan Yushan's eyes sparkled upon hearing Lin Hongjun's voice through the receiver. Just a few days is too long. You should come back sooner. Lin Hongjun paused, suggesting, if you want to spend more time with Yushan, why not invite her over to our house? We have extra guest rooms. Staying at Lin Jiajia's house? Sharing a roof with Lin Hongjun? Yuan Yushan's eyes gleamed with excitement as she looked at Lin Jiajia, wishing fervently for her to accept the invitation. Just moments ago, she had been disheartened by Lin Hongjun's apparent rejection, yet now the prospect of getting closer to him filled her with exhilaration, and she couldn't help but think how hopelessly infatuated she was. Yuan Yushan's eager gaze did not go unnoticed by Lin Jiajia. Previously, her well-intentioned matchmaking had drawn the two closer together. But now, seeing how Lin Hongjun had upset Yuan Yushan, Lin Jiajia resolved to limit their interactions and firmly refused the idea. No, Yushan doesn't want to see you. Lin Jiajia bluntly declined. Yuan Yushan was taken aback, quickly realizing that Lin Jiajia's frustration was directed at Lin Hongjun due to the earlier incident, that in a moment of desperation. She attempted to snatch the phone from Lin Jiajia's hand. Lin Jiajia sidestepped and dashed out of the room, firmly pulling the door shut to prevent Yuan Yushan from following her. On the other end, Lin Hongjun fell silent for a moment after hearing her words. You don't want to see me. Had he done something wrong recently? Was it because she had seen him with a female client at the office? A woman who had gotten too close. Yuan Yushan seemed to have misunderstood him. That day, she had brought him lunch, but in her anger, she had thrown the lunchbox to the ground and stormed off with tear-filled eyes. It was the first time Lin Hongjun had seen her cry, and it was also the first time he had embraced her. Since then, he had been more mindful of his distance from other females. The feeling of being pursued by someone he liked was undeniably intoxicating, and he selfishly chose to resist Yuan Yushan, yet he couldn't bear to see her sad. Isn't it all your fault? Who else could she be unhappy with? Lin Jieja vented her frustrations about Shi not calling her, hanging up the phone angrily, leaving Lin Hongjun bewildered by the busy tone on the other end. What had he done wrong? Could someone please give him a hint? Chapter 63. Hanging up on me, Lin Jieja opened the door to find Yuan Yushan with red-rimmed eyes, leaving her feeling somewhat flustered. How could she have forgotten how much Yuan Yushan adored her brother? She had directly interfered in their relationship, and Yuan Yushan was surely upset with her now. Shan, Lin Jieja stammered, unsure of what to do with her hands and feet. But Yuan Yushan suddenly burst into laughter, throwing herself onto Lin Jieja in a hug. Jieja, why do you look so fierce? You scared me. Lin Jieja instantly relaxed. Yuan Yushan clearly did not blame her for the situation with her brother. However, the calmer Lin Jieja became, the more guilty she felt towards her friend. That I know you're just trying to protect me, but there is nothing I can do. That I'm the type of person who would keep running into a wall, hoping he'll make me happier than sad. Yuan Yushan sighed, acknowledging that she could hardly hope for Lin Hongjun to ever confess his feelings for her. She simply wished for the bitterness of unrequited love to lessen. Or perhaps, if Lin Hongjun were with someone else, she would find the strength to walk away from him. That one tea happened. You're too wonderful. If he doesn't like you, then he has poor taste. Lin Jieja asserted confidently. You even say that about your own brother. Yuan Yushan replied, her eyes still slightly red, but her expression had completely shifted from sorrow to softness. How could he compare to you? Forget him. Lin Jieja grasped Yuan Yushan's hand and led her downstairs. Just now, when I was on the phone, Yuan Mama called us down for dinner. Let us hurry and eat. Yuan Yushan nodded obediently. The two girls sat at the dining table, gazing at the sumptuous spread before them, and Yuan Yushan exclaimed, Mom, I usually don't get to eat such delicious food. You're so biased. Of course I am. If Jieja were my daughter, I'd spoil her too, Yuan Mama admitted candidly as she fetched utensils from the kitchen for Lin Jieja and Yuan Yushan, and the three of them began their dinner. After finishing their meal, Lin Jieja noticed several missed calls from Shi on her phone. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to call back. Shi answered almost immediately, his voice tinged with irritation. Why didn't you answer my calls? I was eating, Lin Jieja replied, feeling a bit wronged. She had silenced her phone out of frustration, unable to bear the disappointment of waiting for a call that never came. There was a brief silence on the other end, and to cover up the awkwardness, Shi cleared his throat gently. Are you really not coming back tonight? Lin Jieja hesitated before responding. No, I'm not. Okay, I understand. Shi's voice fell flat, leaving Lin Jieja feeling a pang of emptiness. After a moment of internal struggle, Shi finally spoke. I miss you. Lin Jieja almost blurted out that she missed him too. But she reminded herself to maintain some distance. How could it be that just one day apart made her long for him so much? Mum, she replied tersely, envisioning his disappointed expression, which filled her with guilt. Just as she contemplated saying something to ease the tension, Shi abruptly hung up. Staring at the now-terminated call, Lin Jieja felt her guilt evaporate. He just hung up on me like that. Chapter 64. In a day she had just thought she was being too harsh on Shi. Lin Jieja pouted, setting her phone down with a huff. Yuan Mama, observing Lin Jieja's expression, curiously inquired, Is it your boyfriend? Lin Jieja's face flushed. When she had asked Yuan Mama to explain her staying at Yuan Yushan's house, she had meant to clarify things with her family. She had not intended for Yuan Mama to know about her relationship, especially since she was only 17 and worried that Yuan Mama would think she was a bad child engaging in early romance. It's nothing, just family, Lin Jieja mumbled shyly, her voice barely audible. Yuan Mama burst into laughter. Come on, that is obviously a boyfriend. Who talks to their family like that? With a playful smirk, she continued, Is it someone from your class? No, Lin Jejia admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed as she lowered her head. Yuan Yushan glanced back and forth between Lin Jejia and Yuan Mama, hesitating to clarify for her tongue-tied friend, fearful of saying something wrong. Jejia, you're so bashful. All right, I won't tease you anymore, Yuan Mama chuckled, rising to clear the table. Lin Jejia obediently stood up. Yuan Mama, let me help you to no, you and Shan Shan should go out and have fun. I'll cover the expenses. Yuan Mama waved her hands dismissively, appreciating how considerate Lin Jejia was, wishing Yuan Yushan could be just as well behaved. Seeing that Yuan Mama was genuinely not declining her offer, Lin Jejia nodded in agreement, tidying herself up as the two girls joined hands and ventured out for a shopping trip. When girls go shopping, it usually involves wandering around clothing and boutique stores, trying on various items for a long time. Yuan Yushan had already bought numerous bags, her arms full, while Lin Jejia had yet to select anything. Pick something you like and just buy it. My mom will reimburse you, Yuan Yushan said, assuming Lin Jejia was hesitant due to a lack of money. That it's not that. I just don't want to buy anything. Let us head back once we're done browsing. Lin Jejia replied, clearly distracted. What is wrong with you? Jejia, are you thinking about that Shuri guy and lost in thought? Yuan Yushan nudged Lin Jejia with her elbow, raising her eyebrows playfully. Honestly, Shuri is yours for life. Just give him the cold shoulder for now, and see if he dares to act up again. Lin Jejia tilted her head, pondering this reasoning. The gloomy feelings that had been weighing on her heart dissipated, and she felt cheerful as she strolled through the streets. She had comfortably stayed at Yuan Yushan's home for 3 days, but ultimately succumbed to the relentless barrage of phone calls and sweet words from Shuri. Agreeing to return home, as soon as he finished work, Shuri came to pick Jejia up. They first made a brief stop at her family home, where they enjoyed dinner with her parents and brother, before heading back to their small apartment. Now that they were engaged, their cohabitation was above board, and their parents had no objections, happily allowing them to indulge in their affection. Except for her brother, of course. With Lin Ba around, her brother had no say and could only watch helplessly as Shuri took his sister away. Shuri, delighted that she had truly returned with him, playfully pinched her cheek. This time, Lin Jejia did not shy away, but merely blushed, swatting at his hand. Chapter 65. Embracing freedom, a glimmer of surprise sparkled in Shuri's eyes. Little Baozi was no longer as resistant to his touch as she had been days prior, which he regarded as a positive change. Lin Jejia lowered her head, secretly smiling to herself, recalling Yuan Yushan's mischievous ideas. Feeling a bit wicked, she thought she couldn't easily forgive him without making a memorable impression. She wanted him to remember her displeasure and to think twice before acting capriciously. Yet, she was uncertain about Yuan Yushan's exact scheme, which she could only discover during bath time. Shuri attempted to take her hand, and upon feeling her reciprocate, his heart soared. I want to eat the fruit salad you make, Lin Jejia said with a playful smile. All right, I'll make it for you, Shuri replied, guiding her to sit on the sofa. In high spirits, Shuri went into the kitchen to prepare the fruit salad. That you're not allowed to go out and play for the next few days, he declared, placing the finished fruit salad in front of Lin Jejia, his tone filled with joy and tender affection. After playing for so many days, how much homework have you completed? I've heard your class will have a test right after the semester starts. Just as Lin Jejia was about to happily devour the fruit salad, Shuri's words caught her off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. She was well aware that exams awaited her post-break. She had confidently vowed to review diligently during her vacation. But once the holiday began, she had let loose, traveling abroad, and even falling in love. Lin Jejia cast a resentful glance at Shuri, frustration bubbling within her as she popped a piece of dragon fruit into her mouth. She picked up her phone and opened the calendar, realizing there was less than a week left before school resumed. Her heart sank at the thought of completing her summer homework and reviewing so many subjects in such a short time. The mere idea brought her to the brink of tears. All right, finish your salad first and I'll figure out a way to help you with your homework and studies, Shuri said, observing the nervous expression on Lin Jejia's face. Understanding her worries, he gestured for her to eat quickly. Lin Jejia continued to eat with her fork, occasionally feeding Shuri until he waved his hand in refusal, prompting her to happily continue her meal. With Shuri's reassurance, her anxiety lessened. Shuri had always been exceptional, and academically, he was undoubtedly superior to others. She remembered how, during her childhood, her mother often compared her to Shuri as the exemplary child. Although Lin Jiajia's grades were commendable, they paled in comparison to his. Shuri glanced at Lin Jiajia, who was thoroughly enjoying her food, and a silent smile crept onto his lips. He went to her room to fetch her textbooks and, upon reviewing them, his frown deepened. Lin Jiajia had just set her fork down when Shuri beckoned her over. Seeing his expression, Lin Jiajia felt a pang of unease. She had indeed been rather careless last semester, and her class notes were lackluster. "Did you not pay attention in class last semester?" Shuri asked, his brow furrowed. Lin Jiajia fiddled with the hem of her shirt, her head bowed. I was a bit distracted." "Why was that?" Shuri fell silent, a hint of jealousy stirring within him. Little Baozi would not simply neglect her studies without reason. During that time, He Xueqing had been fervently pursuing her, and Shuri could only deduce that He Xueqing was the one affecting her focus. Lin Jiajia's eyes widened in disbelief. "How do you know He Xueqing?" Shuri grumbled under his breath. "You mentioned him in your dreams." "Impossible!" Lin Jiajia exclaimed, instantly denying any connection between her lack of focus and that person. She shivered at the thought of having dreamed about He Xueqing and softly explained to Shuri, "I don't like him." While He Xueqing had influenced her slightly, the truth was that once she realized he was a hypocrite, her feelings were more of anger than sadness. Thus, it was untrue that her studies had been adversely affected by him. Upon hearing Lin Jiajia's explanation, Shuri's pent-up frustration dissipated instantly. "You absolutely must pay attention in class. I reviewed your class's progress, and it seems rapid. The teacher likely covers material quite superficially, that if you zone out for just a moment, you might miss a page." Shuri sighed, noting the chaotic state of her notes. Genuinely curious how she managed to complete her assignments last semester, Lin Jiajia felt a flush of embarrassment. Shuri was entirely correct. As for her assignments from last semester, the teacher had already reprimanded her. Yet, she could not fathom why her thoughts would wander during class. It was simply unavoidable. When she confided in Yuan Yushan, her friend had claimed it was a common trait among teenage girls to overthink, which infuriated Lin Jiajia enough to chase after her friend. Her thoughts were entirely jumbled and had nothing to do with the so-called teenage fantasies. "Let's start here. Your notes seem relatively clear, so we'll take it slow," Shuri said, flipping open the pages of her textbook and casually picking up a pen to annotate that "I've circled these few terms. Explain their definitions." "Huh." Lin Jiajia was taken aback, obediently attempting to explain in her own words, stumbling over her responses. She glanced up at Shuri, noticing his displeased expression, which made her feel anxious. The initial terms were manageable, but as the questions progressed, she found herself fabricating answers. These concepts were not even covered in the textbook. There was hardly any chance of exam questions regarding definitions, so why was Shuri asking her about them? Lin Jiajia silently grumbled to herself. "All of these are incorrect." Shuri frowned, his pen outlining a triangular shape around several words that "I want to explain each one to you. You need to look them up yourself. This will help you remember better." Shuri flipped to the back of the textbook, selected a few exercises, and handed the book back to Lin Jiajia. 10 minutes. Write as much as you can. Anything you don't finish will just be considered something you can't do. 10 minutes. Lin Jiajia grimaced as she surveyed the multitude of marked questions, certain that the exam would not allow such a scant amount of time. However, upon seeing Shuri's furrowed brow, she promptly fell silent. Shuri was only looking out for her. Lin Jiajia diligently scanned the questions, but her handwriting was hasty, even as Shuri reached out to take her math book away. She had not completed all the questions and resorted to puffing her cheeks in a pout. Shuri, captivated by her pleading gaze, felt a twinge of compassion but ultimately steeled himself to ignore her. As he scrutinized the exercises in the textbook, his expression darkened further. Chapter 67. The shattered pride of a scholar. Although he was not physically beside little Baozi, he had heard that her academic performance had always been commendable. He was taken aback to find her in such a state. Having never previously engaged with her studies, it seemed he had underestimated her situation. Once Shuri became serious, he transformed completely. Lin Jiajia felt a sense of grievance as she looked at the marked-up exercises in her textbook, now covered in Shuri's annotations and dense notations, realizing just how disappointed he was in her. She usually wrote in this manner, and the teacher had never pointed out any issues. Shuri's standards felt excessively stringent. Upon further examination, it appeared that there was not a single completely correct response. Lin Jiajia's pride as a top student was utterly shattered, making it hard to fathom just how demanding Shuri's expectations were. I heard from Mom that your grades have always been quite good. Is this really the case? Shuri placed the textbook down with a gentle thud on the table, his tone tinged with reproach. Although these were minor issues regarding format and handwriting, they were certainly things the teacher had previously addressed. What on earth were you doing in class? I was paying attention. I wrote my exams like this. Lin Jiejia defended herself, but Shuri Yi's displeasure only deepened. Lin Jiejia's attention was also drawn to how he referred to her mother, causing her to feel a bit flustered. Why had he changed his wording so easily? Then make the necessary corrections, Shuri instructed, taking the pen back and drawing a line across the textbook, leaving a blank space that I can indulge you, but I won't tolerate these bad habits. Lin Jiejia, attempting to conceal the flush on her face, settled beside him with a pout, watching Shuri Yi as he diligently studied the textbook before him, his intense focus surprisingly captivating. Noticing her gaze, Shuri freed one hand to pinch her cheek gently, saying, "Be good. Time is short. I will supervise you to ensure you thoroughly review the material. You're not allowed to go anywhere in the next few days." He added, somewhat displeased, "And you certainly cannot visit Yuan Yushan's house." "Why not? It's still vacation. My grades are good. Why should I compete with someone as abnormal as you?" Lin Jiejia exclaimed, her voice rising in protest. This felt like an unreasonable restriction on her freedom. The thought of being cooped up in her room for the next few days, poring over books and solving problems, made her feel overwhelmed. Although she excelled academically, it did not mean she relished studying. Seeing Lin Jiejia's tear-streaked face, her delicate features contorted in distress, Shuri couldn't help but chuckle. All right. What kind of expression is that? If you make progress, I will reward you." Leaning down, he placed a soft kiss on her forehead, declaring, "I keep my promises." Lin Jiejia was momentarily stunned, the warmth lingering on her skin causing a delightful tingling sensation within her. Noticing her softened demeanor, Shuri slipped his pen into her hand and pointed to a section he had just written in the book. "Take a look at the format I just used and compare it to yours." Upon glancing at his work, Lin Jiejia was surprised by the impeccable standard of his formatting, complete with conjunctions that had appeared in the textbook examples. That IT was indeed a standard answer. Feeling somewhat chastened, she compared it to her own, which seemed rather juvenile in contrast. "All right, I understand. Now hurry up and rewrite your answers. We will start practicing different types of problems tomorrow," Shuri urged, rubbing his forehead in disbelief that he was now tutoring Lin Jiejia. With a playful roll of her eyes, Lin Jiejia pulled out a sheet of draft paper to recalculate the previous problems. Shuri Yi's contentment was evident as he observed her progress. She was now much more focused. Yet there were still a few careless errors. Shuri Yi extended his hand, enveloping Lin Jiejia's fingers to guide her as she wrote on the draft paper. The warmth of his hand enveloped hers, making her feel slightly uneasy. Shuri Yi held her hand firmly, preventing her escape, and she could only blush and let him guide her movements. "Your handwriting is quite beautiful," Lin Jiejia thought to herself, admiring his elegant script. "Shuri, could you write something for me?" she suddenly asked. "Write something?" Shuri raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the request. "Just a few words and give it to me," she stumbled through her explanation, her understanding of the request still somewhat vague. Shuri Yi's expression shifted from confusion to amusement. "You want to collect my handwriting?" He knew he had a talent for beautiful penmanship, and if anyone else had made such a peculiar request, he would have dismissed it. However, for Lin Jiejia, he would gladly write not just a few words, but even thousands if she wished. "That's very nice." Lin Jiejia blushed under his gaze, nodding. The idea of collecting handwritten notes from Shuri Yi seemed to carry a hint of shyness. "All right." Shuri smirked, quickly sketching a blank space on the draft paper and writing down a few words before pushing it towards her. With eager anticipation, Lin Jiejia leaned in to see, nearly bursting with indignation. "Shuri Yi, I told you not to call me Xiao Baozi. You can call me that, but writing it down is too much." She pouted, cheeks puffed out in frustration. IT was tolerable in private, but thankfully, Shuri knew better than to use such nicknames in front of her mother, who always called her Jiejia, that if her mother heard such a name and teased her, she would die of embarrassment. "Are you daydreaming again?" Shuri waved his finger in front of her face, observing the myriad of expressions flitting across her features with great amusement. Despite his supervision, she still managed to drift off, which irked him. "Where were we?" He tapped the desk, a simple gesture that held an unexpected weight. Lin Jiejia, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched her head that I wasn't listening. Shuri sighed lightly, a mixture of exasperation and affection in his tone. "I really don't know what to do with you." With a graceful motion, Shi turned the pages of the book, his gentleness adding a touch of elegance to the task. Suddenly, he glanced at Lin Jejia, flashing a bright smile that left her momentarily speechless, though she had always known Shi was handsome. With perfectly sculpted features that resembled a masterfully crafted work of art, she was struck anew by his beauty in that fleeting moment. That it was no wonder so many girls were enamored with him. His striking appearance and impressive family background made it impossible not to be captivated. "Are you mesmerized?" Shi teased, smirking as he observed her lost in thought. "What is going on with you today?" "Ah, no." Lin Jejia quickly snapped back to reality, her gaze falling to the page Shi was pointing at. The black ink spread across the white paper, revealing a layered complexity as Shi guided her through the steps of reasoning, emphasizing the importance of format. Realizing her previous attempts had been utterly haphazard, Lin Jejia stretched languidly, a smile of satisfaction gracing her lips. "Our progress is still too slowed. At this rate, we won't finish reviewing everything before school starts." Shi remarked, furrowing his brow. "What areas do you find most challenging? I can help you focus on those for subjects you excel in. Just follow my methods and review them on your own." Shi glanced at the wall clock. "That's enough for today. Time to wash up and sleep. We'll continue tomorrow." "Okay," Lin Jejia nodded, gathering her books and returning to her room. Shi followed closely behind. Heading to the bathroom to freshen up, Lin Jejia recalled Yuan Yushan's repeated warnings before leaving. She hurriedly grabbed the package she had given her and slipped into the bathroom. She was curious about the secret weapon Yuan Yushan had devised to deal with Shi, eager to playfully torment him. When Shi finished washing up and entered the room, he found Lin Jejia curled up in bed beneath the covers. He paused for a moment, then opened the wardrobe to retrieve a spare blanket, preparing to leave the room. "Wait a moment," Lin Jejia said, biting her lip shyly, her cheeks flushed. Shi turned to look at her, patiently awaiting her next words. Lin Jejia's face scrunched up in frustration. How could she express her desire for him to stay and share the bed instead of sleeping on the couch? Her brows knitted together in a complicated dilemma, oblivious to the smirk that was forming on Shi's face at her visible struggle. "What's wrong, Xiao Baozi?" Shi asked again, a teasing lilt in his voice. Lin Jejia threw herself onto the bed, pulling the covers over her head, her muffled voice barely audible. "Sleep together." Though her voice was barely a whisper, Shi heard her clearly. If she were to lift the covers, she would see the radiant smile on his face. Feeling elated, Shi placed the blanket back where it belonged, climbed onto the bed, and slipped under the covers to embrace the bashful Lin Jejia. As soon as he held her, however, he froze. The sensation beneath the covers revealed just how enticing she was, leaving him momentarily speechless. Where had she learned to be so alluring? Lin Jejia's face turned crimson. Realizing that what she had thought was a weapon against Shi was actually a seductive nightgown, in her haste to hide from him. She had forgotten about this detail. As she felt his warm hand on her, anger and embarrassment swirled within her. Did he think she was deliberately trying to entice him? Had she bought this for him? Shi's voice, deep and sultry, whispered in her ear, "Did you buy this just for me?" The sound of his voice sent shivers down her spine, and she quickly shook her head, adamantly denying it. No, it was Yuan Yushan's idea, enraged by the 3 days of cold treatment she had received. Shi turned, capturing her soft, pink lips in a fierce kiss. Only when he felt himself on the verge of losing control did he force himself to pull away, meeting her gaze filled with misty allure. In that instant, his desire soared. Shi feared he might lose himself completely and swiftly rolled off the bed, darting into the bathroom. Hearing the rush of water, Lin Jejia blushed furiously as she hastily changed into her usual pajamas. Just then, her phone buzzed with a message from Yuan Yushan, leaving her feeling a mix of despair and frustration. Was this so-called punishment really meant to make Shi take a cold shower? Yet, she was the one who had suffered. It was almost unbearable, being so close yet not quite there. Lying on her bed, her cheeks still flushed, she waited for the sound of running water to cease. After a considerable time, the water finally stopped, and the bathroom door swung open. Shi emerged, towel-wrapped, a chill emanating from him, and in that moment, Lin Jejia felt a pang of sympathy. However, it truly wasn't her fault. She had merely fallen in with the wrong crowd. Yet, upon reflecting on his self-restraint for her sake, a sweet smile unconsciously graced the corners of Shi's lips. After changing into his sleepwear, He waited for the chill to dissipate from his body before climbing into bed, assertively pulling her into his embrace and playfully pinching her nose, saying, "Just wait and see how I deal with you in the future. It's still too early." Lin Jejia, emboldened, retorted, "I remember the score, no rush, I'll take my time." Shuri playfully nibbled at her cheek, his tone light as he said, "Your heart is trembling, isn't it?" Lin Jejia, feeling a flutter within, huffed in a coy manner and turned away to sleep. After all, she was no longer afraid. Nestled in Shuri's arms, Lin Jejia felt an inexplicable sense of security. She had spent 3 days at Yushan's home, where she hardly slept soundly at night, often waking in a half-dream state to seek the warmth of that broad embrace. Having been away from him for 3 days, she had suffered from insomnia. But she would never admit it, too embarrassing. Now, cocooned in his arms, drowsiness soon enveloped her, and she drifted into slumber. Before long, Shuri listened to her steady breathing, his deep, enchanting eyes narrowing in satisfaction as he too closed his eyes to sleep. The next day, as usual, Shuri rose early to prepare breakfast. Lin Jejia, having enjoyed a sweet slumber, also woke early. Realizing the mountain of homework awaiting her, she dared not linger in bed. After washing up, she exited her room to find Shuri busily working in the kitchen, that a smile crept onto Lin Jejia's lips as she turned back to her room to retrieve her assignments. Settling at the computer desk in the living room to tackle her work. About half an hour later, she put down her pen, her fingers sore from gripping it for so long, and rubbed her hand when she felt someone gently embrace her from behind. "Is breakfast ready?" Lin Jejia turned, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Yes, come on, let us eat," Shuri replied with a smile, his voice a seductive whisper that sent shivers down her spine, making her heart race uncontrollably. Lin Jejia allowed Shuri to guide her to the dining table, where an array of delectable dishes awaited her. After a satisfying meal, she leaned back in her chair, rubbing her round belly, only to meet Shuri's amused gaze. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she voiced her concern. "If I keep eating like this, I'll inevitably become a chubby girl, though what's wrong with being a bit plump?" "I like it. It's soft and cuddly," Shuri earnestly replied, genuinely wishing to see her gain a little weight. After clearing the table and tidying up in the kitchen, Shuri emerged and asked Lin Jejia, still lazily leaning back in her chair, "When does school start for you?" "I need a specific date. Duh. It seems we have 5 days left, just in time for next Saturday," Lin Jejia lamented. "The school always chooses to start on our weekends, which means we have to attend classes for 2 extra days." Shuri chuckled at her pouting expression, his eyes softening. "Isn't that great? More classes and no extra cost for you." Chapter 71. A surprise at school-y, Lin Jejia exclaimed, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "Yes, it's truly unfair to tire my little bun for 2 extra days." Shuri quickly conceded, aligning himself with her grievances. She shot him a glare, but remained seated, refusing to budge. "How come you can cook?" Lin Jejia questioned, puzzled. Shuri's family had no need for him to cook, as their servants handled such chores, and his father rarely interfered in his life, allowing him considerable freedom. That's simply because I'm born perfect and can do everything," Shuri boasted, grinning at Lin Jejia's skeptical expression. How could he divulge to Lin Jejia that he had meticulously planned their future, including their move here, long before? Thus, he had learned to manage household tasks and explore culinary arts solely to care for her properly. He would oversee her daily needs, allowing her to live a carefree and joyous life. Under Shuri's rigorous training, Lin Jejia's holiday came to an end. Thanks to his guidance, she had finally completed her assignments and felt confident about the upcoming exams. After all, with a formidable support like Shuri, she had already mentally reviewed key points and practiced all potential exam questions. Shuri bent down before a full-length mirror to tie Lin Jejia's shoelaces and straighten her collar, smiling in satisfaction. "This semester, I will closely supervise you. Did I know? I'll study diligently," Lin Jejia replied with a roll of her eyes, interpreting his words as a reminder to pay attention in class and avoid any decline in her academic performance. "I have a surprise for you today, but you'll have to wait until class to find out," he teased at a surprise. Lin Jejia looked up, her hair still in his grasp, inadvertently pulling it and eliciting a yelp from her. Shuri released her hair. "No need to rush. You'll find out soon enough." "You enjoy keeping people in suspense," Lin Jejia huffed, though she couldn't help but feel excited about the surprise Shuri mentioned. Shuri drove Lin Jejia to school. Although still a student, Attending a prestigious school meant it was common to arrive by car. Nevertheless, Shuri attracted attention wherever he went, having garnered countless fans before his time abroad. And his return naturally caused quite a stir. Can you be a little more low-key next time? Everyone's staring, Lin Jejia said, feeling self-conscious under the gazes. She usually preferred to keep a low profile at school and disliked being the center of attention. I'll consider it, Shuri replied casually as he parked the car at the school gate. All right, let us get out. Lin Jejia obediently opened the car door, stepping out as Shuri followed closely behind her. Is that Lin Jejia again? Not far away. Cui Jianni's face twisted in anger as she watched Lin Jejia disembark from Shuri's car. Since their last encounter at the beach, she had sought to approach Shuri through Lin Jejia. But Lin Jejia had been out of the country. After discovering that Shuri had taken Lin Jejia on a trip abroad, Cui Jianni gritted her teeth, masking her fury with a sweet smile as she approached. Jejia, you're back at school. Lin Jejia offered a polite smile, ready to respond when Shuri abruptly pulled her aside. Sorry, we have matters to attend to. Doublehead in first. Chapter 72. Not a good person. Cui Jianni's smile faltered. But maintaining her refined demeanor, she reattached herself to Chen Wenjua's side, sweetly saying, no worries, you two go ahead. Seeing Lin Jejia with Chen Wenjua, a flicker of discomfort crossed Lin Jejia's face, but she paid no heed, merely offering a courteous smile as she walked in with Shuri. Though she bore no ill will toward Chen Wenjua, she had no desire to share the same air as Cui Jianni. Even for a second. Didn't I say not to interact with her? Why are you still talking to her? Shuri pulled Lin Jejia's hand as they navigated around the building. After all, she approached me. Ignoring her entirely would have been rather rude, Lin Jejia mumbled, aware that Cui Jianni was far from innocent. While she wished to avoid her, she couldn't bring herself to outright dismiss her existence due to basic politeness. Be cautious around her, Shuri advised. Seeing Lin Jejia nod obediently, Shuri felt a sense of relief, escorting her to class before departing. The first order of business upon returning to school was, unsurprisingly, an exam that as the class monitor wheeled in a large stack of test papers. The classroom erupted in groans. However, Lin Jejia remained unfazed. Having undergone intensive review during the last week, she felt no anxiety at all. Her desk mate, Su Miling, noticed Lin Jejia's calm demeanor and the faint smile on her face, tugging at her sleeve with a worried expression. Jejia, why aren't you nervous at all? Huh. Lin Jejia glanced around as her classmates hurriedly pulled out their textbooks, cramming in last-minute study sessions before the papers were distributed. Not wanting to boast about her preparedness, she smiled and replied, I feel like reviewing now wouldn't make much difference since the exam is already upon us. True, Su Miling released Lin Jejia's sleeve, continuing to sigh in despair. All right, quiet down, the papers are being handed out, the class monitor announced, rapping on the desk as the meticulously counted papers were distributed. Lin Jejia picked up her pen. Glancing at the questions on the test paper, a knowing smile spreading across her face. Shuri truly was impressive. Having skimmed through the material, she realized she had practiced nearly all the question types, leaving just enough time to ponder a few remaining problems without worry about her score. That it was evident that her results would undoubtedly place her at the top once again. Lin Jejia quickly jotted down calculations on her scratch paper. Su Miling stole a glance and was taken aback to see her already on the second page, her mouth agape in disbelief. Jejia, you know all this. Most of the content covered was material the teacher hadn't yet discussed. Intended for self-study before the assessment, could it be that Lin Jejia spent her entire summer studying at home? Su Miling thought, contemplating the possibility that someone as diligent as Lin Jejia could indeed do so. With a resigned expression, Su Miling began her calculations on the test paper as well. Meanwhile, Lin Jejia immersed herself in tackling the last few challenging questions when her phone, tucked away in her drawer, suddenly rang. The crisp ringtone echoed jarringly through the quiet classroom, drawing everyone's attention towards Lin Jejia. Sorry. Lin Jejia, her cheeks flushed, offered an apology as she reached into her desk to search for something. After a prolonged moment, she found nothing. Upon raising her gaze, she noticed her homeroom teacher standing at the doorway, observing her intently, which sent a wave of panic through her. Chapter 73. An incident during the exam. In a moment of desperation, she plunged both hands into the desk and retrieved her phone. It was a call from Shuri. Lin Jejia hesitated only briefly before decisively ending the call. It was exam time, And although she was aware that hanging up on Shi might displease him, she believed he would understand the gravity of the situation. She resolved to explain everything to him once the exam concluded. Lin Jijia silenced her phone and returned it to the drawer, but shortly thereafter, Shi Yi's calls resumed, causing her desk to vibrate incessantly. Her deskmate paused in writing, casting a glance at Lin Jijia, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately continued with their work. Lin Jijia found herself increasingly flustered by Shi Yi's persistent calls. The teacher was at the podium, and even in the hushed classroom, the vibrations were audible. Yet, she dared not answer that moment. She felt an overwhelming urge to block Shi Yi's number. Why must he call at such an inopportune time? Moreover, she had already terminated his call. Yet he continued to persist. Could it be that something urgent had arisen? Lin Jijia's pen paused abruptly, as Shi had never bombarded her with calls like this, especially knowing she was in the midst of an exam. Countless possibilities raced through her mind, rendering her unable to concentrate on her paper. Gritting her teeth, she finally raised her hand. "Teacher, may I take a call?" The homeroom teacher regarded Lin Jijia's raised hand with uncertainty. Lin Jijia was an exemplary student, well-behaved and diligent. So what was the matter with her today? Not only was she using her phone during an exam, but now she was requesting permission to answer a call. Even if the teacher wished to show leniency towards Lin Jijia, it was difficult to grant her this request in front of the entire class. It is exam time. Class will conclude once the exam is finished. The implication was clear. Now was not an appropriate time to take a call. She could do as she wished after the exam. Lin Jijia's expression dimmed, and she began to doodle circles on her paper, chewing her lip before finally mustering the courage to speak again. "Teacher, it's a call from home, and it won't stop ringing that I'm worried there might be an emergency. This has never happened before." Desperation nearly brought her to tears as she implored the teacher with her eyes. She understood the importance of the exam and the rule against using phones, but in comparison, Shi Yi's potential emergency took precedence. The teacher regarded Lin Jijia for a long moment, noticing her reddening eyes, before finally sighing, "All right, but return promptly." "Thank you, teacher." Lin Jijia's eyes sparkled with relief as she retrieved her phone from the drawer and dashed out of the classroom. As she stepped outside, the phone ceased vibrating, and a jolt of panic struck her. The calls had stopped. She hurriedly quickened her pace, trembling fingers dialing Shi Yi's number. "Hello? What's wrong?" Lin Jijia's voice trembled, tinged with the threat of tears. If something had truly happened to Shi, she would never forgive herself. "What is the matter, little bun?" Shi Yi's voice was soothing. Upon hearing it, Lin Jijia felt an immediate sense of calm wash over her. "What happened? Are you okay?" "What's up?" Shi replied, puzzled that I'm fine. "What about you? Why are you calling me at this time? Aren't you supposed to be in an exam?" Lin Jijia's heart sank. "Weren't you the one repeatedly calling me? I thought something was wrong, so I rushed out to call you back." She intended to say more, but upon noticing the homeroom teacher approaching the classroom door, she felt an urgent need to end the conversation. Chapter 74. Shi Yi's appearance. Shi frowned, glancing at a nearby child engrossed in playing with his phone. Suddenly comprehending the situation, he had just been in the administrative office completing the transfer paperwork, and had set his phone aside, only for this child to pick it up and start dialing. Presumably, the child had seen Lin Jijia's name in his contacts and kept calling. Shi glanced at his phone screen, confirming multiple missed calls, and his expression darkened. "That it's nothing. It was just an accidental pocket dial. You should return to your exam," he reassured gently. "An accident?" Lin Jijia's voice rose sharply. After worrying about him, it turned out to be a mere mistake. All her pent-up grievances surged forth. "Shi, are you out of your mind?" Lin Jijia exclaimed, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Typically not one to express herself so boldly, she had dared to bring her phone into the exam under the scrutiny of her teacher and classmates. Terrified for his safety, only to be met with a nonchalant dismissal. Shi opened his mouth to offer some words of comfort, but was taken aback when Lin Jijia abruptly hung up on him, leaving him momentarily speechless. The little bun is upset again, he thought, realizing that any goodwill he had built up was likely dashed, with a resigned glance at the child who had caused the commotion. He took the signed paperwork from the administrative office and bowed slightly. "Thank you, teacher." "Not a problem. Go back to class," the administrative teacher replied, gesturing dismissively, admiration evident in their eyes. Sure, he was well known for his accomplishments. Despite his youth, he managed the entire Hongyao group and was an exemplary student, that IT was initially assumed he would pursue studies abroad and not return. Yet here he was, back in school. Whatever he intended to do was his own business. And the teachers had no reason to pry. Goodbye, teacher. Shuri left the office with a polite smile, his steps light as he headed toward Lin Jiejia's classroom. Upon returning, she realized there was little time left before the exam concluded. Fortunately, she had worked quickly before stepping out, and despite her brief absence, she was among the first to put down her pen. As Lin Jiejia stretched her fingers and yawned, she caught sight of a familiar figure outside the classroom. Simultaneously, whispers erupted among her classmates. "Hey, isn't that Shuri?" Lin Jiejia was taken aback, glancing out the window only to see half of his outfit and arm. It must be him. What was he doing here? Hadn't he graduated after 3 years abroad? Was he not supposed to have graduated? Why was Shuri outside their classroom? A girl nearby exclaimed in delight, as not many were aware of Shuri's earlier walk with Lin Jiejia around campus that morning. Cui Jiani, knowing Shuri had come for Lin Jiejia, felt a pang of jealousy. Lin Jiejia furrowed her brow. Could it be that Shuri had come to apologize for her earlier outburst? She reasoned that her emotional outburst had been unwarranted, and it was merely a coincidence. After all, it was not his fault. Stealing another glance at Shuri, she noticed that he had stepped out from behind a wall, his smiling eyes fixed upon her. Chapter 75. What is your relationship with Shuri? Lin Jiejia's face flushed as she could not withstand his intense gaze, lowering her head. With so many classmates watching, he openly stared at her without a hint of concern for the attention it drew. The bell signaling the end of the exam rang, prompting the teacher to rise from the podium as students began to submit their papers. Shuri flashed a smile and beckoned Lin Jiejia with a finger. Furrowing her brow, Lin Jiejia tightly pressed her lips together as she stood and hurried outside. "What are you doing outside my classroom?" she whispered, a hint of reproach in her tone. Shuri chuckled lightly, pinching Lin Jiejia's cheek playfully. "Who is it that was just angry and called me crazy? I'm just here to help you feel better." Lin Jiejia's cheeks flushed at his teasing, and feeling slightly embarrassed, she pushed him away. All right, enough of that." Shuri, well aware of Lin Jiejia's bashfulness, ceased his antics. "Let us head back to our seats," ruffling her hair. He watched as she looked up at him with bright eyes before obediently returning to her desk. Shuri turned his attention away, handing the paperwork to the homeroom teacher still present in the classroom. The moment he entered, whispers erupted among the students, particularly from the girls, who were visibly excited. The teacher nodded, signing the document, and engaged in light conversation with Shuri amidst the bustling classroom. Lin Jiejia was unable to hear their discussion and felt a twinge of curiosity about Shuri's purpose for being there. As the class bell rang, all eyes were on Shuri, who had yet to leave. Lin Jiejia thought to herself, wondering why he lingered. Suddenly, Su Miling leaned in, a conspiratorial gleam in her eyes. "Jiejia, what is your relationship with Shuri?" "I just saw him affectionately pinch your cheek." Lin Jiejia refrained from providing a direct answer, simply stating, "We've known each other since childhood." "Wow, childhood sweethearts. He must have come to our classroom because of you." Su Miling exclaimed in surprise, momentarily forgetting that class had already begun, causing the gaze of all her classmates in the classroom to suddenly fall upon them. Lin Jiejia shot a resentful glance at Su Miling, who was aware of her mistake and, feeling somewhat guilty, absent-mindedly touched her nose. Lin Jiejia instinctively glanced at Shuri, who stood next to the class teacher at the podium, wearing an enigmatic smile as he observed her without any hint of concealment. "All right, everyone, please quiet down." The class teacher gently cleared her throat, and the slight disturbance that had just arisen was instantly quelled. "Today, our class will welcome a new member." A bright smile appeared on the teacher's face, clearly delighted that such an outstanding student would join her class. "Hello, everyone. My name is Shuri. I look forward to your guidance." Shuri displayed a formal smile and slightly bowed in greeting. "What a gentleman! How charming! I can't believe I'll be classmates with Shuri." The crowd erupted into a flurry of exclamations. However, Lin Jiejia furrowed her brows slightly, puzzled as to why he would be repeating a year. It shouldn't be the case. Could it be because of her? Shuri's gaze remained fixed on her, making her too timid to lift her head. "May I sit in that position?" Shuri's lips curled into a smile as he spoke in a light yet commanding tone, causing everyone to fall silent and look in the direction of his hand. Chapter 76. Daring to flirt during class. Lin Jiejia, confused, looked up to find Shuri pointing to the seat beside her. "Is he out of his mind? My desk mate is still in that seat." Is he really going to sit next to me and force my deskmate away? Su Miling and Lin Jiejia exchanged glances, with Lin Jiejia's eyes revealing a flicker of indignation. Although Shi Yi's actions were intended to be close to her, such behavior seemed excessively inappropriate. No way. Lin Jiejia was the first to protest, causing Shi Yi's gaze to momentarily falter. Shi Yi, that seat is already occupied by a classmate. The teacher coughed discreetly, gently suggesting, how about the seat next to that boy in the 6th row? Shi Yi barely glanced at that position, smiling as he replied, thank you, teacher, but I prefer the seat next to Lin Jiejia. He actually said it outright. Lin Jiejia was so incensed that she refused to look at him, lowering her head in an effort to ignore him. What happened to the promise of keeping a low profile? Su Miling began to pack her things with a pained expression, knowing that since Shi Yi was vying for this seat, she couldn't possibly refuse him. Thank you, Shi Yi said to Su Miling with a smile, showing no sign of embarrassment. Lin Jiejia, unable to contain her anger, raised her head. Then where am I supposed to sit? You can sit next to that boy, Shi Yi replied, meeting Lin Jiejia's gaze with a calm demeanor. Lin Jiejia was left speechless. Shi Yi took a seat next to Lin Jiejia, and she immediately felt the weight of envious gazes from all around her, including some boys who admired Shi Yi. Lin Jiejia was beautiful, graceful, academically gifted, and had a gentle personality, thus attracting numerous admirers. However, she was somewhat oblivious to romantic advances and maintained a certain distance from boys, leaving very few who could draw close to her. Well, it's settled then. The teacher nodded, and as the subject teacher entered the room, the class teacher greeted them and left. Lin Jiejia discreetly pinched Shi Yi's waist, whispering a warning, you better give me a reasonable explanation when we get home, and no getting close to me during class. Shi Yi raised an eyebrow, placing his hand over hers, which was causing mischief at his waist. The next moment, Lin Jiejia was startled and withdrew her hand, shooting him an angry glare before retrieving her textbook, determined to ignore him. As Lin Jiejia attentively listened to the lesson, she suddenly felt warmth from the hand resting on her thigh. Turning her head, she saw Shi Yi intently focused on the blackboard, yet secretly reaching under the desk to hold her hand, his thumb gently rotating in her palm, causing a tickling sensation. Lin Jiejia's heart skipped a beat, her face involuntarily flushing red. Biting her lip, she shot him a fierce glare, furious that he dared to disregard her warning and flirt with her during class. How infuriating! She quickly pulled her hand away and placed it on the desk. Shi Yi, however, wore a mischievous smile, using his textbook as a shield, persistently pursuing her. Lin Jiejia, finally exasperated, turned to face Shi Yi, displaying her annoyance. Lin Jiejia, where did the teacher just leave off? The teacher soon noticed Lin Jiejia's distraction, having been absent-minded since class began, and now turning to speak with her deskmate. Though the teacher had always held a good impression of Lin Jiejia, she had been subtly reminded several times. Yet it seemed Lin Jiejia remained oblivious. When the teacher called on Lin Jiejia, her face flushed crimson as she stood, tightly pursing her lips, flipping through her textbook, having indeed not been paying attention and unsure where the teacher had left off. Chapter 77. A full measure of disdain fuming. Lin Jiejia kicked Shi Yi's leg beneath the desk, blaming him for her distraction. Page 68, question 9, Shi Yi whispered, covering his mouth with his hand to speak quietly. Lin Jiejia quickly bent down to flip through the pages, finding the problem Shi Yi mentioned, but the teacher waved her hand. Sit down. You need to pay attention in class. Lin Jiejia nodded and resumed her seat. Shi Yi beside her chuckled mischievously, prompting Lin Jiejia to roll her eyes in frustration, unwilling to engage with him further. Until class ended, Shi Yi continued to mimic the teacher's tone, mockingly admonishing Lin Jiejia. You need to pay attention in class from now on, that it's all your fault. How can you even say that? Lin Jiejia was infuriated, shoving the culprit with all her might, causing Shi Yi to nearly lose his balance and fall backward. He quickly grasped Lin Jiejia's arm to steady himself, inadvertently pulling her into his embrace. Lin Jiejia's face instantly turned crimson. This was still in the classroom. Although many students had left, a significant number remained. Lin Jiejia abruptly stood, and under her classmates' gazes, she sat back down, pulling out her practice book to feign seriousness as she began writing. Shi Yi surveyed the room, and everyone instinctively averted their eyes from his probing gaze. Lin Jiejia felt a pang of regret. Shi Yi's arrival had disrupted her previously tranquil life. Yet Shi Yi seemed intent on binding their fates together. contemplating the turbulent life that lay ahead. Lin Jejia felt a headache coming on. She quickly scribbled a note that read, "No getting close to me in the classroom, or I won't talk to you," and slid the paper toward Shuri. Shuri glanced at it, then took up a pen to respond, "Little Bowsy, you disdain me." Lin Jejia stared at the paper he pushed back, noticing the 3 exclamation marks, and instantly felt anger rise within her. Yes, she did disdain him. With him attracting all the bees and butterflies, it took a tremendous amount of resilience just to be close to him. Her heart was too fragile to withstand it. She crumpled the paper and stuffed it in her backpack. Lin Jejia got a sweet, gentle voice chime from behind her. Shuri frowned, not bothering to turn around. Lin Jejia instinctively turned to see Cui Jiani. Shuri's indifference had somewhat embarrassed her, causing Cui Jiani's previously charming smile to stiffen, her hand hovering awkwardly in midair as she had intended to lightly pat Shuri's shoulder. Lin Jejia's delicate brows furrowed, and she turned back, mimicking Shuri's previous enigmatic expression as she regarded him. Tio Cui Jiani. Lin Jejia's smile seemed like mockery, igniting a flame of fury within her. Shuri flicked Lin Jejia's forehead. "Did you understand the question the teacher just assigned?" Lin Jejia shook her head, prompting Shuri to take her practice book and open it, gesturing her over. "Come here, I'll explain it to you." Cui Jiani felt completely ignored by the two, and unwilling to back down, bit her lip and stepped between them, saying, "Are you discussing the question the teacher just mentioned? Can I join? I didn't quite understand it." Shuri frowned and looked up at Cui Jiani, speaking with icy clarity. "Please move aside. You're blocking the light." Cui Jiani froze, glancing at the practice book, which was indeed cast in a shadow. Shuri's repeated disregard for her left Cui Jiani feeling somewhat embarrassed. Her face flushed with humiliation as she shot a glare at Lin Jejia before awkwardly returning to her own seat. Lin Jejia was baffled by the glare. She hadn't provoked her at all. If Cui Jiani had an issue, she should confront Shuri. Chapter 78. Attracting bees and butterflies. Lin Jejia, venting her frustration, slapped Shuri's hand. "It's your fault for attracting all the bees and butterflies." Shuri, feigning innocence, leaned closer to her ear and replied, "Those aren't bees or butterflies. They're snakes that I can barely escape them. Why would I go and provoke them?" Lin Jejia's eyes widened in surprise as she discreetly glanced at Cui Jiani, who was glaring at her with an ominous expression, suddenly realizing that Shuri's sharp tongue had a point. Lin Jejia found herself harboring a growing aversion toward Cui Jiani. Initially, she bore no ill will toward her, merely perceiving her as someone pretending to be friendly while speaking ill of her behind her back. However, it was clear now that Cui Jiani had set her sights on Shuri, who was her boyfriend and fiancé. Faced with the prospect of competing for Shuri's affection with Cui Jiani, Lin Jejia couldn't help but feel a sense of hostility toward her. Cui Jiani watched the sweet interaction between the two, her teeth nearly grinding in frustration. She was determined to have Shuri for herself. Enduring the intermittent disturbances from Shuri during class, and feeling the various emotions of envy and resentment from the girls in her class after it, Lin Jejia found her days to be exceptionally arduous. Yet, amidst this turmoil, she felt a peculiar sweetness in the burden of having Shuri by her side. Finally, the noon bell rang, signaling the end of the school day. With her eyelashes lowered, Lin Jejia was tidying her backpack when Cui Jiani passed by, intentionally bumping into her desk. Scalding hot water splashed onto the surface, soaking the textbooks that Lin Jejia had yet to put away. The steaming liquid also splattered onto her arm and thigh, causing her to gasp in surprise and hastily retreat. Fortunately, it was not a significant amount, but a few patches of skin turned a bright red from the burn. Shuri, engrossed in texting on his phone, lifted his gaze upon hearing Lin Jejia's startled exclamation. His eyes fell upon Cui Jiani, who stood there looking flustered and bewildered, and his expression darkened immediately. Cui Jiani felt a chill run down her spine under the weight of Shuri's icy gaze, as if she had suddenly plunged into a bottomless pit. That look was terrifying. He was supposed to be the charming, sunlit idol. Yet here, he was displaying such a fearsome expression. Noticing the once fair and delicate skin on Lin Jejia's hand now reddened from the burn, Shuri's eyes widened in momentary shock before anger took over. "What happened?" he demanded. Lin Jejia did not respond, but instead turned her gaze toward Cui Jiani, her meaning unmistakable. Cui Jiani, feeling the pressure, stammered, "I didn't mean to. I just got hot water and accidentally bumped into you." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, adopting a pitiful demeanor as she bit her full, red lips, knowing that this would tug at the hearts of most men. However, her tactics were ineffective against Shuri. Accidentally, Shuri's lips curled into a cold smirk as he stepped past Lin Jejia to confront Cui Jiani, towering over her. "Das oh, you accidentally spilled hot water, accidentally wandered here, and then accidentally bumped into the desk." Quite the series of accidents. His words dripped with sarcasm, causing Cui Jiani's face to flush with embarrassment. She clenched her teeth, suppressing her anger as she wore a look of someone who had been wronged. Her target was Shuri. If she could win him over, enduring a bit of humiliation would be worth it. "Enough, E." Lin Jejia weakly tugged at Shuri's sleeve, aware that their commotion had drawn the attention of their classmates still lingering in the classroom. "Not enough," Shuri replied with a smirk, snatching the cup from Cui Jiani's hands and dousing her with the remaining hot water. The scalding liquid splattered predominantly on Cui Jiani, with some even reaching her face and neck, prompting a shriek of disbelief from her as she stared at Shuri in shock. Shuri casually shook the empty cup in his hand, tossing it toward Cui Jiani. "My apologies, I slipped. You won't hold it against me, will you?" His lips curled into a mocking smile as he watched her, showing no inclination toward gentlemanly behavior. Instead, he reveled in watching Lin Jejia's eyes well up with tears, believing that when faced with shamelessness, one should not hesitate to retaliate. Cui Jiani bit her lip, fury flashing in her eyes as she glared at Lin Jejia. It must have been her that had spoken ill of her to Shuri, for there was no other reason he would treat her this way. Cui Jiani considered herself superior to Lin Jejia, and with her looks and charm, she was adored by boys everywhere. Never had someone like Shuri made her feel so humiliated. Moreover, what kind of man would throw hot water at a girl? Was that how a gentleman should behave? "Are you blaming me for being careless?" Shuri stepped in front of Lin Jejia, blocking her from Cui Jiani's glare. "How dare you glare at her in my presence?" "Of course not, that I have something to attend to and must leave," Cui Jiani replied, her eyes flashing with malice. Stifled by Shuri's status, she felt a lump in her throat, causing her great discomfort. She believed that she deserved to be cherished by Shuri, not Lin Jejia. She would not give up so easily. Not at all. Shuri turned to Lin Jejia, concerned as he examined her burned hand. "Does it hurt anywhere else? Should we go to the infirmary for some treatment?" Cui Jiani halted her exit, biting her lip in frustration as she exited the classroom. "That it's just a little burn. Thankfully, it's not boiling water, or I would have been seriously injured," Lin Jejia said, opening her hand to reveal that the redness on her skin had already faded significantly. The area burned was small, and she had quickly shaken off the hot water. However, glancing at her textbooks, now completely soaked, the ink had blurred beyond recognition. With the semester just begun, her books were in a dreadful state. And even if they dried, the pages would surely curl. Shuri smiled slightly, pulling out his own textbook from the desk. "Use mine, Dada." Lin Jejia was taken aback. "What about you?" "We'll share," he said with an innocent expression, though internally he was calculating that sharing a textbook would bring them closer, fostering their relationship and providing opportunities for intimacy. With the soft, fragrant Lin Jejia beside him, it was hard for him to resist. "No, studying together will only hinder my learning," Lin Jejia firmly protested, shaking off her drenched textbook. "I'll just dry it with a hairdryer at home." Before she could finish, Shuri pulled Lin Jejia into his embrace, catching her off guard as she crashed into his warm, broad chest. "Little bun, how can you be so dismissive of me?" Shuri feigned a pitiful tone, his breath warm against Lin Jejia's ear, sending shivers down her spine. Noticing her reaction, Shuri chuckled softly, further flustering Lin Jejia, who quickly pushed him away. "Pervert, I am indeed dismissing you. You're always distracting me in class that if my grades drop, I want to let you off easily," she retorted angrily. "With me around, how could you possibly fall behind? Take the textbook. I'll use yours," Shuri said, suppressing his playful demeanor as he affectionately gazed at Lin Jejia. A sweetness filled Lin Jejia's heart as she reached for Shuri's textbook, placing it in her bag. Just as she was about to rise, Shuri suddenly smiled and extended his hand toward her. "Hand it over." "Huh." Lin Jejia was perplexed. "Hand over what?" "The textbook you just gave me." Had he merely been teasing her? Reflecting on it, she realized that it was indeed a possibility. Shuri had a penchant for playfully tormenting her, relishing her flustered reactions. This bad habit of his had yet to change. What a mischievous delight. Lin Jejia pouted, unzipping her bag to retrieve the book for Shuri. Just as she did, he halted her. "What are you doing?" "I'm giving you the book." Lin Jejia rolled her eyes. Shuri was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, leaving Lin Jejia bewildered and a bit annoyed. "What are you laughing at?" "Little bun, you really are adorably foolish." Shuri's laughter was charming, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "That I meant for you to give me your bag. I'll carry it for you." Only then did Lin Jejia grasp his intention. Her cheeks flushing as she awkwardly defended herself. "It's not my fault for misunderstanding. You didn't explain clearly." Nevertheless, she obediently handed over her bag to Shuri. Given his tall and strong stature, having him carry her bag was no trouble at all. With only a few lingering classmates in the room, she was not concerned about being seen. After a morning of being watched, Lin Jejia's heart had grown bolder. As Shuri took her bag, whether intentionally or not, his fingers grazed hers, the roughness of his skin igniting an unexpected spark that made Lin Jejia shudder and quickly retract her hand. "What is wrong?" Shuri noticed her reaction and asked, "Did I touch the burn? Is it painful? Should we go to the infirmary?" Shuri chided himself for being so inattentive. He had seen Lin Jejia's hand get burned and guessed she might be too lazy to go to the infirmary. But now he was genuinely concerned. He glanced at the back of Lin Jejia's hand. The redness had mostly returned to normal, but he still felt uneasy. "Let us not rush home. Let us check the infirmary first." "Huh, I need to do my homework after getting home." Lin Jejia shook her head, unwilling to go. She had been burned before while fetching hot water, and a cold rinse had sufficed. "Let us take a look." Shuri insisted. Lin Jejia opened her mouth to argue but fell silent. Shuri seemed to be changing, shifting from his previous indulgence to a more assertive and decisive demeanor, although it sometimes made her uncomfortable. Being pampered like this felt sweet. "It's just because your fingers brushed against mine," Lin Jejia mumbled softly, feeling embarrassed at the thought of admitting that their fingertips had touched, sending a jolt through her. The mere idea was too shameful. "What did you say?" Shuri asked, not quite catching her words. Nothing. Lin Jejia felt her ears flush with embarrassment as she hurriedly shook her head, realizing she had spoken her thoughts aloud. Shuri reached out, gently ruffling her hair, which was soft and fine to the touch, prompting him to linger a moment longer until Lin Jejia, with a slightly annoyed expression, pulled his hand away. "Let's go." Shuri extended his long arm, pulling her into his embrace. Although Lin Jejia struggled a couple of times, she ultimately relented, allowing him to hold her half-hugged, her heart secretly delighting in the closeness. "Aren't we supposed to be heading home for dinner? This direction seems wrong," Lin Jejia questioned, puzzled. "Did you forget we were going to the infirmary so soon?" Shuri sighed in exasperation, after a moment of dazed silence. Lin Jejia's expression shifted to one of intensity. It's just a minor burn. I'm really fine. Can't we?" Before she could finish, Shuri silenced her with a kiss. Lin Jejia's eyes widened in shock. They were still in the school corridor, where students and teachers might pass at any moment if they were caught. She pushed Shuri, but he was lost in the sweetness of the moment and refused to let go. Holding her tightly, his palm cradling the back of her head, making escape impossible, it was only when Lin Jejia felt herself nearly out of breath that Shuri released her. Gasping, she clutched his shirt, taking deep breaths to regain her composure. After a while, she stepped back, straightened her posture, and shot him an indignant glare. Her cheeks flushed. Seeing the smug smile on his face only fueled her irritation, prompting her to punch him playfully a few times. Shuri chuckled, catching her fist and squeezing it gently in his palm, causing Lin Jejia to blush even deeper. Where on earth did Shuri learn such flirtatious tactics? It was clear he had never had a girlfriend before. Lin Jejia thought indignantly, recalling how he had insisted on bringing her to the infirmary under the pretense of concern, when in reality, he merely sought a secluded place to steal a kiss. What a rogue. All right, we'll be there soon. After we check it out, we can go have lunch," Shuri coaxed, embracing her pouting form. Lin Jejia stomped her foot in frustration, realizing she had somehow ended up sulking instead. Pouting, they walked a short distance until they reached the infirmary, the door slightly ajar, indicating that the teacher had yet to leave for the day. Shuri knocked gently before pushing the door open and leading Lin Jejia inside. Instinctively, she attempted to shake off his hand, but Shuri frowned in displeasure and tightened his grip, refusing to release her. Embarrassed, Lin Jejia bit her lip as the teacher's gaze swept over them, finally lingering on their intertwined hands with an expression devoid of surprise. After a moment, the teacher turned her attention to Shi and inquired, "What seems to be the matter?" Noticing their intimacy, the teacher's understanding was clear. Before Shuri could respond, she added with a frown, "How old are you two? Engaging in such irresponsible behavior at your age and expecting me to assist you is quite unreasonable." Lin Jieja blinked in surprise, momentarily unable to process the situation. "What do you mean, teacher? This is the infirmary. We cannot perform procedures like abortions here, that I can issue a medical leave for you to visit an outside hospital instead." The teacher sighed, observing that both students seemed like the model pupils who would never act so irrationally. However, she had seen such situations before. "But we're not here for that," Lin Jieja exclaimed, her face flushing crimson at the assumption that they were seeking such a procedure. She shot an annoyed glance at Shi, who couldn't suppress a chuckle, making Lin Jieja even more embarrassed. The teacher, taken aback by Lin Jieja's response, awkwardly apologized. "I'm sorry. What are you here for then?" "She has a burn. I brought her to get it checked," Shuri replied, stifling his laughter, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Lin Jieja felt mortified. If it weren't for Shuri's insistence on holding her hand, they wouldn't have found themselves in such a tangled mess. It was so humiliating. Lin Jieja was still an innocent girl, and the mere thought of such words escaping her lips made her feel extremely embarrassed. "That I swear I won't act recklessly with you until we are married," Shuri declared, his voice ringing clearly in the quiet. Confined infirmary. The teacher, clearly hearing his proclamation, concealed a smile behind her thick glasses. "Shuri, why would you say that?" Lin Jieja scolded, twisting his arm in reprimand. Shuri played along, feigning pain, while the teacher cleared her throat, watching the playful couple before her. "Teacher, may I see the burn?" Lin Jieja extended her hand, revealing the now faded redness. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, she worried the teacher might think she was making a fuss over a trivial injury. The teacher frowned slightly and retrieved an ice pack from the storeroom, handing it to Lin Jieja. "It's not serious. Just apply this for a while. Now, please sign here." Lin Jieja obediently took the pen and signed her name. The teacher paused, recognizing the name. "That I remember this name. There was a girl who came in for a pregnancy test that ITS the same name." The teacher glanced at the class list, noting they were in the same class. "But clearly, you're not the same person. Could it be a coincidence of names?" Lin Jieja exchanged a bewildered glance with Shuri. There had only ever been one Lin Jieja in their class, and she had never encountered another student with the same name in school. Even if it were a mere coincidence, it felt too coincidental. Furthermore, personal information was always registered when visiting the infirmary, making it easy to trace back to any prior visits. That if this were intentional, who would sign Lin Jieja's name, and for what purpose? "Teacher, do you know if that girl ended up pregnant?" Shuri asked in a low voice. The teacher hesitated. "Yes, she was." Lin Jieja felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Why would Shuri ask that? Did he suspect her? She tugged at his sleeve, uneasily explaining. "Yeah, didn't he?" "I know." Shuri interrupted her soothingly. "You wouldn't do that. You belong to me alone." His trust in her eased Lin Jieja's anxiety, but she soon furrowed her brow, pondering who would impersonate her and cast such a heavy cloud over her reputation that if this record were to circulate, especially if it coincided with her leave of absence, there would be no way to clear her name. Lin Jieja's small face scrunched in distress, feeling a weight in her chest that was utterly uncomfortable. Shuri's brow furrowed deeply as he turned to the teacher once more. "Do you remember anything about that girl?" The teacher thought carefully, recalling that she remembered the name because the girl's situation had been quite serious, with signs of bleeding. She had been frightened, and her signature had trembled, prompting the teacher to take a closer look. But as for the girl's appearance, she couldn't recall. Shaking her head, she replied, "That was last semester. I don't remember what she looked like." Without any description of the girl, the lead vanished. Lin Jieja felt a pang of disappointment and looked helplessly at Shuri, who was equally troubled. "Teacher, do you remember when this happened?" "Probably around March or April," the teacher recollected, adding, "I can't be sure the exact date. It was a while ago, and so many students come in for medical visits daily that it's hard to remember every face. But this situation was quite unique, so it left a deeper impression. That's all right. We understand." "Thank you, teacher," Shuri said politely, nodding in gratitude. "Can we see the previous records?" After some hesitation, Shuri finally asked the teacher. Having flipped through the stack of registration records on the desk, he realized there were many from that day. Given the time frame, several volumes of records had already been replaced that if they had been documented, they must have been preserved well. We have those that I'll go get them for you, the teacher replied, frowning. She had confirmed the girl's student ID at the time, which had contained her photo, so she had been completely unaware that it was fake. Realizing the situation was somewhat serious, the teacher retrieved a dozen registration books from the storeroom and placed them in front of Shi with a hint of apology. These should be them. Take a look. These thick volumes were filled with students' registration information, and it would likely take them a while to sift through. The teacher pondered whether it was time to suggest reforms to the school as procedures, ensuring students presented proof of identity before registration instead of merely signing their names. That I think I heard rumors like that back in March or April, Lin Jejia recalled, her expression shifting. Shi's pupils constricted sharply. What? Someone was indeed defaming Lin Jejia behind her back. Anger surged within Shi. If he learned who was responsible, he would not let them off easily. He was determined to uncover the truth and reveal the schemer behind this malicious plot. At that time, I happened to overhear Cui Jiani gossiping with a few girls in our class, claiming I had actually been pregnant and had an abortion after fooling around with someone else. From the lips of the demure Lin Jejia, these words emerged, causing a hint of shyness to wash over her. As she articulated them, an unmistakable awkwardness ensued. Shi, however, paid little heed to these nuances, instead pondering the implications of Lin Jejia's earlier remarks. Cui Jiani's relentless scheming against Lin Jejia was not a novel occurrence that Shi had stumbled upon. He was taken aback to discover that such malice had been directed at Lin Jejia for so long. Why had he never heard these rumors before? Anger clenched Shi's fists. Although he resided abroad, his concern for Lin Jejia had never waned. Such explosive scandals could not possibly escape his notice. Chapter 84. False rumors. That is because no one believes them, Lin Jejia replied with a resigned shrug. Cui Jiani had made her claims, and while a few girls had chuckled in disbelief, one had echoed her sentiments, albeit insincerely. After all, Lin Jejia had never taken leave or skipped class at this point. A faint smile graced Lin Jejia's lips as she remarked, such an overt falsehood. Who could possibly take it seriously? It soon faded away. Yet beneath her composed exterior, Lin Jejia harbored fear. Initially, she felt unperturbed by the accusations, as she was innocent of any wrongdoing. However, with the matter resurfacing, a chill crept up from her toes. If she had indeed taken a leave of absence for 10 days or even 2 weeks, the rumors of her pregnancy and miscarriage would become all too credible. Shi, witnessing her frightened expression, felt a surge of compassion. She had done nothing wrong. Her innocence and purity were being maliciously exploited. All right, I suspect this is the handiwork of Cui Jiani, he declared, the mere mention of Cui Jiani. Lin Jejia's tone turned sour. Her visit to the infirmary today was entirely due to Cui Jiani's machinations. It was hardly an accident that she had feigned illness. Cui Jiani had chosen her moment carefully, waiting until after school, when no one was around to act against her. Had it occurred during class, her reputation would have been irreparably tarnished. Only she would so openly target me, Lin Jejia fumed, wondering if Cui Jiani had lost her senses. What enmity could possibly exist between them, devoid of any conflict of interest? Observing Lin Jejia's indignation, Shi felt a flicker of reassurance as he gently stroked her hair. I shall see to it that she is properly dealt with. For now, we must gather evidence. Very well, Lin Jejia replied obediently, but after a moment's reflection, added, if it comes to nothing, so be it. After all, she has been causing trouble for so long without any substantial impact on me. Shi chuckled softly. Just because you, my little bun, think it's acceptable doesn't mean I will allow it. With me around, who would dare continue to bully you? Their teacher, with a smile, cleared her throat, prompting both to turn. Lin Jejia met the teacher's warm gaze, her face flushing with embarrassment. They both took seats at the table, the previously tense atmosphere dissipating. Shi divided the stack of documents before them, pushing the larger portion toward Lin Jejia. Let us divide the tasks. You shall take care of these. Lin Jejia nodded. Though the teacher, feeling slightly guilty, offered, I'll assist you both. There are no students seeking medical attention at the moment, and it would be idle to sit here doing nothing. Thank you, teacher, Lin Jejia beamed sweetly, handing a notebook to her. There's no need to trouble yourself. Shi took the notebook from Lin Jejia's hands. The teacher mentioned this pertains to events from March and April. Now that we are in early September, let us review from March through July, just to be safe. He opened the covers of the notebooks, saying, "Here, the dates are noted. We simply need to extract the relevant entries." Lin Jejia observed the notebooks before her, realizing that over half had been eliminated. Shi gently restrained her hand as she attempted to turn a page, continuing in a soft tone, "Simply look at the class column. When you find our class, check if your name is listed." Once their roles were established, the trio diligently immersed themselves in their search. Chapter 85. Being followed, half an hour passed when the teacher suddenly inquired. The student named Lin Jejia. "Is that you?" "Yes," Lin Jejia exclaimed, still processing the question when Shi interjected confidently. Lin Jejia, filled with excitement, leaned closer to the teacher. "Have you found something?" "Indeed, this appears to be the one." The teacher sighed in relief, a faint smile breaking through her previously tense expression. She pointed to a blank space in the notebook, and Lin Jejia followed her gaze that in the name column. The name Lin Jejia was scrawled in an uneven hand, evidently not her own, nor that of Cui Jiani. Lin Jejia furrowed her brow. Not Cui Jiani. Who could it be? Despite her disdain for Cui Jiani, Lin Jejia found it hard to believe she would stoop to such actions. Returning to the present, she noticed Shuri's gaze fixed upon her, filled with a hint of concern. "What's wrong? You don't seem quite yourself." "This is not Cui Jiani's handwriting. I have seen her writing before, and it does not resemble this." Lin Jejia shook her head, pushing the notebook aside. Just when she thought she had unearthed a crucial lead, she found herself ensnared in uncertainty. Forgetting the appearance of the writer, she could not ascertain who it was. Was it possible she had practiced another style of handwriting? Shi frowned. Aside from Cui Jiani, no other girl in the class exhibited such intense animosity toward Lin Jejia. More often, the sentiment directed toward her was one of envy. Thus, Shi's first suspicion fell upon Cui Jiani, especially since she had openly harmed Lin Jejia in his presence. However, Lin Jejia's certainty that it was not Cui Jiani led him to reconsider. Who then? Could it be? A student from another class? Surely, my little bun had not made enemies beyond her own class. If it came down to it, there were plenty who might harbor grievances, whether from competing for the top ranks or from fierce competition in contests. Any of which could serve as fuel for resentment. Shi's mind raced through the possibilities. Well, if we can't deduce anything for now, let us not dwell on it. Lin Jejia, feeling a wave of dejection, tugged at Shi's sleeve. Regardless, it hasn't had much of a tangible impact on me. After all, no one believes it. Do they? Shi, noticing her despondency, furrowed his brow and gently reassured her. But who can guarantee that this individual won't resurface to strike again? Lin Jejia fell silent. "Little bun, just stay behind me. I will handle everything," Shi said, his eyes brimming with affection. "I will uncover the puppet master behind this." Lin Jejia remained silent for a while before finally managing to speak. "But if we're considering suspects beyond Cui Jiani, there is one other person I find rather puzzling." "Who?" Shi's pupils dilated, his fingers instinctively tightening. "There are quite a few who seem to dislike this girl, though I haven't interacted much with her. She always gives off a strange vibe," Lin Jejia confessed, her brow knitted in thought. It was peculiar that this girl had consistently followed her, her gaze perpetually cold. Once, when Lin Jejia had smiled at her, the girl had appeared alarmed and dashed away without uttering a word. Initially, Lin Jejia had felt a twinge of fear. After all, who enjoys being silently stalked? But since the girl had never actually harmed her, and having grown accustomed to her presence, Lin Jejia had dismissed her behavior as insignificant. Now that she thought about it, this girl had indeed been shadowing her. Chapter 86. A twinge of intrigue. Lin Jejia often spotted this girl trailing her during outdoor classes or when she ventured far from the restroom, always observing from a distance. Whenever Lin Jejia noticed her, the girl would become visibly anxious. Lin Jejia attempted to engage her in conversation, but the girl would invariably run away without uttering a single word. What a truly odd person, Shi mused, frowning as he absorbed Lin Jejia's account. When he first arrived in Lin Jejia's class, he had taken a cursory glance at each student, but this particular girl had not made a lasting impression. She likely occupied one of the back corners of the classroom, one corner designated for cleaning supplies, while the other was her solitary spot, shrouded in shadows, rendering her expression difficult to discern. Shi had not paid her much attention until Lin Jejia mentioned her today, sparking a faint recollection. What could this girl possibly want by following her so oddly? The recent events had left Lin Jejia feeling somewhat unsettled. Why not just ask her? Shuri suggested dismissively. But Lin Jejia gently shook her head. She is far too timid. I can't approach her. Why does your tone reveal such sympathy? Shuri teased, his gaze tender. Little bun, you truly are too kind. Had you not brought her up, I would hardly have acknowledged her existence. She seems quite lonely. Lin Jejia let out a sigh. Perhaps due to her introverted nature, no one in the class played with her. Initially, she merely occupied a seat in the back row, but at some point, she had moved to a corner, rendering her almost an inconsequential presence in the class. That in her heart, Lin Jejia silently added that her grades were quite commendable. It was hard to fathom that such a reclusive girl consistently scored just behind Lin Jejia in every exam. The school announced rankings using student IDs to protect privacy, so despite being in the same class, Lin Jejia still did not know the girl's name, only that she was number 36. Sure, he furrowed his brows. From Lin Jejia's words, it seemed that he held no negative impression of her. At least today, she did not display a hint of jealousy towards Lin Jejia, lurking in the shadows without a single applause to welcome him. Perhaps he should attempt to communicate with her. Surely no one in the class had ever spoken to her. Ultimately, Shuri resolved to inquire about the girl, as it was the simplest and most direct approach. All right, Lin Jejia nodded, but be cautious. Don't hurt her. She seems quite fragile. That I will, Shuri replied, observing the deep concern in Lin Jejia's eyes, his lips curving into a warm smile as he nodded. Thank you for your assistance. Teacher, we shall take our leave now. Shuri expressed his gratitude to the teacher. No problem. I haven't done much to help. You both should hurry to eat, the teacher waved, returning the registration book to the storeroom. The two exited the infirmary. Are you hungry? Shuri smiled at Lin Jejia, who wore a mildly reproachful expression. It's all your fault. You insisted on dragging me to the infirmary, or we wouldn't be here so late. Lin Jejia glanced at the time displayed on her phone, her face scrunching up in dismay. She looked at Shuri with a somewhat pitiful expression, her eyes glistening like a wet kitten, which made Shuri's heart flutter. Chapter 87. Why are you embarrassed? It was nearly 1 o'clock since school had let out, and there was hardly enough time to return home for a meal. She would likely arrive late if she rushed back. Yet, she was truly famished, and Lin Jejia rubbed her stomach. Completely absorbed in her hunger, she failed to notice the intensity in Shuri's gaze, which was fixated on her pouting lips. Were it not for the fact that Lin Jejia was still hungry, Shuri would have been unable to resist the urge to kiss her deeply. When Lin Jejia noticed Shuri's prolonged silence, she looked up and was captured by his deep, mesmerizing eyes, causing her heart to skip a beat. She quickly took 2 steps back, exclaiming, "Don't get carried away." Shuri raised an eyebrow, taking her hand and pulling her along. When have I ever gotten carried away? Lin Jejia thought of his kiss, and her face flushed instantly, with a hint of annoyance. She scratched his palm and protested in a small voice, "You always surprise me with kisses." That was not a surprise. The moment was just right, and I acted on impulse, Shuri replied, hearing Lin Jejia's dissatisfied huff. With a devilish smile, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered softly, "Clearly, you enjoy it too." Lin Jejia felt as if her face had caught fire, and she shouted in a flustered rage. "Shut your mouth." Shuri, being pulled along by her, chuckled, his voice playful as he said, "You're going the wrong way." Flushed with embarrassment, Lin Jejia turned around in anger, only to be swept up in Shuri's arms as he strode forward. She let out a surprised squeal, nervously glancing around, relieved to see no one, and exhaled deeply that "You're being outrageous." Lin Jejia struggled, insisting, "Put me down. Aren't you too hungry to walk? I'll set you down once we reach the school gate." Shuri said with a teasing smile, adding, "No one else around now, so why are you embarrassed?" Shuri, still not satisfied, leaned closer and whispered, "Haven't I touched you before?" Don't say that," Lin Jejia, flustered, hastily covered his mouth with her hand. Seizing the opportunity, Shuri kissed her palm, causing Lin Jejia to retract her hand in shock and bury her face in his chest, speechless, faced with such a shameless and audacious Shuri. She felt utterly powerless. Shuri gazed down at the bashful girl nestled in his embrace. Unable to suppress a delighted laugh that in the shadows, Cui Jiani watched as Shuri carried Lin Jejia away. Her heart pierced like a dagger by his affection for Lin Jejia, twisting painfully within her. "Lin Jejia, I will not let you off easily. Shuri will be mine." Shuri felt a chill run down his spine and turned to look back. Seeing nothing, his brow furrowing slightly. "What's wrong?" Lin Jieja set Shuri's on ease and gently inquired. He shook his head, replying, "It's nothing." Upon reaching the school gate, Shuri set her down, and the two walked into a sushi restaurant, which boasted a charming Japanese decor. "That we're running out of time, so let us eat here," Shuri suggested. Lin Jieja glanced up at the restaurant sign and nodded, recalling hearing girls discuss this place earlier. Remarking on its favorable reviews, they entered the establishment together, where a sweet-faced cashier warmly greeted them. Shuri nodded and began perusing the menu, that ID like a golden sea boat and a seaweed battleship. "Please." "Yes, that's set," along with 2 servings of iced tea. Shuri was quite familiar with this type of cuisine and knew Lin Jieja's preferences, so he placed the order effortlessly. "All right, please hold on a moment." The cashier called to the kitchen. "Xiaoyu, we have customers." "Coming," came a youthful voice from the back. Shuri and Lin Jieja instinctively turned to look at the open door curtain, and upon seeing the face on the other side, Lin Jieja was momentarily stunned. Chapter 88. Eliminating suspicions. Isn't that the strange classmate who often follows me? It's her, Lin Jieja whispered to Shuri. "She has been following me." Xiaoyu quickly reacted, dropping the curtain she was holding and attempting to sneak back into the kitchen. "Stop!" Shuri called out sharply. "We're right here. Where do you think you're going?" Xiaoyu, who had been about to disappear behind the curtain, abruptly halted. "What is going on?" The cashier inquired, frowning. "That it's nothing. We're in the same class and just have a few questions for her," Lin Jieja hurriedly explained to the cashier. Xiaoyu glanced at her sister, nodded, and emerged from behind the curtain, standing before them with her head bowed and silent. Lin Jieja shot Shuri an annoyed look, blaming him for being too stern and scaring Xiaoyu. "Are you Xiaoyu?" Lin Jieja asked gently, her tone akin to that of soothing a child. Xiaoyu appeared startled, slowly lifting her head, her features rather delicate. "My nickname," she stammered. The cashier interjected. "You must be the classmate Xiaoyu often mentions." "Right, sister?" Xiaoyu interrupted her sibling. "Often mentions?" Lin Jieja repeated, slightly furrowing her brow. Why would she mention herself so frequently? Xiaoyu shot a disgruntled glance at her sister, who smiled gently and shook her head in exasperation. "I've seen you many times and wanted to speak to you, but you never responded," Lin Jieja said, softening her tone. Hearing this, Xiaoyu appeared even more nervous. "Respond," Shuri interjected, his brow furrowing deeply. Xiaoyu seemed intimidated by Shuri. "You." Lin Jieja was exasperated by Shuri's attitude, but Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up, her words clear and precise. "What do you want to ask me?" This was directed at Shuri, who was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining his composure. In front of Shuri, Xiaoyu was noticeably less tense than before. What a relief. It's not a communication barrier. She simply struggles to speak around Lin Jieja. Lin Jieja thought as she observed Xiaoyu converse clearly with Shuri. However, the more Shuri asked, the more his brow furrowed, and he was nearly certain that the Xiaoyu before him posed no threat to Lin Jieja. "Why do you always follow me?" Lin Jieja asked, puzzled. Xiaoyu looked at Lin Jieja and grew anxious again, fidgeting as she replied, "You don't remember me?" "We've met before?" Lin Jieja asked, perplexed, her brow knitted. She truly had no recollection. "What is going on?" Shuri inquired. "Jieja saved me," Xiaoyu explained to Shuri, continuing as they both looked on in confusion. "I was looking at my phone and not paying attention to the road. I ran a red light. If Jieja hadn't pulled me back, I would have been hit by a truck. She even hurt her hand while saving me. It was a long time ago. At the beginning of our first year. What does this have to do with you following me?" Lin Jieja struggled to recall. "That I just want to protect you," Xiaoyu replied, her face flushing as she stuttered. Facing Lin Jieja, she struggled to speak. So she turned to Shuri and added, "I overheard those girls discussing plans to target Jieja, but I don't know why I get nervous around her and can't talk properly. So I just followed her. They wouldn't dare do anything with me around." Xiaoyu's tone carried a hint of pride, and she spoke of Jia with palpable joy. Chapter 89. Jealousy. Xiaoyu refrained from mentioning her training in Taekwondo, which had allowed her to privately discipline those girls, instilling in them a certain apprehension towards her. After hearing Xiaoyu's words, Shuri completely dismissed any possibility of Xiaoyu being a threat. Lin Jieja felt a deep gratitude for Xiaoyu's silent support. Her heart warmed. "Thank you, Xiaoyu." Xiaoyu blushed and vigorously shook her head, reflecting that without Lin Jieja, she might not have survived that tragic accident. "Shuri," thinking the questions were exhausted and it was time to find a seat, was suddenly stopped by Lin Jiajia, who turned to Xiao Yu and asked, "By the way, what is your full name?" Faced with Lin Jiajia, Xiao Yu became anxious, stammering and struggling to articulate. When Yu, the cashier, interjected, and Xiao Yu nodded beside her, her dark eyes fixed on Lin Jiajia. "What a lovely name," Lin Jiajia remarked, a smile illuminating her face, causing a moment of astonishment in Xiao Yu's gaze. "That I will prepare some food for you. The ingredients are all ready." With her head lowered, Xiao Yu finished speaking and slipped behind the curtain. "She is just shy. Isn't she adorable?" the cashier said to Lin Jiajia, who smiled in agreement. "She is indeed very cute." It was heartwarming to realize that Xiao Yu had been quietly following her all along, merely to protect her. Though this approach seemed somewhat foolish and had led to long-standing misunderstandings, upon reflection, it felt incredibly comforting. To consistently shadow someone, remaining in their wake, was no small feat, and Lin Jiajia finally understood why she had never been subjected to significant pranks. It was this ostracized girl in class who had been silently guarding her in her own way. Lin Jiajia's heart felt genuinely warmed when Yu soon brought over the sushi they had ordered, and Lin Jiajia, famished, donned gloves and hastily popped a piece in her mouth. When Yu stood quietly beside them, her eyes shimmering with delight. Shuri felt somewhat uncomfortable under when Yu's gaze, and turned to her, waving his hand. "Don't just stand there. It feels a bit odd." "Shuri," Lin Jiajia exclaimed in mild annoyance, concerned that Wen Yu might be hurt by his words. She glanced at Wen Yu and, relieved to see her expression was neutral, breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Jiajia gently reassured Wen Yu, "You don't need to mind him." Shuri, feeling a twinge of jealousy, thought it was rather unfair. While Wen Yu was indeed a girl, the disparity in treatment was too stark. Wen Yu is a normal person. She can't be that fragile that I merely said one thing. And Lin Jiajia jumped in to defend her. How inconsiderate. After their meal, they glanced at the time. It was nearly 2 o'clock, prompting a sense of urgency. "Xiao Yu, would you like to join us?" Lin Jiajia asked, glancing sideways, her eyes lighting up at Wen Yu's eager expression. "No," Shuri immediately objected, wishing to interact with Lin Jiajia on the way, knowing that with Wen Yu around, she would certainly prevent him from getting close. "That I wasn't asking you." Lin Jiajia shot Shuri a glare and reached for Wen Yu's hand. Wen Yu blushed deeply. "I'm fine." Upon seeing Wen Yu nod, Lin Jiajia urged Shuri to settle the bill and led the way out. Upon returning to the classroom, Wen Yu retreated to her usual quiet corner. Lin Jiajia had intended to get acquainted with her, but the class bell rang, and the teacher entered, leaving her no choice but to abandon that thought. "Little Baozi, I'm feeling jealous," Shuri suddenly interjected, his expression serious as he looked at his textbook. Chapter 90. You belong to me. Lin Jiajia was taken aback. "Why? You and that Xiao Yu." Shuri's gaze remained fixed on his textbook, devoid of the usual warmth he reserved for Lin Jiajia, and tinged with a hint of petulance. Lin Jiajia gazed at Shuri, who was sulking, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Xiao Yu is a girl. Why are you jealous? Are you feeling sour?" "Girls are not exempt," Shuri replied, turning to meet her gaze earnestly. "I am greedy. I want you to belong only to me. Solely mine. That I dislike anyone getting close to you, regardless of whether they are male or female." Shuri added possessively, "In any case, I must be the most important person in your life." Lin Jiajia was amused by Shuri's sudden seriousness and teased. "You are not my most important person. I have my parents and my brother. They are all my priority. That I don't care." Shuri's face fell, "but it will be that way in the future." You are being unreasonable." Lin Jiajia shook her head, focusing on the exercises in her textbook. Their homeroom teacher stood at the podium, gently clearing her throat, and the previously noisy classroom fell silent. "There is going to be a dance competition at school, and each class must present a dance project. That I ask there anyone who would like to volunteer." Lin Jiajia hesitated briefly before raising her hand. "Only Lin Jiajia has volunteered. Is there anyone else?" The teacher continued. "Even those with no experience can join. That we are short on participants, and those without a background will receive instruction. The dance we will be rehearsing is quite simple. If you're interested, please don't worry." The homeroom teacher noted the lack of other volunteers apart from Lin Jiajia and added, "The school prefers those with dance experience, but since there are so few enthusiastic girls in our class, we will lower the bar." That a timid voice from the back corner caught Lin Jiajia's attention, and she turned to see Wen Yu raising her hand. Upon noticing Lin Jiajia looking her way, Wen Yu appeared flustered but kept her hand raised. Lin Jiajia smiled and turned back. I'm in. When Lin Jiajia glanced back, she furrowed her brows. Cui Jianai, what is she doing here? She had never known Cui Jianai to have any dance background. Shi and Lin Jiajia both turned to the back row, where Cui Jianai wore a smug expression, defiantly glancing at Lin Jiajia. What else with the arrogance? It's just a dance that if Lin Jiajia can do it, so can I. Cui Jianai was brimming with self-satisfaction, already imagining her stellar performance overshadowing Lin Jiajia's. Her confidence soaring. She had failed to consider that Lin Jiajia had received formal dance training and had even won awards in previous competitions. There was no way she would easily lose to Cui Jianai. Shi couldn't help but let out a disdainful snort, audible in the quiet classroom, causing Cui Jianai's expression to sour, though she remained silent. All right, so we have 3 students. The homeroom teacher scanned the classroom again. As more hands were raised, Lin Jiajia noticed that most were friendly with Cui Jianai, prompting her to frown. They aren't here to practice dance. They're here to cause trouble. Chapter 91. Don't forget you are my fiancé. Their raised hands were directed at Shi, seemingly aiming to impress him and attract his attention. Lin Jiajia observed this with a twinge of bitterness, but felt happy nonetheless. Regardless of how they tried to attract Shi, he wouldn't spare them a glance that he was hers. Lin Jiajia's. Thank you all for your cooperation, the homeroom teacher said, pleasantly surprised that they could gather enough participants without coercion. This time, each class will be divided into a small team, with 1 pair of lead dancers. Other classes will have 2 girls leading. We will do something different. Add a boy. The girl leading will be Lin Jiajia. Is there a boy willing to participate? Shi smiled and raised his hand, declaring, I will. After Shi's gesture, no one dared to compete with him. His intentions towards Lin Jiajia were evident, and they wouldn't dare to challenge her. The teacher was quite pleased with this outcome. After all, Shi's good looks paired with Lin Jiajia would undoubtedly score them extra points. Upon seeing Shi's participation, the girls who had signed up were thrilled, eager to be closer to their idol. Let us finalize this. Remember to practice every Saturday afternoon in the school rehearsal room. Now let us discuss class matters. The homeroom teacher began sorting through her notes, addressing a few trivial class issues. When did you learn to dance? I had no idea, Lin Jiajia whispered, taking advantage of the teacher's distraction to speak to Shi. Having known him for so long, she was astonished to discover he possessed such a skill, thinking he would only play instruments like the guitar or piano. That I never did, Shi replied casually, his tone firm. Lin Jiajia's eyes widened in surprise. Then why did you sign up? You can't lead the dance if you don't know how, Lin Jiajia thought, aware there were a couple of boys in the class who could dance, as she had practiced with him before. However, Shi's commanding presence deterred those boys from volunteering once he expressed interest. Unsure if they were reluctant or intimidated by Shi, Lin Jiajia suspected it was the latter. I can learn. Shi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and gently pinched Lin Jiajia's fingers as a form of punishment. Lin Jiajia remained incredulous and suggested, why not speak to the teacher after class? You were merely impulsive. That it would be better to have a boy with a solid foundation take the lead. That I fear that you might make a mistake. Upon hearing such a lack of trust from the little bun, Shi's handsome face darkened. Am I so unreliable in your eyes? That's not entirely the case, but we shouldn't be so rash, Lin Jiajia replied, having already tried to express herself delicately. That I admit that I cannot dance. But I absolutely cannot bear to watch you lead with another boy. Shi huffed, a wave of jealousy bubbling to the surface. Lin Jiajia was taken aback, not expecting such a reaction, and with a hint of exasperation asked, It's just leading. Why are you so resistant? I can't be expected to avoid all interaction with the opposite sex except for you, can I? I refuse to allow it. Who else do you intend to dance with other than me? Do not forget that you are my fiancé. Shi's tone was laced with a melancholic yet authoritative edge. Chapter 92. Softened hearts. Lin Jiajia recognized there was no room for negotiation and could only sigh softly. I will teach you well. You must learn diligently. This was their only option. Shi's eyes lit up. The thought of Lin Jiajia personally instructing him ignited a vivid image in his mind of the two of them in form-fitting attire, face to face, and merely envisioning such a scene made his blood race. Observing the expression on Shi's face, Lin Jiajia quickly realized he was conjuring inappropriate thoughts, prompting her to lightly tap his forehead in annoyance. Shi, noticing the little bun's flushed cheeks, wore a sly smile that if we could spend time alone together, that would be even better. After class, Lin Jejia asked the teacher for the competition's music and led Shi to the school's practice room. Is it here? Shi surveyed the other individuals practicing dance or fitness, his expression darkening. This was not the solitude he had envisioned. Don't overthink it. When I say teach, I mean teach, Lin Jejia asserted. Pulling up a dance video on her phone, you should start by stretching like those around you while I try a few things myself to find my rhythm. Shi observed the others and nodded. If you don't want to learn, you can request to switch partners with the teacher. That if you feel too embarrassed to ask, I can do it for you, Lin Jejia teased, but he immediately dismissed the idea. I will learn diligently. That I absolutely cannot tolerate the thought of you dancing hand in hand with another man. Lin Jejia raised an eyebrow, satisfied that he was genuinely willing to learn. Shi's previous experience with dance had been limited to calisthenics, merely following the beat to execute some movements, which he found unchallenging. However, as Lin Jejia meticulously taught him each beat, he maintained a facade of composure, but once the music started, he became a flurry of limbs. Lin Jejia couldn't help but laugh at Shi's clumsiness, as he accidentally tripped over his own feet. That it was refreshing to see him struggle with something, and it helped restore her confidence that had been shaken earlier. Yet the next moment, she found herself in distress. Given their limited time before the competition, coupled with the need to master the choreography, she genuinely worried that Shi might not be able to handle the leading role. As that position was the very center of the stage, any slip-up would ruin all their rehearsals. Shi, perhaps we should consider another partner. It's just dancing. Lin Jejia hesitated before speaking. Absolutely not. Unsurprisingly, Shi rejected her suggestion outright, making it clear that the thought of Lin Jejia being led by another man was utterly unacceptable. But you can't teach me like this. Lin Jejia finally lost her temper and turned her back to him as she sat on a nearby bench. Shi frowned at Lin Jejia's retreating figure, recognizing that the issue lay entirely with him. Despite his efforts, he still struggled to grasp the movements. How about letting another girl lead instead? Shi cautiously proposed, rationalizing that if the lead dancer were someone else, he wouldn't be concerned about who danced with whom. Shi. Lin Jejia's eyes widened in disbelief. Shi knew she was genuinely angry. Whenever she reached a certain threshold of discontent, she would directly call out his name. The teacher assigned me from the start. How could we possibly go back to her and say we're both dropping out? Lin Jejia was vexed by Shi's irresponsibility. Today is merely our first day of practice. With more practice, it will naturally fall into place that if you put in a bit more effort to teach me, I promise I will learn earnestly. Shi quickly soothed her, attempting to appease her with a warm embrace and nuzzling her cheek. Lin Jejia felt her heart soften at his affectionate gesture. Chapter 93. Embarrassed to face others, we should return to class now. Lin Jejia blushed as she pushed him away, and they went back to their lesson. After class, she insisted on returning to the practice room. Let us practice the basic movements a few more times until they feel natural. Lin Jejia decided to teach him step by step. After over an hour of earnest training, Shi's movements finally appeared less stiff. That's enough for today, concerned that overwhelming him with too much information would lead to confusion. Lin Jejia called for a break. Shi shook off the soreness in his legs and exhaled deeply. After tidying up, they walked side by side out of the practice room, a sheen of sweat glistening on their bodies from the exercise. Lin Jejia's back was damp, outlining the shape of her undergarments. Shi's expression immediately soured as he stood behind her, draping his long arm over her shoulders to shield her from view. Lin Jejia was oblivious to what was happening, and Shi's sudden closeness made her cheeks flush. Are you hot? Lin Jejia weakly queried, gently nudging Shi. Shi paid no heed, insistently keeping his arm around her until they reached the car. They returned together to the small apartment, where Lin Jejia placed her backpack on the sofa before heading to the shower. The warm water flowed over her skin, soothing her after the workout. While Shi prepared dinner in the kitchen, after her shower, Lin Jejia realized she had neither a towel nor a change of clothes, frustrated with herself for making such an elementary mistake. She bit her lip and opened the door a crack, calling for Shi from inside. Feeling utterly embarrassed, Lin Jejia hesitated to step outside in her nakedness, worried that Shi might enter the room unexpectedly, especially since she had left the door ajar. Shi, concerned about Lin Jejia's distress, hurriedly approached with a spatula in hand. Upon seeing her delicate, damp face peeking through the door, with droplets of water cascading down her chin, his throat tightened and he struggled to swallow. Could you please help me fetch a towel? As Shuri processed the sight of the little bun behind the door, a wave of heat surged through him. Just as he turned to grab the towel, Lin Jejia called out again. Shuri, what is it? Noticing her nervousness, he offered a reassuring smile that it's nothing. I just need you to help me get some clothes. Lin Jejia bit her lip, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She couldn't simply wrap herself in a towel and walk out, as it would barely cover her from her torso to mid-thigh. Even a slight movement could expose her. She certainly did not want Shuri to misinterpret her intentions as an attempt to entice him. Shuri paused for a moment, then chuckled lightly, having gathered some understanding of her predicament. The little bun was indeed adorable. He had prepared intimate garments for her in the past, and considering they had shared a bed numerous times, it was amusing that she now felt shy. Chapter 94. You must protect me, all right, I understand that I'll go get it for you. Lin Jejia momentarily paused, gazing at Shuri with an expression that conveyed her understanding, and then obediently nodded. Indeed, Shuri brought her the item she desired. Blushing, Lin Jejia extended an arm from the bathroom, swiftly retrieving her towel and clothes before promptly shutting the door. Shuri stood outside, taken aback by the sudden slam, awkwardly touching his nose and then shaking his head as he walked away. With dinner still only halfway prepared, he hoped that once Xiaobazi tidied up, she would emerge to enjoy a steaming meal. After donning her clothes, Lin Jejia arranged her damp hair, which had been intentionally styled into an elegant bun to avoid being soaked by the hot water. This hairstyle significantly enhanced her overall demeanor. Shuri, observing the slightly transformed Lin Jejia, felt a flicker of admiration in his heart and smiled as he invited her to sit at the dining table, perhaps due to their late return from afternoon dance practice. Both felt a pang of hunger at the sight of the fragrant dishes, and they quickly finished their dinner. Together, Lin Jejia and Shuri tidied up the dishes in the kitchen, their fingers inadvertently brushing against each other. Suddenly, Shuri grasped Lin Jejia's hand. Her slender, fair fingers and the softness of her palm were endearing. After a brief moment of playful admiration, he released her hand, pretending to continue with the task at hand. Lin Jejia blushed at the side, exasperated by his casual teasing, which he followed up with a nonchalant return to his chores that as he moved toward the kitchen, he glanced back to see Lin Jejia eagerly returning to her room. Lin Jejia retrieved pen and paper, jotting down a few notes. Just as she prepared to continue, the paper was snatched from her grasp. Return it. I haven't finished writing, Lin Jejia protested, reaching out to reclaim it. Sure, he sidestepped her attempt, reading aloud from the list. 1. No hand-holding or shoulder-touching at school. 2. No distracting or disrupting during class. 3. Maintain a safe distance at school. He playfully tapped Lin Jejia on the head with the paper, raising an eyebrow as he regarded her serious expression, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. Are these stipulations all aimed at me? Of course, with so many fans. Do you realize that after the commotion you caused today, everyone considers me a rival? That's terrifying, Lin Jejia retorted, snatching back the paper, which still had not reached 10 points. Who are they to me? You are my girlfriend, my fiancée. It's only natural for me to protect and cling to you. How can you push me away for those irrelevant people? Not a single one of these rules is acceptable. Shuri seized the paper from her hands again, tearing it apart as Lin Jejia glared at him in protest. He pinched her puffed cheek, expressing his dissatisfaction. Whose opinion matters more, outsiders or me? Besides, with me around, who would dare to harm you? With that, he pulled her close, wrapping his arms around her waist. All right, but you must protect me. If I get hurt, I will never forgive you, Lin Jejia said, her face flushed as she nestled into his embrace. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she looked up puzzled. Why did you repeat a year? With his chin resting on her head. Inhaling the unique fragrance of her hair, Shuri grinned at her query. What can I say? I was worried that my little darling would be snatched away by some wild wolf, so I need to keep watch and protect you for peace of mind. Chapter 95. Cherished love. Sure, he had this intention all along. He wanted to safeguard her until she graduated, and they married. In that moment, Lin Jejia felt a flutter of affection, allowing Shuri to carry her to bed for a restful sleep, her lips curving into a smile even in slumber. During the day, while attending classes, Lin Jejia and Shuri practiced their dance moves in the studio during breaks. When you noticed them heading to practice, she decided to follow. Upon realizing Wenyu's presence, Lin Jejia couldn't help but chuckle that if Xiaoya wanted to practice, she could simply ask. There was no need to sneak around. Unlike Shuri's displeasure, Lin Jejia was delighted and had no qualms about teaching Xiaoye as well. However, since it was practice and not a discussion, Xiaoye remained relaxed, and Lin Jejia found herself shaking her head in mild exasperation. Soon, Saturday arrived, and in the afternoon, everyone gathered at the practice studio as scheduled. The teacher quickly organized the training session. Although sure, he had no background in dance, Lin Jejia had previously taught him some moves, and the other girls were also beginners or had minimal experience. So they did not appear awkward. However, compared to Lin Jejia, their movements were rather clumsy. Lin Jejia felt somewhat dissatisfied, her eyes scanning the room with a hint of worry, but she hesitated to voice her concerns. As she, like them, was merely a member and did not wish to stir trouble. One girl danced exceptionally well, while another was also competent. As the dance instructor passed by Lin Jejia, she unexpectedly praised her, patting her shoulder in acknowledgement, and glanced at Wen Yu with satisfaction. Their movements were both precise. While being able to outperform those without any training was not particularly noteworthy, Lin Jejia, being innocent and straightforward, felt elated by the teacher's praise. However, the same could not be said for the others. They had come primarily for Shi Yi, and many of the lead dance moves involve holding waists, reminiscent of Latin dance, forcing them to watch helplessly as their idol held Lin Jejia's waist, their fingers intertwined, dancing gracefully, inciting jealousy to the point of frenzy that as soon as the dance teacher called for a break, those girls quickly huddled together, whispering about Lin Jejia. Wen Yu, having followed Lin Jejia, naturally stuck by her side. Observing the girls attempting to isolate Lin Jejia, she felt a twinge of discomfort, but seeing Lin Jejia remain unfazed, she chose to ignore their presence. Lin Jejia was acutely aware of their behavior, but merely cast a fleeting glance in their direction without uttering a word. She and Wen Yu quietly sought a place to sit and rest. The girls, who were not particularly close to her, mostly followed Cui Jiani, so Lin Jejia saw no point in approaching them. Shuri continued to practice diligently, eventually reaching Lin Jejia's side, lifting her half-empty water bottle and taking a sip. Lin Jejia paid little attention, while Cui Jiani's discontented gaze remained fixed on Lin Jejia. Isn't this a bit too much? Just because she raised her hand first does not mean she deserves to lead. One girl frowned, her face filled with disdain. Hearing this, Cui Jiani's expression softened considerably. Another girl, frequently seen trailing behind Cui Jiani, chimed in, "Isn't it just because she used to know Shi Yi? She's acting as if she has his exclusive favor. Shi Yi hasn't even publicly acknowledged their relationship, and she appears so innocent, yet she's clearly manipulative." Chapter 96. Focusing on oneself is paramount. Cui Jiani wore a smug smile, reveling in the situation. Despite Lin Jejia excelling in various aspects, she was still subject to harsh criticism from the other girls in class. Nevertheless, the persistence of her admirers remained unwavering, as Lin Jejia's brilliance was undeniable. "All right, we're all classmates. Let's keep the chatter to a minimum and focus on our rehearsals," Cui Jiani said sweetly, her facade of friendliness intact. Some girls who had previously gone to the beach with her exchanged knowing glances, recognizing Cui Jiani's true nature, while others remained oblivious, genuinely believing she was considering Lin Jejia's feelings in this situation, which only fueled their anger toward Lin Jejia. "Jiani, why are you still defending her?" one girl exclaimed, her frustration apparent as she shot Lin Jejia a glare from a distance. Lin Jejia, bewildered by the animosity directed at her, chose not to engage with them. As she watched Shi finish his water and resume practicing, she found herself captivated by his increasingly fluid movements. After completing 2 rounds, he paused and sat beside Lin Jejia, noticing her visibly poor mood. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with warmth as he draped his arm around her shoulders, allowing her head to rest against him. Wen Yu, understanding the moment, discreetly moved to the side to give them space. Lin Jejia, for once, did not resist. Her feelings were a tangled mess, and the blatant targeting from the girls in her class left her feeling anything but joyful. Fragmented remarks drifted into her ears, exacerbating her already sour mood. Shi Yi, recognizing the source of her distress, cast a displeased glance at the chattering girls that he found their criticisms baseless, questioning how such a mindset could form. Seeing Lin Jejia's furrowed brow stirred a sense of annoyance within him that "Don't pay them any mind. Focusing on yourself is what truly matters," he said, leaning closer to her, brushing his cheek against hers. Eliciting a slight smile from Lin Jejia. "I know, And you too, you've made significant progress lately. As two individuals were engrossed in their affectionate exchange, the dance instructor suddenly approached, clapping her hands to summon everyone for training. A notification had just been received. The date for the dance competition had been moved forward to the Sunday after next, leaving them with merely a little over 2 weeks to prepare. However, an unexpected lecture had arisen, rendering the venue unavailable, necessitating that the competition be held the following Sunday. The group was thrown into an uproar, as their training time was abruptly cut by nearly half. And it was feared that the forthcoming training tasks would only intensify. Yet, many lacked a solid foundation. The training sessions over the past few mornings had been filled with attempts to slack off, leaving them already fatigued. How could they possibly endure an increased training regimen? Several girls began to waver in their resolve. The dance instructor's expression grew grave. Upon receiving the news, the dance teachers had initially opposed the decision. But the authorities' stance was unwavering, and without any viable solutions, they had to acquiesce. They could only cling to a sliver of hope that the other classes would also not be adequately prepared. However, starting today, it seemed that the training intensity would inevitably escalate. Yet, with their academic commitments, where would they find the time for such rigorous practice? The instructor's gaze fell upon Lin Jejia, at that moment. Lin Jejia stood impeccably straight, adhering to the instructor's command, her eyes fixed ahead, oblivious to the instructor's scrutiny. The more the instructor observed, the more satisfied she became. Lin Jejia was diligent, willing to repeatedly practice the monotonous routines. And her prior dedication to dance training reflected her earnestness, in stark contrast to others who, after casually executing a few movements, would begin to slack off and seek ways to avoid exertion. Despite the instructor's multiple roll calls yielding little effect, there was no means to reduce the roster. This was a dance competition, a contest against other schools. How could they afford to present such an attitude on stage? Risking the school's reputation, it was decided that Lin Jejia should instruct them, as they were classmates and it would be relatively convenient for them to gather for practice during longer study periods or breaks, thus saving considerable time. Jejia, are you familiar with the dance movements? The instructor suddenly approached Lin Jejia, inquiring gently. Lin Jejia quickly responded, a smile spreading across her lips. Yes, I've basically learned them. A satisfied smile graced the instructor's face. Indeed, Lin Jejia was exceptional, and it seemed her intentions might just come to fruition. Jejia, I would like you to oversee the progress of the entire dance team. If you would. Lin Jejia was momentarily taken aback. You mean, you want me to lead them in practice? She asked, astonished. The other girls were equally surprised, some openly scoffing, but with the instructor present, no one dared to voice their disdain. Lin Jejia furrowed her brow. Although she had learned the movements, she was still a student, and the gap between students and instructors was significant. Would the instructor truly trust her with this responsibility? I don't believe I am capable of fulfilling such a role, she finally stated after careful consideration, feeling somewhat guilty for turning down the instructor's request, knowing how hard she had been working. However, even aside from the potential pitfalls of teaching this group, there was no way that Cui Jiani and her clique would heed her guidance. They were entirely devoted to Cui Jiani. Lin Jejia merely wished to focus on her own practice and support Shuri. Jejia, come here, that I need to speak with you. The instructor seemed to have anticipated Lin Jejia's rejection, showing no signs of disappointment as she continued the conversation. All right. Lin Jejia glanced at Shuri, who frowned, clearly disapproving. Yet he could not directly assist her, merely nodding in response. Lin Jejia then followed the instructor to a secluded corner of the practice room. Jejia, I know you are a promising talent with a solid foundation in dance and a dedicated attitude. You have practiced this piece on your own before, haven't you? The instructor affirmed with a nod of approval. Thank you for the compliment, Lin Jejia acknowledged, aware of the instructor's intentions. You shouldn't have to trouble yourself with this, as teaching dance should fall under the instructor's purview. However, the time is indeed pressing, and you witnessed the situation earlier that if we continue at this pace, we are bound to fail. The instructor sighed, her features marred by concern. Lin Jejia hesitated, then finally offered some comfort. Instructor, please don't worry that we can practice more, and everyone is improving. Moreover, the other classes are progressing slowly as well. It will be fine. That is not the crux of the matter. The instructor replied, gazing deeply into Lin Jejia's eyes. The main issue is coordinating a time for everyone to train together, which is challenging due to academic obligations, and I cannot enforce it. The instructor paused, cautiously observing Lin Jejia's expression, aware that she was on the verge of persuading her, and continued, "Therefore, if you and your classmates can train together during breaks or free periods, even if not everyone can attend, I could provide additional guidance to those who are present, significantly enhancing our efficiency." Lin Jejia opened her mouth, somewhat speechless, finding it difficult to conjure a valid reason to refuse. She had never been one to turn down requests, especially as a compliant student who had always acquiesced to her teacher's wishes. Ultimately, she relented. "All right, I will do my best. Thank you, instructor, for your dedication in teaching us during this time." The instructor's satisfaction was evident as she smiled. "Thank you, Jejia, that I truly appreciate your willingness. Teaching is no easy task." Lin Jejia sighed inwardly, contemplating how to earn the acceptance of her peers. Feeling somewhat guilty, she instinctively glanced at Shi, who was observing her. Upon meeting her gaze, his face broke into a reassuring smile, providing her with a much-needed boost of confidence. "Let us return to our positions. I will rely on you in the coming days," the instructor said, nodding. Lin Jejia returned to her previous spot, and the instructor clapped her hands. "All right, the break is over. With the competition looming, let us make the most of our training time. Why is it so exhausting? If I had known, I wouldn't have signed up," Cui Jiani complained loudly, causing an immediate hush among the group. The instructor's expression darkened. Lin Jejia's heart raced. If Cui Jiani dared to speak so defiantly in the instructor's presence, how could she possibly lead the practice? Lin Jejia lowered her gaze as Shi squeezed her hand, offering silent reassurance. "Ahem, everyone. Please resume your training," Shi interjected, diffusing the tension. The students began to murmur among themselves as they gradually returned to their positions. Realizing her misstep, Cui Jiani awkwardly stepped aside, feeling a pang of regret for her inability to control her tongue, jeopardizing the good student image she had carefully maintained. Did she truly believe that the dance competition was merely an opportunity to step on stage and show off? The contrast with Lin Jejia was stark. The instructor's discontent with Cui Jiani's attitude toward practice had already been brewing, and this incident nearly tipped into disdain. After nearly an hour of practice, the session finally concluded. Except for Shi, who was physically adept, Lin Jejia, and Wenyu, the others were utterly exhausted. Pair up and help each other loosen your muscles. Otherwise, you will be sore tomorrow and struggle to stand. The instructor instructed, and the girls paired off to massage each other's muscles. Lin Jejia naturally lay on the mat, as Shi gently pressed on her calves, before shifting to massage her shoulders. Initially, she felt a touch of shyness and discreetly glanced around, relieved to find no one paying her any mind, allowing her to relax and enjoy the moment. Shi's touch was just right, and Lin Jejia felt a pleasant warmth spreading through her body as the slight soreness seemed to ease her muscles. Unbeknownst to them, Cui Jiani observed this scene with a darkened expression. Her hands clenched into tight fists, her knuckles turning white from the strain. He sensed the unusual tension. He glanced up only to catch a glimpse of Cui Jiani turning away, his brow furrowing in concern. All right, you've been massaging for quite a while. You must be tired. Lie down, and I'll take my turn," Lin Jejia suggested, gently grasping Shi's hand. Shi smiled and shook his head. "Don't move. Just this once isn't enough." Having engaged in fitness regularly, he understood the importance of proper recovery, and he was more than capable of enduring the extended practice session. Seeing his determination, Lin Jejia chose not to press further. Indeed, this short duration was insufficient, and she worried that Shi might feel sore the next day. "That don't worry about me, that I usually work out, so this level of intensity is manageable. However, since moving in with you, I've been less active and have become a bit complacent." Shi chuckled softly, deliberately leaning towards Lin Jejia's ear to whisper, his voice languid and enticing, the breath from his words brushing against her sensitive earlobe. His warm breath against her ear sent a shiver through Lin Jejia's body, uncontrollably. Noticing her reaction, Shi smiled lowly. Lin Jejia truly felt an overwhelming urge to scratch his heart. Scoundrel. "All right, let's conclude today's practice here. Everyone, please tidy up and head back to rest." The dance instructor finally issued the dismissal, and the students gradually rose from the floor, shouldering their bags and leaving the studio. Shi lifted Lin Jejia off the ground, and they stood facing each other. "Shall we go?" he asked. Lin Jejia nodded, initially intending to call Wenyu to join them, only to realize she had already left the practice room ahead of them. Shi picked up Lin Jejia's backpack and slung it over his shoulder. The feminine bag appeared somewhat awkward on him. Lin Jijia walked beside him, their hands intertwined. Shuri felt quite pleased. Usually, if they held hands like this at school, the little bun would certainly blush and refuse, marking a change in their dynamic. Perhaps, upon reaching the school gate, Lin Jijia suddenly halted to what's wrong. Shuri followed her gaze to discover an elderly man selling cotton candy. Craving something sweet again, he teased, leading Lin Jijia towards the vendor. How much for this? 3 yuan for a large one. 2 for a small, the old man replied, glancing at their intertwined fingers, that I can make it into a heart shape. Lin Jijia's cheeks flushed, realizing the old man was implying they were a couple. Then I'll have a large one, pink, in a heart shape. All right, the old man skillfully scooped sugar into the spinning machine. And soon the melted sugar was flung out, swirling like threads around a wooden stick, gradually forming a fluffy cloud. Lin Jijia's eyes sparkled as she watched the old man pause, pressing another bamboo stick onto the top of the cotton candy, instantly revealing a heart shape. Lin Jijia reached out to take the cotton candy, while Shuri fished out some change to pay. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Lin Jijia reaching towards the still spinning machine, and his expression changed dramatically to "Don't touch it. It's hot." Before Shuri could stop her, Lin Jijia had already placed her hand on the machine's edge, quickly swiping a bit of cotton candy that clung there, retreating her hand and making a silly face at him. Seeing the tiny bit of cotton candy stuck to her fingertip, Shuri understood her intention, feeling a mix of annoyance and endearment. Next time, don't do that. Lin Jijia popped the cotton candy into her mouth and nodded obediently. After bidding farewell to the old man, they left the school gate, and as they approached home, the cotton candy had begun to oxidize. The once soft edges now sprinkled with sugar grains, less appealing than before. Lin Jijia gazed at the cotton candy, contemplating, shall we share it? Shuri glanced at her before pulling the cotton candy from her hands, positioning it between their cheeks, and closed his eyes to take a bite from his side. Lin Jijia hesitated but soon joined him, her heart racing. She recalled a game she had seen before, where 2 people ate cotton candy from opposite ends without letting their lips meet. Was Shuri suggesting they play this game? As the cotton candy diminished, Lin Jijia stole a glance at Shuri, only to find him staring back at her with his deep, dark eyes, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Feeling inexplicably flushed, she hurriedly shut her eyes, acutely aware of their breaths drawing closer, their breathing audible. Finally, a soft, warm sensation pressed against her lips. Lin Jijia's heart skipped a beat. It was sure he deftly removed the cotton candy stick from between their lips, one arm encircling her waist while the other cradled the back of her head. They hadn't shared such a deep kiss in quite some time, and Lin Jijia melted into Shuri's embrace, surrendering to his fervent exploration. As they breathed each other in, Lin Jijia trembled slightly. Her eyes closed, her breaths growing erratic. After what felt like an eternity, Shuri finally released her. Lin Jijia's lips were slightly swollen, glistening enticingly. Shuri could hardly restrain himself from kissing her again. But Lin Jijia pushed him away. Feeling a tinge of regret, he nonetheless let her go, leading her out of the elevator. Upon reaching the front door, he retrieved his keys and opened it, a wave of cool air enveloping them as he stepped inside first. Both of them, having perspired from their dance practice, hurried to freshen up. After Shuri finished washing up, he found Lin Jijia emerging from her room and urged her to rest on the sofa while he headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Opening the refrigerator, he discovered the ingredients were running low, so he opted to whip up a few simple home-cooked dishes. Once the dishes were plated and they sat down to eat, Shuri recalled Lin Jijia being called aside by the teacher and couldn't he help but ask, "Did you decline the teacher's proposal?" Lin Jijia momentarily froze, her expression stiffening as she resumed picking at her food. "That I didn't decline that I wanted to, but I couldn't," she explained her predicament. "Jijia is responsible for the dance team's progress?" Shuri frowned, surprised that the dance instructor had indeed insisted Lin Jijia lead the training. Wasn't he that pushing her too hard? Given the existing tensions, this would inevitably place Lin Jijia at the center of conflict. The day's training had already seen complaints from Cui Jiani. It was hard to imagine how Lin Jijia, who appeared so easy to bully, would fare. "Why didn't you refuse?" Shuri sighed, assuming that the little bun was too soft-hearted and felt sorry for the teacher's efforts, which is why she agreed. Although the actual situation was somewhat different from his assumptions, it indeed stemmed from this reason. "There is no way to refuse," Lin Jijia replied with a pained smile, exhaling in frustration. "The teacher has already stated it so clearly. If I don't agree, I feel she won't give up persuading me." Lin Jejia pouted discontentedly, prompting Shuri to chuckle softly. That it was rare to see the usually obedient Lin Jejia express dissatisfaction with the teacher. Having grown up together, Shuri knew her character and habits well. Yet he continued to discover adorable facets about her, which perhaps was part of what kept him captivated. You're still laughing. Lin Jejia feigned indignation, lightly swatting Shuri before returning to her meal. How is my cooking? Is it any better? Shuri beamed with pride, watching Lin Jejia enjoy her food with delight. Lin Jejia noticed Shuri's expectant expression, suppressing her emotions. She glanced up at him coolly. Then, under Shuri's eager gaze, she feigned indifference, saying, "Oh, it's just average." Shuri exclaimed, "The little bun has gone bad. She has learned to tease me." He reached out, cupping her chin, but Lin Jejia, sensing his intentions, attempted to push him away. However, he held her at the back of her head, and their lips met again. When Lin Jejia's breathing became erratic, Shuri finally relented, returning to his seat and licking his lips. Murmuring, "It tastes great." Lin Jejia's face flushed instantly. She picked up her chopsticks and thrust a piece of chicken into Shuri's mouth, catching him off guard and causing him to choke. This time, Lin Jejia found amusement, smirking as she asked, "Isn't it delicious?" "I think it's fantastic." After finishing dinner, Shuri insisted Lin Jejia not help with the cleanup, resulting in her retreating to her room to tackle her homework. "How is it going? Is it okay?" Shuri's voice suddenly resonated from behind her. Immersed in her studies, Lin Jejia, unaware of his presence, jumped in surprise, placing a hand over her heart and shooting an annoyed glance at Shuri. "Sorry, did I scare you?" Shuri apologized, leaning close to Lin Jejia, resting his chin on her shoulder as he examined her work. "This part seems to have a calculation error. The final result is clearly incorrect." He suddenly reached across her shoulder, pointing at a math problem she had just written to him. "That is not right." Lin Jejia glanced at the problem, frowning as she realized she had always excelled at such questions. How could she have erred? After recalculating, she found her previous answer unchanged. Feeling a sense of pride, Lin Jejia was thrilled to have caught Shuri making a mistake. That no, it's your calculation that's wrong. Look closely at the data in the problem. Shuri shook her head gently, a hint of a smile gracing her lips, clearly having already discerned the root of the issue. Chapter 102. Peeking. Shuri observed her furrowed brow as she reread the problem yet again, still failing to identify the error, and couldn't help but chuckle. "You are simply too careless. Your other computational skills are quite satisfactory." Careless? Lin Jejia quickly skimmed through the question once more, still finding no discrepancies, believing Shuri was merely being obstinate, and feeling somewhat displeased that it's clearly correct. Not noticing the mistake is just foolish. Shuri raised an eyebrow and lightly flicked her forehead. Lin Jejia set down her pen, while Shuri picked up hers and circled an area in the question. "The numbers are accurate. But what about the units?" Following his circle, Lin Jejia read aloud, 1090 decimeters. Suddenly, she paused, as if realizing her mistake. "I forgot to convert." Shuri laughed, handing the pen back to Lin Jejia, who promptly crossed out her previous answer and quickly recalculated. Indeed, the new answer was vastly different from the last. "Well, this time the result should be correct. You are just too careless. This issue has already appeared in the problems I've given you before, and you have made the same mistake again today." Whenever Shuri encountered such matters, he became exceptionally serious. "Foolish. Not at all. I simply didn't pay attention for a moment." Lin Jejia, aware of her mistake, was also displeased by Shuri's remarks, pouting slightly. "That haven't you ever made a mistake that you would repeat?" "Never," Shuri replied decisively. Lin Jejia felt somewhat cornered, reflecting on their childhood experiences together, and realized that he indeed had not made similar mistakes, which left her begrudgingly impressed. Yet Shuri suddenly spoke again. "However, when it comes to one person, she often makes me angry, and I think about changing, yet I still end up making errors. Who is that?" Lin Jejia instinctively asked, meeting Shuri's gaze, sparkling like stars, and her heart already knew the answer. They both broke into smiles. "Besides my little Bowsy, who else could it be?" Shuri embraced Lin Jejia from behind, and she leaned into his warm embrace, finding an inexplicable sense of reassurance in his strong heartbeat. All right, I still have homework to do, and so do you. Let us study together," Lin Jejia declared, unable to suppress a smile. At school, teachers often reminded students not to indulge in early romances that could hinder their studies, Yet this did not stop many couples from secretly holding hands and stealing kisses to Tio her surprise. She and Shuri, an unusual pair, were actually studying together. Shuri affectionately ruffled Lin Jiajia's hair, went to the living room to fetch his backpack, and returned to sit opposite her with paper and pen to start his homework. Shuri's serious expression was quite handsome, exuding a calm demeanor, causing Lin Jiajia to rest her chin on her hand and become momentarily entranced, forgetting her own homework. Suddenly, Shuri lifted his head and caught her gaze. Beaming at her, Lin Jiajia felt a jolt of electricity and hurriedly looked down at the homework she had just neglected, while Shuri's warm hand reached over to cradle her face. "Are you peeking at me, little Bowsy?" "No, not at all." Lin Jiajia, caught off guard, blushed fiercely, quickly breaking free from Shuri's grasp and burying her head in her homework, though her flushed ears betrayed her true feelings at that moment. Chapter 103. Astonishing. Shuri chuckled softly, no longer teasing her, and continued with his homework. After they both finished, Shuri reviewed Lin Jiajia's work, pointing out several formatting and writing errors, finally nodding in satisfaction as he remarked, "Not bad. It's much better than the last time I tutored you." Lin Jiajia rolled her eyes in exasperation, wondering if she could even compare this situation to the last. Last time, she had been too relaxed over the holiday, neglecting her studies, which led to her struggles. This semester, she was covering material she had already previewed, so it was only natural that she would find the problems easier. Yet, to her embarrassment, she had still made careless mistakes. Lin Jiajia put away her homework, and Shuri tidied the table before suggesting, "Shall we go out for a stroll? We could buy some summer clothes." Lin Jiajia glanced at the wall clock, noting it was just past 8 o'clock, and thinking the evening was still young, readily agreed that as she stood, she realized that Shuri had turned on the air conditioning at some point, fearing she might get too cold. He had draped his jacket over her chair, and no wonder she had felt so comfortable while doing her homework. Shuri's attentiveness warmed Lin Jiajia's heart. "Good thing we finished our homework quickly. Otherwise, I would have turned it off soon. This spot is right in front of the air conditioning, and it's not good for your back to be blowing like that. I'll move the table when we get back from shopping," Shuri explained as he noticed Lin Jiajia's gaze. Putting on shoes, getting ready to head out, he said, extending his hand to her. Lin Jiajia smiled as she placed her hand in his, allowing him to lead her out of the room. Once they had changed their shoes and stepped outside, they walked side by side along the street. The summer evening was quite pleasant, not overly cold, and dressed in light sleeves, although they were not holding hands. The flirtatious atmosphere between them was palpable, making it clear what kind of relationship Lin Jiajia and Shuri shared. Their striking appearances drew glances from passers-by, and Lin Jiajia felt a bit shy. Inching closer to Shuri. "What's wrong?" Shuri noticed her proximity and thought she might be feeling cold, touching her arm, which indeed felt cool to the touch, and sighed, "Had I known, I should have brought an extra jacket when we left. Even though it's summer, it can get a bit chilly at night. That it's not cold at all. This weather is perfectly fine," Lin Jiajia replied with a laugh, shaking her head as she pulled Shuri into a nearby clothing store. After browsing, she didn't find the style she wanted on display, so she turned her gaze to Shuri. He casually picked up a white chiffon dress from the rack, which had a chiffon bodice, and suggested, "Why don't you try this on and see how it feels?" Lin Jiajia nodded, taking the dress from him and stepping into the fitting room, where the lighting was dim and the small fan above whirred softly. Suddenly, Lin Jiajia felt a flutter of nervousness, goosebumps rising on her arms as she called out to Shuri, unable to contain herself. "Sure. What is it?" Shuri, who had been attentive to the fitting room, quickly approached upon hearing her call. "Just stay right here. Don't move," Lin Jiajia bit her lip and instructed. Shuri paused, sensing her unease, and a smile crept onto his lips. "All right, I'll stay right here, and won't go anywhere." Lin Jiajia hurriedly changed and stepped out of the fitting room, and upon seeing her, Shuri's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 104. I'll carry you. Lin Jiajia looked stunning in the dress. The lace trim and chiffon design, combined with the poofy skirt, gave her a princess-like aura. Her naturally sweet and graceful demeanor only added to the effect, prompting Shuri to perform a mock kiss on the hand gesture, causing Lin Jiajia to burst into laughter. She recalled that day at the engagement ceremony when Shuri had kissed the back of her hand in just that manner, and warmth flooded her cheeks. The salesgirl watched Lin Jiajia with envy, her eyes sparkling at the sweetness of the couple. They were so adorably in love that she felt a longing for romance herself. The salesgirl could see the love in the boy's eyes for the girl. Such expressions could not be feigned, and the attentive details of his actions revealed his affection, that he helped her choose outfits and stood guard outside the fitting room, never straying far from her side since they entered the store. His face radiating nothing but tenderness. The salesgirl reminisced about her own first love, feeling that such pure affection was rare and precious. "Let us go with this one," Lin Jejia said, seeing Shuri's satisfied expression as she turned in front of the mirror and approved of her choice. Shuri selected a few more outfits suitable for Lin Jejia, completing a little shopping spree in the store that he pulled out his card to pay, carrying the bags in one hand while holding Lin Jejia's hand with the other, as if afraid she might wander off like a lost child. The salesgirl watched, nearly envious to the point of wishing for a relationship just like theirs, noting how well-matched they were in both appearance and demeanor. "Is there anything else you want to buy?" Shuri turned to Lin Jejia with a smile, recognizing that a woman's love for shopping was indeed a natural inclination. Initially, Lin Jejia had been rather reserved. But after purchasing the dress, she was practically bouncing with joy. "I want more, I want more." Lin Jejia tilted her head, thinking hard about what else she might want to buy, but momentarily drawing a blank. Looking at the bag Shuri was carrying, she pouted slightly that if you don't want to go back yet, we can just wander around nearby. Shuri held Lin Jejia's hand, aimlessly strolling along. "But once you get tired?" Lin Jejia cast a worried glance at the bag in Shuri's hand, that if it were filled with summer clothes, it would be fine. She had just purchased some heavier garments on sale for the changing season, which added a bit of weight. Noticing the shallow red mark forming on Shuri's palm, she reassured herself, "It's just a little weight. There's no need to fret that if I don't exert myself now. How will I continue to accompany you in your escapades and treat you later?" Shuri teased, and Lin Jejia recognized the sincerity, a sweet sensation blooming in her heart. All right, let's take a stroll," she replied. Shuri squinted, gazing up at the night sky, where the crescent moon shone beautifully, casting a faint, warm yellow glow amidst the blue-violet tapestry of the night, dotted with bright stars. That he tightened his grip, and they walked closely together along the street until Lin Jejia, frowning, suddenly halted. "Let's head back." "All right," Shuri complied. "Are you tired? Come, I'll carry you back." Lin Jejia hesitated for a moment before breaking into a smile, her eyes curving delightfully. "Okay." Shuri crouched before her, and Lin Jejia, her cheeks flushed, climbed onto his back. Shuri supported her gently, causing her already rosy cheeks to deepen in color. Despite it not being her first time being carried by Shuri, Lin Jejia still felt a tinge of shyness. Although she appeared somewhat plump, her bones were light, and she nestled comfortably against his back, a soft little bundle that melted Shuri's heart to be by the time they reached home. Lin Jejia had already dozed off on his back. Shuri softly called her name a few times without response, feeling a bit helpless as he dropped the bag to the ground and carefully leaned against the wall to set Lin Jejia down. He swiftly turned to catch her as she began to slide down. With a resigned smile at her continued slumber, he opened the door with one hand, cradling her in a princess hold as he carried her inside and gently placed her on the bed before returning to retrieve their belongings. Once back in the room, he found Lin Jejia turned over, hugging the blanket in a deep, sweet slumber. Unable to resist, he pinched her nose playfully before stepping out with his laptop, needing to attend to some work. By the time he finished, it was already midnight. That he washed up in the bathroom and returned to embrace Lin Jejia in bed, succumbing to sleep himself. The following morning, Lin Jejia awoke to find the space beside her empty. She emerged from the bathroom to discover a breakfast spread neatly arranged on the table. With a sweet smile, she dashed into the kitchen, wrapping her arms around Shuri's waist and gazing at him dreamily. How can you be so considerate? I feel so happy." "If you feel happy, then that's precisely what I aim for. That I want you to feel this way every day," Shuri replied, allowing Lin Jejia to cling to him as he carried 2 bowls of porridge to the dining table. Lin Jejia playfully bumped her forehead against Shuri's back, mumbling, "You're just full of sweet talk." Shuri set down the porridge, turned around, and embraced her, lightly brushing her nose with his fingers. "Whether it's sweet talk or not, you'll find out in due time. Now sit down and enjoy your breakfast. Afterward, let us take a walk, have some afternoon tea, and then head to school for dance practice," with a heart brimming with sweetness. Lin Jejia sat down to eat her breakfast. After 2 days of practicing dance moves, Monday arrived, and during the break, she intended to invite her friends to practice together. However, when she arrived at the designated place, only Wenyu was there. The others were nowhere to be seen. With pursed lips and a sigh, Lin Jejia decided to practice with just the three of them. What else could she do if they chose not to come? To maximize her time, she utilized not just Saturday afternoons, but also evenings, ensuring that everyone arrived punctually at the practice room after school, where they began their sessions under the guidance of their dance instructor. All right, everyone has worked hard. Let us take a short break, the dance instructor said with a smile, clapping her hands that a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. But Lin Jejia, feeling a bit shy, glanced at the instructor without approaching her. She regularly invited them to practice after class, yet found herself nestled against Shi on the mat. The instructor took out her phone and casually scrolled through it, while several in the resting group also held their phones. Suddenly, the ringtone pierced the air, and Lin Jejia instinctively turned her gaze toward the sound. It was the dance instructor. After a brief conversation, the instructor's smile faded, her expression growing serious that I need to go back immediately. She approached Lin Jejia, who felt an ominous premonition rising within her. Jejia, the last time I asked you to lead the practice after class. How many times have you organized it? The instructor inquired kindly. Lin Jejia bit her lip, finally mustering the courage to respond. I organized it, but only 2 people participated. That I asked everyone else uncooperative. The instructor raised her voice, unable to contain her frustration. This won't do. I have an urgent matter to attend to. Jejia, you'll need to train everyone from now on, as I truly cannot stay. As she spoke, the instructor's eyes inexplicably turned red. Lin Jejia felt a pang of sympathy for her distress, but was unsure how to decline. Just as she was about to speak, Shi's voice cut into no. He fixed his steady gaze on the instructor, his hand firmly grasping Lin Jejia's. Lin Jejia felt embarrassed to refuse the instructor, knowing he couldn't bear to see her mistreated. The instructor, recognizing the boy beside Lin Jejia as the only male in the group, was torn. Jejia, you're not the teacher, Shi stated bluntly. Lin Jejia felt uneasy. Rejecting the instructor so directly seemed disrespectful. The instructor understood Shi's intent, but explained that her daughter was ill and in the hospital, necessitating her immediate return. That I truly have something important to attend to. She reiterated that don't listen to him. I'll help you, Lin Jejia interjected. The instructor's gratitude was evident. Thank you, Jejia, I appreciate it. I genuinely must hurry back. The dance instructor bid them a hasty farewell, grabbing her handbag as she rushed out. Why did the instructor leave? Does that mean we won't practice? Some girls murmured, watching the instructor's hurried departure. That I don't know. Maybe she just went to the restroom and will be back soon. Another girl suggested, but was quickly met with skepticism. Are you silly? Who takes a handbag to the restroom? Quiet. Lin Jejia stood in front of the resting group, lightly clearing her throat. Break time is over. Let us continue practicing. The atmosphere fell silent, and the girls exchanged awkward glances, some smiling, others frozen in place. Except for no one seemed willing to rise. Lin Jejia's face flushed with embarrassment. Although she had anticipated such a scenario, experiencing it firsthand was still profoundly mortifying. Get up. Did you hear me? Shi stepped out from behind Lin Jejia, frowning at the girls. The instructor had to leave due to family matters. Everyone should cooperate and practice willingly. When they remained unmoved, Shi's expression darkened, his tone turning stern. Get up immediately. Anyone who doesn't rise within 5 seconds will have to jump an extra round by themselves until they complete it. Though Shi typically exuded a gentle demeanor, his anger radiated authority, causing the girls to comply and rise obediently from the floor. Lin Jejia looked at Shi, her gaze filled with gratitude and admiration. I'll play the bad cop. You focus on your teaching. Shi leaned in to whisper, a smile gracing his lips. All right, Lin Jejia nodded, turning to face the group and demonstrate that let's start by reviewing the moves we just learned. After that, we'll learn some new ones. Although her voice trembled slightly, it resonated clearly in the studio. That as she pressed the play button, soothing music filled the air, and Lin Jejia closed her eyes momentarily, silently counting the beats. The group instinctively began to dance in sync, and after observing for a few moments to ensure they would not intentionally skip steps, Shi wrapped his arms around Lin Jejia's waist, joining her in the dance. However, by the 4th set of 8 beats, some dancers faltered, their movements clearly disjointed. Lin Jejia took note, and upon reaching the section the instructor had just taught, nearly everyone's rhythm fell apart. With some outright abandoning the routine, Lin Jejia halted, and Shi released her waist. Xiujuan, that is not how the move goes. Watch me. Lin Jijia said, stepping up to demonstrate the third set of 8 beats. Capturing everyone's attention, Da Xiaozhuan's face flushed, her gaze flickering with annoyance as she watched Lin Jijia's gentle movements. After demonstrating, Lin Jijia smiled and asked, "Does that help you remember?" "Mind your own business," Xiaozhuan snapped, eliciting snickers from the crowd, leaving Lin Jijia momentarily stunned. How embarrassing. Let us focus on training. What else with this attitude? Shuri approached from behind, reprimanding Xiaozhuan. You messed up the third set of 8 beats. How can we continue? After all this practice, if we can't even get the basics right, what are we doing? Shuri's voice was unmistakably tinged with irritation, although he himself had initially made numerous mistakes when Lin Jijia first taught him. He could discern that these individuals had not practiced earnestly at all. From today onward, we shall practice 8 sets of 8 counts together. If you do not master them within the allotted time, we will proceed to the stage on the playground to guide those who have not performed well. That a murmur of discontent rippled through the crowd. The stage overlooked the playground, bustling with onlookers, who would witness them rehearsing their movements repeatedly. Shuri seemed intent on putting them in an embarrassing position. Even those reluctant to practice now had no choice but to comply. Can I apply for withdrawal? A girl bit her lip and raised her hand. Withdrawal. Shuri's thin lips curled into a sardonic smile. What time do you think it is to be applying for withdrawal? Why did you raise your hand earlier? While Shuri spoke to the little bun in a gentle tone, it did not imply that he would extend the same courtesy to the other girls that if you irresponsibly withdraw now, we will have to search for new members and start teaching from scratch. Dio, we have the time for that. Had I known you were so foolish, I would never have allowed you to sign up. Sure, he was truly exasperated. What sort of people were these? No one is permitted to withdraw. That if you force your way out, you are merely admitting your own incompetence, and I will not stop you. Shuri delivered his ultimatum, his expression as stern as iron. These individuals could indeed push things to the extreme. The dance instructor had left the mess for Lin Jijia to handle, and fortunately, she had also volunteered at the time of registration. Otherwise, she would have been entirely unaware of the significant burden the little bun would have to bear. Lin Jijia gently tugged at his sleeve, shaking her head to signal him not to speak too harshly. After all, they were classmates, and it was essential to maintain a semblance of dignity. Tearing faces would ultimately be too unsightly. It's all right. Sure, he reassured Lin Jijia, his tone and gaze softening in an instant, only to harden again as he turned toward the crowd. That understood. The crowd fell silent, and no one has responded. Then today, as training will be extended. Shuri's shadowy gaze swept over everyone. Do you understand? The group promptly shouted in unison. Understood. So quiet. Shuri frowned, clearly displeased. Do you understand? They collectively shouted again with renewed vigor, the sound drawing the attention of others in the practice room. The girls felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment. Train properly and stop messing around, Shuri urged, supporting Lin Jijia and indicating for her to continue. Lin Jijia cleared her throat. I noticed that everyone is still somewhat unfamiliar with the dance movements. I will now demonstrate slowly, 1 count at a time, and then you can correct your own movements. If anything is incorrect, please amend it yourself. Lin Jijia bent her arms and began to demonstrate. Today, she wore a flowing white chiffon dress, and the dance was gentle and soothing, reminiscent of a fairy drifting through a poetic realm. Shuri watched entranced. All right, now everyone follow the rhythm and perform once. Having completed her demonstration, Lin Jijia gently wiped the thin sweat from her forehead. Executing an entire set of dance movements fluidly was certainly a piece of cake for her. However, breaking down each count into slower motions posed a challenge, as she had to keep in mind what the next move would be. Being a teacher is indeed exhausting, Lin Jijia thought, feeling a newfound respect for dance instructors. You, and you. Shuri pointed out several girls who had just made mistakes. After we finish training, you will practice on the playground. The faces of those singled out turned ashen, that we simply aren't familiar. It's not merely a matter of familiarity. After making mistakes, you didn't even attempt to correct yourselves. Just flailing your arms about. What sort of attitude is that? Has the teacher been too gentle and spoiled you? Shuri scolded, his brow furrowed. I already warned everyone that those who do poorly will have to perform on the stage for everyone to see. You still haven't learned your lesson. If this is how you wish to behave, then so be it. His words were harsh, yet no one dared to retort. The chastised girls fell silent, unable to speak. Lin Jijia sighed and continued with the lesson. Following Shuri's earlier warning, the atmosphere had become much more subdued, and his icy gaze remained fixed on them. "You too." Lin Jieji gently tugged at Shi Yi's sleeve, bringing him back to the moment that he smiled and wrapped an arm around her waist, and they began together. Whether it was due to Shi Yi's authoritative presence or Lin Jieji's recent demonstration helping them correct their movements, everyone performed much better this time. Lin Jieji nodded with satisfaction, ready to teach them the next set of movements. Finally, training concluded. Shi Yi, with a somber expression, dismissed the group, leaving behind those few girls who had just been called out. Those girls, contemplating the impending embarrassment they would face in front of a large audience, felt a wave of regret wash over them. "What? Not leaving? Head to the playground," Shi scoffed. "Enough." Lin Jieji gently tugged at his sleeve, casting a worried glance at the girls before them. Although they had intentionally disrupted the training, it hardly warranted pushing them to such a humiliating extent. Moreover, it would only breed resentment against herself. Shi frowned, casting a sidelong glance at the few girls glaring at Lin Jieji, his expression instantly growing colder. Cui Jiani paused outside the practice room, turning back to cast a lingering gaze at Li Lin, her expression darkening upon hearing Lin Jieji's words. Cui Jiani silently laughed, increasingly looking down on Lin Jieji. Despite having Shi Yi as a formidable support, she still allowed herself to be bullied. Cui Jiani genuinely believed that such a naive Lin Jieji did not deserve to stand beside Shi Yi. Only she, Cui Jiani, was worthy. With a disdainful glance at Lin Jieji, she noticed Li Lin silently gesturing for her to wait and raised an eyebrow, standing by in the practice room. "Do any of you have objections?" Shi coldly surveyed the agitated girls, a chilling smile gracing his lips. The girls instinctively shrank back, quickly shaking their heads with feigned innocence. It was the first time, so let it be. Next time, if they act out again, punish them. Lin Jieji softened her voice, continuing to plead on their behalf, her eyes filled with pity. Shi felt a stir in his heart, unable to suppress a sigh. Sometimes being too soft-hearted was not advantageous, yet he could not refuse her request and ultimately nodded. "This time, I will let it slide if there are any mistakes in tomorrow's training. Don't think you can escape so easily." Shi Yi's tone was stern. "Did you hear that? Heard it?" They dared not remain silent, but their resentment toward Lin Jieji deepened. "That's so pretentious." Shi nodded, taking Lin Jieji's hand in his, speaking softly. "Let us go home. I'll prepare a delicious meal for you tonight." Lin Jieji nodded, glancing anxiously at the girls that ate tea that moment. Their faces were filled with indignation. Upon meeting Lin Jieji's gaze, they collectively shot her furious looks. Why did Shi Yi treat Lin Jieji so harshly while being so gentle with her? Although Lin Jieji had pleaded for them, they would never feel the slightest gratitude toward her. Had it not been for Lin Jieji, they would not have faced Shi Yi's punishment. They had previously danced freely, and Shi Yi had never intervened. Lin Jieji's pretense of kindness was unbearable for them. Their resentment towards her only grew deeper. After all, it was Lin Jieji who had nearly led them to public embarrassment on the stage, yet she still hypocritically sought to intercede for them. How revolting! The girls grumbled amongst themselves before gathering their belongings and leaving the venue. When Yu felt concerned for Lin Jieji's situation, but knowing Shi Yi was by her side, she chose not to dwell on the antics of such insincere girls. Upon returning to their small apartment, Shi Yi donned an apron, bringing dishes to the table. Lin Jieji had already taken her chopsticks, eagerly awaiting his arrival, that as soon as she saw him set down the food, she happily took a bite. "Slow down, it's hot." Shi Yi watched her enjoy her meal, his eyes filled with tenderness that it's truly exhausting. The upcoming training will likely increase in intensity. Lin Jieji seemed to realize that speaking ill of others behind their backs was not appropriate. Abruptly halting her words and continuing to eat, Shi Yi smiled helplessly, tapping Lin Jieji's forehead. "Why did you agree back then? If you hadn't spoken up, I would have refused for you." The teacher seemed to be going through something serious at home. "I was soft-hearted." Lin Jieji looked at Shi Yi, feeling a bit awkward. Shi Yi had originally acted in his own interest, yet her response had inadvertently slapped him in the face. "I'm sorry. You helped me refuse, yet I didn't consider your feelings and agreed without a second thought." Lin Jieji genuinely felt remorseful toward Shi Yi. Nothing. Don't apologize for such trivial matters. Shi Yi placed a piece of meat into Lin Jieji's bowl. "Thank you, I appreciate your support." Lin Jieji felt a sweetness in her heart. With all this apologizing and thanking, have you forgotten my identity? I am your boyfriend, your fiancé. Do you not find our politeness somewhat estranging? With a playful gesture, Shuri pinched Lin Jiejia's nose, to which she tilted her head back, deftly avoiding his hand. Rather than feeling upset, she smiled brightly and said, I was wrong. You should eat too. In a bid to please him, Lin Jiejia cheerfully placed a generous piece of rib into his bowl, then resumed her meal, her heart brimming with sweetness. How fortunate I am to have encountered you. After finishing their meal, she promptly turned to her homework, determined not to let training interfere with her studies. Lately, the coursework has been rather demanding, and with training occupying nearly all my leisure time. It's exhausting, Shuri remarked gently, his tone warm. Lin Jiejia's sleep schedule had evidently deteriorated. Once a lazy little bun, she now appeared somewhat drowsy during class, often relying on Shuri's arm for support during breaks. All right. Lin Jiejia obediently finished her remaining rice, patted her slightly rounded belly, and then hopped off the dining table to return to her room to tackle her assignments. Shuri cleared the leftover food and utensils from the table, gave the stove a quick wipe, and then joined Lin Jiejia in her room to assist with her studies. He relished this current existence, filled with playful bickering, jealousy, and warmth, lacking in grand joys or sorrows, creating an illusion that they had been together for many years, simply holding hands and sharing life together. Observing the little bun furrowing her brow in concentration over her work, he felt a profound sense of peace and warmth in his heart. At last, Lin Jiejia completed her homework and took a refreshing shower before retreating to bed. The gentle sound of water from the bathroom was Shuri showering, which made Lin Jiejia's face flush. She hugged the blanket tightly and rolled over, shutting her eyes. Perhaps she was truly exhausted, for in her embarrassment and racing heart, she fell into a deep slumber. In a hazy state, she suddenly felt herself being embraced, enveloped in a warm embrace. Instinctively, Lin Jiejia opened her arms and clung tightly to the person before her. The sensation of sleeping while tightly holding someone was incredibly comforting by the time she realized it was Shuri. He had already wrapped his arms around her waist, preventing her from pulling away. Shuri suppressed the burning desire within him, holding the delicate figure in his arms, a blend of sweetness and torment. Let's sleep quickly, he whispered soothingly, his voice low and captivating with drowsiness. Lin Jiejia's face flushed in the darkness as she nodded, nestling comfortably against Shuri, and drifted into a deep sleep. The following morning, Lin Jiejia opened her eyes to find a handsome face before her. Good morning, little bun, Shuri smiled. Good morning, Lin Jiejia replied, her voice adorably sleepy. Shuri could not resist pinching her cheek, prompting her to scrunch her nose in mild annoyance, which only amused him further. Get up now, he urged, releasing Lin Jiejia and standing by the bed, turning his back to her as he unbuttoned his sleep shirt to change. Lin Jiejia felt her cheeks flush. Yet she couldn't help but steal glances. Covering her face with her hands, she peeked through her fingers at Shuri's back, appreciating the healthy tan of his skin and the well-defined contours. The thought of being enveloped in such a broad, warm embrace every night made her inexplicably bashful, her heart racing. Little bun, are you not going to change? Are you peeking at me? Shuri suddenly turned around with a smile. Catching her off guard, flustered and exposed, Lin Jiejia quickly covered her face and turned her head away, playfully protesting. Who was peeking? You narcissist. Her attempt to deny only provoked Shuri's laughter. After dressing, Shuri left the room to prepare breakfast for both of them. He simply fried some toast, eggs, and bacon, accompanied by salad dressing and lettuce, pouring 2 large glasses of milk. Both of them had risen a bit late that day. To be precise, Shuri had woken up and, upon seeing Lin Jiejia's peaceful and sweet sleeping face, had been reluctant to get out of bed, resulting in their late rise. Lin Jiejia had a healthy appetite for breakfast, finishing everything Shuri had prepared. After tidying up, they set off for school together. Upon arriving at the classroom, Lin Jiejia sensed an unusual atmosphere. Many students exchanged knowing glances as they entered. Shuri noticed something was amiss and furrowed his brow, stepping forward to take Lin Jiejia's hand firmly. However, the atmosphere only grew more peculiar. Sitting at her desk, Lin Jiejia opened her textbook, but whispers surrounded her. That I told you. How could Shuri possibly like her? Turns out they have already slept together, one girl remarked, her voice hushed yet audible enough for the entire class to hear. Lin Jiejia's hand froze over the page. Shuri glanced at her, having caught wind of the gossip, but chose to dismiss it. Although they did share a bed, it was merely for sleeping together, Without crossing any boundaries, she must have deliberately seduced him, lowering herself to seek favors. How disgusting to use one's body as a commodity. So filthy, disregarding everything for money. Another girl chimed in, their voices rising in malicious delight. The two were seemingly performing a duet, their words loud enough for everyone to hear. And Lin Jiajia's complexion grew, increasingly pale. How can our school allow such a person to exist? She should be expelled. I feel embarrassed just being in the same class as her. The disparaging comments continued to escalate. Filling Lin Jiajia's ears, she remained silent, tears brimming in her eyes. Silence. If anyone dares to spread rumors again, I will pursue legal action. Shi Yi's anger flared, as he had witnessed the relentless attacks on Lin Jiajia since his first day. And now they had escalated. Yes, they shared a bed, but Lin Jiajia was not as they portrayed her. The notion that she had deliberately seduced him for his wealth ignited a fire within Shi Yi. His little bun needed not resort to such tactics. As he glanced at her, he saw her pure, sparkling eyes filled with tears, ready to spill at any moment, and she dared not lift her gaze. Fearing the scrutiny of others, Shi Yi's heart ached for her. His fury only fueled the disdain of those around them, that in their eyes, Shi Yi was a paragon of grace, handsome and refined, yet they accused him of being smitten with Lin Jiajia. Having lost his composure during training the previous day, in the practice room, he had mentioned preparing delicious food for Lin Jiajia, a detail that had been seized upon by envious girls who now speculated maliciously about their living arrangement. What could possibly happen between a man and a woman living together? They whispered, their jealousy palpable. They sought to drag Lin Jiajia down, tarnishing her reputation and seeing if Shi Yi would still want her. Their intent was clear, to awaken Shi Yi to the supposed moral depravity of Lin Jiajia, declaring her unworthy of him. Everyone, be quiet and focus on your studies, but let's not spread falsehoods, Cui Jiani interjected, her tone smug. Having overheard complaints from the previous day, she had eagerly shared the gossip, ensuring it spread like wildfire while feigning concern. Shi Yi's annoyance grew at the sight of her. Shut up, he commanded, causing Cui Jiani to falter, her expression turning sheepish as she bit her lip in silence. Neither she nor her family could compare to Shi Yi, and thus she could only vent her frustrations on Lin Jiajia. Fearing confrontation with Shi Yi, her resentment toward Lin Jiajia was palpable. She believed she should be the one pursued by boys, cherished by Shi Yi. What did Lin Jiajia have aside from her beauty and academic prowess? Shi Yi's statement silenced the room that he settled down, opening his textbook to engage in quiet study, while Lin Jiajia cast worried glances around the room, attempting to steady her nerves and focus on her reading. Just as they hoped for a peaceful morning, the language teacher rushed in, visibly agitated, and rapped sharply on the desk. Students, I have repeatedly warned you against cheating. Why do some of you insist on testing my limits? The teacher's voice rose in indignation, her frustration evident that I have never publicly shamed those who struggle academically, and yet here we have a student of exemplary performance caught in dishonesty, adjusting her glasses. The teacher's gaze swept across the class before settling on Lin Jiajia for several seconds. That a foreboding sensation washed over Lin Jiajia, and as anticipated, the teacher's next words directed at her sent a chill down her spine. Lin Jiajia, why did you cheat during the exam, flaunting your status as an honor student before so many? Lin Jiajia felt a shiver run down her spine as her name was called. Rising to her feet, her voice trembled with disbelief. Teacher, I did not cheat. How could she possibly have cheated? The only recent examination was the one at the beginning of the semester, and she has never copied anyone else's answers. How could she be accused of cheating? Chapter 113. Defamation. Lin Jiajia's eyes went blank for a moment. Indeed, she had run out holding her phone. Was that the sole reason for this accusation? And yet, she claimed otherwise. A classmate had informed me, and I deliberately reviewed the surveillance footage. You ran out with your phone in front of the entire class. Do you not hold the teacher in any regard? The language teacher was furious, and despite the confrontation, Lin Jiajia still refused to admit to anything. Slamming her hand on the desk caused a cloud of dust to rise from the podium in the front row. Shi Yi narrowed his eyes at the teacher. Although he was unaware of the full situation, witnessing the language teacher's anger directed at Lin Jiajia instantly diminished any fondness he had for her. What kind of person was Xiao Baozi? They had grown up together, and he knew her well. She had always been a model student, obedient and diligent. How could she ever resort to cheating? There were only two possibilities. Either she was being wrongfully accused, or this teacher, for reasons unknown, was intent on making things difficult for Lin Jejia. Regardless of the reason, Shi Yi's opinion of the teacher plummeted. Even if it were a case of slander, it was the teacher's duty to investigate thoroughly before laying such accusations on Lin Jejia, who was already an exemplary student. Did she truly need to cheat? Lin Jejia opened her mouth, glancing at the surveillance camera at the front of the classroom, and suddenly understood. That day, she had asked the homeroom teacher for permission to take a call, and the teacher's podium was positioned in a blind spot that the camera could not capture. Thus, the language teacher assumed she had left the classroom without permission to take a call and was blatantly cheating, while in reality, she had merely been at the door, and the homeroom teacher could have overheard her conversation. As Lin Jejia prepared to defend herself, the language teacher had already reached a furious conclusion. You will receive a 0 for this assignment, and your parents must come to the school to clarify this matter. Lin Jejia was momentarily stunned. Call her parents to the school? How could that be possible? They had always perceived her as the perfect child. If they were summoned over an incident that never occurred, and if her father and mother pursued the matter, discovering the tremendous injustice she suffered, it was likely they would reveal their family background in anger, and she would no longer be able to maintain her quiet existence. She simply wanted to focus on her studies without drawing undue attention. Excuse me? The language teacher rapped sharply on the desk. Did you hear what I just said? Teacher, I believe your handling of this situation is inappropriate, a cool male voice interrupted. Lin Jejia froze. It was Shi Yi. Her gaze swiftly shifted to him, silently urging him to refrain from speaking out. Lin Jejia had experienced Shi Yi's sharp tongue firsthand yesterday. Addressing the teacher in such a manner would only exacerbate the situation. How can you be so certain that Lin Jejia has cheated? Shi Yi pressed that I reviewed the surveillance footage. She suddenly took out her phone during the exam and sneaked out of the classroom. That if that's not cheating, then what is it? The language teacher was evidently taken aback by the confrontation from a male student, but quickly regained her composure. With a phone? Shi Yi frowned, recalling the time he had called Lin Jejia, when she had angrily informed him that she was in the middle of an exam. Could it have been that instance? Chapter 114, Lost Judgment. Shi Yi was somewhat at a loss. It turned out the issue stemmed from himself. That I have a way to prove that Lin Jejia did not cheat. He retrieved Lin Jejia's phone from his drawer, searching for the latest call records. Soon, he found his own call and then pulled out his phone to display the call log to the language teacher. That time, due to my oversight, I had just transferred to this class and wanted to ask Jejia some specific questions, so I called her. I had no idea that the class was in the midst of an exam. Shi Yi steadied himself, weaving a lie with remarkable finesse, leaving the language teacher momentarily speechless. So, you mean to say Lin Jejia went out just to take your call? The language teacher's tone was laced with skepticism. I had asked the homeroom teacher for permission. Lin Jejia interjected suddenly, feeling aggrieved that it was just one phone call, and yet it condemned me to the accusation of cheating. While it was indeed inappropriate to take a call during the exam, if that's the basis for the accusation, there's seemingly no way to refute it. Upon closer examination, it is also my fault. You two, please take your seats, the language teacher said, her expression somewhat grim. She motioned for them to sit down. Shi Yi, rather unceremoniously, took his seat and opened his textbook. Lin Jejia quietly expressed her gratitude to him with a soft thank you. Although this matter should have been resolved, being reprimanded in front of the entire class had left her feeling quite embarrassed. But how can she be certain that Lin Jejia was not cheating? Perhaps they had arranged to communicate and were exchanging answers during that time. This sounded rather unreasonable. Shi Yi shot a glance at the girl who had spoken. One of those who had been called out the previous day, named Li Lin. Lin Jejia had defended them when they were to perform on stage, and instead of showing gratitude, she now sought to take advantage of the situation. Li Lin, receiving Shi Yi's cold gaze, felt a chill run down her spine and instinctively averted her eyes. Lin glared resentfully at Cui Jiani, who had encouraged her to stand up and frame Lin Jejia, while remaining silent herself. Why was she left to bear the brunt of this? Cui Jiani, noticing Li Lin's discontent, smirked mockingly. It was evident that this foolish woman could be easily provoked by a few words, igniting her animosity towards Lin Jejia, making the subsequent events unfold effortlessly. Being foolish enough to be used by others, who could she blame? Chapter 115. The usurper. During class, the language teacher called the homeroom teacher to verify the situation on speakerphone. And everyone could hear the homeroom teacher's response confirming the events. She was not far from Lin Jiejia and stated that she had overheard the content of the call, recounting it to the language teacher. The accusation of cheating was too severe, and handling it required utmost caution. The language teacher hesitated, contemplating whether to apologize to Lin Jiejia, realizing she had wrongfully accused her. Once the call ended, Lin Jiejia let out a sigh of relief and stood up to address the teacher. "Thank you, teacher, for restoring my innocence." The language teacher felt somewhat awkward, recognizing that Lin Jiejia was not pursuing the matter further, and thus shifted the topic to commence the lesson, alleviating the tension in the room. Shi Yi's gaze flicked over to Li Lin, unfriendly and piercing that Li Lin shuddered, hastily avoiding his stare. She felt indignant, glaring at Cui Jiani, who had instigated her to betray Lin Jiejia, yet remained silent herself. Why was she left to shoulder all the blame? Cui Jiani noted Li Lin's dissatisfaction and smirked derisively that it was evident that this foolish woman could be easily manipulated into harboring resentment towards Lin Jiejia, making the subsequent events unfold seamlessly. Being foolish enough to be used by others, who could she blame? Despite harboring deep disdain, one must outwardly cultivate a good relationship with Li Lin. After class, Cui Jiani immediately approached Li Lin with a small bag of snacks. Li Lin, still in a huff, managed only a perfunctory smile in response, conveying her indifference. Cui Jiani instantly felt the sting of humiliation, yet she suppressed her rising anger, shared the snacks with Li Lin, and uttered numerous sweet words, ultimately managing to placate her. Li Lin was an entirely ordinary girl, indistinct amongst the crowd, devoid of any notable qualities. Cui Jiani's overtures and shared treats led to Li Lin's forgiveness, and the two reconciled. Upon returning to her seat, Cui Jiani did not truly regard Li Lin as a friend. Rather, she contemplated her potential future utility as a secondary pawn. Time flew by, and soon the day of the dance competition arrived. Lin Jiejia's team had drawn number 2, which meant they would perform immediately following the opening act, number 1, causing a palpable sense of anxiety among the participants. Even Cui Jiani, who typically remained indifferent, could not quell her nervousness. The audience comprised the entire faculty and student body, and none had ever graced such a grand stage before. Surprisingly, Lin Jiejia, usually shy, appeared remarkably composed at this moment, while Shuri smiled gently, holding Lin Jiejia's hand tightly. This scene struck Cui Jiani as a cruel irony. Next up, please welcome Team 2 to present their captivating performance. The host's words were drowned out by a wave of applause. Both Lin Jiejia and Shi Yi boasted considerable popularity, with a portion of the crowd having come specifically to witness their performance. Lin Jiejia and Shi Yi took the stage as lead dancers. They joined hands and bowed to the audience. The lights dimmed, and the remaining dancers rushed onto the stage from either side, the spotlight illuminating the duo as it slowly changed focus. The gentle, soothing music contrasted sharply with the preceding fervor, prompting the audience to quiet down and listen to the lyrical melodies. Dressed in a flowing white gown, Lin Jiejia resembled an ethereal being untouched by the mundane world, her graceful movements concealed by a delicate white veil, adding an air of mystery that as the performance concluded, the audience, still yearning for more, fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into fervent applause. Suddenly, a tidal wave of shouts erupted from the other side of the stage, gradually silencing the surrounding commotion. Lin Jiejia and Shi Yi turned to see a group of excited girls holding a large LED screen emblazoned with Shi Yi's name. Devoted fans indeed. Some girls boldly confessed their feelings directly to Shi Yi on stage, causing the atmosphere to teeter on the brink of chaos. Initially perceived as merely handsome, academically accomplished, wealthy, and aloof, Shi Yi's extraordinary dancing skills left countless girls envious of Lin Jiejia, wishing for nothing more than to be embraced by him for several minutes, regardless of the cost. "Thank you all for your overwhelming support," Shi Yi said, his expression momentarily clouded by displeasure before he smiled and took the microphone from the hostess' hand. "I already have a girlfriend, and she is right here beside me." This declaration landed like a bombshell. "What? Girlfriend? Shi Yi actually has a girlfriend." Panic erupted within the crowd as realization set in. Lin Jiejia's idol had been claimed. Shi Yi's lips curled into a gentle smile as he turned to Lin Jiejia, tenderly kissing the back of her hand. Lin Jiejia felt as though she were under a spotlight, her heart racing. This was all happening on stage with countless faculty and students watching, including school leaders. How daring of Shi! Now, let us see who dares to steal you away from me, he whispered playfully in Lin Jiejia's ear. Despite the throngs of enthusiastic admirers surrounding him, Shi noticed several boys who seemed equally infatuated with Lin Jiejie, causing his expression to darken. Though these boys may not have registered on Lin Jiejie's radar, Shi would not permit any male to harbor even the slightest affection for her. No admiration, no fondness, nothing. Lin Jiejie's cheeks flushed crimson. She anticipated that Shi would publicly declare his affection simply for this reason. Unable to restrain herself, she shot him a glare. How childish. Shi merely smirked mischievously, taking Lin Jiejie's hand as they retreated backstage. Let us change out of our costumes first and I'll treat you to a delicious meal, he said, his eyes twinkling with warmth. Lin Jiejie nodded in acquiescence, and they each entered their respective dressing rooms. As Lin Jiejie quietly approached her locker, a sharp, condescending voice pierced her ears. Though we all train together and dance similarly, some people receive preferential treatment and steal the spotlight that will probably be forgotten altogether. Exactly. What is so great about her? The gossip continued unabated, clearly intended for Lin Jiejie's ears, clenching her teeth. She retrieved her outfit from the locker. Upon unfolding her clothing, she suddenly froze. Her costume was crumpled into a ball, smeared with dirt and footprints, with deliberate tears evident. Clearly an act of sabotage. Lin Jiejie stood there, clutching her ruined attire, trembling with fury. What had she done to deserve this? How could they treat her this way? No wonder those girls hastily left the venue. They must have conspired to ruin her costume. The lockers here were not locked, as they contained no valuables, and each person had a corresponding number for their own locker to store their costumes. That it was clear that this was a targeted attack by those girls. But there were no cameras in this area, rendering any report to a teacher futile. How cruel, to repeatedly bully her. As their footsteps faded into the distance, Lin Jiejie could no longer contain her tears in the dressing room. Little Baozi, are you there? A voice suddenly called from the doorway. Shi. Lin Jiejie stood up, hastily wiping her eyes. That I'm here, she replied, quickly retreating to a corner. What if he saw her red eyes? Shi paused for a moment before asking, has someone been bullying you? No, I'm fine, Lin Jiejie lied, tears streaming down her cheeks. Shi's brows furrowed deeply as he pushed the door open and entered, instantly wrapping her in his arms. What is wrong? He asked, glancing down to see the sky-blue dress tightly clutched in her embrace. Lin Jiejie adored that dress. She had worn it today in anticipation of their performance, but never expected to encounter such a predicament. Shi was no fool. He quickly deduced that those girls were responsible. Don't cry, he soothed, his voice gentle. Let us go get something to eat, and I'll find a way to deal with them. Okay? Lin Jiejie, struggling to catch her breath through her sobs, felt as though a heavy stone weighed upon her heart. How dare they bully her under his nose? Shi realized he had been too lenient with those girls, emboldening them to continue their harassment of Lin Jiejie. He would certainly pay a visit to the companies owned by those girls' families, ensuring they understood the consequences of crossing Shi's woman. Her very existence would be threatened. Let us see if they dare to act out again. No, please don't, Lin Jiejie pleaded, her eyes swollen from crying as she tugged at his shirt. Let it go. Let it go. How can we let this slide? Shi sighed, torn between frustration at Lin Jiejie's naivety and her inherent kindness. Despite being bullied to such an extent, she still wouldn't allow him to confront those girls. I am fine, Lin Jiejie insisted, wiping her tears and forcing a smile, which only pained Shi's heart further. Let us go get something delicious. I want strawberry-flavored ice cream. Shi gently pinched her cheek. Chuckling, all right, but don't eat too much. Lin Jiejie nodded, resolutely refusing to let her mood be affected by those unworthy individuals. Hand in hand, they walked to the automatic ice cream machine at the school entrance, where they purchased a cone for Lin Jiejie. As she savored the sweet ice cream, her spirits lifted considerably, and a lively smile graced her face. What a truly, easily satisfied little creature, Shi mused as he watched her brighten. Feeling considerably lighter himself, he bought her some snacks, and together they strolled leisurely home. Thank you, Lin Jiejie suddenly said, snuggling lazily into his embrace while watching television. Thank me for what? Shi chuckled, a flicker of guilt crossing his mind. Perhaps his flamboyant demeanor had brought Lin Jiejie undue distress. Yet they were meant to be together, and she would have to acclimate to these circumstances eventually. All Shi could do was remain by her side, protecting her. "Thank you for always standing by my side." Lin Jejia smiled cheerfully, yet unbeknownst to her, Shi felt a pang of guilt towards her. The predicament she now faced was a consequence of his impulsiveness and failure to contemplate the repercussions of his actions. Shi tightened his grip on her hand, remaining silent. Chapter 118. Conquering and capturing the dance competition culminated in their anticipated victory, securing the coveted first place. The names of all dance members were proudly displayed on the honor board, each receiving accolades that the lead dancer, Lin Jejia, along with Shi, was selected to join the school dance team and participate in the inter-school dance competition. However, Shi approached the teacher directly to decline. For the school already had a dance team. Their presence was not indispensable, and given that Jejia was in her senior year, burdened with academic responsibilities, there was naturally no one to impose upon them. Ding, ding, ding. The teacher ceased her gesturing and stood at the podium, adjusting her glasses perched on her nose, announcing, "Class dismissed." Students gradually rose from their seats, the next class being physical education. Lin Jejia picked up her already prepared badminton racket, ready to head downstairs, only to be halted by Shi grasping her arm. "Wait, don't rush down." Lin Jejia looked at Shi with a frown, inquiring, "What's wrong?" Shi merely shook his head with a smile, choosing silence that if he voiced his thoughts, would the little dumpling willingly wait with him. Lin Jejia, perplexed but compliant, remained seated, resuming her practice exercises. However, as time ticked away and the class time approached, Shi still showed no signs of rising. "We're going to be late," Lin Jejia exclaimed, turning to him. Suddenly, she found her lips captured in a kiss. Shi's handsome face loomed close, momentarily stunning her into silence, but the shock prompted her to pull away. Shi quickly embraced her, reassured by the absence of others in the classroom, as the surveillance cameras had recently been dismantled, ensuring their secret remained safe. Shi coaxed her, yearning for her initiative this time, contrary to his usual assertiveness. Lin Jejia met his expectant gaze and, in a moment of indignation, playfully punched his chest. This was the reason he had delayed their descent. "Let go, class is starting soon. We need to hurry." Lin Jejia's cheeks flushed, unwilling to yield to his desires. "You know what I want. Hurry, or we'll both be the center of attention for being late." Shi smirked, awaiting her response. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Jejia gently cupped his face, stood on her tiptoes, and pressed her soft lips against Shi's enticing mouth. Shi transformed the passive into the active, wrapping his long arms around Lin Jejia, reclaiming his boldness. The kiss left Lin Jejia slightly breathless, a tingling sensation coursing through her body. Just before she felt herself losing consciousness, Shi released her, and she slumped against him, her face reddened as she gasped for air. "All right, let us go. We're going to be late," Shi expressed triumphantly, his smile radiating brightly. As he finished speaking, the preparatory bell rang. Lin Jejia shot him an annoyed glare, tossing her badminton racket at him before dashing out of the classroom. In a flurry, she sprinted ahead, with Shi's long strides quickly closing the gap behind her, the playful scene becoming quite endearing. They arrived at the meeting point just a second before the class bell rang. Lin Jejia halted to catch her breath, and Shi patted her back. Noticing a bottle of mineral water had mysteriously appeared in his hand, that he unscrewed the cap and handed it to her. "Drink slowly." Before Lin Jejia could inquire when he had procured the water, she instinctively accepted it and took a sip. Shi then turned with a stern expression towards the girl, saying thanks. The girl's face flushed, casting a resentful glance at Lin Jejia before she hurried away. Chapter 119. How much I care. Lin Jejia felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing the water in her hand was intended for Shi by another girl, and yet he had so readily given it to her. Frowning at the bottle, she pouted, feeling a twinge of jealousy. After all, she was his official girlfriend, yet others dared to approach him. What's wrong? Upset, Shi tousled Lin Jejia's hair, asking if she minded. "It's for you, don't think too much of it." Lin Jejia puffed her cheeks, huffing slightly. "That's not the point." "All right, class is starting." The physical education teacher cleared his throat, silencing the chatter in the room. As per routine, they took attendance and then, under the teacher's supervision, jogged 2 laps around the playground, after which they could engage in free activities. For Lin Jejia, long-distance running was the most daunting task, especially under the scorching sun. However, unless one had a medical excuse, no other reasons were accepted to skip out. Resigned, she began to jog. Shuri trailed beside her, seizing opportunities to converse. Lin Jiejia, panting, glanced at Shuri, whose expression remained composed, gritting her teeth to pick up her pace. She was desperate to ignore him. Noticing her dwindling energy, Shuri's brow furrowed with concern. "Little dumpling, can you still keep going?" he asked, worry lacing his voice. Lin Jiejia licked her parched lips, shooting him a glare, but saying nothing. Her steps grew heavier, and unexpectedly, she stumbled over an unforeseen obstacle, nearly colliding with the ground, in a swift motion. Shuri caught her, cradling Lin Jiejia in his arms. "How are you? If you can't continue, don't force yourself," he said, glancing down at her distressed face, feeling a surge of compassion. Lin Jiejia, typically resilient while dancing, had initially believed her aversion to long runs was purely psychological. Yet it seemed she genuinely struggled with it, leaving Shuri feeling frustrated with himself for not realizing sooner that "I'm fine," Lin Jiejia insisted. Shaking her head, her mind felt foggy, and after closing her eyes and reopening them, her vision cleared somewhat. Watching as her classmates surpassed her, she felt a surge of urgency. "Keep running," she declared, breaking free from Shuri's embrace to continue her labored pace. "What are you still running for?" Shuri's voice was filled with exasperation. "You go ahead. It's tiring for you to keep up with my slow pace," Lin Jiejia replied, her chest tightening with discomfort. Shuri was both amused and frustrated. Even now, Lin Jiejia was concerned about exhausting him. "Do I look tired?" He narrowed his eyes, demanding, "You must finish the run, right?" Lin Jiejia nodded in affirmation. "Very well," Shuri grinned, effortlessly lifting her into his arms. "Hold on tight." Lin Jiejia felt a rush of embarrassment. How could she be carried while running? "Don't make a sound," Shuri instructed as he sprinted forward. "Feel how much I care for you. Just be good." Lin Jiejia fell silent, a mix of shyness and uncontainable sweetness flooding her. Chapter 120. Unconditional pampering. Just as the teacher approached the classroom door, Li Lin dashed forward, whispering something to the teacher. Shortly after, the teacher exited, and the homeroom teacher entered, calling Li Lin outside before returning to the classroom. Shuri squinted. He recognized Li Lin as the one who had falsely accused Lin Jiejia of cheating. What's this? After being publicly humiliated, does she still harbor ill intentions? I shall observe her next move, he thought. The homeroom teacher, visibly displeased, stood at the podium and banged the desk. Before the physical education class begins, raise your hand if you did not go downstairs. Shuri casually raised his hand, and after a moment of hesitation, Lin Jiejia did the same. Several hands were raised around the room, indicating those who had lingered in the classroom. Though certainly not as late as Lin Jiejia and Shuri, who was the last to go downstairs. The homeroom teacher scrutinized the raised hands, frowning. Why didn't you go down? The hands that had been raised began to lower. But Shuri and Lin Jiejia still kept theirs aloft. Upon seeing them, the teacher's expression softened considerably. Shuri was certainly not one to engage in such behavior, and Lin Jiejia had always been regarded well, polite, academically accomplished, and obedient. Thus it was inconceivable for her to partake in such actions. The homeroom teacher waved a hand, indicating for them to lower their hands. Teacher, when I came up just now, I saw those two up here. I am not sure what they were doing. Li Lin's voice chimed in once more. Shuri's brows furrowed deeply. What could they have been doing just outside the classroom? The teacher hesitated, finally speaking up, revealing the situation. Today, Li Lin brought 500 yuan to school, but upon returning from the last physical education class, she discovered her money had been stolen. Her backpack was rummaged through, and it was a complete mess. Discounting the possibility of students from other classes stealing money, it must have been someone from our class. The homeroom teacher paused, adding, Li Lin checked her bag before going downstairs and confirmed the money was still inside. The class teacher cast a sweeping glance around the classroom, seemingly in search of any subtle hints that might reveal the truth hidden within the student's expressions. Ultimately, however, he found no clues, which left him somewhat disheartened. I sincerely hope that the student responsible will come forward voluntarily. Rest assured, the teacher will not pursue any accountability, that I believe that my students are also inclined to grant this individual a chance for redemption. Should one harbor the illusion of evading responsibility and fail to confess, the consequences will undoubtedly escalate to the attention of the school authorities, leading to expulsion, the mere mention of expulsion A collective gasp echoed through the class. Many of the students did not come from affluent backgrounds. Their parents had invested significant effort and resources to enroll them in this prestigious institution, hoping they would forge friendships with the children of prominent families. The prospect of expulsion would not only be a source of humiliation, but would also render them targets of ridicule in the future. They aspired to navigate their time at school until graduation, ensuring that their experiences could be proudly showcased on their semester. In light of the absence of dissenting opinions, let us commence. The teacher proposed that he devised a plan. Each of you shall come to the front, reach into the drawer, and if you have taken any money, discreetly return it, that if the funds are restored, I shall overlook the matter. Otherwise, I will be compelled to investigate each of you personally. This was an elite institution, and while the students may have been somewhat reckless with their finances, the act of theft was a grave offense that warranted thorough scrutiny. If the situation escalated to the school leadership, the teacher feared he would be reprimanded for failing to educate his students properly. The students began to approach the front in an orderly fashion. They opened their fists within the drawer, some even displaying their palms to demonstrate their innocence. After several rounds, the teacher glanced into the drawer and, finding no sign of the missing 500 yuan, simmered with anger. The implication was clear. None of them had taken the money, leaving the possibility that Li Lin had simply made a mistake. The teacher's frustration reached its zenith as he surveyed the classroom, unable to comprehend their unwillingness to acknowledge the truth. With a firm slap on the desk, he commanded, "Everyone, please rise." The class exchanged uncertain glances, gradually standing up. Each student emptied their pockets, scrutinizing their surroundings for any incriminating items. Shi and Lin Jiejia both turned out their pockets, revealing nothing amiss. They had not taken anything. It would be absurd to fabricate a witness to testify against them. Shi was acutely aware of Lin Jiejia's background. He understood that neither of them would stoop to such depths for a mere 500 yuan, knowing full well the potential for ridicule it could invite from various families. The teacher continued his inspection. No one produced any money, only a scattering of loose change. My money had my name written on it in pencil, as I intended to use it for materials fees in the administration office. Li Lin suddenly interjected. Shi smirked, eager to see how this charade would unfold. The teacher, frowning, regarded Li Lin before issuing a directive. "Everyone, step outside the classroom, Li Lin, and I will examine your bags and drawers." Teacher, isn't that rather inappropriate? After all, these are private belongings. If someone's items go missing, wouldn't that place the blame on Li Lin? Shi remarked with a sly grin, casting a knowing glance at Li Lin. Li Lin was not naive. She discerned the veiled threat in Shi's words. I believe it would be best to allow everyone to step outside and then call in individuals for inspection. Li Lin proposed, to which the teacher nodded in agreement. "Do you have any objections, Shi?" "None at all," he replied with a smirk. Li Lin's expression betrayed a hint of satisfaction. After taking attendance during gym class, she had feigned illness to excuse herself, subsequently stashing the money in Lin Jiejia's bag. She had been closely monitoring Lin Jiejia's movements, ensuring the latter remained oblivious to the 500 yuan hidden at the bottom of her bag. In front of the entire class, Lin Jiejia would find it impossible to clear her name. Although 500 yuan was not a substantial sum for their families, the stigma of theft would indelibly mark Lin Jiejia, a label that would follow her relentlessly. Moreover, with her name inscribed on the money, Lin Jiejia would find herself with no means of defense. Lin Jiejia and Shi exited the classroom alongside their classmates. Shi lingered at the doorway, casting a penetrating gaze at Li Lin. She, feeling guilty, averted her eyes from his scrutiny. Shi narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing the guilt etched on her face, and scoffed derisively. Due to their seating at the back of the class, the inspections progressed rapidly until they reached Lin Jiejia's desk. The teacher began to check her belongings. He merely glanced at the bag, nodding in approval, having hardly scrutinized it. Seeing Lin Jiejia nearly escape unscathed, Li Lin felt a surge of anxiety. If she failed to act now, all her prior preparations would be in vain. "Wait," she exclaimed, fixing her gaze on Lin Jiejia. "Why are you hesitant to bring your bag forward for inspection?" "Me?" Lin Jiejia was momentarily taken aback. There's something wrong with how we are conducting this inspection?" In the blink of an eye, Li Lin swiftly snatched the backpack from Lin Jiejia's grasp and turned it upside down, causing its contents to scatter chaotically onto the floor. Lin Jiejia was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of shock. while the homeroom teacher was equally astonished by Li Lin's sudden outburst. During previous inspections, although there had been a requirement for them to empty their backpacks to ensure no items were concealed within, Li Lin's overt action of forcibly overturning the bag was excessively extreme. The homeroom teacher frowned, poised to speak, when Li Lin shook the backpack, causing several red bills to float gently down to the ground. Li Lin picked one up, her demeanor instantly shifting to one of grave concern. "Teacher, this is my money. Look, my name is right here," she declared. Lin Jiajia's complexion turned ashen. "What is happening?" At that moment, Shuri, standing outside, sensed something was amiss and rushed in, inquiring, "What is going on?" Upon seeing Li Lin holding Lin Jiajia's backpack, along with the scattered textbooks and several bills on the floor, Shuri quickly grasped the situation. A smirk crept onto Shuri's lips. This was Li Lin's ploy to frame Jiajia for theft using a mere few hundred yuan. "Teacher, Lin Jiajia could not possibly have taken Li Lin's money." Shuri began to defend, but the homeroom teacher had already turned to Lin Jiajia. "Jiajia, speak the truth. Did you take this money?" Lin Jiajia's face turned pale, her eyes welling with tears as she protested. "No, I did not take it." "All right, I believe you," the homeroom teacher replied, offering only that assurance before casting a meaningful glance at Li Lin. "This matter ends here, that Li Lin has not lost any money. This is all a misunderstanding." Shuri urged the others to return to class. Shuri's brow furrowed deeply. The homeroom teacher was evidently protective of Lin Jiajia and did not believe she would commit such an act. However, this handling was far more alarming than confirming Jiajia's guilt. The incident had planted the seed of suspicion regarding Jiajia's integrity in everyone's minds. Cui Jiani nearly applauded. This outcome was far more effective than openly accusing Lin Jiajia of theft. Li Lin remained frozen in place, bewildered. She had meticulously orchestrated this entire scheme, even going to great lengths to involve the whole class in a search for a thief, only to have it culminate in the revelation that Lin Jiajia was the one who had stolen the money. And yet the teacher declared it a misunderstanding. "Teacher, it was clearly her." Li Lin felt a wave of frustration and attempted to express her discontent, but the homeroom teacher interrupted her with impatience. "Enough. I have said this is merely a misunderstanding. Li Lin, I do not wish for you to continue causing a disturbance." Cui Jiani quickly approached Li Lin, nudging her shoulder. Li Lin looked at Cui Jiani, misinterpreting her gesture as encouragement to persist. Chapter 124. I find it distasteful. Regaining her composure, Li Lin, with an expression that bordered on the absurd, addressed the homeroom teacher once more. "Teacher, I believe you should treat everyone equally. If you continue to show favoritism toward Lin Jiajia, I will have no choice but to escalate this matter to the school authorities." Upon hearing Li Lin's words, Cui Jiani internally lamented the situation. She was utterly exasperated by Li Lin's lack of foresight. Meanwhile, Shuri, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "Wait a moment." He rummaged through his backpack and unexpectedly thrust a card into Li Lin's hand. "Teacher, I brought a bank card containing 5 million yuan to school today, and it has gone missing. Could you please help me find it?" The students exchanged glances, their expressions inscrutable. They were not naive. It was evident that Li Lin's scrutiny of Lin Jiajia was conspicuously intentional, her demeanor suggesting a certainty that Lin Jiajia had pilfered her money. As Shuri's actions registered, the classmates quickly understood the implications. Whispering amongst themselves, no one believed that Lin Jiajia would steal money. After all, who among them would be lacking such a trivial sum while attending school? Shuri savored the effect of his statement, a smirk playing on his lips. At that moment, Shuri wore a serious expression, tinged with just the right amount of urgency, causing the homeroom teacher to falter momentarily, her attention shifting to the bank card in Li Lin's grasp. Then, observing Li Lin's frustrated expression as she bit her lip, memories of Li Lin's previous accusations against Lin Jiajia resurfaced in the teacher's mind, and clarity dawned upon her. Li Lin stood rooted, stunned by Shuri's unexpected maneuver. "This card is 5 million yuan. Lin Jiajia was the first to react, erupting into laughter as she comprehended Shuri's intention. Shuri, relieved that Lin Jiajia had finally grasped the situation, had feared she might falter under Li Lin's manipulation. "I trust that the homeroom teacher will treat everyone equally, correct?" Shuri said innocently, casting a sidelong glance at Li Lin, whose face had turned a shade of distress, clutching the card as if it were a hot potato. "This matter concludes here. Lin Jiajia did not take that money. If you insist on pursuing this further, we will review all the surveillance footage." Do not assume that there are no cameras in the classroom, the homeroom teacher warned, casting a pointed look at Li Lin. That I wish for this to end, but I wonder how Li Lin intends to proceed. Sure, Yi remarked, emphasizing Li Lin with a hint of mockery. The onlooking classmates began to point fingers at Li Lin, who felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her feet seemingly glued to the floor as her face flushed with heat. We are all classmates. Let us just let this go, Li Lin said stiffly, her expression rigid, as she shot a final glare at Lin Jejia. Shuri snorted lightly. Whoever stole the money, I believe Li Lin knows very well. Li Lin's complexion drained of color as she clenched her lips in silence, casting a furtive glance at Cui Jiani, only to find her retreating to her seat, evidently disinterested in further involvement. Li Lin felt a swell of grievance. During the planning stages, Cui Jiani had been eager to assist her, yet now that the situation had spiraled out of control, she had withdrawn completely, feeling wounded by Cui Jiani's actions. Li Lin's eyes glistened as she trembled, presenting the card to Shuri. But, unexpectedly, Shuri merely scoffed. Just throw it away. Throw it away? Li Lin could hardly believe her ears. This was 5 million yuan. You want to discard it just like that? Having been touched by you, I find it repugnant, Shuri replied, a look of disdain crossing his features as he took Lin Jejia's hand and sat down, ignoring the embarrassed and furious Li Lin behind them. Chapter 125. Slowly wearing them down. You really don't want that card? 5 million. Lin Jejia tugged at Shuri's sleeve, urging him to lean down so she could whisper in his ear. Though she understood that such a sum was insignificant to Shuri, the casual dismissal was astonishing. Shuri grinned mischievously, gently tapping Lin Jejia's forehead. A bank card ain't gone forever. I can always request a replacement. Oh right, Lin Jejia realized, laughing at her own earlier naivety. Seeing that the situation was resolved, the students returned to their seats. All right, let us commence the lesson, the homeroom teacher announced, adjusting her glasses to Li Lin had returned to her seat. Her expression still sour. Some people really think we're all fools, a girl complained loudly. Exactly. I was supposed to finish my math homework this period, and now I can't. Another boy chimed in. Li Lin lowered her head further. Absorbing the discontent and accusations from her peers, her resentment toward Lin Jejia reaching new heights. All right, everyone, quiet down. Li Lin is not at fault. Let us hope we can continue to support one another in class. The homeroom teacher intervened, attempting to quell the rising tension. Gradually, the classroom returned to a semblance of calm, with students once again engrossed in their own tasks. Lin Jejia, I don't understand this problem. Can you help me? Shuri suddenly asked in earnest. Lin Jejia was taken aback, but as she glanced at the homework Shuri had handed her, she found it contained only one word. Pig. Annoyed yet amused, Lin Jejia was about to pinch Shuri when he deftly dodged her. Leaning close to her ear, Shuri whispered, You're really hopeless. You don't know how to retaliate. Lin Jejia's face flushed with indignation as she retorted, At that moment, how could I think clearly? Not everyone is as composed and calm as you in a crisis. Though she said this, Lin Jejia had to admit that if it hadn't been for Shuri's sudden insight, revealing Li Lin's scheme to their classmates, she would have been unjustly accused of theft. However, Lin Jejia believed that a thorough investigation would exonerate her. Yet, this had inadvertently exposed her identity, something Lin Jejia was keen to avoid. If you were to publicly disclose your identity at school, do you think anyone would dare to bully you? They'd be fawning over you instead, Shuri scoffed, incredulous at how someone like Cui Jiani felt superior in Lin Jejia's presence. Having observed the interactions between Cui Jiani and Li Lin, Shuri was acutely aware that Cui Jiani was the mastermind behind the scenes, manipulating Li Lin to act as her pawn. Cui's family still sought to establish a connection with him, hoping for collaboration, but Shuri silently scoffed. The major case currently plaguing the Cui family was one he had discreetly set his assistant upon, and he hadn't anticipated that they would find themselves in such turmoil. Shuri's lips curled into a cold smile. He had no qualms about slowly wearing them down. All right, I have my own plans. Lin Jejia was deeply engrossed in her homework, oblivious to the peculiar behavior of Shuri. As the class ended, she stood up to fetch some hot water when a figure suddenly blocked her path. It was Wen Yu, visibly anxious and stuttering, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Lin Jejia gazed at the petite Wen Yu before her, unable to suppress a laugh, finding it endearing that even after such a long time, Wen Yu still felt nervous in her presence. Chapter 126. Only knows how to tease her. Look closely at me. I won't bite. Why are you afraid of me? Lin Jijia asked, trying to stifle her amusement. Wen Yu's face flushed crimson, obediently focusing on Lin Jijia's delicate features, earnestly reminding herself to remain calm. That what's wrong? Shuri inquired, observing Wen Yu with concern. She was one of the few girls, aside from Lin Jijia, who treated him well, genuinely caring for her friend. For the first time, Wen Yu truly met Lin Jijia's gaze, looking into her eyes as she spoke. Jijia, hello. Realizing she could speak fluently, her eyes sparkled with delight. Lin Jijia burst into laughter. See? It's not that difficult, is it? Wen Yu, everyone now believes you weren't involved, but don't take it to heart, she reassured, as Wen Yu nodded, taking a deep breath and managing to speak without stuttering, feeling a surge of joy within her. Yet, the thought that she couldn't help Lin Jijia weighed her down slightly as she continued. Actually, I saw Li Lin suddenly run back to the classroom during gym class. And then the homeroom teacher came in saying money had gone missing, that I couldn't prove that the money was Li Lin's that she put in your bag, so I didn't step forward to clarify. Wen Yu felt a twinge of guilt, softly muttering, I'm sorry that it's not your fault. Why are you apologizing? Lin Jijia found Wen Yu's naivety utterly adorable. One reason she desired a low-profile life was to forge friendships that weren't based on her identity. She could genuinely feel that Wen Yu cared for her, and the prospect of having a sincere friend brought her immense joy. That no, it's my fault that I should have spoken up sooner, Wen Yu said, lowering her head, still filled with self-reproach. Although she believed Lin Jijia wasn't the culprit, the money was indeed found in Lin Jijia's bag, which felt rather unpleasant. Those who are innocent will clear their names. If it turns out I'm not the one who took it, then I simply didn't take it. Don't blame yourself. It has nothing to do with you, Lin Jijia said, taking Wen Yu's hand with a smile. All right, Wen Yu nodded that it's almost time for class. You should hurry back to your seat. Lin Jijia glanced at the clock, realizing it was nearly time for the bell, that it would be too late for her to fetch water now. Noticing Lin Jijia's gaze resting on the thermos on the table, Wen Yu silently picked it up and dashed outside. Xiao Yu. Lin Jijia was taken aback by Wen Yu's unexpected action and hurriedly called out. As Lin Jijia stood up to chase after her, Shuri held her back. Let her get the water for you. It's fine. Lin Jijia felt a bit uneasy. Wen Yu's kindness seemed excessive. She truly had no recollection of the life-saving favor Wen Yu mentioned. Before the class bell rang, Wen Yu returned with her thermos. Lin Jijia accepted it. Her cheeks flushed as she thanked her. Xiao Yu. Thank you, don't mention it. I'm heading back to my seat now, Wen Yu replied with a bright smile, happily scurrying back. With Wen Yu's presence, Lin Jijia felt cheerful throughout the day. After school, the three of them exited the school together. Wen Yu went to help at her sister's shop, while Shuri and Lin Jijia returned home. Having just finished her shower, Lin Jijia emerged from the bathroom, her loose pajamas subtly revealing her graceful figure, causing Shuri to glance over, unable to look away. When did you buy that new sleepwear? Shuri beckoned her to sit on his lap. His intense gaze made Lin Jijia's cheeks flush, and she vigorously shook her head. There was no way she would sit on his lap, knowing he would only tease her. Chapter 127. I want to rely on you for a lifetime. Lin Jijia took a seat at the vanity, running her fingers through her slightly damp hair. Her face scrunching up as she recalled, I bought it when I visited Yushan's house. Noticing her movements, Shuri retrieved a hairdryer from the bedside table, standing behind her to dry her hair. Upon hearing her mention Yushan, he couldn't help but recall the alluring sleepwear she had worn last time, a smile creeping onto his lips as he leaned down and whispered, What happened to that tempting sleepwear you wore last time? Lin Jijia closed her eyes in comfort, momentarily confused by his question, tilting her head with a puzzled expression. What sleepwear? The one you bought for me. The one that teased me. Do you remember? If you don't, I can dig it out for you to wear again. Shuri's eyes gleamed with mischief, eager to see her reaction. Only then did Lin Jijia remember the sleepwear he was referring to. Indeed, it was the alluring piece given by Yushan. She had buried it deep in her closet, intending to keep it hidden forever. Dream on. Just help me dry my hair, she retorted, her cheeks burning, shooting him a warning glare while settling into her seat, giving him orders. Shuri chuckled, continuing to dry her hair when he suddenly said, You should come home next month. Lin Jijia's heart skipped a beat. Why? Did he find her bothersome? A myriad of possibilities flooded her mind, and her eyes turned red as she fought back tears. Observing her reaction, Shuri realized she was overthinking things and playfully tapped her forehead. What kind of thoughts are swirling in that head of yours? Am I that kind of person? Lin Jijia pouted in displeasure. Then why do you want me to go home? If you don't find me bothersome. Then what is it? Everything had been fine. Suddenly, he didn't want to live together anymore. What else could it be? Lin Jejia sulked, wishing to shove Shuri away. To be good. Stop being difficult, Shuri said, pulling Lin Jejia tightly into his embrace. Unable to contain his laughter at her little tantrum, that he gently pinched her puffed-up cheeks, explaining, "There's a major project that requires my personal attention, so I have to go on a business trip." "Ah, how long will you be gone?" Lin Jejia blinked, quickly adding, "I understand now, that don't worry. I'll wait for you to come back." Shuri sighed, pressing his forehead against his palm, feeling that she should show a bit more reluctance at his departure. Instead, she accepted it so calmly. Irritated, he lightly tapped her head again. "Ungrateful little thing, that don't hit my head. If you knock my brains out, you'll have to take care of me for a lifetime," Lin Jejia protested, cradling her head after being hit again, pouting indignantly. "Take care of you, spoil you, love you, and cherish you for a lifetime," Shuri replied earnestly, meeting her gaze. Lin Jejia suddenly turned around, kneeling on the chair to face him, grinning as she asked, "Really?" Her playful demeanor made Shuri's heart flutter, deepening the adoration in his eyes. "Absolutely." Ecstatic, Lin Jejia stood up on the chair and leaped into his embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. "I want to rely on you for a lifetime. You must love me well and spoil me." "At your service, my dear wife," Shuri responded, embracing Lin Jejia tightly, his eyes sparkling with affection. Lin Jejia found herself gently laid on the bed by Shuri, looking up at him in confusion as he pinned her hands to the sides. Chapter 128. Tempting Shuri slowly leaned down, kissing her soft, tender lips. Lin Jejia froze for a moment, then instinctively parted her lips, allowing him deeper access, her eyelashes fluttering as she shyly responded to his kiss. Feeling the soft gasps escaping her lips, Shuri's body stiffened, and he reluctantly pulled away, holding her tightly as he whispered in a husky, seductive voice, "Little bun, you need to grow up quickly." Understanding his meaning, Lin Jejia buried her flushed face into his chest. Once their breathing steadied, she asked, "How long will your business trip be?" Shuri rolled over, pulling her close as they intertwined their fingers. "That I don't know yet. It's a month away, that we'll know the specifics when the day comes. You must wait patiently for my return. Understood?" Understood that I'll wait for you to come back obediently," Lin Jejia replied, moving her hand within his grasp and smiling softly. After a moment's hesitation, she added, "I'll miss you." Shuri felt a wave of emotion wash over him, the restlessness he had suppressed rising once more. He struggled to maintain control, but found himself unable to resist the surge of affection. Propping himself up and steadying her head, Lin Jejia met Shuri's deep, dark gaze. The sparkle within made her heart race. Before she could finish her thought, Shuri sealed her lips with a kiss. This time, it was both domineering and fervent, a deep entanglement that left her breathless, her cheeks flushed a delightful crimson, making her appear utterly alluring. Lin Jejia tentatively reciprocated, her innocent movements igniting a surge of sweetness within Shuri. They entwined for an extended moment, a thin sheen of sweat glistening on their skin. When Lin Jejia reached to turn on the air conditioning, Shuri stopped her, grasping her hand. "Wait a bit before turning it on. It's too chilly right now." Lin Jejia, her cheeks flushed, obediently nodded. Shuri took a fan and gently waved it for her, alleviating some of the heat. The two nestled together in slumber, their dreams revealing sweet smiles, blissfully unaware of the impending calamities that awaited them. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for Shuri's business trip. "Should I accompany you?" Lin Jejia inquired, her gaze fixed on Shuri, who was busy packing in the room, biting her lip. This habitual gesture surfaced whenever she felt uneasy. Shuri reached out to caress her moist, rosy lips, his eyes revealing a hint of reluctance to "no need. Focus on your classes. I'll return and pick you up." Lin Jejia nodded, successfully swallowing back the words. "I fear I will find it hard to part." Looking at Lin Jejia, Shuri felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, predominantly frustration. His girlfriend was oblivious, and he found no opportunity to express his feelings. After finishing breakfast, Shuri escorted her to school, rolling down the car window and smiling as he waved goodbye. "How long will you be gone?" Lin Jejia asked, biting her lip, feeling a pang of reluctance. Shuri reassured her, "It will be at least a month. I will expedite my work and return as soon as possible, but don't worry. During my absence, Xiaoyu will keep you company, and don't forget about Yuan Yushan." Shuri comforted her, having already instructed Wen Yu to take good care of Lin Jejia before his departure. Wen Yu had readily agreed. Shuri also called Yuan Yushan, reminding her to keep an eye on Jejia's well-being, ensuring everything was in order. Chapter 129. Missing you already sure, he was concerned that those girls might devise ways to target Lin Jejia. He did not want her to suffer. I will strive to return early, he said, gently rubbing her cheek. Lin Jejia pouted. The words "can you not leave?" almost escaped her lips, but ultimately remained unspoken. It was not a major project, and Shuri Wunti personally oversee it. She couldn't afford to be so willful that a wave of bitterness washed over Lin Jejia. How about giving me a farewell kiss? Shuri joked, initially intending it as a light-hearted jest. However, the typically shy Lin Jejia seldom took the initiative to kiss him in public. With her cheeks aflame, she shot him a furtive glare, hesitating briefly before suddenly leaning in, planting a quick peck on Shuri's lips, like a dragonfly skimming the water. Before he could react, it was over that a radiant smile spread across Shuri's face, satisfaction gleaming as he touched his lips. Lin Jejia's face was flushed, and she murmured, "I'm leaving. I'll wait for your return." With that, she swiftly darted away. Shuri, unable to resist, touched his lips and broke into a silly grin, then snapped back to reality and drove away from the school. With Shuri absent, it felt as though a piece of Lin Jejia had vanished as well. She found it hard to concentrate, her mind wandering. Typically, Shuri would be by her side teasing her. His absence left her feeling an intense sense of longing. When he was around, she would complain about his incessant touch and interruptions during class. But now, with his seat empty, the discomfort was overwhelming. That IT was only the first day apart. Yet inexplicably, tears threatened to spill. Lin Jejia shook her head vigorously, patting her cheeks to regain composure. Wen Yu, following Shuri's instructions, occupied his usual seat. Wen Yu treated Lin Jejia with kindness, but she couldn't help but miss the playful, tender Shuri who would often invade her personal space. The girls in class, upon noticing Shuri's absence, grew restless. "Hey, Lin Jejia, why isn't Shuri here today?" A girl approached Lin Jejia after class, slamming her hand on the desk without hesitation. Sensing the girl's ill intent, Xiao Yu immediately became defensive. Shuri had explicitly instructed her to intervene if anyone tried to bully Lin Jejia, and Xiao Yu, trained in Taekwondo, was ready to act. Shuri had assured her that he would handle any fallout. "Yes, on a business trip," Lin Jejia replied, feeling an inexplicable weight on her chest, clearly uninterested in the girl's inquiries. Yet she didn't want to be hounded further, so she succinctly explained Shuri's absence. Internally, she bristled. He was her boyfriend, and it was not anyone else's place to concern themselves with his whereabouts. "Oh," the girl replied, her face scrunching up before she retreated to her seat. Lin Jejia paid her no mind. After all, these girls had always been at odds with her. Today, their sudden interest was solely due to It dawned on Lin Jejia that before Shuri's arrival, she had managed to coexist with the other girls in class. But his exclusive attention had turned her into a target for disdain, not just in her class, but throughout the entire school, though the reactions from other girls were less pronounced. Wen Yu breathed a sigh of relief when the girl finally walked away. "Jejia, the homeroom teacher wants to see you in the sports equipment room," Cui Jiani announced, approaching Lin Jejia. Lin Jejia scrutinized Cui Jiani, hesitant to move. Chapter 130. Learning to protect oneself. What? Do you think I'm deceiving you? Cui Jiani feigned hurt, staring intently at Lin Jejia. "That if you're not going, I'll inform the homeroom teacher that you're refusing." "Are you sure it's the sports equipment room?" Lin Jejia frowned, wondering what she was being summoned for. Was it to move equipment? Shouldn't they enlist a few boys for that? "I don't know. The homeroom teacher just asked me to call you." "Do you want me to accompany you?" Cui Jiani's face lit up with a smile, but Lin Jejia sensed something sinister in her demeanor. However, since the request came from the homeroom teacher, she opted not to argue further and nodded in agreement. "Fine. Besides, with Cui Jiani accompanying me, I'm not too worried about her schemes." "Jejia, I'll go with you." Wen Yu chimed in, standing up. Shuri had instructed her to keep a close eye on Lin Jejia to prevent anyone from plotting against her. "No need. Class will start soon and I'll be back quickly." Lin Jejia glanced at the clock on the wall. There was still half an hour before class began, ample time to return. "All right," Wen Yu conceded, casting a warning glance at Cui Jiani. Cui Jiani felt irritated at Wen Yu's presence, thinking to herself that Wen's friends reflected their character. With a clumsy, introverted friend like Wen Yu, Cui Jiani scoffed internally, dismissing the notion that she could protect Lin Jia. As they stepped out of the classroom, Lin Jia kept her head down, lost in her thoughts, until she heard Cui Jiani suddenly exclaim, "We've arrived." Lin Jia looked up to find they had indeed reached the sports equipment room. She hesitated at the entrance, hearing the homeroom teacher's voice, which led her to believe Cui Jiani's words. However, as she stepped inside, the teacher's voice grew fainter. Watching Lin Jia walk away, Cui Jiani pulled out her phone, stopped the recording, and smirked coldly before shutting the door and leaving. Inside the equipment room, Lin Jia glanced around but found no sign of the homeroom teacher, a sense of foreboding creeping over her. "Jiani, where's the homeroom teacher?" She turned to inquire, but the rest of her sentence faltered. There was no sign of Cui Jiani. The door had been shut without her noticing, and panic surged within Lin Jia as she rushed to pull the door handle. To her dismay, it was locked tight. Biting her lip, she realized that Cui Jiani's intentions were anything but benign. How foolish she had been to trust her. The voice she had heard earlier must have been a ruse crafted by Cui Jiani. Now, with Xiaoyu absent and having left her phone behind in her haste, Lin Jia felt a wave of despair wash over her as she pounded on the door, calling out for help in hopes of being noticed. Listening intently, she heard nothing but silence outside. Naturally, there were no physical education classes in the morning, which meant she could be trapped until afternoon before someone arrived to unlock the door. The terrifying possibility sent a shiver through her curled-up form. What had she done to deserve this? Was it simply because she had received Shiyi's affection that she was subjected to such treatment? Lin Jia's voice was hoarse and painful from shouting. So she crouched by the door, gazing at the sliver of light seeping through the gap beneath it, biting her lip fiercely. She could not afford to cry. Tears had already welled up, and she lifted her head, forcing the tears back into her eyes. She could not always rely on Shiyi. She had to learn to protect herself. Chapter 131. Injured meanwhile in the classroom, when you recognized immediately that Lin Jia had been deceived when she saw the homeroom teacher enter to begin class. During the lesson, Cui Jiani took the initiative to speak first, directly requesting sick leave for Lin Jia and effectively silencing Wenyu's own excuse for absence. Wenyu dared not slip away during the homeroom teacher's lesson. Anxiety gnawed at her, and she could only hope that Lin Jia was unharmed as soon as class ended. Wenyu intended to seek out Lin Jia, but was unaware that Cui Jiani had summoned her to the teacher's office to assist in organizing newly acquired review workbooks. At that moment, Lin Jia waited quietly in the equipment room, her throat parched from shouting, now too weary to call out again, with nothing left to do but wait. Finally, the sound of a key turning in the lock reached her ears. And Lin Jia, who had nearly dozed off, suddenly opened her eyes. The physical education teacher pushed the door open, discovering that another door would not budge. Upon inspecting, he found a somewhat disheveled Lin Jia crouched behind it. "What are you doing here?" The teacher had a vivid impression of Lin Jia, especially after he had carried her through an 800-meter run. It was hard to forget. Lin Jia managed a faint smile, her complexion pale. "Hello, teacher. You should get out of here quickly. Class has probably been in session for a while now," the physical education teacher said, pressing his lips together. Lin Jia quietly expressed her gratitude, aware that she had been confined for the duration of a class. And this was the second period that as she stood up from the ground, her legs, numb from squatting for too long, gave way, and she collapsed back down, the sound of her fall eliciting sympathy from the teacher. That a sudden rush of blood poured from Lin Jia's tender knee, but due to the numbness, the pain was not immediately apparent. She stared blankly at her injured knee. "Oh dear." The physical education teacher looked at Lin Jia with concern, extending a hand to help her up and guiding her to sit on a ping-pong table. "You should gently shake your legs to restore circulation before trying to walk. That I will speak with your homeroom teacher." "Don't fret." But he took out his phone and called the homeroom teacher. After briefly explaining Lin Jia's situation, the homeroom teacher furrowed her brow in confusion. She had clearly stated during class that Lin Jia was unwell and had taken sick leave. How could she be in the equipment room and injured? The homeroom teacher did not elaborate further, but decided to grant Lin Jia the morning off and asked the physical education teacher to take her to the infirmary to examine her knee. "Do you have a poor relationship with the girls in your class?" the physical education teacher suddenly asked, glancing at Lin Jia's knee. "Huh." Lin Jia was slightly taken aback, lowering her head and remaining silent for a while before replying. "Yes. You girls tend to be confined here for the slightest disagreements." There was even a girl who was locked in the equipment room before, the teacher reminisced, shaking his head that he had reported such incidents to the school administration numerous times. But there had been no effective measures taken. Typically a curious person, Lin Jejia now felt suppressed and for once refrained from probing further. She gently pinched her calf, which was no longer as numb, and attempted to jump off the table to walk. A sharp pain suddenly surged from her knee. "Are you all right?" The physical education teacher looked at Lin Jejia, who was grimacing in pain, with concern. "That I'm fine," Lin Jejia replied, her delicate face contorted in agony. Yet she forced herself to appear composed, mustering a faint smile. Chapter 132. No need to be strong. Perhaps you shouldn't endure it. Do you have any friends? Call one to come pick you up. The physical education teacher suggested, shaking his head in resignation as he offered her his phone. "All right, thank you, teacher." Lin Jejia nodded and accepted the phone, tapping a few numbers on the keypad that moment. Yuan Yushan, who was attending class, suddenly felt her phone vibrate. Stealing a glance at the homeroom teacher at the front, she cautiously retrieved her phone from the drawer. It was a call from Jejia. Receiving a call at this time could only mean trouble, she thought, her heart racing at the memory of Shi Yi's earlier call. Taking advantage of the homeroom teacher's momentary distraction, Yuan Yushan quietly slipped out from under the desk and exited the classroom. "Hello, Jejia, what happened?" Just as Lin Jejia was about to give up and hang up, Yuan Yushan answered, her voice laced with urgency. "Yushan, I'm in the sports equipment room, and I've hurt myself a bit. Could you come over and take me to the infirmary?" Lin Jejia hesitated, but eventually spoke up. Initially, she had intended to call Xiaoye, but she realized that if Xiaoye came out now, she would undoubtedly attract the attention of Cui Jiani and her group, potentially dragging her into trouble. Thus, she could only reach out to her friend Yuan Yushan. "What are you doing in the equipment room?" Yuan Yushan frowned as she made her way toward the room. "Where are you hurt? Is it serious?" Hearing Yuan Yushan's concern warmed Lin Jejia's heart. "That it's not a big deal, just a little scrape." Yuan Yushan relaxed her furrowed brow slightly, but then scolded, "Are you trying to deceive me? If it weren't serious, would you call me?" Lin Jejia chuckled softly on the other end of the line, remaining silent. "All right, enough of this chit-chat. I'm coming over right away." Yuan Yushan, feeling anxious, hurriedly rushed to the equipment room. And upon arriving, her heart ached at the sight of Lin Jejia's injured leg. "What happened? Did you fall?" Lin Jejia shook her head, signaling that she did not wish to elaborate. Yuan Yushan was momentarily taken aback, but chose not to press further. If Lin Jejia didn't want to talk, she would respect that. If she wished to confide, she would naturally share. "Come on, lean on me." Yuan Yushan extended her arm to Lin Jejia, who attempted to grasp it. "Don't overexert yourself. Just rely on me. I'm much sturdier than you. I can carry you," Yuan Yushan insisted, noticing that Lin Jejia was trying to support herself with her legs despite the pain contorting her face. Yuan Yushan gently pulled Lin Jejia closer, and the two began to make their way slowly toward the infirmary. Lin Jejia felt a bit embarrassed. "Yushan, maybe I should just walk by myself." "Absolutely not. It's just a minor injury," Yuan Yushan insisted, having wanted to see Lin Jejia since the semester began, but her poor exam results had led her mother to arrange for extra tutoring sessions. It had taken her a while to escape that high-pressure environment, and now that Lin Jejia was busy with dance practice, they had only just found an opportunity to meet, only to be met with Lin Jejia's injury. Under the blazing sun, the two girls walked beneath its scorching rays. Although Lin Jejia was not heavy, Yuan Yushan still found it quite taxing. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, and Lin Jejia felt a wave of bitterness wash over her, nearly moved to tears. "Honestly, I didn't intend to go to the equipment room." Lin Jejia recounted the entire story. Yuan Yushan's expression grew increasingly grim as she listened. Chapter 133. Be a bit tougher. They only dared to target you when Shi Yi wasn't around. Those foolish women. Yuan Yushan spat indignantly. If they have the guts, why don't they confront Shi Yi directly? They think they're worthy of his attention with such pathetic antics. It's utterly shameless. Lin Jejia, who had been seething with anger, found herself amused by Yuan Yushan's tirade, though deep down, she still felt somewhat disheartened. Blaming herself for being too weak and repeatedly bullied. How infuriating. Why can't I become a bit tougher? Lin Jejia thought of Cui Jiani. "Just wait, I'll deal with you," Yuan Yushan, feeling indignant, suggested. "How about I ask my parents to talk to the counselor and switch me to your class?" "No need," Lin Jejia exclaimed urgently. She was well aware of the dynamics in her class. If Yuan Yushan joined, while she would have companionship, her friend's impulsive nature could lead to reckless confrontations, making school life even more challenging for both of them. Yuan Yushan's willingness to accompany her and listen quietly brought Lin Jiejie immense joy. Seeing Lin Jiejie's resolute demeanor, Yuan Yushan sighed, deciding not to pursue the topic of changing classes any further. The two girls arrived at the infirmary, where the nurse raised an eyebrow upon seeing Lin Jiejie. Back again. How long has it been since your last visit? What happened this time? Teacher, her knee is injured. Yuan Yushan pointed out Lin Jiejie's knee, where dried blood had seeped from the gaping wound, fresh blood oozing from the reopened edges after their journey. That, oh dear. How did this happen? The nurse finally noticed the injury on Lin Jiejie's knee, which was swollen and bruised, causing her to wince at the sight. Only then did Lin Jiejie truly feel the pain in her knee, furrowing her brow as she softly replied, I accidentally fell. Could you please help me with it? The nurse nodded, retrieving a bottle of iodine and hydrogen peroxide from the glass cabinet behind her, and gestured for Lin Jiejie to sit down. Please take a seat. Yuan Yushan gently assisted Lin Jiejie into a seat, whereupon the teacher handed her a rubber ball and, with tweezers, grasped a large tuft of sterilized cotton, using hydrogen peroxide to cleanse the wound. As the cold, tingling liquid trickled over the injury, Lin Jiejie felt no pain. However, when the teacher applied the cotton to the gaping cut, a sharp sting caused her to involuntarily clench her fingers, slightly deforming the rubber ball in her grip. Yuan Yushan watched, her heart aching for her friend, whose beautiful face was contorted in discomfort, worry etched across her features. The teacher diligently rinsed the wound with hydrogen peroxide several times before finally applying iodine, then turned to Yuan Yushan to instruct. Your knee has impacted the ground, resulting in a bruise, but it is not severe. Do not fret. Just avoid getting the wound wet and refrain from consuming spicy or acidic foods in the meantime. Yuan Yushan nodded in understanding. Only then did the teacher address Lin Jiejie, inquiring, Where is your boyfriend? Why didn't he accompany you this time? Lin Jiejie smiled softly, replying, He is on a business trip. The teacher nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further, and handed Yuan Yushan some anti-inflammatory medication and ointment, detailing the dosage before they left the infirmary together to be by the time Lin Jiejie arrived at the classroom. The bell was on the verge of ringing. When you, upon seeing Lin Jiejie's return, felt her anxious expression dissolve into relief. Chapter 134. Unsubstantiated claims. Lin Jiejie briefly introduced Wen Yu and Yuan Yushan to one another, and the two struck up a conversation, exchanging banter. Yuan Yushan, as boisterous nature, lightened the mood, prompting Wen Yu to shift her seat to accommodate Lin Jiejie for the remainder of the day's classes. After a series of inquiries from Wen Yu, Yuan Yushan recounted the events leading up to Lin Jiejie's injury, which left Wen Yu fuming, her face pale with anger as she contemplated confronting Cui Jinni in the back row. However, Lin Jiejie and Yuan Yushan quickly restrained her, explaining that resorting to violence would resolve nothing and only exacerbate the situation. Yuan Yushan articulated the predicament. The only ones privy to the incident involving you and Jiejie are the two of you. Without concrete evidence, the words of just the two of you cannot compel your homeroom teacher to take action against that despicable Cui Jinni. Frustrated yet unable to protest further, Wen Yu could only endure. She felt a wave of guilt wash over her, realizing that it was her negligence that had led to Lin Jiejie's injury. Observing the expression on Wen Yu's face, Lin Jiejie understood her thoughts and gently patted the back of her hand, assuring her with a smile, Do not shoulder all the blame. I will be more cautious next time. After several rounds of consolation from Lin Jiejie and Yuan Yushan, Wen Yu finally managed a faint smile. Let us head home together. School is over now, Yuan Yushan suggested, pointing to the clock on the wall, noting that most of their classmates had already departed. The three girls gathered their belongings and exited the classroom. Now that Shi is away, where will you be staying? Surely, you cannot be alone. It's unsafe for a girl to live by herself. Would you like me to accompany you? Yuan Yushan inquired, tilting her head towards Lin Jiejie. No need. I plan to move back home and just need to tidy up, Lin Jiejie replied, shaking her head emphatically. Why not simply call your family to pick you up? Yuan Yushan asked, perplexed. You are injured. How can you manage to pack? The injury is to my leg, not my hands. I can still tidy up. Besides, I have you two to help me. Once I'm done, I can call my brother. Lin Jejia smiled, that in truth, she harbored a personal desire to stay in the small apartment she shared with Shuri, waiting for his return, which she had not disclosed to her family. Yet, the thought of sleeping alone filled her with trepidation, so she had hesitated. Now, with her leg injured, it seemed wisest to return home. Yuan Yushan and Wen Yu supported Lin Jejia back to their small apartment. And as they assisted her in packing, Lin Jejia expressed her gratitude. Thank you both. Yuan Yushan shot her a playful glare. What are friends for? No need for thanks. Yushan, it's rare for you to chat with me without mentioning my brother. Lin Jejia teased, suddenly recalling her sibling, that you've just been injured. How could I possibly think of him? Yuan Yushan blushed, her heart racing at the thought, knowing that her earlier suggestion for Lin Jejia's family to come pick her up was tinged with the hope of seeing Lin Hongjun. However, she understood that Lin Hongjun would likely come to collect his friend, and the idea filled her with anticipation. Why not take a few days off school? With your knee injured, walking must be quite uncomfortable. Yuan Yushan proposed, dragging a small suitcase into the living room. It's not a serious injury. I can manage. Besides, you know our course schedule is packed. It's nearly all full classes that if I take a break, I will return to a mountain of assignments, and I would go mad. Lin Jejia replied, shaking her head in refusal with a grimace. She could not allow herself to be bullied into hiding away at home. Chapter 135. The true background of the Lin family. Once her belongings were packed, Lin Jejia called her brother to come pick her up. Lin Hongjun arrived faster than she had anticipated, casting a nonchalant glance at Yuan Yushan before quickly diverting his gaze. Yuan Yushan felt a blush creep over her cheeks. Had Lin Hongjun just looked at her? Let us go, he said, lowering his head to Lin Jejia. Squeezing her cheek, good. You haven't lost weight. As Lin Hongjun took Lin Jejia's hand to leave, she stumbled slightly, prompting him to notice the injury on her leg. He immediately released her hand, concern etching his features. What happened? Just as Yuan Yushan was about to explain, Lin Jejia hurriedly interrupted. It's nothing. I just fell accidentally. She looked at her brother anxiously. Lin Hongjun could easily see through his sister's lie. Her nervous demeanor was unmistakable. However, as she clearly had her reasons for withholding the truth, he opted not to press the matter, merely smiling and saying, well, do be more careful in the future. Understanding that her brother was aware of her reluctance to divulge details, yet chose not to pry further. Lin Jejia felt a wave of relief wash over her. Casting her gaze between Yuan Yushan and her brother several times, she smiled and said, Brother, it's already dark outside. They helped me pack my things. And we haven't eaten yet, so let us all go home for dinner together. Sure. Yuan Yushan's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of dining with Lin Hongjun, her heart racing with joy. Lin Jejia, amused by her friend's enthusiasm, felt her own smile widen in response. Lin Hongjun observed his sister's cleverness with a raised brow, a smile playing on his lips as he nodded in agreement. All right, I'll have the kitchen prepare something more sumptuous. After giving a few instructions over the phone, Lin Hongjun led the three girls to the car and drove them towards the Lin family residence. Yuan Yushan was elated to be riding in Lin Hongjun's car, her heart fluttering at the close proximity that was evident to everyone, even the oblivious Wen Yu, that Yuan Yushan harbored feelings for Lin Hongjun. Lin Jejia felt a pang of worry for her friend, wishing her brother would soon notice Yuan Yushan's charms and not inadvertently cause her pain. Arriving at their destination, Lin Hongjun announced, We've arrived. Let us get out. Upon arriving home, Lin Hongjun halted the car and turned to address the three girls inside. With a thoughtful gesture, he exited the vehicle first, opening the door to assist his younger sister. Observing this tender display, Yuan Yushan felt a pang of envy. She too longed for such gentle treatment. Yuan Yushan's eyes brimmed with longing, a sentiment that did not escape Lin Hongjun's notice, although he concealed his delight from her view. A hint of a smile danced at the corners of his lips. Lost in her own emotions, Yuan Yushan remained oblivious to the fact that her idol had taken notice of her. Excitedly, she disembarked alongside Xiaoye. The Lin residence, a typical duplex in a villa district, exuded warmth despite its modesty, with only a few servants present. Yet, Yuan Yushan alone understood the formidable influence that lay behind the Lin family. On the surface, it appeared inconspicuous, but it was the very family associated with the Lin group, a conglomerate rivaling the Hongyao consortium. Chapter 136. A touch of emotion. Yuan Yushan stepped forward, grasping Lin Jejia's hand. Walking in tandem with Lin Hongjun, her heart racing with exhilaration that a fleeting glance from Lin Hongjun met Yuan Yushan's gaze, a spark of amusement flickering in his eyes, though he kept his composure impeccably restrained. With a classmate's daughter visiting, Lin's mother had taken to the kitchen herself, preparing a dinner that surpassed their usual fare. Yuan Yushan was pleasantly surprised to find her favorite dishes adorning the table. Momentarily taken aback, she assumed Lin Jejia had mentioned it to her mother, unaware that Lin Hongjun had sneaked into the kitchen, emerging only after a significant interval. Yuan Yushan dismissed the thought, but Lin Hongjun's eyes sparkled with renewed interest upon seeing her. This was perhaps the most satisfying meal Yuan Yushan had ever experienced. That it was Xiaoya's first visit to Lin Jejia's home, and Lin's mother warmly filled her plate with food, filling her with a sense of comfort. Understanding Xiaoya's shyness, Lin Jejia made a point to engage her in conversation from time to time. The dinner concluded swiftly, and Lin Hongjun drove the two girls home, first dropping off Xiaoya, leaving only Yuan Yushan and himself in the car. Yuan Yushan's breath quickened suddenly as she surreptitiously glanced at Lin Hongjun through the rearview mirror. Their eyes met unexpectedly, causing her to hastily lower her gaze. Had he caught her stealing a look? Yuan Yushan felt her cheeks flush, oblivious to the broad smile that graced Lin Hongjun's lips. "How has your studying been lately?" Lin Hongjun casually inquired, maintaining his focus on the road ahead. "Not bad," Yuan Yushan replied, her voice tinged with uncertainty. She had performed poorly on her recent entrance exams and had been under her mother's watchful eye, making it difficult for her to find opportunities to be in his presence and assert her existence. Lin Hongjun's brow furrowed slightly at her lack of honesty. "That I heard from Jejia that you've been taking extra classes." "Huh. No, really, I'm doing better in my studies," Yuan Yushan stammered, her mind racing. Her idol was actually interested in her academic progress. The tension felt surreal. "Wishing you good grades on the upcoming tests," Lin Hongjun said with a playful smirk, his mood evidently lifted. Yuan Yushan was momentarily taken aback. How did he know about the tests? Her heart raced, overwhelmed by his attention. "That I'll do my best. I aim for a top 3 finish," she exclaimed, excitement causing her to forget they were in a moving vehicle, causing her to bump her head against the interior. Hearing muffled laughter, she quickly sank back into her seat, utterly mortified. "So embarrassing." Lin Hongjun, with one hand on the steering wheel, gestured for her to come closer. "Come here." Yuan Yushan's face flushed crimson as she dared not meet his eyes. The previous incident had been so embarrassing, yet her yearning to be near him was uncontrollable. Leaning forward obediently, she inquired, "What is it?" Lin Hongjun gently placed his large hand on her head, ruffling her hair playfully. "Does it hurt?" Yuan Yushan was completely flustered, her heart racing uncontrollably. Her idol was affectionately ruffling her hair. What should she do? "Does it hurt?" "Why are you crying?" Lin Hongjun frowned, pulling over to the roadside. He appeared slightly flustered, perhaps even a bit doting. Yuan Yushan quickly wiped her face, realizing in shock that she had actually cried out of excitement. How pathetic. Just a little attention from her idol had overwhelmed her. "I'm just really happy." "Truly," she stammered, feeling an urge to scratch the wall in frustration. She had ruined such a tender moment. Chapter 137. A yearning for Shuri's kiss. Lin Hongjun couldn't suppress his laughter. This girl was simply too unpredictable. Restarting the car, he drove Yuan Yushan home in silence, both of them lost in their thoughts. Yuan Yushan felt utterly embarrassed. "Here we are," Lin Hongjun announced, amusement evident in his tone. "Thank you," Yuan Yushan said as she exited the vehicle, waving goodbye without daring to meet his gaze, dashing toward her home. Lin Hongjun chuckled softly as he watched her retreating figure, shaking his head in amusement, only leaving once the lights in Yuan Yushan's room began to glow. Upon reaching home, it was already 10 o'clock. Lin Jejia knew her brother had safely delivered Xiaoya and Yuan Yushan, which put her mind at ease. However, worried about her brother's inquiries concerning her leg injury, she felt compelled to avoid him and hurried back to her room. Checking her phone, she noted that there had been no messages or calls from Shuri all day, her brow furrowing in disappointment. When she attempted to call him, she found his phone was turned off. Assuming he was likely busy, she chose not to dwell on it and sent him a message before collapsing into bed. The following day, Lin Jejia was awakened by her brother's voice, having grown accustomed to Shuri's company. She found it difficult to sleep alone, tossing and turning throughout the night until fatigue finally claimed her. Thus, when her brother called her awake, Lin Jejia felt utterly drained. "Why do you look so listless? Didn't sleep well?" Lin Hongjun frowned, then asked with concern, "Is your leg hurting?" "It doesn't hurt. I just had insomnia," Lin Jieja replied, reaching for her phone to send another message to Sheree, but still no reply or indication that he had read it. "Is he very busy?" she wondered, feeling a twinge of disappointment but quickly shaking it off. Rising to eat breakfast, Lin Hongjun observed her demeanor and quickly grasped the underlying issue, although he did not voice his thoughts. He left the room, standing before the bathroom mirror. Lin Jieja absent-mindedly brushed her hair, her fingers grazing her lips where Sheree had kissed her. Suddenly, she snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing red as she realized her thoughts had wandered to Sheree's kiss. How embarrassing! Hastily brushing her teeth, washing her face, and changing her clothes, she made her way downstairs. Breakfast was ready, yet despite her usual love for food, she found herself lacking an appetite. She had grown accustomed to Sheree preparing meals tailored to her tastes. And now, without his company, she felt out of sorts. Logically, the chef in the Lin household should possess superior culinary skills compared to Sheree, but the absence of the person who usually shared her meals had altered her perspective. Lin Hongjun recognized that his sister was entirely preoccupied, likely due to her relationship with Sheree. He subtly tried to remind her of this, but seeing her lost in thought, he chose to refrain from pressing the matter further. After finishing breakfast, Lin Hongjun drove his sister to school. "Brother, could you stop at the electric pole up ahead? I'll walk the rest of the way," Lin Jieja suddenly suggested. Lin Hongjun paused, surprised. The pole was still a considerable distance from the school. And while they had time, he wondered why she wanted to go to such lengths in no need. "I'll get to work on time," he replied, thinking she was worried about him being off course. "Brother, you're not driving your usual car today," Lin Jieja pointed out, noticing he was in a limited edition luxury vehicle that if schoolmates saw her in such a flashy car, she could only imagine the rumors that would circulate. Chapter 138. A new benefactor realizing he had forgotten he needed to meet an important client today, Lin Hongjun complied with his sister's request. "All right, I'll drive a couple of blocks ahead. And you can get out there. It'll be just a short walk to school. With your leg injured, it's best not to walk too far." "Okay," Lin Jieja agreed, nodding. After parking at the corner, she exited the car, thanking her brother. "Thanks, brother. Don't be silly." "No need to thank your brother," Lin Hongjun said, playfully tapping her forehead. With a bright smile, Lin Jieja moved closer and planted a quick kiss on his cheek before watching him drive away, happily making her way toward school. Unbeknownst to her, behind her, Cui Jiani sat in Chen Wenjua's car, observing her. Cui Jiani narrowed her eyes slightly, glancing at the luxurious vehicle Lin Jieja had just exited. Though she could not clearly see who was inside, she discerned that it was likely a man significantly older than Lin Jieja, than a new benefactor. Perhaps, sure, he has barely left, and Lin Jieja is already so eager to latch onto a wealthy man. She always presents herself as so innocent, yet it seems she has a rather loose moral compass in private, Cui Jiani thought with a cold smirk, taking out her phone and silencing the camera before snapping several pictures. "Now, let us see how you manage to shred your reputation. I'll ensure Lin Jieja is left with no choice but to leave school." Noticing the change in Cui Jiani's expression, Chen Wenjua inquired with concern. "What's wrong?" Cui Jiani regained her composure, realizing that she was still in Chen Wenjua's car. Instantly, she adorned her face with a sweet smile. "It's all right, Wenjua. Let us be on our way. Look ahead." "Is that Jieja?" Chen Wenjua remarked, having just spotted Lin Jieja walking ahead, her petite figure burdened with a backpack, traversing the path alone. "It seems so. Why is she by herself? Doesn't anyone from her family accompany her?" Cui Jiani silently derided Lin Jieja, then donned a facade of kindness. "Wenjua, why don't we give her a ride to school?" Chen Wenjua eagerly nodded, as he had been contemplating the same idea. However, proposing to pick up another girl in front of his girlfriend often felt inappropriate. Yet, since Cui Jiani had voiced it, he certainly would not decline. As Lin Jieja ambled along, a sudden honk from the car startled her, causing her to instinctively clutch her chest. Turning around, she was greeted by the sight of Chen Wenjua, prompting her to smile and wave. Upon seeing him, she was reminded of the money she owed him. She recalled having asked her brother to check his account and had transferred the funds. Lin Jieja's smile radiated like the morning sun, leaving Chen Wenjua momentarily speechless, before he quickly returned her greeting. "Good morning, Jieja." The backseat passenger, Cui Jiani, leaned forward. The moment Lin Jieja caught sight of her, her expression soured slightly. She was acutely aware of Cui Jiani's previous schemes against her and, naturally, would not extend any courtesy. However, since Jejia had greeted her, she begrudgingly nodded in acknowledgement, and even Chen Wenjue could discern her lack of sincerity. Since it's on the way, would you like to join us? Chen Wenjue invited. Lin Jejia glanced at Cui Jinny in the car before smiling and shaking her head. No, thank you that I'll arrive shortly. Consider it a bit of exercise. Cui Jinny scoffed inwardly. Exercise? What a ridiculous notion. Isn't it's simply that her family's old car couldn't make it out, and now she's being dropped off by her benefactor without daring to approach the school entrance. Yet now she speaks so sweetly. Jejia, do not be modest. Get in the car with us, Cui Jinny thought, while striving to maintain a benevolent demeanor in front of Chen Wenjue. Lin Jejia furrowed her brow, perplexed by Cui Jinny's unusual enthusiasm towards her today. However, seeing Chen Wenjue's earnest gaze, she reluctantly nodded. Lin Jejia felt a sense of gratitude towards him, had it not been for his timely assistance last time. She shuddered to think of the consequences. Once inside the car, Lin Jejia opted for the front seat to avoid sitting beside Cui Jinny in the back. Chen Wenjue thoughtfully turned on the air conditioning, his gaze inadvertently lingering on the alluring curve formed by Lin Jejia's upper body against the seatbelt. He quickly averted his eyes, chastising himself. What was he doing? His girlfriend was in the back seat. And besides, Lin Jejia was currently in a relationship with Shuri. His behavior was anything but gentlemanly. Before long, they arrived at the school. Lin Jejia glanced at her phone, noting that there were still a few minutes before class commenced. For someone who often arrived early for self-study, this was an unprecedented delay. The school she attended was prestigious, populated with both affluent students who lacked ambition and diligent scholars striving for excellence. Lin Jejia, unwilling to fall behind, consistently ranked among the top. As classmates trickled in from the corridors, Lin Jejia overheard Cui Jinny seemingly engaged in conversation with them, punctuated by bursts of laughter. Their chatter disrupted her concentration, and with a hint of irritation, she turned to glance at them, only to find all eyes upon her. A chill ran down her spine. What were they plotting this time? Noticing that her friend Xiaoye had yet to arrive, Lin Jejia opened her phone to discover a message from Xiaoye. Jejia, I'm feeling a bit unwell, and we'll take the morning off. I'll come to school in the afternoon. Please take care of yourself. With a resigned smile, Lin Jejia replied, You needn't worry about me. Rest well, and don't overexert yourself. Class is about to start, so I must go. She opened her chat with Shuri, but found no new messages from him. A jumbled mix of emotions welled within her. Discomfort and longing, frustration and grievance. Pouting her lips, she called him, but the line was disconnected. Infuriated, she tossed her phone into her backpack and sulked as she retrieved her textbooks. Awaiting the teacher's arrival, the morning passed uneventfully to 18 noon. As school let out, Lin Jejia packed her bag, intending to visit the restroom. With her phone in hand, she unexpectedly encountered Cui Jinny. Cui Jinny wore a peculiar grin that made Lin Jejia furrow her brows in discomfort. Internally rolling her eyes, she ignored her and hurried into the restroom. Once inside, Lin Jejia adjusted her hair in the mirror, noticing the sudden dimness of the lighting. Frowning slightly, she finished her grooming and stepped out, only to realize the restroom door was shut, explaining the darkness. Not giving it much thought, she grasped the doorknob, only to find it locked. Her expression darkened. What were these people thinking? First the gym equipment room, now the restroom. Hearing footsteps outside, Lin Jejia knocked firmly on the door. Someone, please open up. The girls outside, hearing her cries, exchanged amused glances before bursting into laughter and departing. With no response, Lin Jejia listened as the footsteps receded. Her heart sinking, biting her lip, she pulled out her phone only to find its battery dangerously low. At merely 2, she attempted to call Yushan, but when her friend answered, the screen went black, dead battery. What to do now? Frustrated, Lin Jejia kicked the locked door. Is anyone out there? She shouted, trying to attract attention. Believing they had left, Lin Jejia was unaware that they lingered outside, their giggles and the indistinct voice of Li Lin reaching her ears. Filling her with despair, Lin stepped closer to the door, raising her voice. Some people, emboldened by Shiyi's affection, shamelessly toy with his feelings. Now that he has just left, one particular someone can hardly contain herself. With Li Lin's words, a chorus of agreement erupted. So disgusting. We thought she was pure. Treading on our idol. Lin Jejia felt her heart constricting at their accusations. How could they slander her so unjustly? Unable to suppress her anger any longer, she shouted at the door, "Be quiet. I didn't do anything." Well, I haven't even named names yet, and someone else already taking it personally that Li Lin's voice dripped with contempt and schadenfreude. Indeed, the moment Lin Jejia spoke, the girl's remarks grew even more cutting. Shameless harlot, cast aside like a used toy, thinking she was cherished by Shuri. Shuri left because he no longer wanted you. Exactly, he just left, and the very next day, she was in another man's bed. How vile. How disgusting. The barrage of insults from outside pierced Lin Jejia's mind, and she felt a wave of nausea. That is not how it was. She hadn't done anything wrong, and Shuri would never abandon her. Let us go. Speaking to such people makes me feel sick, that Li Lin, hearing Lin Jejia's muffled voice. Reveled in her anger and left first, her companions unable to stifle their laughter as they spat on the ground before striding away. Lin Jejia bit her lip in humiliation, listening to their footsteps fade into the distance. This time, they had truly departed. Feeling a wave of injustice wash over her, she crouched by the door, hugging her knees in despair. The wound on her knee had yet to heal completely, and she felt a twinge of pain as she sat there. Gazing at the floor, her vision blurred and silent tears streamed down her cheeks, dripping onto her scabbed injury. Frantically, she wiped her tears away with her fingers, but the salt stung, prompting more tears to fall. Shuri Lin Jejia thought of him, biting her lip, suddenly feeling a surge of anger towards him. Was he truly that busy? Not even glancing at her messages? Or was it true, as they said, that he no longer wanted her? Was he using his business trip as a pretext to distance himself? Her heart skipped a beat at the thought that it couldn't be. The Shuri she knew was not like that. She shook her head vigorously, refusing to let their words cloud her judgment. Shuri was hers. He would never abandon her. However, such possibilities incessantly surged through Lin Jejia's mind. Why had she been unable to contact him for 2 whole days? No matter how busy he might be, it was improbable that he had not noticed his phone was dead, unless he had intentionally turned it off. Chapter 141. The White Lotus Lin Jejia felt a profound sense of grievance and sorrow swelling within her. She did not wish to cry, yet tears flowed uncontrollably, causing her eyes to ache. She was unaware of when she had fallen into a hazy slumber. At last, the restroom door swung open. Leaning against the door, Lin Jejia stirred at the sound. Blinking her eyes, opened to find an unfamiliar girl, likely from another class. Upon seeing Lin Jejia asleep against the restroom door, the girl's face contorted into a look of disdain. Lin Jejia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How humiliating it was to have dozed off in such a place. Perhaps the tears had exhausted her, compounded by a restless night's sleep, and in such a state. Drowsiness was only natural, that it was almost amusing. Shuri, when I needed you most, you were nowhere to be found. At a surge of resentment toward Shuri welled up within Lin Jejia. He had promised to protect her. Yet now, she could not even reach him by phone. In front of the mirror, Lin Jejia splashed her face with water, attempting to erase the traces of her tears and to present herself in a better light. She made her way to the convenience store at the school gate to buy some food, as time was too scarce to return home for a meal. She had to settle for something quick. Back in the classroom, she sat down to eat the bread in her hands, but the whispers of the other girls floated into her ears. After spending so long in the restroom, she still has the appetite to eat? What a heart she must have. How has she not been suffocated? A sharp female voice pierced through the AI, or is she not already filthy enough? How could she possibly be suffocated? Besides, the restroom is probably cleaner than her home. These words dripped with malice, and Lin Jejia forced herself to continue eating, only to discover that the bread tasted exceptionally unpalatable, making it difficult to swallow. Don't listen to them, Lin Jejia. Let them say what they will. Their mouths are their own, and you cannot control them. Despite this self-reassurance, her heart was still wounded by their words, which struck her like a dagger, leaving her feeling as if she were submerged in an ice cellar. Not only did her body feel cold, but her heart also seemed frozen, beating slowly, nearly suffocating her. Shuri. Lin Jejia silently called out his name, her heart clenched tightly, biting her lip to suppress the tears that once again streamed down her face. She hurriedly wiped away her tears, wondering why she had become so fragile, despising this version of herself. Sure, he will no longer protect you. He is just like Xueqing. All his promises were mere lies. Now, he has cast you aside, neglecting you entirely, while you foolishly cling to the hope that he would always be by your side. Are you still expecting someone else to provide you with a sense of security? The more Lin Jejia thought, the more distress she felt. The tears would not cease, and she leaned on her desk, allowing the tears to blur her vision. That it appears she is crying, one girl suddenly remarked. The once gleeful chatter of the girls abruptly fell silent, only to be followed by Li Lin's voice. Oh, what if she cries? What else can she do but weep? Isn't she just a white lotus? What is so surprising about that? Those men may be deceived by her tears, but do you really want to be foolish like them? White lotus, deceive, those words pierced Lin Jejia's heart. Was this truly how she was perceived in their eyes? Until Li Lin openly disparaged her, Lin Jejia had been oblivious to the depth of her animosity. She wondered if it was due to Cui Jiani or if she was simply that detestable. Chapter 142. Embarrassment. The girls, who usually formed small cliques, united in their disdain for her. Was she truly so inadequate that she elicited such hatred? They were not entirely incorrect. What else could she do besides cry? Throughout, she had merely sought refuge in Shi Yi's embrace, yearning for protection. Now that he no longer wanted her, she was left vulnerable, pitifully bullied by these girls. The girls resumed their fervent discussions until the preparatory bell rang, at which point they gradually returned to their seats. The homeroom teacher entered and paused upon spotting Lin Jejia, who was quietly sobbing into her desk. Jejia, what is the matter? Is your wound hurting? The teacher's concerned words jolted Lin Jejia back to reality. She glanced up at the teacher and shook her head vigorously, wiping her tears and forcing a smile. That it doesn't hurt anymore. Thank you for your concern. That's good. Take care not to let it get infected. Exams are approaching, and you must adjust your mood, and if there's anything troubling you, feel free to communicate with me. The teacher smiled and began the lesson. Perhaps due to her emotional state, Lin Jejia felt a whirlwind of confusion within her. Not a single word from the teacher registered in her mind. The teacher, evidently noticing her distraction, subtly reminded her several times, which only added to Lin Jejia's embarrassment. Having always been an exemplary student, she felt a burning shame for zoning out in class today, certain that the others were mocking her. Jejia, please come to my office after class. The teacher, having discerned Lin Jejia's lack of focus, directly called her out in front of the class, prompting a wave of murmurs. Lin Jejia felt utterly humiliated. All right. She nodded, steeling herself. After class, she hesitated before rising to head to the teacher's office. The teacher was not present when she arrived, and she stood anxiously in front of the desk, her heart racing with unease. After a few minutes, the teacher hurriedly entered, carrying a folder. Upon noticing Lin Jejia waiting, she apologized. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting so long. Lin Jejia shook her head, silently bracing herself for the impending lecture. The teacher took a seat in her office, gestured for Lin Jejia to sit opposite her, and poured a glass of water before hesitating to speak. Jejia, it's not that I wish to reprimand you, but your demeanor has been quite off these past couple of days, and I'm sorry, teacher. Lin Jejia nodded slightly. The teacher sighed inwardly. Lin Jejia had not been like this before, appearing almost soulless now. There's something troubling you? Would you like to talk about it? The teacher inquired gently, pinching the corner of the folder with her fingers. There's something going on. Lin Jejia forced a smile, memories of the recent unfair treatment flashing before her. She opened her mouth but ultimately swallowed her words. She did not believe that confiding in the teacher would improve her situation. The most the teacher could do was offer verbal admonishments to those girls, which would bear no real consequence. They would undoubtedly return to their bullying, perhaps even labeling her a snitch. Thank you for your concern, but perhaps it's just a lack of sleep that has affected my state of mind. Lin Jejia's smile was somewhat hollow. Her current situation was already dire enough. She did not wish to stir up further trouble. Chapter 143. Heard again. The teacher, recognizing Lin Jejia's reluctance to speak, sighed and refrained from pressing further. While academics are of utmost importance, I believe your mental health is equally vital. Should any issues arise, please communicate with me promptly. I will do my utmost to assist. All right, thank you, teacher. Lin Jejia responded cooperatively, eager to end the conversation. Is it possible that Shi Yi's presence has disrupted your life? The teacher hesitated before posing the question. Lin Jejia froze momentarily, a flicker of pain crossing her eyes. She forced a smile and replied, Why do you say that, teacher? Our relationship is merely that of ordinary classmates. Don't be foolish. The teacher can see through that. Who is Shi Yi? He is the heir to the Hongyao group. Having taken over the company at an early age, given his qualifications, he has no reason to return to high school. You know well why he is back. The teacher isn't trying to keep you away from him. I merely wish for you to understand that life is long, and you must not waste your youth. The teacher adjusted her glasses, concern evident in her gaze. Indeed, it has had some impact, with the conversation reaching this point. Lin Jejia could no longer pretend ignorance and had to respond. Exams are fast approaching, so I hope you will focus your time and energy on your studies. The teacher does not oppose your relationship, but it must not interfere with your academics. After all, you are a student, and your primary obligation is to learn. Teacher, I understand. Lin Jejia nodded slightly, offering a grateful smile to her teacher. Indeed, the homeroom teacher had always been attentive to her needs, providing guidance during her moments of worry. Even when Lin Jejia felt out of sorts, and despite the issues not falling within her realm of responsibility, the teacher would patiently communicate with her. Lin Jejia felt immense gratitude for all that the homeroom teacher had done for her. After exchanging a few casual remarks, she departed from the office to end the subsequent classes. Lin Jejia made a concerted effort to pay attention. When the school day concluded, she began to pack her bag, only to notice a group of girls staring at her, their faces adorned with expressions of schadenfreude. They probably assumed she had been reprimanded by the homeroom teacher. Lin Jejia felt an urge to roll her eyes into the far reaches of space. Jejia, what did the teacher say to you? Suddenly, one girl stepped forward to inquire, although her tone was relatively polite. Her gaze was laced with disdain. Lin Jejia glanced at her, choosing not to respond. Are you deaf? Or do you need me to teach you how to speak? Zhao Meiling, incensed by Lin Jejia's indifferent demeanor, shouted, her voice reverberating eerily in the quiet classroom. Lin Jejia looked towards the cluster of girls nearby, who were also watching her with expressions of glee. They were a united front, while she was utterly alone. Sure, he had long since abandoned her, showing no concern for her well-being in that moment. Lin Jejia felt a wave of sorrow wash over her, an inexplicable reluctance to resist, allowing them to have their way. Her hand and foot ached, but her heart ached even more. Her nose tinged with the threat of tears. No, she must not cry, especially not in front of them. They labeled her as a white lotus. A fraud. Shedding tears now would only provide them with amusement. Lin Jejia struggled to hold back the tears, yet they flowed more freely, blurring her vision. Still crying? Who are you trying to impress? It's truly disgusting, Zhao Meiling mocked, stepping forcefully on Lin Jejia's back, leaving a mark on her pristine white shirt. If they were not sufficient. Zhao Meiling then kicked Lin Jejia to the ground and delivered a harsh blow to her abdomen. Lin Jejia was caught off guard by the sudden attack, curling up on the floor, overwhelmed by a wave of nausea. She had done nothing to deserve such treatment. Zhao Meiling reveled in the sensation of exerting power over Lin Jejia, trampling over her with enough force to instill a sense of humiliation within her. Lying there like a beaten dog, she lacked the strength to fight back, gritting her teeth against the pain. Lin Jejia attempted to rise and push Zhao Meiling away, but in the next moment, Zhao Meiling jumped and kicked her back down, causing Lin Jejia to fold in on herself from the pain. When Yuan Yushan received Jejia's call during lunch, she was dining with classmates. Upon returning the call, she found Jejia's phone was off. After school, she rushed to Lin Jejia's classroom, eager to invite her home. Jejia, shall we go home together? However, she was taken aback by the scene before her. Stop. What are you doing? Yuan Yushan stormed in, shoving Zhao Meiling with great force. Zhao Meiling, caught unawares, stumbled against the desk, gasping at the sudden pain, which only fueled her anger. Once steady, she lunged at Yuan Yushan. Yuan Yushan, anticipating the move, swiftly grabbed a textbook from a nearby desk and struck Zhao Meiling across the face with a resounding smack, leaving her hand numb. Zhao Meiling was momentarily stunned, her pain overshadowed by rage. Where did this little wretch come from, daring to strike me? Yet even as she seethed, she grabbed her bag and swung it at Yuan Yushan, cursing, "How dare you touch my people? I'll beat you, you little wretch." With each swing, Yuan Yushan relentlessly battered Zhao Meiling, who had no means of retaliation. Zhao Meiling cried out, desperately trying to evade. "Someone help me." The girls, initially spectators, were startled by Yuan Yushan's sudden intervention. Hearing Zhao Meiling's pleas, some contemplated stepping in, but Yuan Yushan, with fierce determination, swung her bag over her shoulder and pointed at them. "If any of you dare to intervene, I'll take you on too." The girls, intimidated by the fiery glare in Yuan Yushan's eyes, hesitated, retreating in fear of the wrath she exuded, disregarding Zhao Miling's desperate glances for aid. They fled the classroom in a panic. Satisfied, Yuan Yushan turned her attention back to the crumpled Zhao Miling, rummaging through her bag until she produced a pencil sharpener knife, squatting before Zhao Miling. She taunted, "Tell me, if your face is ruined, which man would still want you?" Zhao Miling's face paled at the sight of the cold blade, her throat dry as she stammered, Please don't do anything rash." As Zhao Miling watched Li Lin be the first to flee the classroom, a wave of bitterness washed over her. She recognized that her position in the prestigious school was due to Li Lin's uncle's influence. And while she felt grateful, she also saw how Li Lin consistently undermined Lin Jiejia, that in an attempt to gain Li Lin's favor, she had sought to bully Lin Jiejia. Yet despite her earnest desire to befriend Li Lin, she realized that Li Lin did not regard her as a true friend. Overwhelmed with sorrow, she withdrew her gaze, feeling the blade graze her face, moving up and down, sending shivers of fear through her. Tears began to cascade down her cheeks as she pleaded, "I want to do it again. Please, don't ruin my face." Yuan Yushan pressed down harder, and Zhao Miling felt a sharp sting, prompting a terrified scream. "No, please don't." Zhao Miling felt on the brink of losing consciousness, gripped by fear, realizing that Yuan Yushan was truly unhinged. Despite her previous bravado, she found herself genuinely afraid. "Please, don't hurt me," Zhao Miling sobbed. Retreating step by step, Yuan Yushan extended her arm, the blade still hovering near Zhao Miling's face, the pain becoming more pronounced, and a metallic scent began to permeate the air as sweat dripped down, mingling with the impending injury to that moment. Just as Yuan Yushan raised the blade to strike, Zhao Miling shrieked, closing her eyes, succumbing to terror and fainting. Yuan Yushan furrowed her brows, retracting the knife, which had somehow been drawn back into its casing. With a disdainful curl of her lips, she remarked, "So easily frightened. Yet you still dared to act tough." That as she moved her foot, she noticed a puddle on the floor, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. Disgusted, Yuan Yushan glanced at the spot where Zhao Miling had collapsed, realizing she had wet herself from fear. Such a lack of courage, yet she dared to bully others. After a brief moment, Lin Jiejia finally found her voice. "Albeit strained, it hurts. Every place where I was stepped on and kicked is burning with pain." The harsh kick to her abdomen still hadn't subsided, and as her stomach churned, she recognized that Yuan Yushan had come to her rescue. "Jiejia, are you all right?" Yuan Yushan disregarded Zhao Miling, rushing to Lin Jiejia's side and helping her up. Upon seeing the numerous shoe prints on Lin Jiejia's body, her earlier anger surged anew, and she anxiously asked, "Can you walk?" Lin Jiejia wished to calm her furious friend, but found that any movement aggravated her wounds, rendering her unable to respond to "Don't speak. I'll help you." The sight of her friend in such distress made Yuan Yushan's heart ache. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Supporting Lin Jiejia, they exited the classroom, where the girls who had fled earlier stood in the hallway. Yuan Yushan's ferocious gaze swept over the girls, silencing them with her anger. They had merely been bystanders in the earlier events, and now none wished to become entangled in the aftermath. After all, why invite trouble? Seeing Lin Jiejia in such dire straits, Yuan Yushan suppressed her urge to continue the confrontation, focusing instead on helping her friend leave. Yet Li Lin, unwilling to relent, called out to them, "Do you have a problem?" Yuan Yushan shot Li Lin a fierce glare, her patience wearing thin. "Do you still want to fight?" Li Lin was momentarily taken aback by the fierce gaze of Yuan Yushan, rendering her speechless. Yuan Yushan assisted Lin Jiejia as they departed, acutely aware that Lin Jiejia's knee injury had yet to fully heal. It was likely that in the chaos, the wound had been aggravated, causing her to walk with an obvious limp, the injury presumably reopening. Yuan Yushan felt an overwhelming urge to confront those wretched individuals. And her regard for Shi diminished significantly. The boyfriend and fiancé. Was this truly how he protected her? Could he simply disregard everything while on a business trip abroad? Did Shi even know about Lin Jiejia's mistreatment at school? Casting a glance at Lin Jiejia's despondent profile, Yuan Yushan ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. The two proceeded in silence to the infirmary. Upon seeing Lin Jiejia, the school nurse expressed surprise. "What happened to you?" Lin Jiejia's current appearance was indeed quite disheveled. Her once smooth hair was now a tangled mess, and her expression resembled that of a frightened rabbit, confused, alarmed, and in pain. Her pristine white clothing bore several scuff marks from shoes, adding to her disarray. The nurse was momentarily taken aback. "Please, you must examine her," Yuan Yushan urged, her teeth clenched in frustration. The nurse regained her composure and inquired about Lin Jiejia's discomfort, but Lin Jiejia merely shook her head. Her pallor evident that "I'm fine. Really, it's nothing. Please don't worry." The nurse received similar responses and, with a hint of helplessness, glanced at Lin Jiejia before tending to her external injuries. Yuan Yushan observed her friend's lack of cooperation with concern. "Jiejia, I want to go home." Lin Jiejia interrupted, quickly revising her statement. "I want to go to your house." Returning home was not an option. If her brother saw her in this state, he might very well demolish the school. As Yuan Yushan had been Lin Jiejia's close friend for many years, she could somewhat discern Lin Jiejia's intentions and sighed. "Why endure this? Your reluctance only emboldens them. That it would be far better to have your brother come to the school and deal with this. These people think they can act with impunity." Lin Jiejia shook her head. "Forget it. Just take me to your house." She looked up at Yuan Yushan, her gaze imbued with a hint of pleading. Yuan Yushan's heart softened, yet she could not permit Lin Jiejia to act recklessly. With a tone of authority, she stated, "First, we must go to the hospital for an examination. Otherwise, I will call your brother and have him take you." Chapter 147. A fury unleashed. Lin Jiejia felt warmth from her friend's concerned admonition and nodded in agreement. "All right, I will listen to you." After the nurse had finished treating the external injuries, Yuan Yushan expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, nurse." The nurse waved her hand. "You should hurry and take her to the hospital for a check-up. It would be unfortunate if she sustained a serious injury." Yuan Yushan nodded, supporting Lin Jiejia as they left the infirmary. She called for a driver to take them to the hospital, and only after the examination confirmed that Lin Jiejia was indeed fine did Yuan Yushan truly feel relieved. Once they settled into the car, they returned to the Yuan household. Upon entering, Yuan Mama was taken aback to see Lin Jiejia. "Jiejia, what happened to you?" Her heart ached, and she rushed to assist Lin Jiejia to the living room. Yuan Yushan, faced with her mother's puzzled expression, shook her head, signaling her to refrain from asking too many questions. "Are you hungry? I'll prepare dinner for you both." Yuan Mama instructed her daughter to look after Lin Jiejia. "Thank you, Yuan Mama." Lin Jiejia's voice was faint, lacking her usual vitality. "Dear, why are you being so polite? Just rest, and I'll prepare something right away." Yuan Mama's heart ached at the sight of Lin Jiejia. Her clothes stained with red medicine, and hurried into the kitchen to prepare food. Yuan Yushan gazed at her friend with concern, offering her favorite snacks. "Here, have some to tide you over." Lin Jiejia shook her head, forcing a smile that "I'm not hungry." Yuan Yushan had no choice but to relent. "I'll just go to the restroom." Yuan Yushan picked up the phone from the coffee table, gesturing to Lin Jiejia, who nodded quietly in response before turning to leave. "Wait," Lin Jiejia called out, rummaging through her bag for her phone and handing it to her. "My phone is out of battery. Could you help me charge it?" "Of course," Yuan Yushan replied, taking Lin Jiejia's phone to charge before heading to the restroom. As she reached the restroom door, her phone suddenly rang. Yuan Yushan glanced at the caller ID, nearly dropping the phone in shock. Lin Hongjun was calling her. Had he already learned about Lin Jiejia's troubles? Glancing back at Lin Jiejia, who was oblivious to the call, Yuan Yushan slipped into the restroom and answered the phone. Lin Hongjun was at his desk, buried in paperwork, when the image of Yuan Yushan's flustered expression suddenly flashed through his mind, stirring something within him. In a moment of impulsivity, he dialed her number, simply wanting to hear her voice. However, upon answering, he found himself at a loss for words. What could they possibly discuss? A sudden outpouring of concern seemed inappropriate given their current relationship. After a brief moment of contemplation, he inquired, "How is Jiejia doing at school?" "Not well. Not well at all," Yuan Yushan blurted out, then realized her volume was too high, hurriedly lowering her voice. "Jiejia is having a terrible time at school." "What do you mean?" Lin Hongjun's brow furrowed at her response. "Did something happen to my sister? Is someone bullying her?" Yuan Yushan took a deep breath, striving to contain her anger. "Today, when I went to her classroom, I saw a girl kick her to the ground and hit her." Lin Hongjun felt as if his mind had exploded. A surge of blood rushed to his head, igniting a fury within him. His beloved sister had been hit. Kicked, no less. Chapter 148. A sight unfit for viewing is it one of the girls in her class. Lin Hongjuan's voice trembled with barely contained rage, his grip on the phone tightening until it threatened to warp in his hand. Could it be that the injuries Jiejia sustained to her knee yesterday were inflicted by those same girls? Why hadn't she confided in him? Had she really endured such torment without resistance? Lin Hongjun couldn't help but feel guilty for not keeping a closer eye on her, allowing her to suffer such indignities at school. Yes, Yuan Yushan confirmed, understanding Lin Hongjuan's rising fury. She refrained from elaborating on Lin Jiejia's plight. Fearing he might become enraged enough to confront the girl directly, that I took Jiejia to the hospital for an examination, and the doctor said she is fine. It's just superficial injuries. All right, I understand. Take care of her. Once I finish my work, I will come to pick her up. Lin Hongjun suppressed his anger and ended the call. Yuan Yushan, however, found herself blushing at his slip of the tongue. Take care of my sister. How intimate that sounded. If they were truly together, wouldn't that make Lin Jiejia her sister-in-law? Shaking her head vigorously, Yuan Yushan splashed some water on her face to regain composure, reminding herself it was merely a slip of the tongue with no deeper meaning. Yet, despite her best efforts, she could not quell the tumultuous feelings stirring within her heart. After hanging up, Lin Hongjun summoned his assistant, issuing a cold directive to thoroughly investigate every detail of what his sister had endured at school. The assistant worked efficiently and soon returned with a few sheets of printed documents, his brow furrowed in concern. After a cursory glance at the materials, he was confronted with the harsh reality of the cruel words contained within, causing him to grimace in discomfort. Recalling the last time he had seen Lin Jiejia, a sweet and innocent girl of about 17, with her fair complexion and pure, untainted eyes, he found it hard to believe that such a gentle soul could be bullied. As he continued to read the harrowing details of Lin Jiejia's mistreatment, he felt a pang of sorrow. Would Lin Hongjun, the doting brother, explode in rage upon seeing this? With trepidation, he knocked on the office door. "Who is it? It's me. Come in." Lin Hongjun set aside his pen and rubbed his aching temples, surrounded by a mountain of paperwork that as he accepted the stack of papers from his assistant, his heart sank as he read the first line. So, it turned out that Lin Jiejia's injuries at school were not an isolated incident. As he continued to peruse the documents, he felt as if his heart was bleeding. The extent of the bullying and mistreatment she had suffered was appalling. And upon returning home, she remained silent, suffering in isolation, confined in the sports equipment room, ostracized by her peers, and subjected to a litany of cruel gossip. Lin Hongjuan's expression darkened with each new revelation. He had always believed that his sister excelled academically and must have been thriving at school, which was why he hadn't closely monitored her situation. Who could have anticipated that matters had escalated to such a severe degree? "Give me the principal's contact number, that I need to arrange a meeting to discuss this privately." Lin Hongjun tapped the table gloomily, his knuckles producing a dull sound that weighed heavily in the air. Chapter 149. Brother comes to the rescue. The assistant nodded, turned, and exited the office, soon returning with a nod to Lin Hongjun, indicating that the task had been accomplished. The principal stated that any time would be suitable. "Very well," Lin Hongjun replied, glancing at the half-reviewed documents on the table, his interest waning that he irritably tugged at his tie. "Let us do it now." The assistant looked at him in surprise. It was already evening. Noticing the frost on his face, he quickly acquiesced. "I will arrange it immediately." Lin Hongjun tidied his desk and strode out of the office, heading straight to the waiting car at the entrance, with the assistant following closely behind. "Everything has been arranged." Lin Hongjun squinted, planning to rest a bit in the car. The prolonged work had left him utterly fatigued, and the sudden revelation of his sister being so wronged ignited his fury. How dare they bully his sister? A cold smile crept onto Lin Hongjuan's lips. He imagined the school was likely in a frenzy, preparing to welcome him, perhaps still in shock at his unexpected arrival. Reaching the school in record time, he found several students donned in welcoming red sashes at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Hongjun, they collectively bowed in greeting. Lin Hongjun smirked at the absurdity of the late-hour preparations. Feeling no inclination to indulge in the display, that he directly inquired of the teacher leading the group. "Where is the principal?" The teacher, apparently intimidated by Lin Hongjuan's piercing gaze, stammered, "In the VIP room." The VIP room, reserved for receiving esteemed guests, reflected the school's high regard for the Lin family, especially given their substantial investments. "Take me there," Lin Hongjun commanded, his lips curling coldly. His purpose for visiting the school was to demand an explanation for his sister's mistreatment. Was his sister, Lin Hongjuan's sister, someone who could be easily bullied, isolated, ostracized, and even abused? Just the thought of it made Lin Hongjuan's heart ache painfully. The principal was currently convening an urgent meeting with the teachers. But before it could commence, the door swung open. The principal's expression darkened, ready to reprimand whoever dared to interrupt, but upon seeing Lin Hongjun, he quickly fell silent. That Mr. Lin, he acknowledged with a forced smile. Lin Hongjun scoffed, surveying the astonished teachers. Who is Lin Jiajia's homeroom teacher? Silence ensued until, after a moment, a hand timidly rose. Lin Hongjun raised an eyebrow and nodded. The homeroom teacher stays. The rest may leave. Perhaps due to the palpable intensity radiating from Lin Hongjun, the teachers hastily vacated the VIP room, leaving only Lin Hongjun, the homeroom teacher, and the principal. The principal discreetly observed Lin Hongjuan's grim countenance, his heart sinking. It was evident that Lin Hongjun was there for Lin Jiajia. Lin Jiajia, the principal recognized the name. She was an exemplary student, frequently appearing in award ceremonies and applications, both surnamed Lin. It was natural to wonder if there was a connection. However, Lin Jiajia had always maintained a low profile and exhibited good behavior. How could someone from the Lin family be so diligent in her studies? Each time he saw her joyfully receiving scholarships, it was hard to reconcile her with the Lin family's affluent reputation. With such a status, why would she exert herself so? The principal found himself puzzled. She is my sister, Lin Hongjun declared, observing the principal's shifting expression, confirming the latter's suspicions that she is Mr. Lin's sister, and no wonder both siblings are so outstanding. The principal laughed nervously, wiping sweat from his brow. Despite being younger, Lin Hongjun exuded an overwhelming aura that compelled the principal to bow to his authority. Ignoring the principal's flattery, Lin Hongjun turned to his assistant and extended his hand. The assistant, understanding the cue, handed over several printed sheets. Lin Hongjun slammed the papers onto the desk. Now that you know she is my sister, I trust you understand why I am here, that he snorted, tossing a stack of papers onto the principal's desk. The principal, trembling slightly, flipped through the pages, his expression darkening with each sheet. That he had heard whispers of campus bullying. During a recent teachers' meeting, a physical education teacher had reported a girl being locked in the equipment room. At the time, he had dismissed it, believing it to be a trivial matter that would soon pass. Typically, it was the wealthy who bullied the less fortunate, and these students understood the boundaries, rarely escalating situations. Even if they did, it was easy to suppress. But to bully the daughter of the Lin family, was that not courting disaster? As the principal read on, a chill crept up his spine from the investigation materials. It was clear Lin Jiajia was entirely innocent. He looked up to meet Lin Hongjuan's piercing gaze and felt the weight of his scrutiny. Have you finished? Lin Hongjun inquired, his tone icy and laced with anger. The principal hesitated, contemplating his words. That it was evidently a failure on the school's part. He had not anticipated such behavior within their jurisdiction. This is indeed our negligence. We did not foresee that students would act in such a manner. He began, but Lin Hongjun cut him off sharply. Enough. I am not here to listen to your excuses. Tell me how you intend to resolve this matter. Lin Hongjun, anguished for his sister, had little patience for the principal's lengthy justifications. He sought only a resolution. The principal felt cornered. After all, this was a prestigious school, and its students were typically affluent. Though they might not rival the Lin family, offending them could have dire consequences. He was uncertain of the backgrounds of those who bullied Lin Jiajia. If they belonged to influential families, they would have to endure, even if it meant sacrificing their dignity for the Lin family's sake. Stealing a glance at Lin Hongjun, who wore a dark expression and fixed his gaze intently, the principal realized he had no room to maneuver. The rhythmic tapping of Lin Hongjuan's fingers on the desk created an unshakable sense of pressure. Have you come to a decision? Lin Hongjuan's impatience was palpable. Does this school not have management and disciplinary regulations? If so, it reflects poorly on the institution, and perhaps the Lin family should reconsider their financial support. A cold smile graced Lin Hongjuan's lips, subtly threatening the principal. The principal's eyes widened in shock. Faced with Lin Hongjun, he felt utterly powerless. What would you like us to do? He asked, resigning himself to the situation. The principal was willing to comply with any request as long as Lin Hongjun refrained from pursuing the matter further. He could not afford to offend the Lin family. That I wish for them to suffer. Lin Hongjun replied with a chilling smile. his words dripping with malice. "That is impossible," the principal stammered, his body trembling. "Even if the Lin family is powerful, one cannot simply decree death upon someone. I was merely jesting." "You need not be alarmed." Lin Hongjuan's taut features relaxed slightly, yet the underlying menace remained intact. "Mr. Lin certainly has a penchant for humor." The principal managed a strained smile, unable to find joy in the situation. "I trust the school will deliver a fair resolution. Allow me to remind you, Mr. Principal, of the significance of the Lin family compared to others. That I hope you grasp the gravity of this distinction." Lin Hongjuan's words served as a sharp reminder to the principal, who was already sweating profusely. The principal quickly took a seat, pen in hand, and after a moment of deliberation, finally set it down. "According to school regulations, the student who assaulted Lin Jiejie, Zhao Meiling, is hereby expelled," the principal proclaimed, his face absurdly displaying righteous indignation. Lin Hongjun could not help but smirk inwardly. Had he not witnessed the principal's sudden change in attitude? He might have been deceived by the facade of justice. However, they all understood the unspoken truth, and no one dared to voice it. "Thank you, Principal." Lin Hongjun nodded, satisfied with the outcome. The principal breathed a sigh of relief. The weight on his chest finally lifted. Yet Lin Hongjun spoke once more. "Is there anything else you wish to address, Mr. Principal?" The principal's heart tightened again. He had already learned how formidable Lin Hongjun was, and he knew he could gain no advantage in this exchange. "That I expect that not only the girl who struck Lin Jiejie should be punished, but also those who incited the conflict." "What measures will be taken against them?" Lin Hongjun inquired, narrowing his eyes and fixing his gaze on the principal. While their actions did not result in significant harm, they must still face consequences. "A warning will suffice, and it will be documented in their records," the principal assured him, albeit with visible trepidation. Under pressure, the principal had no choice but to make such a decision as soon as the announcement was made. He found himself at odds with numerous individuals, and the mere thought of this left him feeling disheartened. However, Lin Hongjun expressed his satisfaction with the outcome, a content smile gracing his lips as he stood to shake hands with the principal. The principal, somewhat taken aback, felt a weight lift from his shoulders only after Lin Hongjun departed, collapsing into his chair as if deflated. At last, this formidable figure was gone. Without further delay, he hastily picked up the phone to address the matter. Casting a stern glance at the homeroom teacher, who had remained silent throughout, "Aren't you going to hurry and follow my instructions?" "Yes, Principal," the homeroom teacher replied, his expression somewhat grim, before promptly leaving. The principal then called the academic affairs office, urgently notifying them of the situation. The upcoming flag-raising ceremony loomed, and if the disciplinary measures could be announced in time, he could address them directly at the event. Although this approach might offend many families, he reasoned that as long as it placated Lin Hongjun, other concerns could be set aside for the moment. Lin Hongjun truly instilled fear in him. After such a commotion late at night, he might very well be unable to sleep. Chapter 152. Announcement. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Yuan Yushan received a message from Lin Hongjun. Glancing at the bathroom door, she noted that Lin Jiejie had yet to emerge and continued to report the situation via her phone. Inside the bathroom, Lin Jiejie powered on her fully charged phone, and as messages began to chime in, her heart raced. She quickly opened them, only to find messages from Xiaoye, which filled her with a tinge of disappointment. As she read through the caring notes, she learned that Xiaoye had developed a mild fever in the afternoon and thus had been unable to attend class. Upon reaching the last message, which stated that the fever had subsided, Lin Jiejie felt a wave of relief wash over her. She promptly replied, hesitating only briefly before opening the message window from Shuri, which remained unread. A glance at her missed calls revealed several from her brother. Frowning slightly, guilt creeping in, she dialed his number. "Hello, brother. I'm sorry to have worried you. My phone died and shut off. That I'm staying at Yushan's tonight and won't be coming back."